is up, LA? Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. It is time for Derek and Decker here, live on The Fan LA. Welcome to 97.1 The Fan LA. And, of course, you are listening to Derek and Decker, myself, Cody Decker, and, of course, the one, the only, five-time NBA champion, the one and only Derek Fisher. What up, D-Fish?
Morning.
Oh, dude, we have so much to discuss today. We got a Dodgers series starting up with the Brewers, a little bit of a rematch of last year's NLCS. We got plenty of NBA to talk about today because, of course, we had Game 2 of the NBA Finals yesterday. And, of course, we got Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals coming up this weekend, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to call our shot later on in the show, and I am going to explain to everyone and really try to explain to Derek Fisher why last night's Knick game was the worst thing ever if you're a Laker fan.
What?
Dear God. Yep, D-Fish has already given me the look. I cannot wait for this wonderful conversation we're going to have throughout the entire show, unquestionably. D-Fish, more importantly, this is our first week of the show here on The Fan LA. How you feeling? Day 5, week 1, 4 a.m. wake-up calls, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., live LA morning drive radio. How you feeling, D-Fish?
You made it sound worse. Yeah, no, I'm a little sore, sore, bumps and bruises, from the first week. But, just enjoying hanging out with you, man, getting to know each other.
Absolutely.
It's early, but the vibes are all good, man.
Really
so
is.
Talking sports, talking hoops, talking LA sports, like I would be doing this at any time of day
Anyways,
anyway.
yeah.
So we might as well get together at the studio and knock it out.
No question about it. On top of that, I mean, what do you got planned for the week? We got a 3-day weekend. Now, not for us. We will be here live Monday morning
That's
here on
right.
Memorial Day because listen, if we weren't live here on Monday morning, the fact of the matter is, like D-Fish just said, we would just be doing this like at home to a wall, so we might as well show up on Monday and give you all the sports talk that you guys possibly want on Memorial Day. But it's a weekend. What do you got? What do you got planned? Anything good?
Not heavy, man. The weekends are now reserved for stepping back a little bit, My 2 of the kids are back in town from college. They finished up their year. So my son that plays Division II college basketball and trying to work his way up the ladder. We'll probably get in the gym this weekend and get some work in and get better. At some point, the grill will turn on. We'll get some food going, but it's going to be a pretty chill weekend for the most part, man. Maybe find a SoCal beach somewhere.
Okay. What's your go-to beach out here? Like, listen, I'll freely admit, like, I've mentioned how much I love Hermosa Beach, but if I'm going to just the beach and I'm, like, not going to bars, not going to, like, the Strand or, like, anything like that, man, Malibu's my spot. Like, you just go up there, it's quiet, it's easy, it's just, you could just pole off on the PCH anywhere and just go into the sand.
Yeah, no, that's a nice area. For us, we normally don't tell people where to find us on the beach, buddy, so I will not be sharing that.
I have no problem with anybody knowing where in Southern California I am. Last night I popped by a bar called Thunderbird, watched the first half of that NBA Eastern Conference Finals game. It was still a game at the time, but after that first half, I decided to go home and then watch a non-game for the second half. But you mentioned barbecue, man. You're from Little Rock. In case you guys don't know this, and you can Google it, there is a bridge there. Check it out. But I also want to point this out. You know barbecue. You mentioned the grill's going on. What we grilling up, Bob?
I like a little bit of everything, Chicken, you gotta take your time with chicken.
Of course.
Especially on the gas grill. Gotta be careful.
Smart man.
Some links. There's always links on the grill. When there's kids involved, you can't get too fancy trying to put veggies and all kinds of stuff on the grill. That's not gonna go over well. And this year, we'll probably slap some ribs down. I like to really take my time with the grill, so there's time this year to slow cook them and make sure the temperature's good and make sure those things are falling off the bone when they finish.
Dude, I'm trying to become a grill master right now. That's like my massive goal over this last like year and a half, and I've gotten pretty damn good. But I'm a burger guy. I can sling the red meat pretty good. What do you mean? What?
Such a waste of barbecue space.
Such a waste of one. It's a big barbecue, plenty of space. Also, on top of that, when I'm grilling, I'm not grilling like I'm not getting some frozen like slabs of meat, buddy. I'm going high end, like prime type of sirloin put together grilling burgers, man. And I'm going to town. I'm putting some brie on there. Oh yeah, I'm going fancy burgers, man. Brie burgers.
You can go to In-N-Out all
bacon.
week. This is the grill ain't the time for burgers.
Oh,
what you say,
here.
Fish?
I mean, when kids are involved, yeah, but Cody doesn't have that excuse.
You don't need kids. I don't need to be a kid to enjoy a burger.
No,
He's sitting here talking about In-N-Out, which, by the way, nothing against In-N-Out, but like, let's be real clear here. A burger is elite dining.
No, I love burgers. The point being is when you decide to turn that grill on, you know, burgers are pretty straightforward.
Hey, Fish, I use burgers for one, like when the grill's not as clean, just to get it out the way for the kids. You know, just throw them on first if you have to.
Yeah, you know what? You've been to my house for a barbecue before. You've been there for some grilling.
I ain't coming for no damn burgers.
There were burgers cooked that day.
I did not eat one.
That's because I didn't offer you one. You didn't deserve my burgers. You would have enjoyed it, too. Because they were good burgers.
Yeah. Also, what's great about this weekend, in addition to the grilling, is that, there's going to be NBA playoff basketball on this weekend.
Lots and lots of it.
That's going to be also
lots
enjoyable to watch
and
this
there
weekend.
was some last night. So, of course, guys, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to go ahead and hear from you all day long. Not to mention, check us out on the chat on YouTube, Twitch, and, of course, Twitter. And, of course, that's at The Fan LA. We did have ourselves a basketball game last night. It was a game for the first half, D-Fish. It was. The Cleveland Cavaliers looked like they might have a shot in the first half, and then that second half came around. Question right out the gate. What the living hell happened to the Cavaliers defense, or is this more about the Knicks Cavaliers offense, or is this more about the Knicks defense?
A little bit of both. I mean, the Cavs scoring 93 points is, some of that is Knicks defense. Some of that is the Cavs just, they didn't convert some of the offensive opportunities that were there for them. The bigger challenge, I think, is, when you make decisions and adjustments, right, from game one, way too much space for Jalen Brunson to play one-on-one, and he torched them. And obviously all the conversation around, James Harden and defensively and what did the Cavs need to do. They made some of those adjustments last night, and Josh Hart made them pay for those adjustments.
Yes, he did.
The ball movement and sharing the basketball the way the Knicks did, that's the risk that you take when you decide that you're going to put two people on the basketball. Now, a lot of, high-level players don't consistently make the right play with the basketball. But last night, Jalen Brunson, all he was worried about was winning, and he set a career high in assists last night, 14 assists for Jalen Brunson. And so, the Knicks made the Cavs pay for sending an extra body at Josh Hart. The Cavs just have to figure out sometimes adjustments game to game are made, but then there's also like adjustments within the game that you have to make. You can't give, in baseball or football, for example, you can't give the quarterback the same defensive look the whole game.
Oh, absolutely can't.
He's going to torch you.
Same thing with a pitcher. Like a pitcher, you can't.
Yeah.
It's a thing in baseball. Like you see a lot of guys get pulled in the fifth and sixth inning, and some of the times that's not necessarily due to fatigue. That's because the lineup is coming up for the third time, and you don't want to give a lineup a third look at the same pitcher often.
Makes a ton of sense, right? And so I feel like last night the Cavs kind of stuck with the look of sending a second guy to Jalen Brunson, but Josh Hart was the beneficiary the whole time.
And by the way, there were moments where he was just not kind of wide open. It seemed like Josh Hart was taking shots because he was looking to pass, and he's like, you guys are going to really leave me here, huh? Okay.
Yeah, and so in those situations, like it makes sense to choose Josh Hart as maybe the guy you're going to leave to go double team Jalen Brunson in terms of like he's a low volume 3-point shooter. He historically hasn't been necessarily a high percentage 3-point shooter. He shot it better this season under Mike Brown's offensive approach to things. And I think the way Mike Brown manages minutes different than Tibbs. Like I think Josh Hart and the Knicks overall, they are just a more fresh basketball team this time of year than they normally are. But the Cavs kind of made that choice that like, okay, this is the defensive game plan. Josh Hart is the guy we're going to allow to take some open shots. But he was way too open, too consistently for an NBA basketball player of any type. Like, those are shots that the guys shoot in the offseason when they're working on their shooting by themselves. That's how open he was a lot of times last night. And that's not in the Eastern Conference Finals on the doorstep of going to the NBA Finals. You can't give players open shots, really. It's Josh Hart can get more shots, but they can't all be wide open. Right? It's that those are two different things. And so the Cavs, look, the Knicks are the higher seed. They had the home court advantage. Now the Knicks took care of business at home in the Garden. That's what they're supposed to do. Now the Cavs have to turn the page quickly and figure out, okay, we just have to win Game 3 on our home court. But they have to find some happy medium between their performance in Game 1 in the first half and in both games, actually. Both of the first halves were pretty solid for the Cavs. The second half, they have to figure out how to finish these games out.
And like you mentioned that they got to figure out how to finish these games out. What do you say to this team? You're in the locker room right now. You're the head coach of this team. What does Kenny Atkinson say to this team that they can kind of come back, especially in the second half? Because now we've watched 2 second halves by this Cleveland Cavaliers team where seemingly they have fallen to pieces against the Knicks.
Well, part of it is, we haven't been here together before, right? It's James Harden is a new addition to the group, but this is Donovan Mitchell's first time, this far in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Evan Mobley, a young player that is taking on more responsibility and trying to be a guy that steps into kind of more of that all-star, superstar type of role on a consistent basis. This is new air and new territory for him. Last night, some of it is the team and some of it is him. He was 5 out of 8 in the first half, Evan Mobley. 0 shot attempts in the second half. 0 for an all-star caliber player. That can't happen. Again,
How did that happen?
Again, I think the Cavs offensively in the second half are becoming really stagnant. They're relying on too much isolation, a lot of perimeter shooting. They were 9 out of 35 from the field, from the 3-point line last night. And
good Lord.
It's tough when you're not shooting the ball well on the road. I get it. But Evan Mobley, from a size perspective, he's shot the ball better, but he has to continue to try to find a way to put pressure on the rim. Kenny Atkinson and all coaches, like for us outside of it, we get really worked up about like the big picture stuff. What these trends mean, what these stats mean, what these numbers mean. Most of the time it comes back to smaller things. Like it's the little things. Raj talking about James Harden putting his arms up on defense, right? Like those types of things. You saw it.
He did it. Did you see it? His arms went up.
Right.
I didn't know he could do that.
Yes.
I thought maybe both his rotator cuffs were torn.
Yeah, no. His arms can go up, guys.
Good for him.
It's okay.
We have proof.
But it's getting the guys. It's back to the small things. It's your closeout angles, the things that we've practiced, and you can't get outside of your character when things get hard this way, right? Cavaliers are in the Eastern Conference Finals for a reason, so you're reminding the guys of like, look, we don't have to try and reinvent who we are in order to win a game in this series and against this team. Like, let's trust ourselves. Let's be who we are. Donovan be Donovan, James be James, et cetera, et cetera. But small things like, I'll go back to game 1, but last night from the free throw line, the Cavs were 22 out of 32. So that's 10 points that are free points that when you're on the road, you can't leave that many out there. you can't. You have to find a way to. Every little bit of margin helps you to get something done, and so they don't need to panic, right? So if you're Kenny Atkinson, you're not trying to work everybody up into a frenzy and get them stressed out over where the team is. Like, we went into somebody else's building. They've been the best team in the Eastern Conference in the playoffs the whole time. They're a top 3 team in the East for a reason. We have some information now that we can use at a later date in Game 3 where we've been successful. We've shown that we can do some things to cause problems for this team. Let's just get back to those things, bring the energy, the force, the passion to Game 3, and let's just win one game. That's the key in the playoffs, is turning the page from whatever happened the last game, win or loss, and everything has to go to how do we win the next game in front of us.
So, question for you: we mentioned Kenny Atkinson right there, and you mentioned kind of keeping it, getting kind of like riding the horses that got you there type of mentality. This is who we are. But how often is a game plan? Because we clearly the game plan in Game 1 was we're going to go 1-on-1 with Jalen Brunson. Game 2, not going 1-on-1 with Jalen Brunson, leaving Josh Hart open, which seemingly looks like that was the game plan. At what point, as a head coach or as a team, do you make that adjustment where clearly it's not working because Josh Hart's making these shots? What adjustment do you make then? Or do you just still keep going after it because at the end of the day, the Cleveland Cavaliers are not here because of their defense. They're here because they score points.
I think the second point you just added there is kind of the key to the question. But the first part of it is a lot of it is oftentimes a feel, right? You make a decision to start the game or going into the game that this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to defend these actions or this player. Offensively, this is where we want to attack this team. We want to put Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson in pick and roll. We want to put James Harden in pick and roll because they double team James Harden in pick and roll. Now James is passing the ball out to Evan Mobley on the roll, and then he can go play against 3 guys on the backside. So you're making decisions before the game starts, and then for sure in the playoffs, you're making adjustments in real time. Now, how fast you make those adjustments depends on the score. It depends on how the team is playing, how your team's playing, whether Josh Hart is making these shots. And then you have to kind of decide, are we sticking with this or are we not? And percentage-wise, you're kind of rolling the dice and saying, all right, we know Jalen Brunson can beat us.
We watched it. We watched it 2 nights ago.
We know this. This is who he is. So sometimes you have to be willing to say, you know what? If we're going to lose to the Knicks, it is not going to be because Jalen Brunson scored 38 or 40 points. We're going to force Josh Hart or other guys to make shots. Now, Josh Hart made those shots last night. But sometimes the gamble you have to be willing to take is, can Josh Hart do this for 4 games, 5 games, 6 games,
so it's one of those
7 games.
Conversations like, listen, if they're going to beat us, fine, but we're not letting that guy, Jalen Brunson, beat us.
Yes. So in football, you make a decision, hey, man, we can't let this guy out of the pocket. So if they're going to beat us, we have to keep him in the pocket. So we change we don't blitz as much, right? We kind of surround him. We make him throw the ball out in the flats. I'm sure in baseball, certain guys don't see certain pitches. We decide, okay, we're going to walk this guy. We're not even going to let him get his back going. Okay, when this happens, sub, we're taking our pitcher out in the 5th inning because we need some fresh pitches. So those are all the calculations you're trying to make. The Cavs, though, to add to the second point you made, it's their offense that has also caused them major issues in both games. The first game, I think they took the air out of the ball too soon. They had the big lead. And then sometimes when momentum starts to shift, you get conservative. And then that's when the tension and the tightness comes because you're not just still playing in that kind of flow, natural, organic state of basketball, which that's what got them the 22-point lead, right? So then they got a little conservative. They started walking the ball up the court. It got a little slower. Boom, momentum shifted, game over. Last night, 15 assists for the entire game. The Knicks had 32 assists. So Cleveland has to find a way to get the ball moving again. There's no way that Evan Mobley can have 8 shots in the first half and 0 shots in the second half. That means either the ball wasn't moving, he wasn't being as aggressive as he needed to be, or offensively they weren't getting to the actions that would allow him to still be included in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is their third best player and arguably their most important player, because we know James and Donovan are going to do what they do. Those are volume guys. But they're going to need guys like Evan Mobley to be involved in the action. And in the second half last night, offensively, he wasn't involved, and the team just offensively couldn't get themselves going. But they struggled on the road the entire playoffs. They've been great at home. They can get the momentum back by just winning Game 3.
Let's see if they can, and we will keep you updated on that. Of course, we are talking about Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. But, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we return, which is not exactly what Raj likes to hear me say, but it's close enough, and I will take it. 855-97 LA Fan. Of course, get in the chat over there on YouTube and join us at The Fan LA. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, the highest paid QB of all time is in your city, Los Angeles, and we're going to talk about it right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA.
It's Brian Douglas.
Welcome back to Derek and Decker live here on 97.1 The Fan LA. D-Fish and Deck with you guys, and welcome to the show. We started off by talking about last night's Eastern Conference Finals matchup. The Knicks go up 2-0. Well-deserved. They absolutely stomped that ass last night, especially in the second half. And my God, the Knicks are looking like a juggernaut team, especially in the second half. But first things first, we want to go ahead and give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And later on the show, I'm going to explain to all of you and D-Fish, I'm going to, dare I say, mansplain to D-Fish why last night's game was an absolute nightmare for all us Laker fans out here in Los Angeles, California. And of course, congratulations, LA fans. The Rams got it done last night by getting a little extension to our guy, Matthew Stafford. And dear God, Matthew Stafford, can you loan me like $20? Because Matthew Stafford is officially the highest paid QB in the history of the NFL, taking his total career earnings because of this new $55 million extension that he's getting through the following year. So 2 more years officially here in the sunny city of Los Angeles, California. $408 million in career earnings for Mr. Matthew Stafford. Derek Fisher, you made that, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
$408 million for Matthew Stafford. I would like to say, I know people hate to hear this phrase because I know it's so ridiculous hearing the words $408 million of career earnings and then saying the word deserved. But yeah, kind of in this context of NFL QBs of all time, NFL QBs in today's day and age, a man who's 38 years old, who is the reigning MVP on the team in Los Angeles that has won a Super Bowl in the most recent years, and our odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl this next year in a Super Bowl that's going to be, again, in Los Angeles, beyond deserved in my opinion. Matthew Stafford, honestly, is the most under-the-radar greatest quarterback of like a generation I think we've ever seen. And I think a lot of that has to do with, the Rams came back to LA. I wouldn't say that the Rams came back with the greatest type of fanfare because let's be real clear, I'm a Raider fan. This was a big ass Raider town. When the Rams left and went to St. Louis for a few years, I wouldn't say that LA fans forgot them. They did not forget them because when they came back, a lot of us were very, very excited about the Rams' return. But I think the Rams' return took some years to kind of get going, even though they were kind of great right out the gate. And I think this city has finally really adapted and adopted and got on the Rams bandwagon.
It took some time. You're right because the Raiders. History, alignment, I think in terms of fan base and people and, communities, LA is a super diverse melting pot of a city.
Big time. Commuter city.
Yeah, so it takes time, I think, for not necessarily even like all new teams. I think teams that fans aren't necessarily as personally connected to, to like really land and become a team that like the whole city wants to represent and get behind. But I do believe, as you said, the Rams, have and are becoming that. And in LA, success is what really drives that connection.
And they've been successful. Have they been.
You get lost in the sauce in LA if you aren't really successful and winning at the highest level because there's so many choices and teams to support if you're a passionate sports fan. So in order to kind of break through that noise and become a team that fans want to absolutely root for and change their entire life schedule around in order to support you, you have to win. And so Matthew Stafford, which is the point of this whole conversation, he has led the Rams to high levels of success since he's touched down here in LA. He's been the face of every franchise he's been a part of. And as the face of a franchise, the starting quarterback, he's age-wise, he's younger than LeBron, but he's the LeBron of the Rams. Yeah. He's still performing at an all-star level.
Big time. MVP.
He's the MVP of the league. He was first in the league in passing yards. He was first in the league in touchdowns. He was fourth in the league in quarterback rating.
Yep.
So, you get top 5 MVP quarterback compensation as well as he should. So happy for him, happy for his family. Yeah, deserved sounds strange, in the world that we live in. Like I don't know if any of us deserve necessarily anything.
Deserves definitely not the correct word, but earned is massively the correct word.
Earned is the better word to say in terms of a pro sports athlete, in a sport that since he joined the NFL has compounded exponentially in value and worth and all these media rights deals and the money that comes into the NFL.
Not to mention the stadium, arguably the best stadium in the NFL now.
The faces of these teams drive all of that business. Yeah. And so, yes, it is earned. And he and his family do the right things with it. They care about the communities they live in and do have impact as well. So happy for Stafford,
Me
man.
too.
Happy for
Me
the Rams.
too.
That
happy for LA.
Yeah, this whole now you can just lock in on the season, and this also messages and signals like the Rams are still in we want to win Super Bowls right now.
Yeah, and not just this year, for the foreseeable future. He's locked up for now officially 2 years, $105 million. Could be 110 because his deal right now, his new extension, gives him the AAV of $55 million, which ties him with Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, which I totally agree with. Dak Prescott's still the highest paid quarterback right now as far as AAV goes. But in this extension, it has an incentive deal in there that could get him $60 million over the 55 if he hits some certain incentive. So listen, I think it's unbelievably earned on his part, and the reason why I bring up the all-time aspect of it, people don't seem to realize just how great Matthew Stafford has always been. And like I mentioned, I think a lot of that has to do with those Detroit years. He was amazing in Detroit. If you go on the all-time thing, let's go through total passing yards career-wise. Where would you think Matthew Stafford in the history of the NFL currently stands, NFL on career passing yards?
Top 5.
He is just outside of it. You are right there. He is number 6. He is number 6 behind Aaron Rodgers, who's played more years than him. He's behind Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, and Tom Brady. But number 6 of all time, and now 2 more years, he's going to surpass more people. Where would you say he stands all time in passing touchdowns?
Definitely top 5. He's thrown a ton of touchdowns.
He's thrown a ton. He's just outside of it, and he's going to be passing some people this season. This season, he will be number 6 because the guy ahead of him is Phillip Rivers, who played a long time.
Right.
Matthew Stafford's got 423 career. He's 7th all time, and this guy ain't done. Who knows? We just watched Aaron Rodgers at 43 get another $25 million. Who knows how much longer Matthew Stafford actually will play? We know it's going to be 2 more years.
And that's smart, though, to me as well. He will produce. In particular, they protect him. He can stay healthy. The Rams are going to win a ton of games the next couple years. But it's also smart to not – sometimes when, in contract negotiations, especially with veteran guys in later years, you can end up committing too many years out of respect for what he has accomplished and to also message to him how valuable he is, to the team. And so instead of signing a 3-year contract extension that kind of blows the Rams' books up and messes with their ability to kind of build out the roster after.
Because there are more moves they do need to eventually make.
There's going to be more moves and more planning. He also, to me, this also signals he wants the ability to kind of take some time to decide where he wants to go, year in and year out in terms of how he wants to play. Is he healthy enough? He doesn't want to feel like I'm locked in for 4 more years. I think Matthew Stafford is, again, one of those players and people that football is his life, but there is more life. And so to sign an extension for 1 year just to add and make sure he's protected for now is great. But it also will give him the ability to kind of reassess where he is, how he feels about his performance, where the team is, where Shawn McVey is, et cetera, before he decides to continue to play for many years after that.
Absolutely. Let's bring in the hype man, Raj. Raj, what's going on in the YouTube comments, my guy?
Oh, it's always a busy time and a fun time over there. Jeets22 says, Harden didn't play bad at all. He says, Cavs are in trouble, though. Not the best shooting game by Brunson and still lose by double digits. Domi, I'm assuming it's Dominique P, 323, says, Derek Fisher is going to get grilled for that take on hamburgers. Yeah, how dare you, Fisher?
That's right, Fish. And no, Raj. No. You're lucky you didn't get that smoke. Yes,
I didn't
Raj,
catch it straight.
You said it too.
Yeah, I am standing on that. Yeah, that's right. In case you missed it, Derek Fisher and I, that's right, the hype man Raj, say burgers are a waste of space at a damn barbecue. Why are you cooking burgers unless there's kids, which Cody doesn't have?
That's aggressive, Raj, in terms of me saying
pretty much what you said. I will always summarize what you said accurately.
See, Fish?
Yeah, okay.
This guy's a saboteur.
Okay.
This is what he's doing.
All right.
He's trying to turn us against each other. You and I need to form a united front against this guy.
Yeah, burgers are good,
They're
but
great.
they're not,
How I
at a
make
barbecue, you just got to be mindful of your space.
Oh, and there's
use it
one
properly.
thing, one sin a lot of people do when barbecuing burgers. Maybe this is why I don't like them. People press them with the spatula, and all you're doing is releasing the juice.
You cannot do that.
Well, but how many people, every commercial you see, someone is pressing down the barbecue. Every barbecue you go to.
That's incorrect work.
Correct.
Incorrect.
But you understand how common it is.
It is very common. I trust me, I'm even very careful with my meat thermometer because I'm scared I'm going to poke juices out of that with the meat thermometer.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
I'm careful, my guy. Come back over to the pool party.
You're not bad. You're not bad. All right.
Yeah. Daddy will grill it up. I'll throw on the apron. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we coming up, Raj, coming up.
We ain't going nowhere.
Coming up, it's time for our favorite part of the day. It's time for Top 5. Right here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
At SCE, we're...
Here on Derek and Dev, we're going to bring in our hype man, Rod.
What up, what up?
What up?
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Today marks the last day or night of Stephen Colbert's late night show. Is that what it's called?
It is called Late Night with Stephen Colbert, and of course, well, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, and of course, it was also The Late Show with David Letterman for a lot of years, and they're signing off for the final show, not just of Colbert, of all of The Late Show ever.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Yep.
For that network.
For that network.
Okay,
the
about
Late
you're about
Show
breaking
is
news
over.
there. Jesus. But hey, so it got me to thinking, guys, who are your top 5 late show hosts?
Real quick, like I want to make it abundantly clear, I'm a late night fanatic type of guy. Like when I say this, like my 2 dream jobs in life have been 2 things. Morning LA radio, and that is 100% true, and late night talk TV.
Okay.
Those are like my 2 dream jobs.
Someone's excited. All right,
so you're in my wheelhouse, baby.
All right, Fisher, what you got then? Late show host. What do you got?
You guys remember George Lopez had a late night TV show?
I definitely remember.
I forgot until you mentioned it.
Yeah, man. I'm going
Lopez
with George
tonight.
Lopez. Give me some representation with George Lopez.
Listen, fun fact, I was in a movie with George Lopez. I played his cop partner, a movie called El Chicano. Check it out.
El Chicano.
I had a mustache.
Okay, Dak.
Pretty sweet.
All right.
No big deal.
All right, Dak. Movie star Dak. Gotcha.
Number 5, I'm going with the guy that has actually made what late night talk is actually right now, and I'm going with the host and moderator and runner of The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Multiple Emmy wins, great writing, and quite frankly, how late night is, a lot of political satire and all of that. Jon Stewart is the reason that it is that.
Okay.
Jon
Gotcha.
Stewart.
Number 4 for you, Fish.
Number 4, I'm going with David Letterman.
Oh,
yeah, I get it.
I like him.
Get it.
I
love
like
me
him.
some
I'm going with
Letterman.
David
That dry
man.
humor.
Yeah, the dry humor. And I would argue he's gotten better.
He's so
even
funny.
as he kind of slid off of like late night TV on network TV.
Yeah.
And now he's doing this Netflix
he's
show.
doing
He's growing out the beard.
Yes.
He's doing the interviews.
Letterman is that dude, man.
Yeah,
All
he is.
right. I like it. What do you got?
All right, I'll freely admit this one's a little personal because after the
your list.
After the Late Show, there's a show called The Late Late Show.
Oh, damn.
And it was hosted by many different people, but in Carpool Karaoke came from that, The Late Late Show.
Okay.
But it ain't that version. There was a guy, Scotsman named Craig Ferguson, that hosted that show for like 10 years. And Craig Ferguson is the funniest interviewer who's ever lived. Go on YouTube and watch Craig Ferguson interviewing Hollywood starlets. He's just sitting there hitting on them.
Oh.
But normally, you would be like, this dude's a creep. No, he was too funny and charming. You can't get enough of it. I'm mad he's never hit on me.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, all right. You got to get on the show. Get booked on the show.
Well,
All
he's
right,
not
Fish.
on it anymore.
All right. Fisher. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, man.
Number 3 for you.
Number 3 for me, I'm gonna go with Conan O'Brien.
Woo! All right.
Yeah, I was
right.
a guest on Conan's show. At
Are
one
you
point.
really?
Yeah, Conan's always shows some. I think I was a guest on Craig Ferguson's show once as well.
Did he hit on you?
He did not hit on me.
Damn it, Craig!
Yeah, he did not
That's
hit
all
on
right.
me. I'm
We
not
got to
his-
get Craig Ferguson on this show and
So
ask him why
Conan
that
O'Brien,
happened.
I am
yeah.
not his type.
What year were you a guest on Conan O'Brien show?
Oof, that's hard question to answer, Raj. Probably mid to late 2000s.
Okay.
I would guess.
So this had to be NBC. Either was it in New York or was it in LA?
It was in LA.
So
were you nervous?
it was
Because it's
the
different
Tonight
than
Show.
playing hoops. Were you nervous because it was a different environment?
Raj. Nervous.
I don't know.
Bro, this is D-Fish from the corner. What are you talking
you're
about?
right,
Was he
you're right,
nervous?
you're right.
Nervous?
Because he saw a tall redhead?
No, I wasn't nervous. But yeah, Coney was cool, man. It was good to spend some time with him.
All right, what you got number 3? We're doing this because of Stephen Colbert's
His final show.
as a late night host. So the guys are giving you their top 5 late night hosts. What you got number 3?
In honor of Stephen Colbert's final show, I'd be remiss to not say number 3 of all time. Mr. Stephen Colbert. And here's the reason I'm giving it to him. Not just because of his decade-long incredible work over here on The Late Show. No. Before that, his work on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart.
I remember that.
And then his other show that he had for about 10 years, The Colbert Report, which came on after Jon Stewart.
Okay.
This man has been living and dominating late night for 20 years in 3 different iterations.
Dang!
Stephen Colbert, number 3 of all time.
All right, that gets us to the number 2 for Fish. Fisher, who's your number 2 late night show host?
Number 2 late night show host for me is Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay.
All right.
Love me some Kimmel.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. It's not because I was on the show.
Oh, you're on
It's
that show
because
too?
Has there been a show we've mentioned you haven't been on?
Were you on Johnny Carson?
No, I was not. That's disrespectful, Ryan.
Were you
That's
on Ed
disrespectful.
Sullivan?
That's
You know the Beatles were on
I
Ed
was on
Sullivan.
Jimmy Kimmel with my teammates after we won the NBA title in 2009.
Okay.
There were myself, Kobe, Adam Morrison, I think Luke Walton,
All right.
Jordan Farmar. We had a bunch of guys that we got a chance to
UCLA,
go to Jimmy
Jordan
Kimmel.
Farmar.
Yeah,
Jordan
man.
Farmer, pride of the Bruins.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
You know, I played his dad was my high school baseball coach.
Really?
Yeah, Damon Farmar.
I did not know that.
Fun facts. Fun
Fun
facts. All right, what you got?
facts.
Number 2 for you, Doug.
He's already been mentioned. He's a legend.
Okay.
And frankly, there's not a single late night host right now that would be doing what they do if it wasn't for Mr. David Letterman.
Ah.
David Letterman is the one that remade what late night actually is. He took the formula that Johnny Carson has and he said, you know what? I'm going to make it funny.
Yeah, that's a dig. Oh, that's a shot.
Take
Shots
that,
fired.
Johnny.
Shots
Take that,
fired.
Johnny. You
Shots
heard me.
Fired.
I'll die on that hill.
Shot fired. All right, that's your number 2. All right, David. Number 1 for you, your top late night host of all time.
Oh, you guys don't see me hold it.
Yeah.
My finger is not as long as his, but
Arsenio Hall.
See, that's
The
for
dog
me, too.
pound, baby.
Yeah.
Arsenio
Say what
Hall,
you
man.
will. It was a
Yeah.
classic, dude.
And then just saying this for Derek and I, let's say for us, it was tough because some of the late night shows were really funny, but we didn't get the musical guests we wanted, like the culture.
Let's
the
be real
comedians.
clear. Late night TV has always been very white.
You could say it, but I didn't want to say it.
I
but yeah.
said it. You're
All
welcome.
Right, yeah. So Arsenio gave us that. Whoa, we could get Busta Rhymes on here.
Yeah.
We could get Guy on there. You know what I mean?
And then it led into other things like when we eventually got like the Chris Rock show, which was killer.
Yeah,
like it
right.
started a whole
It was
culture.
huge.
So it was
Huge.
like
We gave us Magic Johnson's show.
It was like before MTV played rap, there was MTV, then there was BET. And so, you go, and I liked them both, but, so there was some. So tell me your reasons, Derek. Sorry, it just got me emotional.
No. You just gave all of them. But even for everybody, right? Like it's so important that you see what you want to be or become.
Yeah.
And so just at the age where I was as a, teenager, kind of figuring out what life is even supposed to look like and feel like, to see someone on television that I felt like I could relate to, like you said, the guests, the type of people that he had on the show.
Yeah.
Obviously, his acting also kind of complemented and was supplementary of like him doing the show. So then his, coming to America and some of the other things that he was in, it was just like seeing him kind of be all of these things was like, it was amazing for me.
Dude, it was like Johnny Carson's over here. It's like interviewing Dom DeLuise, and and you got Arsenio over here doing Michael Jackson. Like, what am I tuning into?
Yeah. No, that was big, Chris. That was big. All right, what you got? Number 1 for you, Cody.
It was mentioned, and I'm jealous because D-Fish has been on this show. I've been starstruck only a couple of times in my life.
Okay.
I am an enormous Conan O'Brien fan.
Really? Interesting.
Conan O'Brien, to me, is the funniest man who's ever lived. I can watch Conan do absolute... If he read the Yellow Pages, I would sit down in a chair and laugh my ass off. I love Conan O'Brien. I love how he handles himself. I love how everyone in this industry, the industry that everyone hates each other and tries to kill each other... Everyone loves Conan. So it's not just that he's a great personality and a great content creator and a great comedian. He seems to be a pretty great guy. Love me some Conan O'Brien.
Nice.
Funny guy, good guy. Like that. Good combination.
Love
good
that.
combination.
And I'm glad you mentioned Jimmy Kimmel, by the way, because he wasn't on my top 5 list. But fun fact here at Odyssey, Jimmy Kimmel used to be the sports guy over at K-Rock in the mornings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we walk in the halls.
We are walking in the halls that Jimmy Kimmel helped pave.
Yeah.
Now.
We got to show some honorable mention love to Jay Leno.
Oh.
He's on the list, but like you can't. You can't leave out some other guys. So.
All right. He's not on my list. Guys, that's it for hour 1. We are coming up with way more sports talk right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan.
Broadcasting.
Welcome back, LA. It is time for Derek and Decker. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you, LA. What do you think about anything we're talking about today? Of course, we're going to be talking about the Eastern Conference Finals, the Western Conference Finals. We got some incredible LeBron sound we're going to be playing about his future coming up in just a minute here. Previewing an NLCS matchup from last season, Dodgers versus Brewers. Got to get into that. Hey, we've got some W talk going on today. And, of course, we want to hear from you. And also, we want to hear from you in the chat here, live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, at The Fan LA. We also got a poll. Raj, what's that poll, and what does it look like right now, my guy?
Well, we always like to hear what the people have to say, and we have such a nice community on the YouTube channel. Big ups to you all following. Well, the question was, are burgers a waste of space at the barbecue? And apparently a lot of children have infiltrated the channel because...
What's it like to be wrong, Raj? What's it like? Does it feel good?
73% of the children say, no, you need a burger.
Well, and, I got an update. It is now 75% because Daddy just voted. Done. Need a burger. Always need a burger. Also, we've talked a little bit about the Rams and, of course, the Matthew Stafford of it all, $55 million extension. We will discuss that as well. What are your thoughts on the Matthew Stafford extension? Are you excited about the years? Are you unhappy about how short the years are? Are you sad we're not getting him into his 40s? Which, by the way, who says we ain't getting Matthew Stafford into his 40s, D-Fish?
I think he'll turn 40 in the second year,
yes,
right?
He does.
He's 38 right now. Is that correct?
38.
Yeah. So that's a good place for him to stop, and he could sign a +1 next year if that's what he decides.
Yes, he could. And I have to address the chat right now because this is insane. I'm okay with everyone saying, well, I don't think, because we were talking about deserved is not the right phrase for a contract that's $55 million, but earned absolutely is.
Yes.
Couple people in the chat seem to think he hasn't earned said $55 million because, and I quote, I'm going to go ahead and quote this one, Matthew Stafford, and this is Kobe Faber, Matthew Stafford record all time is 127, 124, and 1. That's not worth $55 million. 8 of those years were in Detroit. He was the only player in Detroit. He had Megatron and graham crackers as his offensive line. Like, what did you want the guy to do? He can't win it all by himself. Since he's been in L.A., he's won a Super Bowl. He's won an MVP. He's the reigning MVP. Yes, he's worth $55. He's worth more than $55. The fact that Dak Prescott's getting $5 million more than Matthew Stafford, I'm not going to say it's insulting, but I'm slightly insulted.
His overall win-loss record isn't necessarily it's not at all represented in it's not represented in the extension. Like this extension is for what he has accomplished since he's been in LA, where he currently is in the kind of NFL quarterback, ecosystem and world. Like, he's a top 5 NFL quarterback. He's the reigning MVP. He's won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
He's on a team favored to win the Super Bowl again this year.
Yep.
Yeah, that he's in the space where this contract is in alignment with that. Your point is fair in terms of, the win-loss record historically, but let's separate out the win-loss record since he's been with the Rams.
Yes.
And have that conversation.
I mean, hell, he won the Super Bowl with the Rams his first season with the Rams. It's like, this is what a football team looks like. This is nice. Now, not being said, Detroit has now become what Detroit is now, and good for Jared Goff. I'm actually thrilled for Jared Goff that he's done what he's done. But make no mistake, Matthew Stafford will now officially make $408 million in his career. Heavy, heavy, high earnings. In fact, the highest earnings of any quarterback of all time. but we're talking about a guy who just signed an extension for 2 more years. He's number 6 all-time in career passing yards. He's number 7 all-time in career passing TDs, and he's got a lot of targets right now. He's got a Puka Nacua out there. He's got a lot of guys he can throw plenty more touchdowns to this season, and he'll probably lead the league in touchdowns again this year.
What were the names on that list when he was 6th on the list in yards passing?
Oh,
right?
6th on the list in yards passing?
What are the 5 guys in front of him?
Oh, just in front of him, Aaron Rodgers, just that first ballot Hall of Famer. Brett Favre, that Hall of Famer. Peyton Manning, that Hall of Famer. Drew Brees, the Hall of Famer. Tom Brady, the guy everyone calls the GOAT. Those names.
Yeah, that's a pretty good list, right? So again, he's in that conversation, and yeah, again, earned based on where he is, what he's accomplished with the Rams, what they're projected to be. And you come off an MVP season, you're going to get paid.
Absolutely. You're definitely going to get paid. 97.1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker live right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. And, of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app. But most importantly, check us out right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Like, share, and subscribe. Get in that chat. The chat is absolutely going bonkers this morning, and we're thrilled to see it. Listen, we had ourselves a Eastern Conference final matchup last night. It was definitely a game for the first half. Again, the second half, not so much. The Knicks absolutely going crazy. But I made the statement to start today's show very, very definitively. And I think D-Fish is going to agree with me because I am a genius, and I think he will firmly agree with this altogether. Or he's going to yell at me and tell me I'm an idiot Laker fan, which is also true. I freely admit that. I feel like last night was a nightmare if you're just a Laker fan like myself, and I feel like it's made me change my mind on what the Lakers should do going forward. D-Fish is looking at me like I just asked him the square root of something. I'll feed him. Don't worry. D-Fish, last night, we saw the Cleveland Cavaliers make an adjustment after Game 1. We came after Game 1, you and me talking about, man, you can't go one-on-one with Jalen Brunson. Harden's getting all this crap. How he's not putting his hands up. He's not playing defense. And you mentioned quite eloquently that that's not Harden's gig. That's not his job. That's not what he's supposed to be doing. We really can't just dunk on James Harden for not being able to stop Jalen Brunson. Who can? Fair. I totally understand what you're saying. So last night, they make an adjustment. Jalen Brunson ain't beating us. Instead, Josh Hart beat him. Josh Hart didn't kind of beat him. Josh Hart beat their ass. 26 points. Left them open. No problem whatsoever. Here's some sound of it.
Out to Hart. Shot clock at 5. Hart on the drive. Spin move. Falling away. One-handed shot is good. Everything going down tonight for Josh Hart.
Everything going down tonight for Josh Hart. And that right there, of course, hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. But I don't want him to have the hottest play of the game because Josh Hart used to wear a Laker jersey, and now he's wearing a Knicks jersey doing these things. And I'm really getting really upset being at home, watching the Lakers also at home, while Alex Caruso and Josh Hart are just studding it up. And now I'm sitting here thinking, D-Fish, if I'm put in a position where I have to make a choice, if I have to make the Sophie's choice of having to pick whether or not we keep Austin Reeves or LeBron James, I want Austin Reeves, and I'll tell you why. I know both will be fantastic next year. I know LeBron, if he goes somewhere else, will be LeBron James. I can handle that because he's always been LeBron James. He's going to go somewhere else and just do more LeBron James stuff. Okay, but he's only going to do it for what, 1, maybe 2 more years? If I see Austin Reeves go to the Minnesota Timberwolves and him and Ant just juggernaut it up, and they're at the end of the playoffs for 5+ years, and we're sitting at home on May 22nd, 2027, I'm going to lose my mind. I think every Laker fan is going to lose their minds. I can't have it happen again. I can't have another Alex Caruso. Not with my sweet Austin Reeves.
You're going to be okay, Cody.
I don't feel like I'm going to be okay. This is hurting. D-Fish, tell me I'm wrong, tamp me down, or agree with me because I'm right.
No, you're not right. it's fair. Like I understand the point you're trying to make. Is like, yeah, there've been several younger players, that have, either been traded away or had to move on, due to the Lakers always going for championships now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why you're a Lakers fan.
Yes.
If the Lakers historically had made decisions thinking 3 or 4 years down the line, the Lakers wouldn't be the Lakers. And so that's what people have to kind of try and hold on to when that, man, Alex Caruso looks good in that Thunder jersey. Man, Josh Hart is playing well over there.
I can't.
Man, this guy, like, you have to try and keep in mind, historically. Now, does the plan need to change moving forward? The economics in the NBA are different. The way you put your rosters together are different.
That is true.
Salary caps and luxury tax considerations, that's different than the way the Lakers built teams, for 40 years maybe prior to now. But you wouldn't be Lakers fans and you wouldn't have the championship banners and all the history if the Lakers were thinking about 4 years from now every time decisions were made. Mm-hmm. It's not in the DNA of the brand. That's not who Dr. Buss was, and that's not what he was about. It was about right now. He wanted the best product on the floor right now. He wanted the fans to have the best night of their lives at a Laker game right now, not suffer for 3 or 4 years before you get to it.
Yeah.
That doesn't work in L.A.
None of that tanking nonsense. That doesn't happen in L.A.
It doesn't work.
Unless you want to count that D'Lo run, that first go-around. I'm just saying that those couple of years were run. I'm not blaming D'Lo. If I mention the first years of D'Lo, we know what years I'm talking about.
Yeah, but those were like Kobe's wind down.
Yes, wind down
era.
years
So
into that.
But that also is a representation of the Lakers, right? A lot of organizations would not have necessarily provided that space for Kobe to finish his career here on his terms. They would have found a trade. They would have said, you know what, we're not going to re-sign him because he's not that guy anymore. Mm-hmm. But rightfully so, when you wear that uniform the way Kobe wore it,
the way he did it,
he gets to finish it on his terms. And then, okay, now you transition the LeBron era, et cetera. You've gotten another championship in 2020. The team has been competitive over the last few years.
Yes, it has.
But clearly winning championships is what everybody wants. And so sometimes to do that, yes, you need to take a step back. And the Lakers may have to start considering taking a step back. But you can't do that for a long period of time in Los Angeles.
Completely agree.
It does not work.
So when you say take a step back, paint a picture for me. Think of me like you already do, like a complete idiot. I want you to think of me, Raj, that was, I could say, when you say it, it's insulting. Think of me this way, and paint me a picture what taking a step back for the Los Angeles Lakers to, say, be a juggernaut in 3 years would look like.
To take a step back right now would be to not, make an intentional effort to re-sign LeBron. Mm-hmm. It would be to sign Austin Reeves to a really good extension. And then, Luka at 27, Austin at 26, become kind of like the two cornerstones that you start to build around over the next few years. Mm-hmm. And you try, it would be maybe a sign and trade with LeBron if you can get that type of partnership and conversation going with them. But yeah, it would be to take a step back, almost kind of regardless of the personnel decisions. Taking a step back means just you're not going all in on winning a championship this coming season in terms of the 26-27 season. It would be to take a step back, look at some opportunities to flip players into draft capital and assets, try to pick up some second-round picks, try to, can you do a sign and trade with Rui Hachimura to get a first-round pick from somebody? And you would just kind of start making those moves that then and then you look at the depth charts and the free agencies coming up. Who's a free agent this year? Who's a free agent in 27 and 28? Mm-hmm. And you position your salary cap space around that availability, and you try and, everybody obviously is going to try to be ready for when Victor Wembanyama is a free agent.
Oh, yeah.
When, certain guys are free agents again, young players that have come into the league. When is Tyrese Maxey going to possibly be a free agent in 3 or 4
that would
years?
be it.
When is VJ Edgecombe? So you start mapping out when the guys that you feel like you could build around would be available possibly, and you start planning your books accordingly. But that's to ask Lakers fans to do that.
It's a tough ask.
It's a tough ask.
Tough ask.
It really is. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have, we should be winning the championship, we're frustrated, we shouldn't have this guy, we should have done this, which, is all about winning right now. And then when we look out and see young players that were here doing really well, Brandon Ingram's an all-star. Mm-hmm. It speaks to, the Lakers have drafted well at times in the past, because all these guys were
clearly.
drafted.
Yeah, because clearly they're out here
all
dominating.
These guys were drafted by the Lakers. So they could play, but then whenever there's an opportunity to swing for winning a title and putting another banner up, it's going to happen. It's not even a thought. It's going to happen.
You mentioned the idea of when Wemby's eventually a free agent, and obviously everybody's got that date kind of circled. But doesn't Wemby kind of strike you as that guy that he's not seduced by the bright lights of L.A. or New York? He seems like a guy that would very purposely re-sign in San Antonio and play his whole career there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
seems like he's in his home.
Yeah. To say he's intentional about every single thing he does is a severe understatement.
He's a different cat. I feel like there's
a different cat.
We need more guys like him though, because what he's done this year, I should hate Wemby for what he has done and will continue to do to the Lakers. I should absolutely hate him. I find it extremely difficult to do so though, because we live in an era where, and it's a narrative. I don't think this is a true narrative, and it drives me a little nuts, and I think it's overblown. But because of what the NBA's gone through over the last 10 years, the tanking teams, the load management, and all these negative kind of phrases that have kind of been either justifiably or often unjustifiably put onto the league. It's so refreshing to see a player who cares so much. And that's what Wemby is. He cares that much. And when I say that, even down to the All-Star game, a thing that has been pretty maligned for a couple of years, no one wanted to win that All-Star game more than Victor Wembanyama. And you know what? It fired me up as a fan watching it.
Well, he's wired that way. He's studied the greats. He wants to be one of the greats. And so all of his decisions are in alignment with his vision for his career, how he wants to play. We talked about it yesterday, similar to Ohtani, who's been an MVP multiple times, 4 times. He wants to win a Cy Young Award. What? Everybody's brain doesn't work that way. How many guys in baseball ever even thought of being able to do both of those things?
We all did when we were 7, not when we were in our nearly 30 and winning MVPs.
Right. So that's how Victor's brain works. It's he wants to be the MVP of the league and the defensive player of the year in the league. He wants to win NBA titles, etc. So he's only going to play in places, which could be San Antonio forever. But he's only going to put himself in position where the things that he envisions for his career and his path and his journey, that the team, the ownership group, the front office, all believe in and support that vision. And there's not going to be many places on that list that would align with all of those things. There just won't be. So yeah, to your point of, watching guys that used to be on the Lakers go out and dominate, have success in other places.
You had 26 points last night, D-Fish. It hurts.
It goes both ways. But how many guys on that list of guys that have gone other places and done well, other than Alex Caruso, who's won a championship?
Fair. I can't think of one right off the top of my head for sure.
Right? So that's the risk and the reward of okay, yes, we're letting or allowing these younger players that could help us win championships in the future to get away, or we're going to move those guys away. But we're trying to do things that can help us win titles now. And, okay, the Lakers have one. Alex Caruso has one. None of those other guys have one. So who really won out necessarily if you look at it that way, right? It's kind of a wash.
True.
Nobody has the advantage.
There's also the added aspect of Josh Hart making all of these New York Knicks fans happy is just also bothering me. It's bothering me a lot. I don't know why. Maybe it's because Knicks fans, I find them to be the most annoying. I don't think they are, but I do find them to be that way. Speaking about taking a step back, here is LeBron James on the potential of possibly taking a step back.
There's no way. There's no way. Just, I mean, winning is most important because you want to be excited about going to work every day. You want to be excited about, like I said earlier, winning the day, and being around a group of guys that, feel the same way and trying not to take steps backwards.
I mean, what do you think? Where do you think LeBron sees just this team? He's talking about where he sees himself going and what he's going to do. He's not even on vacation yet. But where do you think he assesses the Lakers are and can go?
Well, he just said it very clearly. If he doesn't believe that a team or a roster has the ability to win at the highest level, which would impact how much he enjoys or not enjoy coming to work every day, he's not going to play there. I think he is going to take some time to see what decisions the Lakers make, and any other team or organization he's considering, he's going to see what decisions they make. And then he'll decide if he sees a path to winning at the highest level. Is this a roster that I could see myself being a part of guys that are wired with that championship and winning mindset, that have an ability or willingness to pay attention to detail day in and day out? Nobody's going to out-train or outwork him necessarily, but how many guys can I be around that are willing to at least try that? I shouldn't be the best in shape guy on the team. I shouldn't be
not a 42.
So where can I be surrounded by some guys that actually I can get motivated by, that can energize me at 42? Where are those guys? And so he's going to see which roster is filled with enough of those guys and has a chance to go win a championship.
I mean, he is LeBron James. He is talking about deserved or earned. He has earned the right to do just about, frankly, anything he wants at this point in the NBA. Guys, coming up, Dodgers, Brewers, a little rematch from last year's NLCS right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA.
My dad taught me.
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan, LA, Derek and Decker with a little Soundgarden right out the gate. Raj?
Great bass line, too.
Oh, some good stuff right there. D-Fish, huge Soundgarden fan. We all know that. These are just facts. D-Fish, what was your favorite of the grunge era?
I used to have pretty good hair, but
Me too.
I don't think it was ever good enough to get into the grunge era. Like, because I feel like I couldn't grow it that well either. Like get into because there was nothing moving up there.
No, same.
I missed it.
I had very wavy and thick hair. I know it doesn't look like it now, but I had very wavy and thick hair. I couldn't grow it that long and like throw it around all over the place. I didn't have that kind of salad. Guys, here on the show, we already told you we're going to preview the Dodgers and Brewers this weekend. And you know what? We're going to do that because we are good broadcast professionals. And it is a hell of a series. But before we get to the actual breaking down of the series, there's something I want to say that's really funny to me. How many times are we going to let the Brewers do this one thing, D-Fish? And I'm going to phrase it a different way. How many times is the same thing going to happen to us over and over and over again when we go like, man, can't believe it's happening? Let me take you back and explain what I'm saying. The Brewers are in first place in the National League Central, like they always are, every single year. And every year, we say the same thing. Brewers, how are they doing it? They do it every year. They do it every year because they develop incredibly well. Because Matt Arnold, their GM, is very, very, very good at what he does. Because Pat Murphy, and trust me, their manager Pat Murphy, two-time manager of the year, who was my manager in AAA for 3 years and my big league manager, is really good at what he does. He's a master manipulator. He knows how to take young, dumb guys and make them do incredible things. I know that because I was one of the young, dumb guys that he made do incredible things. This is true. I mentioned earlier this week, I won an award over Mike Trout, an MVP award over Mike Trout. Pat Murphy made me, Cody Decker, believe that I was better than Mike Trout. I'm not better than Mike Trout. At no point, with the exception of those 3 months, was I better than Mike Trout. Can't stress this enough.
He was like 12 years younger than you.
He was also 12 years younger than me when I won that award over him.
You were like the big kid.
That doesn't matter. What matters is I have hardware that he does not have. For 3 months, I was the best player alive.
Okay, all right, continue.
God, guy's got 5 rings, just throwing it all over me.
Continue.
But Pat Murphy made me believe that I was the best. I knew I wasn't the best, but he's that good at convincing guys of this. Pat Murphy's got this team running on all cylinders, like always. Every single year. Was there a team like that every year they're like, God, why are these guys good again? Was it the Kings during your run, how they just kind of kept coming back? Never got over the hump of you guys, but they were always there.
No, it wasn't the Kings. No, it wasn't.
Who was it?
We already had that rivalry conversation. To me, the San Antonio Spurs probably are representative of this. Not the Brewers haven't won.
They haven't
pennants and World Series titles at the level that the Spurs did, but the consistency and the sustainability of their success and how they developed and their habits and that, like, the Spurs come to mind. But then I would argue also the Oklahoma City Thunder come to mind. Right, where one title, but I mean, literally now probably 15 or 16 kind of straight years, even though there were a couple, down years here or there. But like the sustainability, the player performance and player development programs, Sam Presti as a leader in the front office, Billy Donovan as a coach, Mark Daignault as a coach, like they've really just built it in a really solid way. So that sounds like Pat Murphy, and the Brewers in terms of how they go about their business. Yeah, and they go about their business very well. They're in a division that is often winnable, although this year the NL Central, the entire NL Central, and this is not an NL Central thing, they're all over 500. The entire division. From the Reds in last place, they're 2 games over 500. You got the Pirates tied with them, 2 games over 500. You got the St. Louis Cardinals. They got 28 wins. They would be in first place right now in 2 different divisions, but they're in third in their own division. Then you got the Cubs, who are off to a very good start with 29 wins, and the Brewers, who are also there with 29 wins. The Dodgers, they got Justin Robleski throwing today. He's 6-1 with a 2.49 ERA, going against Logan Henderson, 1-1, 3.5 ERA. Tomorrow we got ourselves Roki Sasaki coming off of a really,
really positive performance off of him against the Angels. Now, I get it. Our first thought is, well, it's against the Angels. Well, dude, you got to start somewhere. And as much as I know we like to make fun of the Angels and what they are right now as an organization, that's still a Major League Baseball team. Those guys get paid too.
Yeah, it's when think about when you're a kid, you're riding a bike. If your parents loved you, they started you with training wheels first, so you didn't die trying to learn how to ride your bike. so the training wheels come first. But then once those training wheels come off, like you've learned how to ride the bike in a way that the training wheels could have come off a long time ago, but you've learned at least how to ride. And so that's sometimes how it works in sports, right? It's the opponent is not really always the determining factor on how successful you are. Oftentimes the opponent is just the training wheels, but once you remove those training wheels,
absolutely,
you have the skills and the habits necessary to ride the bike really, really well. So what we're hoping, and all of that being said, is that Sasaki, the training wheels will be off.
That's right.
Right? If you look at it as the Angels were the Angels.
Yes.
But he's hopefully learned a little bit more of how to ride the bike without the training wheels, and that confidence to ride the bike will be there.
You heard it here. D. Fish has said it. The Angels are the training wheels of Major League Baseball. That's great analysis, Steve Fish.
I did not say that.
It's on tape.
Did not say
No,
that.
I heard it. I might have paraphrased, but I feel good about it. I just made it tighter.
I was trying to, I like to do things that way to help people that may or may not know the sport or know certain things understand it, but I did not say the Angels are the training wheels.
All right, I'll say it. They got 17 wins.
Baseball team.
I'll say it. Angels, you're the training wheels of Major League Baseball. I'll say it. Real quick, I want to get a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Listen, going more on this series coming forward between the Brewers and the Dodgers, I mean, what I think this actual series is going to come down to, because these are two spectacular teams. Offensively, Dodgers have the Brewers beat on the long ball segment. Dodgers are fourth in Major League Baseball in home runs. You got the Brewers, who are dead last in home runs. But the Brewers happen to be one of the most efficient teams with runners in scoring position. When they get 8 hits in a game, they are a very staggering 20-6 this season. So watch that 8-hit mark for the Brewers today against the Los Angeles Dodgers. But also, more importantly, I think this is going to really come down to bullpens. These are two very solid bullpens if you're really breaking them down. Dodgers got a slightly better bullpen of the 303. That is first in National League Baseball. That is the best bullpen in the game, against, of course, the Brewers with a 3-4, which is top 10 in Major League Baseball. But this is going to be a very interesting series. And also, I think it's an important series to watch because this is a series we might be looking at in October, D-Fish.
The Brewers are a good team. I'm checking out the roster. I was trying to make sure Christian Yelich was still locked in over there and some of the guys they have in Milwaukee. It's going to be an interesting series just because it's May, and while we don't necessarily think of it as it's not playoffs baseball, but you just saw that series between the Dodgers and the Padres where it starts to feel like playoff baseball when two teams that are really good, two teams with big talent, that good pitching, good hitting, and then you get some of those games that it can still get your attention like it's the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And so we're hoping that, especially over the weekend, that this can be just a good entertaining series. And again, we'll see if Sasaki. I think that's probably the most important piece of this
Saturday's
series.
Going to be huge.
Is Saturday's game.
Especially right now with the injuries on the pitching staff. The Dodgers. Listen, the Dodgers pitching staff has got some injuries. Tyler Glass now being out of there. This is going to be big. Roki Sasaki's success is going to be very big to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, that probably, sometimes during the course of a long regular season, it's not so much just wins or losses. It's what's happening in these little short segments that you can build on going forward. And Sasaki's performance, I think, on Saturday is not the end of the world or the greatest thing in the world, but it's just one of those things to really watch in this series.
You know what I really just want to see out of him? I just want to see a quality start. Give me 5-6 innings. If you give up 2-3 runs, quality start would be fantastic. By the way, Dodgers missing out on Miz and Brandon Woodruff, who is also on the IL. We're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we're going to get over to the W and also potentially some breaking news in the NBA as well. We're going to be discussing that and so much more right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA. Baseball. 855-97 LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan LA. We want to hear from you. We've been talking a little bit about the Dodgers just now. Of course, we broke down all of the greatness of the Matthew Stafford extension, not to mention on top of that a lot about the Eastern Conference, and soon we will be calling our shot on tonight's Western Conference matchup. But really quickly, we're going to switch it over to the W because, listen, the W's having a moment, D-Fish. It flat out is. I went to a Sparks game last week, and I will freely admit this. It was actually my first experience to being at a WNBA
in person.
game. I've never been to a WNBA game in person. And by the way, if you haven't gone, go LA. It is electric, dude. I went to the game where the Fever were in town. It was game 2 of the season. Caitlin Clark in town, and obviously the Caitlin Clark of it all is whether you're one of those people that are very on board with Caitlin Clark or weirdly against her or somewhere in the middle. I think it's interesting that the ascension of the WNBA as of late, I wouldn't say necessarily is caused because of her, but there is some causality, of course, with her coming in with the Angel Reese rivalry and, you know, all the comparisons that were to Bird and Magic coming into the W. And now with the new CBA and seeing the prices for the players going up a little bit, you know, you got stars here in LA. You got Ray Burrell. You got Kelsey Plum. Like, this is the W is here, and also the Sparks are supposed to be in prime to be a top tier team.
Yeah, the W is. I think it's having a moment in terms of, you know, awareness, recognition, popularity, viewership, etc. But it's one of those things that's kind of like always been there right in front of us that we just didn't always take advantage of. And so I'm glad you got to go in person, because I also think that's where some of the people that feel a certain way about the W have only seen it on TV. Mm-hmm. Maybe they only saw it on TV 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 3 years ago, whatever. But going in person is a very different sports experience than watching it on television.
There's an energy, man.
Yes, you know, some sports are better to watch on TV, and then some sports it's like watching it in person is heaven. The W is one of those things, yeah, you can watch it on TV. If you love hoops, great. Turn it on every chance you get. But also find a way to go in person and really feel what it's like to be in one of those buildings, especially here in LA at Crypto. You know, Nneka Ogwumike, who's one of the biggest names historically in this league and still an all-star, future Hall of Fame level player.
Lisa Leslie getting a statue too, by the way, at Staples.
Long overdue there as well. But, you know, sports in LA, I mean, the W's been around 30 years now. The Sparks have been in the W all 30 years. So think about that, right? It's the W's having a moment. But there's been a WNBA team in LA for 30 years. And so, you know, finding a way to support it and be a part of that continued growth is important, right? Whether for men, for women, boys, girls, all of it. You know, we got to make sure we're locking in and supporting the ladies for sure.
We should. And by the way, the support is out there. The ratings have been fantastic for the W for the last couple of years. They've only been going up. Not to mention, on top of that, the revenue growth, the expansion of the league. You know, we got a Portland in there. We got a Toronto in there. We see in San Francisco, a new team there, and they're looking to now expand into a few more markets, as they probably should take advantage of this boom that they're currently having. Those of you that are thinking, well, maybe it's just a short-term boom. Sabrina Ionescu's shoe is a high-selling shoe for Nike. And if you need any more proof, that man, LeBron James, has the second highest selling jersey in the NBA. Not anymore. Because Caitlin Clark just surpassed him yesterday. The second highest selling jersey in basketball is Caitlin Clark right now. And I want to bring up that name, Caitlin Clark, because I do think there is something we need to kind of worry about a little bit, because Caitlin Clark and the Fever are under a little bit of fire at the moment, because Caitlin Clark was supposed to be playing in a game the other day, and I'll freely admit it. I had a thought right when I saw the late scratch was, no, don't do this. No. We can't be.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't. WNBA, we just got this new CBA. You're in a massive boom. We can't be load managing now. We can't start this now. Not yet. Just not yet. We'll get there.
5 games into the season, Cody. They're not. It's not load management 5 games into the season.
Don't load manage Caitlin. Don't do this.
No.
Kids showed up to see Caitlin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the rules about reporting injuries, and I mean, in the WNBA, and in the NBA, there's a process for it. The Fever, I think, violated the process of not reporting that she didn't practice the day before the game, which, I don't know. It's oddly weird to me that you have to let anybody know whether a player practices or not. If it's related to an injury, yes, I understand that. But sometimes players don't practice because they're fatigued, they're tired, they're still beat up from the last game. So reporting that they didn't practice is weird, but if it's in the rules. But Caitlin Clark last season in 2025, she had multiple injuries that limited her ability to play a lot last season. And so to me, I understand, right, and her back is kind of one of those things that for her has been an issue historically.
Yeah.
Combined with last year, she had ankle and groin injuries that limited most of the season, basically, for her last year. So I don't think it's a load management thing. I think it's more if she was having back soreness, tightness, or whatever, that she missed practice on Tuesday and right before the game was trying to see if she could play, but the back didn't loosen up well enough. I could see how the team would say, you know what, let's not take the risk and she shouldn't play. But if the league feels like somehow this was some master plan that like they knew she wasn't going to play and they didn't tell the fans, they didn't tell the league, and people still turned on the game, paid for tickets, paid for parking, showed up thinking she was going to play and didn't, that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
That's a different conversation. You can't one of the things that all sports leagues are super sensitive about is anything that sounds like or feels like teams and players are overtly impacting the integrity of the league.
Yes.
Right? Fans can accept that like things are going to happen and, you know, everything's not going to be perfect. But when they kind of feel like what's happening is being, they're being manipulated to think that it's really one thing and everybody else knows it's another. Like sports are not fixed, right? You play baseball. And please tell everybody at home, there's no way to fix who wins the World Series.
Bro, I cannot. Also,
please.
Those of you that you're giving sports players and front offices so much credit for their intelligence that you think that they can pull off some of the greatest conspiracies of all time.
It's scripted.
Buddy, I have been in rooms with multiple GMs and commissioners. They ain't that bright. I'm sorry, they're not. They're just not.
Yeah, no, it's really difficult to, you know, but that's a thing though, right? And so the leagues are always trying to make sure that understanding that that's part of the psyche of most sports fans. I don't want to say most, a high enough number.
A lot of us.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
That like this Caitlin Clark, you know, kind of, did you know already and you just didn't tell us? That's not fair to the fans.
Yeah.
Obviously now with sports betting and predictive marketing and like it all
There's
matters.
a lot of money
now.
in it now, man.
So you can't have situations where teams kind of know what's going on with players and not, you know, letting people in on that conversation. So, but Caitlin Clark's jersey surpassing LeBron's jersey.
Crazy.
It's crazy, first of all, that LeBron would still even be in the top 2 or 3.
Crazy
23
also.
years. Like that's crazy in a good way.
Yep.
But it's to me, it's just dope, man, that like a woman's jersey would be
It's so cool.
that high in sales. I mean, and we talked about Sabrina's shoe, like Asia Wilson's shoe, and what she has become in terms of not just dominating the NBA, but like becoming a cultural icon, which is what she deserves to be.
And by the way, as a guy that is like a shoe guy, both their shoes are sweet.
Yes.
Like I like their shoes. I actually want a pair of Sabrina's.
Yes. It's a very well-made shoe. Yep. A lot of guys wear it to hoop because it's a great shoe. It doesn't matter that it's a woman's shoe in terms of who designed it and who worked with it. But I know Sabrina's shoe and now Caitlin's shoe as well. Like those shoes have a lot of similar attributes and makings that Kobe's shoe has. And they worked with Nike. I think they worked with Vanessa and the team and basically got permission to use some of the same types of design structures in their shoes. And it's why they've been so well received.
Yeah, and it just seems like a new sporting landscape because of the WNBA. It feels like it's opened up a whole new universe of sports to a lot of fans that didn't really understand what was available for them at all. The accessibility, I don't think, was there, and now you get the eyeballs on it. It's incredible. And listen, I give a lot of flack to ESPN all the time, but this Sunday night deal that they're doing of women's sports on Sunday night, I think it's only just going to help raise everything up even more.
Yeah, all the networks, it's you have to. Everybody's having a party. You don't want to be left out. Mm-hmm. And I think finally everybody's realized that WNBA has been a party for a long time. Mm-hmm. And finally everybody's showing up.
Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, we got some odds to talk about. Lots of odds. Rams and maybe even some Aaron Rodgers. Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan, right after this. Welcome back, Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA, and our phone number, we want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. This has been a fantastic show so far. The comments section on YouTube has been fantastic. Get in that comments section. Of course, join us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. That is at The Fan LA. Hype Man Raj, how have the comments been on YouTube so far?
Well, one of the comments I really like, and I agree with Jeets22, is that the voting was rigged, obviously. We had a poll earlier as Derek Fisher and I tried to explain to naive Cody Decker that hamburgers at a barbecue grill are a waste of space unless there are children.
You guys make me sick.
Well, 72% of the people like to eat hamburgers for whatever damn
yes,
reason.
you know, oh God, yeah, everyone's wrong for liking hamburgers.
Yes,
Dear God,
right.
Raj.
You will be forgiven. But anyway, at YouTube, Mitchell Dolphin, he says, "Burger family, stand up." And he also says, "We need a grunge music talk hour one day." So I guess the grunge music went up.
So let's get that right now. It's time for grunge talk here on Derek and Decker. So D-Fish, I honestly think that a lot of people like to think of Soundgarden and Chris Cornell as the best voice of that era. But you know what?
No, I got another one.
I feel like Lane Staley is
Yes!
underappreciated. Yeah, that's my guy!
Lane and Jerry Cantrell, the way they harmonize together.
Beautiful.
We're talking about Alice in Chains.
Alice in
if you don't
Chains.
know.
Great
Yeah.
band.
Wouldn't you agree, Derek? Yep.
I have no idea.
He loves Alice in Chains. He loves Alice in Chains. All right, guys, we've been talking everything under the sun in the sports world. Of course, we've already discussed quite a bit about the new contract extension for the LA Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford. Congratulations to him. $55 million guaranteed with incentives that can get it to $60 million, which would make him the highest paid quarterback AAV, tied with Dak Prescott, who's getting $60 million over there in Dallas. And this contract, whether he gets the $5 million extras and bonuses or not, will make him the highest paid quarterback of all time. $408 million in career earnings for our guy, Matthew Stafford. Not to mention on that, we had a great conversation about the W just now, and Caitlin Clark, amazing that she has surpassed LeBron James in jersey sales. It's just, this really is a new sports world we're currently in, my guy.
A very new world, and that's, we have to just keep that all in perspective, man, where everything is going to be, it's almost like it's new, right? These sports have been around forever, but, new records, new compensation, new viewership, women at the top of, the metrics and sales and viewership, and it's all cool, man. Let's ride the wave. Let's enjoy that sports is such a big part of our lives. And let's celebrate it.
Absolutely. We also talked about the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. We will be calling our shot on tonight's Western Conference Finals later in the show. And, of course, we broke down the Brewers and Dodgers series for you. If you missed any of it, make sure you go back on the Odyssey app. You can check it out. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the podcast. And on top of that, like, share, and subscribe to @TheFanLA on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And listen, we teased it. We're going to pay off the tease because Raj is in my ear saying you better pay off the tease or else you will get fined, maybe even fired. Fine. We got lots of odds to talk about. Raj, you put something in front of me that kind of is blowing my mind a little.
Yeah, and these are real odds. You can actually gamble on these, Derek, if you'd like to. But you guys want to know, so Aaron Rodgers obviously is back, has announced, though, that he will retire. So... there are some odds that you can get involved with. So, Fish and Decker, I will ask you this. You can bet on, will Aaron Rodgers decide not to retire at some point during this season?
Which, by the way, would be very Brett Favre of him. He's been doing the only thing he hasn't done with the Brett Favre thing is he hasn't gone to the Vikings yet. Now, he can go to the Vikings still. Mm-hmm. It's still available to him at some point.
Yeah.
What do you think, Derek? Right now, it is currently for him to unretire after this year. Yes is plus 550. Would you be willing to take a stab at a plus 550 for Aaron Rodgers to go into a darkness retreat and come out and say, you know what? 44. That is the age I actually want to retire at. And by the way, plus 550 means it's over 5-1. So if you pay down $100, you'll get a payout of $550.
I don't. Yeah, the plus 550 thing makes
yes or no, Derek? Yes or no, damn it? Yes or no, Derek?
Pays out well.
Sure. I mean, he
worth
can
a
decide
stab.
whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, it's worth a stab.
I mean, might as well.
I want what he does to pay me money, though, Derek. That's the whole point of this. Hey, Raj, what's another thing that you can bet on for Aaron Rodgers right now?
Yes,
I'm sorry, or put down money on.
All right, I'll rephrase this for you, Derek. Will you bet yes or no on Aaron Rodgers being benched during this season at some point? Yes or no, Derek? Would you bet on that? Forget the odds.
No.
So no, he would not get benched, and no would be a minus 300.
Dude, that's a nice payout, by the way. But no would be it's plus 200 for a yes. Benched, not injured.
Oh, no is minus 500.
Yeah. I just look at that going like, it's Mason Rudolph on the bench.
Yeah, you got to look at the options, right?
Is Aaron Rodgers on the field?
Yeah, if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, I can't imagine you going Mason Rudolph instead.
Yeah, right. It's not going to get that bad. Okay, and also, Cody and I were looking at pictures earlier, like the mystery woman. Who is his wife? Did you know Aaron Rodgers was married, Derek?
It's relatively new information.
Yeah,
he got married last year, but it's been
But she's a mystery woman. So you can bet yes or no, Derek, will the identity of Aaron Rodgers' wife be revealed during this season?
I have no interest in.
I have so much interest in
Cody,
this.
you can go.
Raj, what do you think she's like? Do you think she's like into ayahuasca like he is?
Oh yeah.
Do you think she's been abducted by aliens the way he has?
Possibly.
What do you think? Do you think she is one of the best throwers of the football of all time the way he...
No, I don't. But, yeah. So what do you think? Yes or no, Cody?
I think we're going to finally find out who he's married to.
Okay, Derek Fisher, and you have to pick one of these. These are odds you can bet on Aaron Rodgers this season. What will he do first this season? Will he act in a movie or TV show, Derek? Will he join a TV broadcast? This is during next season.
Wait, I need to. Oh, this is during next season.
Yeah, once he retires. So, Derek, after he retires, will Aaron Rodgers act in a movie or TV show, join a broadcast team, host a podcast, announce the pregnancy of his wife, of course, not for himself, create a cannabis psychedelics company? Will he buy a pro sports franchise, or will he become part of the State Farm insurance salesman commercials? Which one, Derek? You have to pick one.
Join the TV broadcast team.
Okay, join a TV broadcast team.
I think that's beneath him. Let me rephrase that. I don't think it's beneath him. I think he thinks that's beneath him. Because remember, this man was up for becoming the new host of Jeopardy only 2 years ago. What a wild time it's become when we were looking back at the days where Aaron Rodgers could be the host of Jeopardy. I'm going to think, here's the thing is, acting a movie or TV show is pretty up there, and I'll tell you why. Adam Sandler keeps making these movies and just grabbing any retired star he can and puts them in it. So he'll make a Longest Yard 2 just so he can have Aaron Rodgers in it. Podcast is very, very likely. Oh my God, an Aaron Rodgers podcast.
He's got a lot to say.
Lightly. But I'm going to go with this one. I think he's going to create a psychedelics company. I think that's got Aaron Rodgers written all over it. Plus 650 too? Over 6-1 payout? I'll take a stab at that. Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to psychedelics. That's where it's at for that guy.
That's where it is. Psychedelics it is. All right. I like it. Going deep with
we nailed it. By the way, D-Fish, what do you got going on this weekend? We got a 3-day weekend. Not for us. Obviously, we're back here on Monday. We are going to make sure giving you all the sporting information you need, Los Angeles, right here on 97.1. But what's your plan this weekend? Anything sweet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be in the gym probably with my son. He's in college now, trying to work on his journey and get better, and I'm looking forward to that. Actually.
Which year in college?
He just finished his freshman year.
Nice.
So we'll get in the gym this weekend. Other than that, pretty chill, man. Pretty chill. At some point, the grill will get fired up.
Mine too.
The burgers will be on early and then out of the way, and then make room for the other things that actually are barbecue, Cody?
Listen, by the way, those of you who don't know what
actually barbecue. Shots fired. Shots fired.
This is getting to become a hostile work environment. I want to make this abundantly clear. They're all over my ass because I like to occasionally cook some burgers. And by the way, I don't just go and cook some just like raw meat burgers and just sprinkle a little bit of salt and pepper on there. No. I am basting these things. I'm marinating these things. I'm seasoning these things for like hours upon hours before I perfectly grill them on that thing. And sometimes I'll finish them off in a little cast iron and give me a little sear on both ends. Yeah, I'm that burger guy, Raj.
So you're not really barbecuing.
Oh my God, this place. You people, what is wrong with you guys? Okay, yes, I'm not barbecuing up burgers. I'm grilling burgers.
And you're not barbecuing. What the hell are you bringing this to the conversation for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Does everything need to be like
it's Memorial
slow
Day.
brisket?
I'm not trying to be in the kitchen. You got to be outside barbecuing. What the hell are you doing in the kitchen?
Wait, when did I say kitchen? I said I was outside grilling. Just because I have the cast iron doesn't mean I can't put the cast iron on the outside grill, son.
Raj, I wonder if we could get numbers from, maybe we can ask Jeeves or somebody. But when people go to barbecue restaurants, what do they order?
They ain't ordering damn burgers. I can tell you that.
That is just not true.
Maybe some, but most people are not going to order burgers at a barbecue restaurant.
Guys, burgers are not chicken tendies.
It doesn't mean that you can't cook burgers on the grill. Nobody's saying that. But it's just at some point the burgers are flipped and boom and they're done and they are out of the way, and then like the chicken, the ribs.
Fantastic point.
We need people here. We need you guys. Los Angeles, give us a call. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. I need someone to call in right now. Tell D. Fish and Raj they are wrong. Tell them that burgers are more than okay, if not required, to be cooked at a barbecue. Yeah, I said it.
They can be. they sure can. Yeah,
I don't know what I know I'm going to fire up the grill at some point this weekend, but I don't know. I'm not going to be supervised this weekend, guys. Girlfriend's out of town. She's got a girls' weekend. I'm like going to be on my own. I grabbed the PS5 from the back. I put it in the living room. I'm going to be sitting around like a loser all weekend playing PS5. I got to catch up on Mortal Kombat. That's it. That's all. That's my weekend.
Okay.
I'm really fired up.
Did you guys see the Mortal Kombat movie? I heard it was good.
I haven't seen it yet, and I'm going to try and see it this weekend. Finally. That and Mandalorian and Grogu, which comes out.
Ooh, I can't do that one.
Really?
Yeah. I just don't like the cuteness of it with the Grogu. I hate little Baby Yoda.
God,
I just don't like it.
Yeah, you're right.
He was a badass before
we hate
Yoda
cute
showed up.
things.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm excited for this weekend and this sports weekend. Hey, speaking of the Rams, we've mentioned already that they are the odds-on favorite this year. And Matthew Stafford's contract. We mentioned the idea of earned/deserved. I know we're just playing with words when we're just talking about that, but I can't stress this enough. This guy has been maybe the most under-the-radar greatest quarterback ever in this league. And I'm just trying to think. Can you think of NBA players that have been that good? Now, make no mistake, Matthew Stafford has been compensated financially for his incredible work and his numbers. But when we talk about like greatest quarterbacks now and greatest quarterbacks of all time, Matthew Stafford's name is kind of seldom mentioned. We talk about quarterbacks now. We say, oh yeah, you know Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Those are the names we always immediately say. Why don't we say Matthew Stafford? And it kind of blows my mind that we don't say Matthew Stafford in the same ilk as those other names. The guy's 38 years old. We've already mentioned the stats that he's put up career-wise. 6th all-time with passing yards, 7th all-time passing TDs. Yet still somehow his name is kind of left out of the conversation. And it's strange to me. Is there an NBA equivalent that is, everyone freely admits is incredible, but for some reason kind of escapes like the national zeitgeist?
What comes to mind for me, just off top, is probably somebody like John Stockton. That was just like for 20 straight years was one of the greatest point guards to ever play. I think he still leads the league in total assists or total steals. Yeah, steals. Like, nobody thinks of John Stockton as a guy that took the ball from everybody the most ever in the NBA. But that, that's what comes to mind. But I think it's a rock star thing, right? Like, if you think about a band, the vocalist, the singer, the lead singer is the person that gets the stuff.
Yeah. He's the star.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear that like the band, the drummer is also like one of those guys or one of those girls that's like, yeah, no, but this band doesn't go anywhere without that person. And I feel like Matthew Stafford is in a band with Brett Favre and Peyton Manning and
he's
and Tom
somehow
Brady.
Ringo.
And he's just like the dude in the back, playing the guitar.
How did Matthew Stafford become Ringo? That sucks.
It's like he's that good that he's on stage with all of these superstar guys, but he's not the lead singer per se. So then somehow he just gets like completely left out. But he also doesn't come across as a guy that cares to be a guy like that. Like, as long as he's performing at a high level and he's showing up for his teammates, he's very understated, I think, in how he shows up, how he leads. But clearly, his team and teammates respect him. His coaches love him, and the organization loves him. And, by getting his contract done, and it kind of just all of the Ty Simpson talk and any questions around whether or not he's the guy for the next couple of years, like assuming he's healthy, Matthew Stafford is the guy for the Rams.
Completely agree.
And he should be. And
again, and it's also weird. I'm looking at the chat right now, and there's one person who's really, Kobe Faber seems to be really unhappy with the idea of Matthew Stafford getting this money. I kind of disagree. And now mentioning he's making a fair point about Detroit, about how the numbers he had in Detroit and that he had Megatron. Now, yes, he definitely had Megatron as a receiver, but that was really, during his time in Detroit, that was his only target. He didn't have an offensive line. He had a contact rate as a QB for more than anybody else. Didn't have a defense at any point while he was over. The Detroit Lions, frankly, were a laughingstock during his time there, and it was not because of him. In fact, the narrative at the time was, man, poor Matthew Stafford the entire time.
Yeah, I was going to go straight to the defense. In basketball, we talk about it all the time on how one impacts the other. And how kind of synonymous they are. Like, you can't separate those out as two completely separate units because, the 10 guys on the court, they have to play offense and defense. There's no stoppage or substitution for offense and defense. So we kind of get that relationship in our brains, like, you never think of it as separate, really. They all go together in some ways. Whereas in football, I think sometimes we don't always appreciate the relationship between offense and defense because they're separate. It's two separate teams. There's an entire change of guys on the field. So a lot of times as fans, we don't really get how one definitely impacts the other. And so for an offensive quarterback like Matthew Stafford, what he has to do as a quarterback on a team that doesn't have a good defense is far different than being in LA and having some of the greatest defensive players and teammates we've ever seen before to balance out taking the pressure off of, like, okay, so he doesn't have to go out here and throw the ball for 446 yards and score 6 touchdowns to give the team a chance to win every Sunday.
Yeah.
That's hard to do compared to he's also going to turn the ball over more on a team where he's required to have to produce that much offense to give them a chance to win. In L.A., he doesn't turn the ball over. I think he had 7 or 8 interceptions last year.
Oh, yeah, he was a
with
monster.
46 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was incredible what he pulled off last year.
So he also doesn't have to make as many mistakes and force the ball into tight spots, trying to force it into double coverage to Megatron, because he's really the only great high-level option.
Mm-hmm.
So you're almost seeing a better version of Matthew Stafford in L.A. than you saw in Detroit because of all of these variables.
And he doesn't need to
factors.
force the ball.
Not at all.
Like, you know what the example it makes me think of? It makes me think of my Raiders. It makes me think of Derek Carr's run with the Raiders. Now, I never really felt like Derek Carr was the guy who was going to get the Raiders to the Super Bowl. But to be fair, that was more of a Raiders situation than Derek Carr. But Derek Carr, he dealt with a lot of comments of whether or not Derek Carr was good or not. Derek Carr was fantastic. The guy had to throw 5,000 yards every season because his team was always down by double digits. So he was always having to force the ball deep all the time. And I thought he had a lot of success, all things considered, for a terrible, basically era for the Raiders. Same thing with Matthew Stafford. I mean, I honestly feel bad that Derek Carr didn't get to another team that had a chance to win earlier in his career when he did.
Good. That's a good comp. I was at the NBA Draft Combine last week, and that was one of the things I tried to share with the young guys at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
To the story, like where you get drafted or like the window that you come into an organization matters so much because those are the things that can happen. Like you can have the potential to be an all-star caliber football player, baseball player, basketball player, etc. And depending on the window of time that you land in that organization, the ownership group, the front office, coaching staff, players, teammates, etc., like you could look like a much worse version of yourself than you actually are.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're part of a team, you're part of a community, basically, is what teams are. And so you can't. It's difficult to go out there and do it all by yourself. Like Shaq wouldn't be Shaq without all the greatness that surrounded Shaq, right? He elevated everybody else, but yeah, Penny Hardaway's greatness and Dennis Scott's greatness and all these other guys, Kobe, teammates that really allows things to happen. So Derek Carr, that's a good comparison in terms of how everything around you can impact your ability to be the best version of yourself.
Absolutely. And, oh, man, Penny Hardaway, I'm glad you brought that up. You know what I wish we can bring back? Can we bring back Little Penny?
Love Little Penny.
Little Penny is like my favorite ad campaign that's ever happened, ever.
Chris Rock voice, right?
Yes, Chris Rock voice. Bring back, I don't need Penny. I just want Little Penny. Yeah. Put Little Penny with like Ant for a series of commercials.
Shouts out to you, Penny. He's coaching now in college, by the way.
Is he really? I didn't know that.
University of Memphis.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They have a bridge there. Did you know that, T-Fish?
Get out of here.
Dude, Raj, you hear that?
You know what? Real talk. I have Penny's number. I think I'm going to call him not only to tell him that there's a bridge there in case he wants to take the kids, but to see if he wants to come on later and join the show. All right, what's up next?
Penny knows there's a bridge there.
You're right. My bad. My bad.
Yeah. And I'm going to take y'all to that bridge one day and see if you survive.
I'm scared
you're
now.
gonna throw me off that bridge at this rate. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up, D-Fish is only going to get happier because it's time for D-Fish to hit it or quit it. Raj on 97.1, The Fan LA.
What up, boys?
Chillin'.
All right, well, let's get right to it here, gentlemen. Fernando Mendoza. Whenever I say Raider, you got to give me the
Raiders!
That's right. He's reportedly working with the third and fourth stringers at Raiders OTAs. Hit it or quit it, Derek. I'm working with the third and fourth stringers at this point in camp for you.
I hit it. Yeah, I mean, he's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
They have a starting quarterback.
Yep.
And I think this is who he is as a young leader anyway. Like, I don't think he views this as like a slight or a disrespect. He's the number one pick, sure, but I think he wants to earn everything he's going to get in the NFL. So I hit it. I'm down.
Okay.
I'm going to hit it. I love it. That's where you got to start. Kirk Cousins is going to be taking those first reps. He's starting the season. He's going to play at least the first half of the season, at least. And then we'll see what happens. Maybe we get a little bit of Mendoza by the end of the year if the Raiders are really.
Don't rush him. Why do people want to rush these guys onto the field so bad?
I want to take all the time humanly possible.
Yeah.
New head coach in Kubiak, new young. Listen, the Raiders have a very great reputation with all the quarterbacks they've ever drafted, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, real great reputation.
DeMarcus Russell.
Let's keep it all going. So maybe try something different and let's not rush this cat out there.
Okay, I feel you. Hey, Booger McFarland slams the proposed 24-team college football playoffs, as a participation trophy. Derek Fisher, hit it or quit it on a 24-team college football playoff?
I quit it, I guess. I don't know.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, I don't really have strong feelings about the college football playoffs. So I
do.
It is what it is. I don't know if you're
24 damn
ever
teams
going to have a perfect system. 24. What would you like? 14, 16?
I honestly want it to be less than it is now, not more. I mean, the way the college playoff, we have now devalued every aspect of what the college football season is at this point. Everyone's made it out that the SEC is king, even though the Big Ten is one hell of a division. The Pac-10 is, or 12, or whatever number it was at, is now basically essentially dead right now, and we're going to basically go into 4 super conferences. That's what the NCAA is going to get to, and now 24 teams, and every single time the team that comes in at 12 gets their asses boat raced out of there by one of those SEC or Big Ten teams. I got to kind of agree with him, especially even the verbiage that he used, participation trophy.
That's all it is. Jesus.
You know what it makes it feel like to me, dude? It feels like you're turning 3/4 of the NCAA college playoff into a play-in. And it feels unnecessary, extra time that...
But why do we get sensitive about different? Right, this is how people felt about the play-in tournament when the NBA started.
I actually liked that idea. I really did, but for college football, there's too many college football teams. The ranking system is kind of all over the place.
The regular season is just going to be so meaningless.
Now we already kind of destroyed rivalry games. Like, we don't get USC versus Notre Dame anymore. Like everything I loved about college football is just dying and becoming a much worse version of the NFL.
Yeah, is it all about this?
It's let me fix that one for you.
Yeah.
The answer to ask me any question.
What do we care about at this station? What's most important?
Next.
I got you. All right. Hey, check it out. Hooters is rebranding as a family-friendly spot. Derek, they're looking to tone down the waitresses' outfits. Hit it or quit it on Hooters, toning it down. It's family-friendly. You buying it?
Yeah, I hit it because what did we just say it was about?
Oh, wait, hang on. Let me get that one.
There we go.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Hooters.
That's what I thought it was about.
I'm going to quit it because I make the argument that Hooters is already very family-friendly. What's wrong with taking your kids over to Hooters?
Yeah.
It's nothing crazier than I've seen at like a skate rink or any beach in L.A. I mean, it's just Hooters.
Yeah.
And they got wings.
That's
I like
great.
wings.
Good combination. Good combination.
I go to Hooters for the wings. Just same reason you read Playboy, right, Roger?
Very educational. Very educational. Hey, Jeff Van Gundy, he is surfaced as a candidate for the Trailblazers gig. D-Fish, you want to hit it or quit it with Jeff Van Gundy returning to the NBA as the head coach?
I hit it, man. Jeff Van Gundy is one of the... I don't even want to say smartest. That's not even the right word. Jeff Van Gundy is one of the most dialed in, integral, detailed, basketball minds we've ever seen. He's coached in places that, he was the coach of the Knicks. Obviously, that's where we remember him from, and the Miami Heat and grabbing the leg of Alonzo Mourning in it, but. That's almost like taking away from how brilliant this dude's basketball brain is.
Yeah.
And so I'm a fan of just him as a coach, and I think for the Trailblazers, they want to take a step towards competing in the playoffs. They got close this year. I think he'd do a great job.
I'm gonna quit it, but not for any reason you said, because I agree with every word you said. I'm gonna quit it because of the team that's involved, the Portland Trailblazers. The reason why I'm saying that is, D-Fish, you want to get paid $10 an hour to coach that team? I heard what they're getting ready to start coaching their pay their coaches. They're talking about massive pay cuts, and you can't give a guy like Jeff Van Gundy a massive pay cut.
No, I agree with that part.
Yeah.
I'm just saying as far as him being a candidate, yes.
Being a candidate, yes.
You're right about.
But pay this man.
Yeah,
you ain't paying this man what that owner's claiming he's going to pay him.
You're right about that part.
All right. Hey, speaking of owners, as the NFL schedules continue to expand across time and space, Jerry Jones, he downplayed concerns about the physical toll and competitive disadvantage. He says, quote, the wear and tear is a lot less than a night out on the town.
Wait. You said, is he referring to an NFL football game and the schedule?
The whole season. Yep, he's saying NFL, a game of the wear and tear is a lot less than a night out on the town. I know you didn't play in the NFL, but you guys are both athletes. So Derek Fisher, hit it or quit it on the NFL wear and tear being less than a night out on the town. Derek. You could say quit it. You have options.
Like
better than silence.
Quit it for sure. Like it's not even close. Like this is
I often get CTE from a night on the town.
Well, it depends how hard you go.
My God, quit it,
Stop it,
Jerry. Jerry, who by the way says stupid nonsense all the time.
Yeah, that's your owner, Derek. That's your favorite team.
That is
America's
your team, dude.
Dallas Cowboys.
That's your guy.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
from Arkansas?
Hold on.
He's from Arkansas. Derek, don't you turn your back.
Dude, he's been on that bridge.
Don't you turn. While you guys have this conversation, I'm just going to sip on my tea over here.
Okay. All right, moving on.
Night on the town, Jerry?
Hey, check this out. NFL Insider. What's this guy? From NFL Network. Jason, let me get it. Sorry. Canfora. Jason Canfora. Check this out, guys. He says Lamar Jackson will most likely be traded soon. Derek Fisher, hit it or quit it on Lamar Jackson being traded soon.
I don't see. I quit that one. I don't see a scenario where the Ravens should do that.
No,
I don't think Lamar Jackson wants that. Like if he's saying he wants to be, then I guess that's a different conversation. But I quit it on that one. I think, I quit it.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to quit it. Baltimore would be insane to move on from Lamar Jackson. This guy is...
Why is he insane?
Because he is not just...
When's he played 17 games this season?
He's won 2 MVPs, should have been 3. He should have won that MVP over Josh Allen unquestionably 2 years ago. Also on top of that, this screams to me more than anything else contract negotiation type of ploy, because his contract comes to the end at 2027. This is what it's all about. This is the first shot over the bow.
Let me ask you guys as GM real quick. He's going to be 30 in January, so he'll be 29 this season.
Yes.
Going to be 30. The running not as often and not as effective as it used to be. The wheels, as you get to 30, the wheels slow down a little bit. And he rarely plays a full season. Are you paying him a mega deal at the age of 30?
Yes, I am. I absolutely am. He can come to my Raiders. Come to my Raiders. We'll pay you.
Yeah, you guys would.
It's also when players come and ask to be in the starting lineup. Mm-hmm. A lot of times you have to flip the question and ask them, well, if you start, who doesn't start? Mm-hmm. Who comes out of the lineup if you go into the lineup? Mm-hmm. So you give me this long list of quarterbacks that if you trade Lamar Jackson away, that are going to come in and produce at higher levels than Lamar Jackson.
But that kind of FOMO is why your Dallas Cowboys, a team you love, are stuck with Dak Prescott making all that damn money.
He's like a perennial MVP candidate.
Right, and what happens in January? You know how many games do you think Dak Prescott with a stacked offensive line, all the prime, how many playoff games do you think he's won?
There's a guy in this city that I think is a bigger problem than Dak is.
He has won 2, and that FOMO is why the Cowboys are stuck and had to trade Micah Parsons, have trouble signing CD, and they're above the cap every year. So don't let that FOMO get you, man.
I'm just saying. Also, you mentioned that he's not as mobile as he once was. He still is heavily mobile. He's also extremely efficient in the pocket
and
these days.
Extremely fragile.
I would make the argument that every quarterback is extremely fragile with the linebackers coming to kill them all, but what are you going to do? Guys, we're going to take a quick little break here on 97.1 The Fan. Coming up, time for Bull D. Fish and I to call our shot. Western Conference, Game 3 tonight. OKC versus Wemby. Yes, you heard me say that correctly. Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan. 97.1, the Fan LA. Hopefully you're joining us on your LA commute right now here on 97.1 FM here in Los Angeles, California. Or if you're going to work, maybe you take us on the go, well, both on the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. Maybe you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now. Get in the chat. The chat has been going absolutely crazy all show long. We've been taking your quotes. We've been answering your questions. We've been taking your calls. Of course, the phone number here is 855-97LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. We definitely want to hear from you on everything, but right now it's time for D Fish and I to call our shot because tonight we got Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals.
Ooh, spicy.
1-1.
You talking about barbecue.
Dude.
It's going to be hot in San Antonio
I am
tonight.
Right now, Spurs, home team, 1.5-point favorites, which, you know, if you're a gambling fan, you're one of those people who like to talk about the odds. That basically is saying it's a pretty even matchup, giving them the 1.5 points basically for the home court advantage. What do you think about this matchup tonight? We know about the injuries, and do we know everyone that is starting tonight? Is it official that it's scratched or not scratched, D-Fish, or is this going to be a one-man Wemby show tonight? What do we got?
Well, I think the injury-wise, I believe Jalen Williams, J-Dub with the Thunder, he's listed as day-to-day, but I would assume he's out with that left hamstring that started bothering him in game number 2. That's the hamstring that forced him to miss 3 weeks, in the playoffs already. So my guess is that he'll be out. I believe the Thunder are better equipped to play without their second-best player than the Spurs are playing without De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper. But the Spurs are home. That place is going to be electric. Wemby will be better than he was a couple nights ago. My heart is with OKC, of course, personally. But I don't know. I feel like the Spurs, the way they played in OKC, gives me the feeling that they are going to win this game tonight, and the Thunder will have to adjust and figure out how to win Game 4.
What's that old phrase, like a series doesn't begin until somebody wins on the road?
Correct.
And the Spurs won that first one on the road. Like, in a game that I didn't think they were going to win on the road, my guy. And I like the Spurs team, even with the people that might be out. That Wemby at home, like I said earlier, I feel like that cat's just different.
Yeah, he's different. Sometimes at home, especially like a Game 3 series is tied 1-1, there's an insane amount of pressure and anxiety around performing well in this game. And oftentimes for a home team in this scenario, there's just a little bit of tension and tightness early. Just settling into like feeling that performance anxiety around like we can't lose this game at home. We have the opportunity to continue to take control of this series. So you could possibly see the Spurs start a little slow. And the Thunder, it's not a rust thing. It's more of a pressure thing. It's kind of like Game 7 at home. A lot of times if you notice Game 7s, the home team starts out a little slow, like because it's just the air is thick, like the pressure is at the highest it's going to be. Game 3s, when the series is tied 1-1, is like a mini Game 7. Game 5, when the series is tied 2-2, is like a mini Game 7. And so you'll see the Spurs possibly start out just a little tight because the fans, the energy, it is going to be crazy in that building. And the Thunder are kind of walking in kind of like Batman, like in the dark, in the cut, like I'm ready for this opportunity. I'm about to strike. And it's just going to take a second for the Spurs to kind of take that first punch and respond. But this team seems to be ready for their moment. I wasn't sure when the series started. They did not look to be wobbly at all, man, in Oklahoma City. I kept waiting for them to look like maybe this is not their turn yet. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it was. We had Danny Green on yesterday, and that was the thing he said. Wemby ain't coming. Wemby's here. That's how I feel about this whole Spurs team. We keep talking about how young the Spurs are. They're young, the youth. don't matter. They're here. This is legit. And you mentioned earlier this week about how the crowd in OKC and how they definitely affect a game. What do you think about that on the flip side, on the San Antonio side? Because OKC, clearly that stadium is a different place with a different type of crowd. But man, Spurs family over there in San Antonio, they show up and they show up hard.
They do. They've always shown up and showed up with a ton of passion. I think Wemby's presence and he intentionally engaged the fans in an even deeper level than Spurs fans already were connected to this team. They have the post-game ritual that they do with the drum, and I think they have a fan section called the Jackals now. It's turned into kind of like the morning zoo vibe, basically.
Yeah.
As opposed, Spurs fans have always been great, but he's ramped it up a level, not just with his performance on the court and how excited people are to watch him play, but it's also the fans feel an even more personal connection to the team because of Wemby's approach to them and how engaged he's been with them. I feel like they had almost like a real life fan contestant. He went to a tryout type of thing, for fans to become members of the Jackals.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of this.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is as cool as it gets, man.
So I just feel like the fan energy is going to be off the charts tonight. Sometimes that can lead to, especially a young team, you can be overly ramped up and overly hyped up, which sometimes impacts your execution and being able to move as fluently as you'd like to. But this dude is different, and he has this team feeling because he's on our side, we have a chance every night, and I think they'll get it done tonight.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm calling my shot as well. I'm going with Spurs tonight. I'm going to say Spurs by 5 tonight. That's what I'm thinking tonight.
That's a good call, man. It's like you said, it's a toss-up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a couple points either way. I do believe if it's a close game, I would lean towards the Thunder.
Okay. Why specifically?
In a close game, you're going to have to just go get a bucket, at different times. And I still think the Thunder have the guy that has gotten a bucket more than Wemby knows how to get a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
But I put my money on Shea with the game on the line to know. You have to know what shot you want to get to, what spot on the floor you want to get to. He's done it repeatedly for multiple years now.
You are right.
Wemby's still learning how to do it. He's done it at a high level, but with the game on the line, does he know for sure I want to get to the left elbow or the right elbow? I want to get to this spot. I'm turning over my left shoulder. Okay, well, what happens if a second guy comes? All of those things, Shea has down pat. I think for the Spurs to win, I do believe there needs to be some separation.
Okay.
They need to be up by 10 or 12 down the stretch. If it's 1 point back and forth, I think the Thunder pull it out in that situation.
I dig it. But then again, though, I did see Wemby make that was the cold. I still think that's the coldest 3-point shot I've ever seen in a playoff game, dude. It was just no problem. Here's the logo. It was nuts.
I did not expect him to shoot that ball. It was because you could see the fatigue and exhaustion level of multiple guys on the court the last 1 or 2 trips down. And so as he's coming up the court, he almost looked wobbly just, coming up the court. But he caught the ball and he just smoothly goes into a 34-foot 3-point shot. And it wasn't like I thought he was going to miss it. It just surprised me that he just walked right into it.
And walked in and it was casual. That's why it was so cold. It was just he had this plan all along, and he sank it. It was nuts.
It's going to be a fun game to watch, man. I hope that this game is as competitive as the first two have been. Usually at some point, kind of similar to what we saw, last night with the Knicks, at some point there's probably going to be a game where there's more separation and it's not as close at the end.
Yeah.
And, it's just, it happens in sports. And so you could see that at some point, but I hope every single game of this series is as good as the first two have been.
I couldn't agree more, guys. Well, listen, right now in the chat, one of our listeners, Michael, he's been talking up the Spurs all along. He right ahead says Spurs at -1.5 is the biggest lock of all time. Sure winner. Hey, it could be. You never know. We'll find out tonight. I'm with them on that. But if it's a close game, as D-Fish just said, this could get very, very interesting. Guys, we're getting ready to take a quick little break, but I want to let everybody know, on Monday, not only will we be live here on the show, we're also going to be live at Dodger Stadium in the evening watching the Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies, and I can't wait to watch that game because I used to play for the Rockies, and they fired me, so go Dodgers on Monday. So fired up for that one. So...
I'll make sure we check on you throughout the game.
Oh, I'll be happy. The Dodgers will be up by 10 by third inning. I cannot wait. Guys, we're going to get ready to take a quick little break. The Power Hour is coming your way. What are we going to be talking about? Well, all of your calls, of course. 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, get in the chat at the Fan LA on YouTube. We got to talk a little bit about that LeBron sound that you haven't heard yet. We got to talk a little bit more about the game last night. We just got to talk about what the weekend's going to look like. Guys, it's Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan LA.
The Fan.
What is up, LA? It is 97.1 The Fan, Derek and Decker for our final hour, our power hour right here on 97.1 The Fan. And of course, you guys can take us on the go on the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. And make sure you like, share, and subscribe on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, Hype Man Raj, and all of you. And by the way, hey, Raj, how's that chat looking right now? We got any comments that have piqued your interest?
Yes, well, the children have left, and so the hamburger lovers are no longer there. But Nemo, Los Angeles, says Decker is sensitive about his burgers. He noticed the sensitivity and that you get about your burgers.
Because you're making it sound like I'm making little, like, White Castle, nonsensical, inedible burgers. I'm making delicacy type of burgers.
And for those that don't know, it's because me, Fisher, and Decker got in a conversation of barbecuing, which, of course, a lot of us will be doing this weekend. And Derek and I are like, if there's no kids, burgers don't belong on the grill. So 70% of you on the chat were wrong and said you do like burgers on the grill, but that's okay. Odyssey Max, who's on the chat, and that's why he's Odyssey Max is the one who puts up our polls for us, by the way. Listens to the show, puts them up. Yeah, running a video.
Appreciate you, Max.
Yeah, that's right. Shouts out to you, Max. He says, I guess this was addressed at me, but he says, hating Baby Yoda is just foul.
Yes. Like, what is wrong with you?
Again,
that's you problem.
Again, I'm not a kid. I don't need barbecue hamburgers nor Baby Yoda, all right?
All Raj wants is like 9 necklaces and 14 scarves and leather pants.
Yes, it's a pretty simple man.
Give him a baseline.
Yes, I'm a simple man. Joanna in Arizona says the Raiders should have returned to L.A. and the Chargers moved their butts to Las Vegas.
Yes! Yes, that's exactly what should have happened.
All right.
Or we just fold the Charger franchise and call it a day.
I don't think anyone would notice.
Who would have noticed? What are they? How about this? Death, taxes, and you know where the Chargers will be every January. That's why I don't sweat the Chargers as a Raider fan, because I know what's going to happen in the first week of January. Yeah. They're calling it a day.
You're sitting there with Dak Prescott.
You're just going to join me in my Raider fandom.
Yeah, but you guys have just been there a lot longer. Waiting on the couch.
Last I checked, 3 rings for my franchise.
Oh, Jesus, now we're going off that.
In 2 cities.
Jeets22 says, I guess this is to Derek, a bridge. He says, that's a great recruiting pitch for Penny. Agree with you there? Didn't think of that? Yes. And then last one is of course, you can check us out on YouTube. These are comments, the YouTube community. Good Karma Sucks says, you can't compare the Spurs to the Lakers, as the Lakers would have traded Castle and Harper away already. Ooh. Cutting deep.
What do you think about that defense? They're both doing good in the playoffs, so they must be former Lakers.
I mean, I get the point, but sure, no. I didn't really compare the Spurs and the Lakers.
I know you didn't.
But I get the point. Touche.
We're just sad. Listen, Fish.
Touche.
I'm not saying us Laker fans are right for our feelings. Let's be real clear. Fan is short for fanatic. We are fanatical about this team, for better or for worse. Like, for instance, I gave a take earlier today that I think we need to lock up Austin Reeves way more than we need LeBron James. For this reason. The reason being, we can't let Austin Reeves go play multiple years elsewhere and stud it up. I'm more than happy allowing LeBron to go be LeBron elsewhere for 1 to 2 more years. But if I got to sit through what I'm seeing with Josh Hart and the game he had last night, and Alex Caruso and what he's been doing, and Julius Randle, who had a couple of great games in the playoffs, if I have to see Austin Reeves do this for years to come, and God forbid it's like with someone like Anthony Edwards or something, oh, it's going to be painful. I think it might break the psyche of a lot of Laker fans.
So would you be comfortable sliding down the standings for the next couple years?
Define what that means. Sliding down the as in we're in the play-in, or we're not in the playoffs at all?
Play-in.
The Heat have shown me that it is possible to get to the finals for the play. It's possible. Jimmy Buckets did it. I saw him do it. I'm willing to listen, D-Fish. How about that?
Okay. I'm just saying that you're saying a player that averages 21 points, 7 rebounds, and
For
7
now.
assists.
No,
basically.
then he's going to go over there and he's going to average 40. Just.
No, I'm talking about LeBron.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Austin.
I'm just saying. So he just understanding that if you just allow that to walk out, there's not like a super long list of guys that
I know.
On paper statistically could maybe like come close to that.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be the same.
I know.
It's like a quarterback. Some quarterbacks can throw 3,800 yards passing.
Yeah.
But other guys can throw 3,800 yards passing and win Super Bowls.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because, like, you ever see Moneyball? You ever read or see the movie Moneyball?
Yeah.
So Moneyball actually makes that point a couple of times because they're trying to, in the aggregate, try to recreate Johnny Damon and Jason Giambi. And the line that he says that I really love is like, guys, you cannot replace these two guys. It's not possible. These two guys are these two guys. Period. Stop. Now the movie and the book has its problems in that it does ignore the fact that it had, I don't know, the 3 best pitchers in baseball, the reigning MVP on the team, and arguably one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. But they are right about replacing those two guys. I see your point, and replacing the productivity of LeBron James simply isn't possible.
No, not in the same ways.
Yeah.
I mean, your point is great too. Like you could go out and find some younger guys, the money ball approach, and replace the points and rebounds and assists in the aggregate. But how it's done, the way it's done, the basketball IQ, the leadership, like you can't replace that part. And so as long as you're willing to go through, I mean, basically the Cleveland Cavaliers organization, as long as you're willing to go through your years of like when he leaves, there's going to be a drop-off.
Yeah.
Totally fine. But you have to be willing to ride that out. And so, and maybe the new ownership group is compared to the Buss family, they didn't approach it that way. It was about winning.
It could
right
be a
now.
new beginning. We just don't know it yet.
Could be. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Speaking of LeBron, we have some LeBron sound about his potential future. Here is from LeBron James.
Just taking my time and saying I haven't even really thought about it too much. Obviously, I understand that I'm a free agent and I can control my own destiny. If being here with this franchise, for the foreseeable future, or if it's going somewhere else. But like, I haven't even really got to that point. I haven't even taken my family vacation yet, which is going to happen after Memorial Day. That's kind of the thing at the forefront of my mind. But I think at some point, up in June, late June, as July roll around, free agency starts to gets going, and as July rolling, maybe into August, we start to kind of like get a feel of what my future may look like.
And right there, that was, I believe, the Mind the Game podcast. He was talking with Steve Nash during that time. And listen, I get it. It's going to be an interesting offseason for the Lakers. It's going to be a very interesting offseason for LeBron James, because the one thing that we all know that we probably aren't saying a ton of, D-Fish, is simply this. LeBron can do really whatever he wants. As much as we want to sit around and be like, well, here's the fits. He is LeBron James. He could probably find a fit or make a fit in many places if he so chooses to do so.
Yes, sure. Will he? No. The list is as short as we've ever seen. I mean, it's staying here in L.A. to play with the Lakers. It's maybe there's a return to Cleveland, but I don't think it's a situation where he's thinking about 5 different teams that he may or may not put a uniform on for. I believe and the sound we had from also when he talked about winning, like it kind of goes with the, you heard the timeline he just kind of laid out, right? He just laid out the timeline of when the decision, like in his mind, where he'll kind of get to a point where like he'll see the team and what it's capable of. Yeah. And then make a decision which ties to the sound about the winning.
There's no way. Just winning is most important, because you want to be excited about going to work every day. You want to be excited about like I said earlier, winning the day. And being around a group of guys that feel the same way and trying not to take steps backwards.
Yeah, I mean, he's right.
That's the timeline.
Yeah.
So you heard him. He said, look, I haven't taken my family vacation yet. We'll see. And he started with like June, July, then, but no, actually, the back end of July, after free agency has kind of rolled around, and I can kind of see who's played their hand the best, who's played their cards most effectively, which of the literally one or two situations he's even considering, who's best positioned to allow him to be in a place where he's going to enjoy going to work every day because he's with a group of guys that is not willing to take steps backwards on a daily basis.
Makes sense. I mean,
that's it.
Especially if it's going to be your last run. I mean, you got to go out as much or prepared to go out on top as humanly possible.
That's all he is interested in doing. Otherwise, he will stay home. He'll take a year off. He'll like whatever. Like he's not going to just go somewhere just to go. And so feeling like the front office and the group of players and team are really, positioned not just currently with maybe the roster they have day one, but also even just like the mindset. What assets do they have? What space do they have to like really like, okay, we may start this way, but here's our plan. Here's the vision with what we can do with this roster. We'll be able to make a big splash at the trade deadline if we feel like we're a piece short because this is how our books are structured. We have the cap space to, really win the buyout market when some of these veteran players that are available after the buyout market hits, like we'll have the money to do that. This is how we plan. Who is the coach? How do they play, et cetera. He knows that about J.J. Redick. That's an advantage for the Lakers.
Big time.
Right?
Yeah.
So all of these things matter, in these conversations, but it'll be his choice based on the things that are most important to him.
How much do you think that comes into play? Like the idea of almost a new coach you never played with kind of starting from scratch. Is that something that's not necessarily a worry, but concerning maybe?
For a player?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially a player of his caliber, yes. It would be challenging to play for a new coach entirely, I think, at this point, and without having the confidence that you really believe and trust that he knows how to put you in the best position to be successful. Because, he's not going back to Cleveland or anywhere to just kind of hold somebody else's gym bag.
No.
Right? So you have to believe that, that coach, Kenny Atkinson, or, you don't know in this league. If the Cavs lose in this league right now, Kenny Atkinson could be gone.
Yeah, we watched Tibbs get fired losing Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
To the point,
yeah.
Right? So now, you're in a situation where you're not sure who the coach is of that organization. You're not sure whether James Harden is going to get re-signed or not or whatever. So that's why, again, that timeline he mentioned is after all of that is clear.
Yeah. Man.
I have to know who is going to make sure that me, the team, the players are really brilliant mind offensively. Like LeBron's brain is on another level.
Especially when you hear him talking about it.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's AI level understanding of basketball.
Savant-like.
Yes.
Like I really enjoyed watching him and JJ and their podcast kind of break things down. I really thought it was I thought it was educational is what I thought it was.
That's what it's about though. And it's not, it's not just to, even us, we're like, let's have fun. We're going to be entertaining. We want people to call us. We're going to have our polls and our trivia and our hitter to quit it and all the fun stuff. But let's leave people feeling like they learned something, they heard something that as you're driving to work or whatever you got going on, you can hear a little something that made you think a little bit, and that could be educational in some ways.
While you're sitting here educating the masses, I'm making them dumber by the second. It's a nice dichotomy we have here. And speaking of those calls, that phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's get to those calls. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
What up, D-Fish and Deck? What was that? I didn't hear.
I started saying D-Fish, and I had a mini heart attack. It happens.
Oh, yeah, I get that, bro. I totally understand. Also, okay, I got to say this real quick to Raj. Raj, man, bro, people like me are getting voting rights stripped across this country. Can you please spell my name right, brother? Like this guy. There's no D-A. It's none of that crap. It's O-the-great. O-T-H-A, great. All one word. Good God, bro. Pretty soon I can't even vote, man. And now you can't even spell my name right? Come on, fam. Do that for me. All right, look. I got to say this about the game. Like, for real, he just like purposely. He's like, D-A is better. No, it's not. Anyway, what is it? The game, I got to say this. The game was, like you said, Deck, it was trash in the second half because Cleveland don't have it. What is it? Hart is not going to hit all those threes. He's not going to hit all those open shots in Ohio. He's just not going to do it. It's not going to happen. But I would be shocked if Cleveland, not shocked because they're at home, but I'd be surprised if they're able to get a game. They are so, man, like y'all just talked about it. Get rid of Kenny. Like, Kenny's not it, man. Like, bring in somebody who's going to motivate these cats and keep the energy going and or call them out. Like, he never calls them out when they play, just don't play. And they're not playing hard. You know what I'm saying? To me, I think he's a great assistant coach. They need to call him out. And then you got the Kobe Altman after the game one in the tunnel, like clapping him up and cheering him up and all this stuff after game one loss. Okay, like, you know, enough coddling these cats, man. They're not playing hard in the second half. Only one that was really doing it was Spider. Like, it's sad. OKC San Antonio, I just want to say I got OKC. I was scared to say it the other night when I called in the other day, but I got OKC. and Deck, you nailed it, and I saw the same thing you said. SGA, get your butt off the floor, my dude. Stop falling.
Dude.
Like, you look like you beat out here. Like, stop it.
I showed Derek the supercut. Now, I will admit, when you watch a supercut of anything, it doesn't make anything look good. But, Fish, how bad that supercut look?
Yeah, no, the supercut version was
It
it
totally
definitely
does.
wasn't good, but it yeah, I get it, man. I get
That's
it.
why we don't like dude, and that's why his game is like, because he takes what Jamie Harden used to do with Houston, and when he was kind of good, he takes that to a whole nother level, flopping and give me this call, and I got to get to the line. It's disgusting. I hate it, and I also got to say this. And San Antonio's going to win the next game, but OKC's still going to win that series probably in 7. But I got to say this, exciting, great week. Well, first let me say this. Michael Smith, he just talked about his wife here recently, losing her. Man, you guys need to watch that video. It's awesome. That man has been through hell ever since leaving ESPN. Also, too, you guys have had a great first week. I am super happy to start listening to the show. Lord knows, I am not in Sedona. I am not in LBC. I am in St. Louis, Missouri, and I'm calling all the way from here because that's how good the show is. I love y'all.
Dude, thank you. Oh, the great.
Man,
thank you so much for the
appreciate
call,
that,
man.
oh.
Really, really, really appreciate it. And listen, so far, week 1, D-Fish, this has been an absolute blast with you so far.
It's been a lot of fun, man. I literally had no idea. I mean, you've done radio before. Like, you have that sense, that feel. Your voice is great. Your presence is great.
Hey!
Come on, Raj. We can give him some flowers.
It's a hostile
today.
work
You know what I mean?
environment.
But I had no idea what I was stepping into and will be stepping into. But it's been a great week. We're figuring a lot of things out in real time as we go.
Mm-hmm.
But folks like and the people that are listening to us, that's what we're here for. Mm-hmm. And let's keep having some fun, man.
Absolutely, and I mean it. Like, all the way into the chat on YouTube right now at the Fan LA. The chat has been absolutely blast to play with, especially early in the mornings here in Los Angeles as you guys are getting ready for your LA morning drive commute here on 97.1 The Fan. And of course, you guys can take us on the go anywhere you want on the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. But yeah, this is I have not been quiet about it. This is very legitimately this particular spot. We did our game earlier. We did our top 5 where we talked about late night talk shows. I've only wanted like 2 gigs my entire life. Like, truly. I wanted to either be a late night talk show host or a morning Los Angeles radio host. And it's because I grew up in LA listening to all of LA radio. I got all my information and comedy, and the only thing I didn't get while driving around in Los Angeles as a kid was sports. It's the one thing I felt like we were just desperately needing out here. So being a part of this right now and being a part of it with a guy like you, Fish, a guy with the caliber of guy you are, both on the court and obviously off the court. I mean, it's a real dream come true to be here with you, my guy.
I appreciate it, Cody. Like, again, man, this has been great. I've been in LA for 30 years now, basically. I mean, I've lived in, New York and OKC for a few years, or San Francisco area, but being here in LA, not just from a sports perspective, I think I'm thinking about the guys and the people that have impacted my experience here, from Big Boy in the mornings and radio. Like,
I loved Big Boy.
They were great here. Liz
Big
Hernandez, who works here as part of our cluster here with the Wave, like, she was part of the morning crew with Big Boy when I first met her. Like,
so cool.
It's such a small world. But you think about other voices. I mean, KJLH and Andre Russell, like, guys that have just treated me so welcome in LA and helping me understand how to move in LA. And Jim Hill, who isn't necessarily a radio voice, but he's one of those people that, as part of bringing news and information and sports to us in LA for so many years, like, it's the fabric of the city, to be honest.
Completely.
And so to now be in a position where you can be a part of that morning drive commute, and people are hearing our voices and hearing us kind of catch them up on what went down last night or what's coming up in sports. I don't take it for granted, man. There's gratitude here, and like I said, I'm having some fun. Maybe not as much fun as Cody and Raj, but we're gonna figure this out.
Oh, Raj and I are gonna have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, over under them before we lose our job.
Hey, slow down. Like I'm scared of that. Odyssey has made it a habit of firing me for the last 10 years. This would be the third time they'd fire me. I can't stress this enough. It's so great to be here, and rubbing shoulders with K-Rock down the hall, the Wave, as you mentioned, K-Earth 101 down the hall. It's just it's a magical place here, and so very excited to be a part of your guys' mornings every day, Monday through Friday, right here on Derek and Decker on 97.1 The Fan. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back,
Damn, how hard is it?
It's
you know what? To answer your question, Raj, hard. It's actually very hard. It's harder than you think. Coming up. We're going to play a little game. It's called The Final Out right here on 97.1 The Fan.
Do you?
Decker live here in Los Angeles, California. Of course, you can check us out on the Odyssey app. And, of course, you can watch us live right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. The chat's still going absolutely off at the moment. And let's go ahead and bring in our hype man, Raj, because we're going to play a little game we like to call Top 10. Now, real quick.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
All right.
Please don't talk over the imaging. Please.
I didn't know you were playing imaging. You made it sound like it was broken. In fact, you said, Phil, I don't have the imaging. That's what you said in my head.
Who's Phil? Why would I tell Phil I don't have the imaging when there's no Phil that even works here?
You are a jerk, sir.
I know. I can't help it.
Week one, guys.
Explain the rules. Explain the rules.
So we're going to bring a little subject up here, and it's related to something happened earlier in the show. And I'm going to ask these two a question, and they got a name off of list. There's a top 10 on this list usually, but the first one that gets it wrong makes the final out, my friend. So... okay, I'm just messing with this. That still plays. So let's see. Guys, we're talking about, they re-upped our man Stafford here. So, per year, annual salary. Fish, give me top 10 quarterbacks with the annual salary. Give me a name.
Okay.
Annual, not overall, but just per year.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is on the list at 55
Okay.
million a year, I should say.
Then
what it is.
I'll just go ahead and I'll take out the top of the list. I'll take the guy that's making $60 million a year, and that would be your guy,
Yeah, Derek.
Fish,
Yep.
Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott up there robbing people. $60 million a year, the most annual. You get bonus points for that, by the way, if there's a
Robbing
tie.
people.
It is. He's horrible. They're just paying him for the regular season. Go ahead.
Come on, Raj.
Dude.
Dang. That's aggressive.
It's accurate, though. But go ahead, D.
Okay. And is Matthew Stafford's not on the list?
Oh, that's
Or
a
he
good
is on the
answer.
list?
Yes, he's on
It's a
the
great
list.
answer. It's a great answer. It's a great answer.
All right, go ahead.
He's on the list.
I know it's not $55 million, but Lamar's making 53. Lamar's got to be in the top 10. Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is making 53, and he is in the top 10 of annual salary for quarterbacks. You got that one, sir.
Nailed it.
All right. Well, let me give you a ding for that. There you
thank
go.
you. I love
You're
a ding.
welcome.
Jalen Hurts.
It's got to be.
Ooh, let me scroll down.
He's got to be. He's got to be.
10th on the
thank
list.
God.
Yeah. Woo. Boy,
10th?
yeah, he's there.
He's 10th on the list?
Yeah, per year.
Oh,
Yep.
dude, I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought he's higher.
Yeah, well.
He does got a contract coming up, and those Eagles are trying real hard to float some stories out there, it seems. Let's see. All right. We already said Matthew Stafford. We already said Josh Allen. We already said Lamar
We're looking for the
Jackson.
top annual salaries for quarterbacks, people.
I'm going to go with Joe Burrow.
Oh, Cold-Blooded Joe. What's his name? No, it's not Cold-Blooded Joe. What's it called?
No, it's
Cool
Joe
Joe.
Cool.
Joe Cool. There you go. I'm making up stuff. Yes, 55 mil, though.
55. Okay. Justin Herbert.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he's on the list, just
He is
ahead
on
of
the list.
Hurts and Lamar. Yeah, he's on the list. We've got 1, 2, 3 of them left. Uh-oh, it's getting to the nitty-gritty.
Jordan Love is on this list.
Jordan Love is on the list because he just got paid recently. Yes,
Yeah, he
Jordan
did.
Love.
And
yes.
I got another one, too. You better hit this because I know another one on the list.
Oh, there's 3 more. Sorry, but go ahead. Go ahead, Fish.
2 more now, right?
3.
Still 3?
Yeah, I messed up
Okay.
on the math because Cody gave me the
Patrick
wrong
Mahomes.
number. Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback on the list for in terms of resume, but right now, that is
No way!
so
He's out of the top 10?
Cody.
Let's go! Another
Cody
victory
is
for
the
Daddy,
winner.
baby.
Acceptable answers would have been Trevor Lawrence,
Trevor Lawrence would have been my next choice.
Jared Goff,
Oh, Jared Goff's on that list.
and think of a quarterback who just got paid recently.
Oh, who else got paid really recently? God.
He was a late pick in the draft, very
Oh,
late.
Brock Purdy.
There you go.
Brock
Yep.
Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant no
Yeah.
more.
Yep,
I
yep,
love it. Absolutely love it.
Those guys make more money than Patrick Mahomes?
Well,
Per year.
Now, he
That's
does
why.
have a much
'Cause
longer-term
he
contract.
He did a long-term deal.
Yeah.
So they
Probably
could-
a higher
so they could
bonus
build
and
a
all
Super
that.
Bowl team around
Yeah,
him.
and he's going to restructure again. And also, he bought into the Royals ownership. Like, he's all in on Kansas City.
Got it.
Which
Okay.
you got to kind of appreciate. What about
Congratulations, man.
you? Thank you, man. I feel really
Oh,
good
that's so
about
nice
that.
of you.
Look at that.
You're so nice.
This is a friendly place.
Yeah, it's not me as a player.
How long is it going to take for my negativity to rub off on you, Derek?
Oh,
How
no,
long
no. Oh, I
until
don't
you
think it's
become
too long.
negative
No.
and just?
You're not in the room, dude. You're out there looking into this room. The look on his face that was very reluctant. He did not like giving me that fist bump. He had a. That was just like, good job. And he's like, I'm gonna kill you. By the way, I mentioned that ownership group that he just joined. But is that something like, if you were to say you got paid like an outrageous amount, would that be like something you want to get into, like partially owning a team, being in that group?
Yes.
That'd be awesome, right?
Yeah, that would be super awesome. I mean, right now there'll probably be like a WNBA team or an NWSL team. Those.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, those things are like up and coming too. A lot of people are jumping in on those.
You have to invest at the right time in order to actually enjoy the significant growth that both of these leagues are about to see.
Why don't we get over? Let's go over to like England. Let's do that Wrexham thing that Ryan
that
Reynolds
could be cool
did.
too.
Yeah, let's
That
go
could
buy
be
like
cool
a
as well.
like the Blackburn Rovers, real team.
Yes,
Look
they
it
are.
up.
They are. They're in the second division.
I know. I love me the Blackburn Rovers. They're my guys. All right, we just did highest paid quarterbacks of the current year. Well, we brought that up because, well, frankly, yesterday our guy Matthew Stafford got the bag that I personally think he earned himself and then some. We've gone over the stats a little bit on Matthew Stafford, and the thing that I just really will never get over on Matthew Stafford, and I'm hoping this will change. I'm sure it'll change as the years go forward, but I'd like it to change now. I think Matthew Stafford is one of those names that should be always referred to as being in the echelon, the upper echelon, not just of high-end players now, of all time. He's like one of the greatest quarterbacks who have ever lived. The numbers back it up. The longevity backs it up. The championship ring backs it up. Yet somehow his name always falls through the cracks when we're talking about all of these names. Like when we talk about the NFL and quarterbacks right now, like what do you think the names we normally say are?
All the guys on that list?
Pretty much. Like I usually think of I think of Mahomes first. Yeah. I'll think of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. Somehow Matthew Stafford, reigning MVP in LA on the team with the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl this next year, somehow slips through the cracks when we're talking about best quarterbacks in the league and all time.
Yeah, it's sometimes narratives form and it's hard to kind of not even change them necessarily, but just get them to shift. I mean, spent a lot of years in Detroit not winning Super Bowls, not playing in the one of the biggest media markets in the world. And so that makes a difference, in how people kind of view the impact that you've had, in a particular sport. The guys on the list of all-time greats ahead of him in terms of passing yards and stats, those guys are, Super Bowl winners, guys that are Hall of Fame level players, et cetera. So all of that matters. I think that's what also kind of puts a lot of emphasis around this season for the Rams and for Stafford. Getting the contract done is one step, but being the MVP this past season helps and is one step. But winning a Super Bowl here in Los Angeles with the Super Bowl here in LA in 2027,
man, if he could do that again,
that I think catapults him into now he's more top of mind.
Really, and by the way, it's amazing. They did win the Super Bowl in LA last time, but I still felt like the Rams were. I hate using this phrase because, yes, we all agree the Rams were here 30 years ago. We all remember the Rams being here 30 years ago. It's just so much time has passed. I felt like the Rams being back in LA was still so new, even though they're in the Super Bowl and they have this amazing team and they got their new franchise quarterback at the time. It was still so new that I don't think the city of LA was celebrated the way they would celebrate now. I really think this city has really adopted this team back into their culture and their zeitgeist. And the Rams did themselves a lot of favors by putting together these teams, by carrying superstar players. Like I look at a guy like Aaron Darnold. Like that guy, Aaron is the guy that makes me think that guy brought us into this level because he could have retired a year earlier. He stayed an extra year and really kind of almost solidified what the Rams were here in LA.
Agreed, but the LA sports culture, I think, you know, you have to have some context around like how LA sports and LA sports fans kind of, you know, have been built essentially, right?
Because we have a reputation, and it's not a great one, and it's undeserved in my opinion.
But you have to think about, right? So in my brain, if you go to the 80s, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, Byron Scott, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kurt Rambis, et cetera, et cetera. Even if you go back to the 70s, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Gail Goodrich, like sports stars in LA are like here for decades.
Yes.
They're part of LA. The Rams, to your point, were so new and coming back at that time. The players and coaches had not built up enough history with the town again to be beloved the way you do after 5 years, 6 years, 7, 10 years. So the Rams are getting back to that point now where it's just part of LA. We know who they are. They're part of the family. And that's the energy that it'll have this year, I think, if the Rams have a great season.
Couldn't agree more. Really looking forward to this Rams season all season long. And, of course, you guys will be joining us right here on 97.1 The Fan all season long as we talk about your Rams. And we're going to take a quick break. Last break of the day here for Derek and Decker. And when we come back, coming up, Crosstalk.
Crosstalk.
Brock and Alex joining us live right here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
Broadcasting live from the...
97.1, The Fan LA, 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And of course, you can join us live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. We want to definitely check you guys out over there. The chat has been absolutely incredible all show long. We thank you guys for joining us in the chat today. And of course, a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. And it's that time of the show where we bring in the other show. It's Brock and Alex. Welcome to Derek and Decker yet again. Our good friends, mid-mornings here on 97.1 The Fan LA.
I just realized I forgot my headphones, you guys.
I am noticing that.
Rookie move. I said that. I'm like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. What is
That's
it?
okay. As you get those headphones, I can ask Cody, when you wake up in the morning, do you have like a quota of things you want to be wrong about, or do they just come naturally? Because this barbecue versus burger conversation that I had to listen to is asinine.
Okay, so I'm wrong. Apparently I'm wrong because 75% of the audience agreed with me. So that makes me somehow dumb. Got it. All right, so what we've been arguing about all show long, D-Fish and I, and Raj, because Raj seems to think that a hamburger is just so beneath him and beneath the idea and concept. D-Fish,
he's just making up.
No. Just you can't give up the grill for a burger. No, that must be slow cooked brisket. It must be what is this? What is it?
We have a chef.
Alex,
I'm for it.
Alex,
is it the Cardiff crack?
Alex,
Because I'll like put my burgers to the side if someone's gonna cook me Cardiff crack.
Well,
what words are those?
What is Cardiff crack?
What is that?
What is
you
that?
guys don't know?
What are you saying? What is that?
Oh, you guys, it's a certain meat that comes from San Diego.
Well, I already don't like
San
it then.
Diego. No, it's the best thing you ever have. They sometimes have it at the deck in Hermosa
Say
Beach.
say more words. Say more words. What is it?
It's a style of meat, brisket. It's a style of
brisket,
meat.
okay.
No, I'm all right with that. That could be on the grill. Okay, if I come to your barbecue, that can be on the grill.
But it's a very specific kind.
I don't care.
And you can pick it up. They have a drop-off in L.A. for LA people to go and pick it up and cook it for themselves.
And that
at
is
home.
great. And that's an
It's
adult
so
barbecue.
good.
Invite me to that. But do not invite me to your barbecue if no damn kids are present and you got some damn
What is this, a
burgers
Swiss
taking up the grill when we can have good stuff on there.
You guys,
Am I
but if
right,
you're-
Derek? Derek Fisher, is that correct?
That is correct.
You guys.
You didn't
most
sound like
part.
with conviction in that. Oh, see, for the most part. See?
Absolutely not, because I am getting my burgers, my fresh pressed patties from
Come here.
Manhattan Meats.
Come here,
that
G.
have bacon
Come here, my
and
G.
cheese put in them.
That's
This is
right.
fresh.
I'm still
Shut
stuck
up.
on
I am doing
Cardiff
a-
crack. I'm googling and nothing's popping up.
And
What is
listen,
this?
I will admit, me and Alex are on the same side, but I will freely admit.
I'm gonna pull it up for you guys.
Just saying Cardiff crack and be like, what is that? And saying it's from San Diego is not helping.
That's an all-time moment. No, okay, so the burgers and dogs actually should be the very first thing on the grill because then you just put them in the oven at 135 and everyone who wants one, they're already ready so that the adults in the room can get down to business.
It's the warm-up.
That's how it's done.
It's the warm-up.
All right, Derek.
That's the warm. Exactly.
Derek.
Exactly.
All right, Derek.
Got
Explain
it.
this to me
Understand.
then.
You guys got it.
Then tell me if it's the warm-up, then what is the main event for the warm-up then, Derek?
What?
What's the main event? What's the main event after
for
the warm-up?
After the warm-up?
After the warm-up. When you get done the warm, what's the main event?
The main event is the chicken.
Yep.
It's the ribs.
Yeah.
If you are a fish, you can put some aluminum foil, wrap some salmon
Yes,
or some
sir.
fish in there.
Yes, sir.
You can add some veggies.
Game time.
You can throw some sausage links on there. You can throw
Come on.
Yeah, I could do all those things, or I could enjoy my warm up and call it a day. Because
you could.
guys, I'm not. You're acting like I'm cooking like the weakest little frozen piece of patty. It's just not the case. Alex, please explain what we are doing here.
Okay, so I found it's Cardiff crack.
Oh,
if I
she's
was
still on
saying
this.
It wrong. It's tri-tip, you guys. It's tri-tip. And so
I'm
it
all for
comes
tri-tip.
from Seaside Market from Cardiff by the Sea.
Oh,
In
Cardiff, like
Cardiff.
the beach town.
Yes.
I thought you were saying card, like card of crack.
No,
Cardiff.
Cardiff.
Oh, it's right there. Okay.
Cardiff crack. Yeah, so it's it's their famous like Cardiff crack. It's a burgundy pepper tri-tip cut from the bottom sirloin, and it's addictive. It has attracted its intense
Listen,
following.
this
And
sounds
They
fantastic.
can
Hold
ship
on.
it to you. You can pick
Hold
it up
on.
somewhere in LA.
Cardiff crack saying it's the bottom. So they are literally taking the crack of the cow
No. It's the bottom of the.
Jesus,
Derek,
Brock,
did you
what's
hear
wrong with you?
Derek heard it too.
No.
Gotta do 4 hours of that?
No. I'm gonna help my girl out here on this one.
What are you eating?
I want to make this abundantly
You guys,
clear.
I'm just
There's a
reading
problem.
I'm reading their explanation of it.
Okay, I do have a problem with
Did
their
I put it wrong?
explanation.
Okay.
No. Because it's very clear what it is now to me.
Okay.
It's called Cardiff Crack.
Yes.
And what they're basically just described to you was it's a tri-tip that's seasoned in a certain way. It's a tri-tip. It's a tri-tip. That's all it is. It's a tri-tip. And I'm on board with a tri-tip.
Bottom sirloin.
Which is a tri-tip.
So addictive that it has attracted an intense cult following.
Yes. It's called tri-tip.
Dude, it's been around since 1986, this recipe. It's got like a gnarly following. It's bomb, you guys. I'm telling you. You know what? I'm going to bring it in one day. We're just going to wake up and we're going to have...
I don't need to go to San Diego to get a tri-tip.
Here, they sell it. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The deck in Hermosa Beach will have days where they get it and they bargain it for you in Hermosa Beach.
Alex, he's worked up because you said San Diego.
No, I like San Diego.
The Padres paid him like $40 for a signing bonus.
Oh, that is true. No, that's actually very true. That is a true statement.
$40.
I would actually make the argument that held me hostage for 7 years.
He's loyal forever. They got him forever.
Loyal? You think I'm loyal to those people? No. Those my hostage, the people that held me hostage for 7 seasons? No.
Oh, my
No.
stomach hurts.
I'm appreciative, but I would have liked some actual money. My God.
How up to date are we on what's going on with John Travolta? Am I the only one very invested in
Are you
this?
talking about his sweet outfit that he wore
His
over
new
at
look?
Cannes?
No, I have
John
no
Travolta
idea.
has completely
I need-
rebranded, and
I
I'm
need
on
to-
board.
Oh, no, yeah.
Where did this come
Oh, yeah, I
from?
strongly suggest everybody looking up John Travolta's new look. See, he's rocking a beret right now.
And it's working. It's working.
And he's also, like, disconnecting his beard from his mustache, but he's keeping them both.
Look at
So
my
it's
guy.
It's a real unique thing. He looks
Look
like
at Johnny.
He looks like a painter in, like, France in 1876.
John
Where did
Travolta's
this-
in a new era, man.
Where did this come from?
The film festival, Cannes Film Festival.
Yeah, he's got to reinvent himself.
Oh.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Actually, speaking of movies,
Can.
they pronounce
I think
it con.
it's can. You can go to the film festival. No? Is it con or can?
You can go to the Cannes Film
This
Festival.
is how I remember things. I have to put it in a sentence.
Interesting.
And I've talked about it before, and I think it's can.
Follow-up question for everybody. Now
Okay.
that we're all getting into the movies and all,
All right.
we got some movies coming out this weekend. One of which being Mandalorian and Grogu. And here's the deal. See,
Okay, Raj.
I'm gonna sit back and let you guys say whatever you want to Raj, because that's what I dealt with all show.
No.
I
Are
dealt
you
with
kidding
this
me?
man.
The
Mando?
Mandalorian was great until that
Exactly.
little green dumb baby came in, and then it just ruined everything.
Episode.
He made Grogu, Baby Yoda, made the
Can't
entire
stand Baby
se-
Yoda.
I
Can't stand it.
I'm obsessed with Baby
I will
Yoda.
Derek
say-
Fisher doesn't like Baby Yoda
I'm
either.
obsessed.
D-Fish has kids. He has to like Baby Yoda. Stop
D-Fish,
it.
did you watch
kids are-
Mando? Did you watch the whole series of Mando? Okay, no. See,
I made it
you
through
have
one
to-
season.
You have to watch it. What? Are we dealing with non-Star Wars people here, Cody?
Well,
Most likely.
once I found out he wasn't actually Yoda, I wasn't sure why we were supposed to care
It's the
about
same
him.
I didn't realize you don't know how time works. Show takes place like 20 years after Yoda's dead.
They're like
Wait,
the same people.
But they live to
come
be
from the same
300. Like
people.
why not just make it Yoda?
Yoda's dead.
Why
at
not
this
just
point.
make it Yoda? Is
Because
is
he's
my point.
dead.
It doesn't fit
So
the
put the
storyline.
story in the time where Yoda's alive.
No,
Make
But
it
that's
Yoda.
not the story.
That's another creature from his planet.
But why do I care about him?
Oh, you will care about him.
We only
Because
care
we
about
love
him because he's the same species
Yes,
as Yoda.
yes.
So
No,
just
we
make
love
it
him
Yoda.
because he's adorable.
Because he's the cutest thing ever.
And Werner Herzog with his terrifying German accent
I
said,
do
I
like
would
Werner
like
Herzog.
to see the baby. And that alone made me like, I gotta see what the hell's going on.
What's
That's
going on over there?
insane.
Derek, we will get you on Mandalorian and Grogu. I know it, and
Mando is
we're
my
gonna get you to
favorite.
turn on Raj, who just doesn't know anything.
No.
Okay.
I'm
We'll see.
going with the in-laws to see it Sunday night. So
Oh, so you're
on
actually going to see it.
Monday we will have to convene about
sounds like a plan.
what happened in the movie.
Jealous. You're
Sounds
going to
like a
see
plan.
it before me. No, because I don't want any spoilers. I have to see it with my husband, and he's playing a festival Sunday, so we won't be able to see
Okay.
it this
Name
weekend.
dropper.
Okay.
No, I
Yes.
mean, like he's the Star Wars. He's the Star Wars
I know he
fanatic
is.
that turned me into the Star Wars fan.
All right,
Okay?
let's go around the room real quick. Everybody, tonight's game OKC Spurs.
Oh.
Alex Curry.
OKC.
Like it.
Spurs by 15 points. I see a massively lopsided. Let's get things back on track. Our fans are here. I see Wemby doing Wemby things.
I went Spurs by 5, but D Fish is it in my ear a little bit. He thinks if it's close, it's going OKC.
It is going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's close, it's going OKC. But I do agree with
the blowout.
With Brock. Yeah, I think if there's separation, the Spurs tonight could be the night for them to get that big signature win. And then the Thunder are trying to repeat as champions or win another title. It's hard, bro. You know, you're going to have to go through something that hurts really bad, and tonight could be that night where they get sent a message, and then they have to respond.
And when D Fish says it's hard to win back-to-back, it's true because he might have won.
He may have some experience.
He might have 5 rings. Do you keep one in the bathroom just to keep you humble?
No.
Just one of the rings?
Wait,
not
what?
the place.
I was like, what are we even talking about here?
I'm trying to find out where all his rings are, and he won't tell me. I'm trying to figure it out.
He doesn't want people to know.
I know that.
This is a public show.
I'm going to get it out of him if it
where your
kills me.
fancy things are. Never tell people
we'll
where your
talk about
fancy
it
things
I'm
are.
trying to
off air one day.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm trying to
thank you.
plan my
Smart man.
heist. Just let me do it.
Exactly.
It's already been planned.
Never share. Never share that information.
Well, guys,
Smart man, D-Fish.
you all want to stick around, obviously, for Brock and Alex, our mid-morning show here on 97.1 The Fan LA. And, of course, that is it for Fish and I. Derek and Decker, week 1 officially in the books. We will see you here live on Monday. Then we're going to see you at Dodger Stadium Monday night, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for us this week. Stick around for Brock and Alex. Kick rocks. We're out of here.
Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Happy Friday. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Thank you for spending your first week, our first week with us on The Fan LA, whether you were listening on the radio, on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We so appreciate you being here with us all week. Like, this has
flown by
so fun.
In the best way possible. This has flown by, and 4 hours feels like 4 minutes, and we're going to finish this week off with a bang.
Well, see, that's when you know you're having fun.
Yes.
Okay? Like, when you're like, wait, that was what? That was like a full week? That was 4 hours? That was incredible, you guys. And we got so many great things to get to today. And then right after our show, you guys, Dodgers at Brewers at 4:40. So they're playing a little earlier today. We're going to get to a lot of the Rams stuff because we're getting new information. Obviously, yesterday, Matthew Stafford's extension official with the Rams. We're going to get into the Ty Simpson. We're going to talk about Ohtani again, how he is dominating on the mound and at the plate. So yeah, we're also going to get to your favorite Memorial Day traditions, your
it's a big weekend.
Foods. It's like I'm a little biased because it's always my birthday weekend whenever it comes around. Like, my birthday doesn't land on the actual weekend, but it's like, you get a birthday week, right?
It's
do you
the
do
closest
birthday
weekend.
Week, birthday month?
Oh, you're going to hate this.
What?
I don't celebrate my birthday.
What?
So here's why. My birthday is in the middle of August, and growing up playing football, that was always in the middle of training camp. Like, even in Pop Warner, that's the middle of training camp. So you're not going to celebrate your birthday when you're having two-a-days or just in the dead of summer running and you're tired and all that stuff. And so that just kind of became a consistent thing. And so after, I would say, the age of 12 or 13, I no longer really had a proper birthday.
That's so sad, Brock.
But I have in-laws and family and friends who are wonderful, and they demand that there's always a dinner or something that I'm always so appreciative of. Yeah. But I'm usually the last person to realize that it's my birthday week.
That is insane.
I'm working on it.
That is insane. And you know what? It doesn't have to be a lot, but just your favorite meal with your favorite people.
Yes.
Like, that's all it needs to be.
That's all it has to be.
The big birthdays, I'm down to go all out. I don't do them often. But when I do, no detail is left unnoticed. And it is going to be the best party that you are at because I am an entertainer. I love to entertain. Yeah. Like, I love throwing parties, and so does my husband, so we have a good time. But yeah, this week we're midweek working. So I'm back on that sketch. So we're just gonna do weekend celebrations. We're gonna do this weekend and next weekend, or kind of sandwich my birthday together.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Right?
The more party, the better.
Always. I like to hear you say that because I was worried there.
We're coming around.
What?
We're coming around on it. Again, I have wonderful family and extended family and in-laws who are now family, and I
still that's insane.
They demand it
very
out of
on
me.
Brand for you. Now that the more I get to know you, I'm like, no, that's very on brand. Let's get to the news, though, that came out yesterday. Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, the Rams and Stafford officially reached an agreement yesterday, a 1-year, $55 million extension worth up to $60 million with incentives. So Stafford now has 2 years and up to $105 million left on your deal. This should not come as a surprise to anybody. This is your Super Bowl winning, reigning MVP who turned this Rams franchise into a championship, into an LA championship team. He put LA on notice. The first year he came to LA, he won that championship. So he is still the guy. He is still who LA should be and will be turning to for the next year to two. I think a lot is going to come down to, can he stay healthy? Because let's not forget the beginning of last year when he was starting the season going in that little blue tent.
The mystery van.
Going
the
in
big
the weird
silver
van.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
No one knew. And we were kind of asking, oh my gosh, is he going to be able to make it through the season?
Is he alive?
Those were those questions. What's going on in there? Nobody knows what's going on in there. So the fact that that's how the season started and then it ended with him at NFL Honors on stage accepting the MVP and letting everybody know, LA, we're running it back next year. Like, everyone's feeling good, especially with how close he got the Rams to almost being in the Super Bowl. They were a play away from making it to the Super Bowl. And they're coming into this season as the Super Bowl favorites. And it is because of Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. No, that's entirely fair. And it's impossible, unfortunately, to not have the Stafford conversation with the Ty Simpson one, which we'll get to. But I think the biggest thing now is just to congratulate Matthew Stafford on really a historic career. I feel that with another Super Bowl, everyone will collectively agree he is a surefire Hall of Famer. I understand.
You don't think he is right now?
I
as
do.
An MVP, like he won a Super Bowl and he has an MVP. I think that right there, like that gets you in.
I believe it. I would say 40% of NFL fans don't believe it. But I feel
wild.
I feel that another Super Bowl makes it undeniable. What he has done in Los Angeles is come over as a certified veteran who we knew he had all the talent in the world at this time in Detroit, but they weren't really playing for anything. I believe they had one playoff run and got bounced immediately. Maybe there were two in there, but not many significant games. And to come over here and win it immediately. And the Rams weren't going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff and that surrounding cast. Of course, they made it, and it was a pretty brutal game. And
that was the most boring Super Bowl.
It was, unless you like defense.
That was one where there wasn't a touchdown. It was field goals, right?
I think it was 13-3. So I think the Patriots had one single touchdown. But again,
field goals.
The fact that we don't even remember it is probably
bad.
proof. So I feel it gets overlooked sometimes. What was on his plate? It was, hey, we've proven we can make a Super Bowl, so the only reason you're here is to win a Super Bowl. And anything less than that makes this trade null and void. And in hindsight, it was the best trade that the Rams have made thus far.
First year.
To win it right away, and every single year since have spent the majority of the season in contention for that. You got to pay the man, and as long as he says, I'm healthy, my back is all right, I need a little better offensive line play to take less hits earlier in the season, but with that arm talent, one of the best arm talents we've ever seen in the history of football, you pay the man as long as he wants to be paid.
Yeah, so now, like, obviously the Rams have to take a couple other things into consideration, right? So even though Matthew Stafford is playing at MVP level, he's 38 years old. He is on the back end of his career. So even with the extension, he's still on that year-to-year window, and the extension keeps Matthew Stafford happy, keeps him locked in, but it doesn't mean there's no guarantee it's the long-term answer. Because as we've seen the last 2 years, they've had to come back and they've had to make deals to extend this contract, even though he was under contract. So you have to think this is going to be another situation that they're going to be in more negotiations if this is a great season at the start of next season. And I think the hardest thing for an MVP or a superstar who's on the back end of their career, who's still playing at peak performance, he just won the MVP, the Rams still need to be thinking about their 5-year plan. And it's never an easy thing. We just saw, not just like a handful of years ago, this exact situation, hopefully not the same drama and outcome with the Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, because Rodgers was pissed that Green Bay drafted Love, but he got to sit behind him for years. And now Jordan Love, with that experience sitting behind an MVP quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, got to be the best version of himself in the NFL and is now the face of the franchise. So this year, when we see the Rams have a higher than normal first-round pick, everyone's assuming, right, they're going to get a win-now pick. So the fact that they got Ty Simpson, a quarterback that a lot of mock drafts, a lot of professionals were claiming was not going to be taken until the second round, I think Shawn McVey's reaction in the press conference, hearing Matthew Stafford's reaction after it went down, was kind of the general consensus of how all the fans in LA felt. There was a video of the Rams draft watch party where they were showing everybody watching it on the big screen, and the moment they said Ty Simpson, everybody in the crowd went, no, what? It just took everybody by surprise. It was the biggest surprise from the NFL draft. So I think that was the hardest thing for Rams fans and even Matthew Stafford to wrap his head around. I mean, we heard that Kelly Stafford, Matthew's wife, is the one who actually reached out to Ty Simpson after the pick. It wasn't Matthew, because that has to happen. You know, you have to be like, welcome to the team.
At some point,
regardless of your feelings, and if you don't agree with it, like you're going to be sharing a quarterback room. Like the Rams think this is the future. And we got to hear Shawn McVey on Bussin' with the Boys recently, and he kind of shared, gave us a little like pull back the curtains, behind the scenes vibe of what happened on draft night.
Decision. No, because like, how are we always balancing? And I said this before, like if you told me that we could ensure that if we took a player at 13, let's just say it's a Mekhi Lemon, a Kenyon Sadiq, players that we really had a lot of appreciation for, or even a defensive player, Bain still on the board at the time. If you told me that drafting that guy would have ensured that we're going to show up at SoFi on February 14th next year and get a chance to play for a world title, I say, sign me up. We're taking that guy.
Yeah.
You know, but it doesn't work that way. And so, man, I'm hopeful Matthew plays as long as he can.
Read between the lines there. This
There's
sounds,
a lot going on there.
You guys, this sounds like an emotional guy that knew exactly who he wanted to take and who was still on the board in that moment. I think a lot of people, especially in LA, with Mekhi Lemon being at USC, grew up in SoCal, he felt like a shoo-in if he was still available. That's who the Rams were going to get as a win-now situation, especially with all the Puka Nacua drama that was going down. Right. And like there were conversations, do we extend him now? They don't need to. I think like with all the off-field drama, you just kind of let this season play out. Like let's get another wide receiver option for Matthew Stafford because we are in the win-now scenario. When you hear that, when you hear Sean McVey specifically name everybody that the Rams could have taken, to me it feels like a fresh wound still, and he's making excuses. What was your take when you heard that?
If you were dating someone and you asked, hey, what was it like? What were your feelings when we first met? And your boyfriend said, oh, I mean, yeah, I guess I could have been with Veronica or Susie or Cindy or Lisa or Abigail. Why do you still know their names? Why are they fresh on their mind? Now, Sean McVey has a computer for a brain, so I'm sure he just has he probably has the whole draft memorized.
For sure.
But I do feel that yet again we are drawn back into the Ty Simpson convo. Every time I feel we've moved past it and gearing up for the year, we get some kind of soundbite or article or reason to go back and think, okay, why did they draft Ty Simpson? So on one hand, quarterbacks, especially rookie quarterbacks, are being failed by the NFL. They are, for the past really 5 years, they are being drafted into places, expected to turn the entire thing around, even though the reason you were able to draft me early is because you were terrible next year, right?
Yeah.
And they were set up to fail. And I do appreciate that finally we see an example of a team drafting a quarterback and making it clear he is not playing this year, because that's how it used to be.
Yeah.
Tom Brady sat. Aaron Rodgers sat. The best quarterbacks used to sit before the status quo changed. However, the gripe with the Ty Simpson pick is this. On one hand, you always want to draft a quarterback before you need one.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of it, you want to have proof that this is the guy. And I feel that Ty Simpson, only having 15 games under his belt, he has played 15 games of college football.
That's insane.
The most recent of those games, he got benched in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
We're going to sit here and play the PR game, and Kalen DeBoer said the right things at Alabama, and no, the game was out of hand. Why was he got benched? Because he wasn't playing up to his performance, and there were some shaky moments. So the question that Les Snead has to answer is, why Ty Simpson? Because he's going to get practice reps, and he's going to learn from Matthew Stafford. They're going to watch film early in the morning and late at night. He's going to learn from Shawn McVey, but you need game reps, and I would prefer to draft a college quarterback who has 4 years of game reps, 3 years of game reps, because you're not going to play for 2 years. And I know you know how to handle yourself when the bullets are real, right? So there are a ton of questions, and Les Snead or Shawn McVey are going to have to continue answering these, because right now 1 + 1 is equaling 3.
So let me tell you, because you have to understand the backstory of Ty Simpson, okay? And the relationship that his family has with Les Snead, okay? Because if we all knew this, if we all knew the details of this a year ago, I don't think anyone would be surprised. His father is friends with Les Snead. Ty Simpson's father is friends with Les Snead. And Ty Simpson's dad went to Snead for advice on whether Ty should enter the draft or not. And it is being reported that Snead told Mr. Simpson that Ty would be a first-round pick. I mean, the writing is on the wall right there. If we all knew that, then none of us should have been surprised when this went down.
The Les Snead thing is so interesting because this is so against type for him. He is a win-now guy. You go back to the Odell Beckham trade. We can get Odell Beckham, we're getting Odell Beckham. We can get Von Miller, we're getting Von Miller. I don't care what draft capital, I don't care what it costs. Him famously wearing the shirt after the Super Bowl, getting off the private plane saying F them pick. Like,
yeah.
So to all of a sudden make a pick in the most win-now Super Bowl year that you've had as GM of the Rams, now you're making a pick for the future.
Yeah.
You need an explanation, and until we get one, I do feel it's impossible to ignore the connection that you're talking about.
No, this pick, Ty Simpson, was a homie pick. This was a homie pick for his friend, Mr. Simpson. But, you know, I don't want to diminish the talent that Ty Simpson has. And that's, I think, the saddest thing of this whole situation, because honestly, Ty won the draft. He is going into the best situation possible. And who knows? If he sits behind Matthew Stafford and has the coaching and the mentorship from Matthew Stafford and Shawn McVey over the next 2, maybe 3 years, he could develop into an incredible quarterback in the NFL, especially with Shawn McVey, who is like a quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
So this was best case scenario for Ty Simpson. And if it plays out, if he ends up being a great NFL quarterback, this is going to look like a brilliant move by Les Snead.
It is.
But also when you say, like, they're in the win now, their win now move with the first round was when they traded for McDuffie. Like, that was their first round win now move, because corner was where they were the weakest. Like, they are the most complete team in the NFL, which is why they are Super Bowl faves. But the McDuffie trade is why that was the, well, where's the win now move in the first round? That's the win now move. It was very rare that the Rams have this high of a first round pick. I don't think they're going to have this high of a first round pick again. And if they really believe, and I'm hoping this is more of a belief opposed to a homie pick, that Ty Simpson is the guy. And I want to root, I love rooting for people who are doubted. And he's coming into a situation, I think, just because of the surprise of how high he went, that he's probably going to be doubted. But if he can prove everybody wrong and turn out to be the future for the Rams, that's incredible.
They
that
entered
can be
the draft.
Incredible.
Yeah, they entered the draft with no needs. Every single need, really even all the wants, were already checked off. They were young in the right places, and they were built to go win a Super Bowl. So you're playing with house money.
Yeah.
So why not get a Mekhi Lemon? Why not get a Kenyon Sadiq in this tight end heavy system? Why not trade back and get more capital and snag Omar Cooper Jr., who got drafted late first round? Like there were a lot of things that you could have done to win now, as opposed to drafting the quarterback of the future. And now that unfair pressure will be on Ty Simpson's shoulders because of the situation that he's in.
The good news is now with this Matthew Stafford extension, 2 years, possibly more. He's 38 years old. Like,
we'll
again, it all depends on how healthy he is at the end of the season.
It's just a question of why. Like, what? Okay, if you go back 2 years, and you see Anthony Richardson, I would have no gripes drafting an Anthony Richardson. Here is a machine of a man who has the strongest arm we've seen in college football. Okay, sit 2 years and learn. But when you look at Ty Simpson, he had success at Alabama, but I have not seen a specific trait that made Les Snead go, oh, I want that in my room. I want to curate and manipulate and refine that specific skill set. Until we see that specific skill set that made him pull that trigger, there's going to be a giant question mark.
So, and I think what kind of led to everybody going down that path was Shawn McVey's energy, right? Yeah. Shawn McVey's attitude. And on draft night, when they went and did that post-game presser together, that was the story. Mm-hmm. And he was asked about it recently on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he explained the energy.
Great night for Ty and his family. Excited, that we have a potential guy, but also respectful and mindful of the fact that I don't want this to be misunderstood. I'm super grateful that Matthew Stafford is our guy. And so I would have been naturally just a little bit more reserved, but then there's other things that you're dealing with. And so if you said, hey, if you had that over again, how would you be? I would have made sure that I wasn't mentally resilient to be able to snap out of some things that I was bothered about that had nothing to do with what the interpretation was. I missed the boat big time. Mm-hmm. And what I felt bad about is it became a story. Right. And really that, it looked like Les and I weren't connected. Yeah. And my vibe was off. We always talk about the energy. That was bad energy that night. Bad vibe.
Can't win them all.
I was an energy vampire.
Like, you heard him. You all heard him. He said that there was a moment. He didn't want to take away from the positivity of Ty, but he did because there was a moment that he wasn't happy about.
And Chris Sims on, I don't know if it was his podcast or his show that he has, said that he spoke to Shawn McVey and revealed something I'm sure Shawn McVey didn't want him to reveal, which is, no, we had a argument. It just wasn't about what you think it's about. Obviously, the pick was not something Shawn McVey was over the moon about. Yes, they sat with Ty Simpson and vetted him, and there was enough for Les Snead, who at the end of the day, as long as he's on board with the pick, that's the only thing that matters. But it is very clear, no matter what Sean McVey thinks of Ty Simpson as a player, Sean McVey may have thought Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in this draft. I do feel we're at a point where all that being said, it still wasn't the guy that Sean was hoping to get there.
If you're having an argument, from the moment that you made your first round pick to when you are walking to the podium to do a presser where the whole sports world is going to feel and see your reaction, there's no way that argument wasn't about what just happened. Like, there is absolutely no way. We'll dive deeper into all of this throughout the show today. We want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate all you fans listening to us on the Fan, on the Odyssey app, on the iHeart app. If you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, get in the comment section. Follow us at the Fan LA across all socials. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want you to be a part of this show. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Shohei Ohtani is coming off, I don't want to say his best outing, but one of my favorites from this season. We're going to dive into that when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. We just talked about the whole Matthew Stafford and the Rams situation. He officially signed his extension yesterday. They made it officially official, so the Rams have him for another 2 years, but we might be in this same situation that we've been in the last 2 off seasons. That
Here's an extension. So
we're going to be doing the same thing next year, and we dove a little bit into the Ty Simpson pick and why it makes sense, but also why you understand why Shawn McVey was probably feeling all the feels at the presser. And, that's okay. So we want to hear how you feel about it, too. So if you're watching the stream, get in the chat. Let us know how you feel about it. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to talk to you, LA, and see how you're feeling. But now we're going to switch gears because we're coming off of, we didn't have any Dodgers baseball last night, which is always a weird night for me. When it's baseball season, games all day. Let's go. The moment I get home. So they're gifting us with an earlier game this afternoon. So the moment we get home, it will be on because the Dodgers are playing the Brewers on the road. So we're getting a little earlier game. But Ohtani's last start, we got the full Ohtani experience. We got the 5 scoreless innings, and he lowered his ERA to 0.73. The man just keeps getting better. And he started the game with that first pitch, leadoff home run, and then struck out the side. And the reason I think this was so meaningful is this is the first time this month that Ohtani was hitting on days he was pitching. And we've had a conversation, Brock, all week about, you know what, should he be hitting when he's pitching, and who's making this decision? And it was you know what, if this is an Ohtani decision, I'm okay with it, because Ohtani should be the one that is dictating how he manages and his workload, because that's what he's done throughout his entire career, because we've never seen anybody do what he is doing right now. And that's how it's always been. From the moment he came into Major League Baseball, Ohtani has said, this is what I need to be at my best. And he's an MVP. You listen to the unicorn.
Things are going pretty well for him.
Exactly. And that moment of leading off the game with a first pitch home run really felt like actions speak louder than words. And yesterday we got confirmation on this whole situation, because we had ESPN MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez on the show, and I asked him, is this an Ohtani choice?
This is a Dave Roberts and the Dodgers as a whole decision. It's not a Shohei Ohtani decision. He's gone along with it. He has said the right things. He has said that he understands. He has not said he agrees with it, but he said that he understands why they're doing it, but it's definitely a Dodgers decision. That's
spicy insider information right there.
And Dave Roberts is right.
What?
Yeah.
No.
As a player, sometimes you have to be saved from yourself. Shohei Ohtani is unlike anything we have ever seen. Shohei Ohtani is the ultimate competitor, and he demands more out of himself than any fan or player or coach can ever demand out of him. And the more I think about it, the more I realize Dave Roberts steps in to say, I have to save you from yourself. We are going to take a step back. And when I feel you are good enough to be your best self again, when I see the fire in your eyes that I want to see from earlier in the season and every other year you've played baseball, then we will put you back in both.
Brock, that's madness.
Brock.
That's madness.
Brock, can I ask you a question real quick?
Please.
On that.
Please.
So as an athlete, right, you've played in every level. If you had a teammate that is the best at what he does, and you have a coach that's limiting him, but you don't see any apparent reason. You see small reasons, and you're looking at, oh, we want to limit things. We want to make sure that he's good to go for this.
Yes.
But there's nothing wrong with him. So how would that make you feel as an athlete?
As a teammate?
Exactly. As an athlete, as a teammate, you're watching that.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
The fact that Shohei handled it the way that he did lets me know this is what we think is best for the team. Now, if Shohei, or maybe it's your quarterback, maybe it's your point guard, whoever it is, like, it doesn't even have to be sports specific. If our best player and the face of our franchise is subtweeting or going in press conferences, hinting or directly saying, I don't agree with how I'm being handled, now it's an issue. Now those dominoes and that windfall is going to trickle down to the locker room. Now we have tension. Now we have an issue. But because Shohei handled it so well, and because some other players who are in these situations handle it with class and respect and say, I don't need to directly address it, but because I'm not complaining, the entire room is clearly on board with me and I'm on board with Coach, that can help the team.
Brock.
You can help the team.
Brock. Yeah. What we saw in his last outing was him coming to the plate. The first time that he's hitting this month when he's pitching and blasting a first pitch home run. That is actions speak louder than words. Let me show you why I deserve to be in the lineup while I'm pitching. Because Alden made it very clear, this is not a Shohei Ohtani choice. This is a Dave Roberts choice, okay? Ohtani wants to be in there. He wants to be hitting every single day, especially when he's hitting well. Why? Why would you limit something for someone who has spent his entire two-way career when he's healthy doing this exact thing and hitting while he's pitching and, like, doing it to the best we have ever seen? He literally had the best game, arguably, by an athlete of all time in the playoffs when he hit 3 home runs and struck out 10 in the postseason. Like, there is absolutely no way.
And
if
Dave
Ohtani
Roberts
wants to be in, you leave him in.
And Dave Roberts can say, hey, what was the day that the slump was broken? It was hours after I told him and made the decision that, hey, going forward, you're not going to do both. Dave Roberts can say, that lack of stress, even that 1% of taking your mind and thinking, okay, let me make the most of this at-bat. Maybe that's the maybe that was what took him over the hump. I feel that as much credit as we give Shohei Ohtani, who, if he retired right now, if Shohei retired 3 years ago, he's in the Hall of Fame. So is Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts is a hell of a baseball coach. Dave Roberts has been through the fire. Dave Roberts has taken a lot of criticism for his decisions from 2021 to 2023. But in the past 2 years has made some insane moves that people disagree with and has 2 World Series rings to show for it. So I feel if there's anyone who can tell Shohei what to do or what not to do, maybe the only person on the planet is Dave Roberts.
Yeah, the hard part is Shohei Ohtani is so respectful. The whole Japanese culture is built around that respect. So there's no way we will ever know exactly how Shohei Ohtani feels. He is, minus the facial expressions and emotions that we get from him during the games, like that is chef's kiss. That's beautiful. But in terms of agreeing or disagreeing with this situation, what we saw on Wednesday, for him to come out and blast a leadoff home run on a day's pitching, and the first time he was able to do both this month, that was him making a statement. That was him showing everybody, you guys, come on. Come on. Put me in the lineup on days that I'm pitching.
And a great coach challenges his athletes. And I feel that we're at a point that Dave Roberts is not going to take credit, just like Shohei is not going to take credit. It's a place of respect and team first, and all we want to do is win and all of that. But as a coach, you motivate guys differently, and there is always a chess match of what we say behind closed doors and what I can say to the media to get to you and what moves I can make to challenge you. Dave Roberts challenged Kyle Tucker by bumping him from batting second to batting fourth. I think he was even batting fifth at one point.
Well, yeah, they moved in cleanup, which
and Kyle Tucker responded.
That's a positive thing.
And Kyle Tucker but that was a demotion.
No.
That was a demotion.
No.
Batting second to batting fifth in the lineup is a demotion.
Your heavy hitters are there in the fourth, fifth spot. So this is it's a different mindset. When you're moving around the lineup, it's a different mindset. Hey, you're going to have more support here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that as a demotion. But I want to ask fans. I want to ask LA, do you agree with Brock and we should let Dave Roberts make this right decision? Or do you agree with me and it should be if Shohei Ohtani wants to be in the lineup and hitting on days that he's pitching, let the man be the two-way superstar unicorn MVP that he is?
Cal Tucker.
Let's hear from you.
Cal Tucker.
Let's hear from you, LA.
Has one of the hottest bats on the team right now, and it got hot when he got bumped from 2 to 5.
Bumped is not the right word.
It's a literal word.
No, because we'll do a different show where we really break down like each part and each order in the lineup. I don't think that is a demotion. But right now we actually have a live caller, and we got Chris in LA. Thank you for calling in. How we feeling? What's going on?
Hey, thank you both for being here. This is great to have you guys in LA.
What's up, Chris?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna have to agree with Brock. So two things.
What?
With the Rams.
Oh, okay. We're going back to the Rams.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, both. So I tend to give successful people and organizations the benefit of the doubt because they've shown that they know what they're doing. So as far as Lesney taking Ty Simpson, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's rumors that they may try to get the other big Devontae Adams. No, not Devontae. Brown. So maybe that
AJ Brown.
Yep. AJ Brown. Maybe that factored in. I don't know what's going on. He's a smart dude. They've won, so I'm okay with that. As far as Dave Roberts, you have to sometimes, as you said, protect the player from themselves. The downside possibly of working him, both ends, is later on there is some fatigue. I don't need to challenge him. Dave knows he doesn't need to challenge him. He's already done the best of both sides. So there's no challenge factor. It's all about making sure we limit him so that we know he still has something in the tank later on, because you just never know. So I think there's a perfect balance in there, but I would not overwork him. I would just try to limit him to make sure we have him for when we need, and we have him relatively fresh for when we need him, and that's later on.
Thanks for listening, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. I don't know. I strongly disagree with both of you guys, but we have plenty of more time today to dive into this. We want to keep hearing from you, LA. So call us at 855-97-LA fan. We want you to be a part of this conversation. We had a couple great debates today on the Rams and Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. Should he be hitting on days that he is pitching? You're listening to Brock and Alex middays in LA. When we come back, you guys, we got more. Do you care, LA? And this is going to be fun. We're going to go all over the place with this, and you can be a part of this too. We'll be right back in a moment.
I can't wait.
97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio, on the Odyssey app, or the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching, get in the chat. Let us know what's up. If you're listening, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want you to be a part of the conversation. We've already kind of been talking about the whole Rams quarterback situation, past, present, future, diving into Stafford and Ty Simpson and Ohtani, and the situation with him not hitting on Daisy's pitching. It's been a Dave Roberts decision. Should it be an Ohtani decision? We want to hear from you, LA. So we've been having a lot of fun today. We're going to keep diving into everything. But right now, we're going to play, I don't know if it's a fun game, but it's a segment where we kind of get to hit everything that's going on around the sports world. And it's called Do You Care, LA? We're going to bring in producer Shay right now to lead us into all these situations.
I love leading LA. You know, I love holding your hands and showing you, do we care? Should we care? Let's get right into it.
Okay.
Welcome to Do You Care, LA? Hey! Come on. Let's do
everybody,
this.
let's do the countdown.
Let's do
You
this.
can show yourself any longer.
Come on.
That's what I
Come
want
on.
to do.
Come on. We're having fun.
Let's
Well,
go.
let's take it to your old home, Angel Stadium. Angel fans chant, sell the team over there.
Yikes.
I don't know.
Tarps
Yeah,
off.
I don't. Do you want to say woo to that? I don't know. We'll see. Angels
No, I
fans.
said tarps off. Tarps
Angels
off.
fans turned the viral tarps off trend into another message for Art Moreno, going shirtless in the outfield, waving their shirts like crazy, and chanting "Sell the team" during the Angels' walk-off win over the A's yesterday.
Can I just give a shout out to the Sacramento fan that's standing in front of that whole crowd, chanting with all the Angel fans, just like, F yeah, I love this. And it's just like a full Sacramento A's. Like, just, it's so funny. This, you guys, I care. This breaks my heart because Artie Moreno and the Moreno family, they were so great to me, and he loves this team so much, you guys. He loves this team so much, but similar, and obviously not the same, nowhere near the same, to the Buss family. It is a family-run business. Like, he has friends that have been in the front office for a while, and it's hard because at this day and age, the way baseball is going and the way analytics and the farm system and everything has just advanced, the Angels have not. So he needs to, if he's not going to sell the team, he needs to invest. And I know he has the money. These are all billionaires. He needs to invest in a baseball-minded business person to come in and completely revamp everything they have going there if he is going to keep the team.
I am going to say no, we don't care. And the reason is petty. I will not care about the MLB tarps off trend until proper credit is given to college football. October 11th, 2025, a young man named Trent Eaton was in the Oklahoma State crowd. They were getting dog walked by Texas Tech. Trent's sister in an empty stadium dared him $10 to go in an empty corner and take off his shirt. He did it. And a bunch of other Oklahoma State fans did the same thing, and the trend caught on with college football, and that is where this tarps off thing originated.
I had no idea.
And
That's
until the MLB
facts.
broadcast
Love
collectively credit Trent Eaton and Oklahoma State in college football,
Put
it
it
is
out
a
there.
no.
Shout out Trent Eaton.
Yeah,
Shout
put
out
it
Trent
out
Eaton.
there. Give him his flowers. That's great.
What else we got, Shay?
We got the Knicks going up 2-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks are already up 2-0 on the Cavs, and Game 2 showed they might not need even Jalen Brunson to carry the load every night. Brunson had 14 assists. Josh Hart went for 26.
Yeah.
And New York opened the third quarter on an 18-0 run to take control. Should we care?
Dude, Josh Hart had himself a game.
He did.
I care because I love the mindset of this team. There was a post-game interview where we heard him talking about, like, I am a servant to this team. I have no ego. This is not what I'm about. So I care because I love when I see athletes that kind of understand the bigger picture of what it takes to win a championship. And what it takes to win a championship is not making it about yourself and collectively coming together as a team with zero ego. And whoever and whatever it takes in that moment to win, that's what it's going to take. So I care because of that.
I'm going to say I care because I'm finally seeing Madison Square Garden at what I was always told it was. The Knicks for my entire life have been irrelevant, even though New Yorkers would never admit that. Until 3 years ago, things got going again. And what's going on in these past 3 years, and really last night especially, I'm seeing the Garden that my dad told me about growing up. The Garden. And my entire life was, what are you talking about? What? Now I see it. And I see the magic, and Jalen Brunson, even though I hate the Knicks, he's fun to root for. And Josh Hart, you were a Laker once, so I'll root for you as well. I care.
All right, guys, we're going to change the mood a little bit.
Okay.
Our man Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav!
So this guy does a lot. He's almost everywhere.
I love this man.
He was at Clark County in Nevada getting approval for his She Weekend.
Let's go.
A Las Vegas event celebrating female athletes. It'll include a parade on July 16th starting at Bellagio and heading down the strip towards T-Mobile Arena. It's not in L.A., but it is a big deal. Do we care?
Dude, I care so much about this. And I care so much because the reason this all came about was after the Olympics, okay? And everyone saw all the red carpet rollout, celebrity treatment that all the male athletes got at the Olympics. And Flava Flav, if you've been following the last few Olympics, he has been such an advocate and such a voice for women's sports. He sponsored the entire women's water polo team the last Olympics. And after he saw kind of what went down with the women's hockey team after they won gold and then the men's won gold, but then the men got flown out on a private plane directly home. Women had to do commercial. There were all these different things. Everyone was like, excuse me, what? And so what Flava Flav did is he got together all of these sponsors. He basically put out a plea on social media like, hey, we need to celebrate the female athletes, the Olympians who deserve to be showered and praised as much as the men do. And he put out a call and everyone answered. And now it's turned into this insane weekend that he's planning in Vegas where the girls are going to get treated to free hotels, airfare, dinners, parties, sponsored events. Now he was at City Hall getting a parade approved. He is going all in. And let me tell you, when I was working, I was in college and I was a PA working on the Comedy Central roast of Flava Flav. I did not think in a million years that Flava Flav that was doing reality TV shows would be here and be a face of women's sports and an advocate for women's sports. I care so much and I love his passion and everything that he's doing for women's sports. Go Flava Flav.
Yeah, for those not in the know, and admittedly, I just learned this during this recent Winter Olympics in Italy. Flavor Flav for years has sponsored the water polo team, men's and women's, and the women's men's bobsled and skeleton team. You kind of assume that if you're an Olympic athlete, everything is paid for and training and flights. It is an incredibly expensive process to make it to the Olympics, and Flavor Flav has sponsored all of these teams, especially the women's, and kind of has become their ambassador. And this is just the growth of that, and good on Vegas for approving this in a millisecond. And it will be a wonderful day.
It's gonna be so fun.
Yes, we care.
Flavor Flav. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? And I think he's getting them big timepieces too.
He has to.
Yeah, he has to because his signature is the big clock.
It should be like like Mardi Gras, instead of beads, everyone walking around Vegas just has massive clocks.
Oh, they will.
Yeah,
you know he's all about branding. It got to the point where he had to say thank you. We have so many brands. Like,
stop.
What
Stop
he did is he
money,
started
guys.
like a GoFundMe too. So he's like, let's pay these athletes what they deserve. Because as you said, athletes have to find their own sponsors, and it's the sponsors that pay for everything to get them out there. And then there's prize money if you win.
Right.
It ain't as much as you think. Like you're banking on getting that branding after, and that branding after is what going to get you money for that next sponsorship. It's all about the partnerships and the sponsorships. Like,
with
you
a lot
have
of
to
these
hustle
niche sports, like you're leaving work for 3 months. Like, you have to have a full-time job.
They're
so
still working.
This is incredible.
Wild. Way to go, Flava Flav. You're listening to Brock and Alex on Midday in LA. Hour 1 in the books. Hour 2 coming up next. Did the Lakers accidentally help create their next Western Conference problem? That's next.
Middays in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Green. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us. Hour 2. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. We've already gotten heated in hour 1 talking about the Rams quarterback situation, past, present, and future. Shawn McVey's reaction to all that. And Shohei Ohtani and Dave Roberts, who was making the decision that he will not be hitting or will be hitting on days that he's pitching. And do you agree it should be a Shohei Ohtani's decision or Dave Roberts? Brock and I disagree, and we want to know what you guys think. So make sure you call us at 855-97-LA-FAN or get in the comment section if you're watching us on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, or following us at the Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. It's gotten spicy.
Love it.
It's gotten real spicy, and we're here for it. But we also got a very interesting, I don't know if you want to call it insight, but some information that came out recently. And it kind of makes you think, did the Lakers help create their own monster? And let me explain this. So Victor Wembanyama's camp reportedly reached out to Rob Pelinka last summer, not for a trade or any kind of free agency thing, but to learn more about Kobe Bryant's mindset, his training habits, and his problem-solving approach. And Pelinka,
who was Kobe's agent before he was the Lakers GM.
Yes. So Rob Pelinka was like a whole part of Kobe's career story, everything. So this was, I think, more of an agent-to-agent conversation here, right? And Pelinka shared stories about how Kobe studied everything from sharks to art to improve his game, and Wemby's camp was listening. And when I think about this, and when you listen to this, you go, well, why would a competitor's GM want to help another superstar, rising star in the league that is your direct competition? And the way my mind goes to this is like, I have to think that Pelinka was coming from a maybe agency mentor place of like, okay, yeah, I was with a young superstar and turned him into an icon. You are representing the next young superstar that's already on his way to being a player and a type of player that we have never seen before, just because of his size and the skill set that goes with Wemby's size. And I have to think he was sharing this out of agent to agent. Like we've both worked with insanely talented, driven individuals. I don't know if he thought that Wemby was going to take it and his camp was going to take it to the level that they took it to. And what we've heard is his off-season training and what we've seen this last year has just completely transformed Wemby. I mean, there were photos of him dribbling up mountains in China for 4.5 hours, 1,500 steps of stone, custom martial arts to help him center his gravity, 90 minutes of silent meditation. Like, he took every single thing that Rob Pelinka shared that was the part of the Mamba mentality to heart and goes, okay, now let me figure out my way and the way this is going to work for me. And we're seeing like an alien on the court right now.
We truly are. And I feel that Rob Pelinka did not hesitate to share Kobe insight because Victor Wembanyama mentally is the closest thing we've seen to Kobe since Kobe. What made Kobe Bryant so special and what made his game and his story so fun to watch is anyone in the NBA is in the 1% of athletes, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But after he switched from 8 to 24, there was a decline in athleticism. He wasn't always the most athletic guy on the court. He wasn't some lights out shooter. Some of those stat lines are what Kobe haters use against him. It was his mindset, and it's why NBA players to this day still cherish him. It wasn't necessarily on the court. It was the mindset while you were on the court. And Victor Wembanyama is taking that off the court. So going to China to study with the Shaolin warrior monks is a Kobe move. Just like he would study how orcas would work together to kill seals. It's every possible advantage that I can find to beat you. I know that you're going to be in the weight room. You're going to put up 1,000 shots a day. You're going to make sure you hit 30,000 free throws. There's all these things on the court that you can get better. But Victor Wembanyama is saying, okay, well, I idolize that guy. That guy's edge was off the court. What can I do by exploring my curiosity off the court to find an edge? I love this story.
Yeah, no, it's a great insight into what makes these greatest of all time and these outlier athletes. Because yes, as you mentioned, everyone that's playing professional sports in whatever league you're in, you're definitely in the 1% of athletes. But then on top of that, you have like the All-Stars, which is that next little bracket. And then you have the select outliers.
Yes.
The individuals that just take it above and beyond. And we heard stories, we know stories of Kobe and how just absolutely crazy and insane of training and focused he was on game days, like leading up, like during the week, like I think it was the Olympics. I forget what year it was. And there was a story about this where they were training somewhere. I think they were in Vegas, and everyone was like coming home from the tables. Like he was with Team USA, and everyone was coming home from the tables. And they were going to like go back to the hotel room and sleep. And Kobe's going to the gym.
Yeah.
And this is like middle of the night, early morning, however you look at it, whatever that is for you. And they were like, what? And he just changed the whole perspective of the team.
Yeah.
And when you have a player who has a mindset like that, that's how you change the game. And we've seen that with Wemby already. We've talked about it this week of when he was playing in the Olympics. And you shared this perspective earlier this week of when he lost.
Yeah.
And share it again of like what he said and what he talked about in that moment.
So it started in the semifinal game against Germany, and there's a scuffle, not like a after the play thing, but him and another player, I think, dive for a ball, and he catches an elbow or something, and he's bleeding, and they ask him after the game, hey, what was that like? You're bleeding on the court. He says, well, our national anthem talks about blood being spilled, and if blood has to be spilled on the court, then so be it. And everyone's like, whoa, okay. Weirdo.
Ooh.
20. Who is this 20-year-old rookie in the NBA? And then after the championship game, of course, it's emotional. They're in France. And they lose to the U.S., and they ask him his feelings about it. He says, I just feel sorry for my future opponents. And they say, you mean like Olympic opponents? He says, everyone.
It's giving Kobe and MJ. Like that is the mindset where they almost prefer to have some sort of doubt and hate put out them because they're like, oh, that's the spite drawer that I keep in the back of my mind. That when I need to get there and I need to take it to Mamba mentality or just like Jordan Air mode, like this is what you tap into and this is what you lock into. And I mean, when you look at MJ and Kobe's career could not be more opposite in terms of what they did off of the court, but like just had that insane mentality on the court, and to each their own. There is no right or wrong way to do it if you're going to be like one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time. But Wemby is going down the Kobe path early on. And we kind of, I think, got an essence of that when we heard that after the Olympics.
Yes.
And then now hearing that his agent reached out to Rob Pelinka, who was Kobe Bryant's agent before he became the Lakers GM, to ask him and get insight of how Kobe became Kobe. Because that's the thing. It's like, how did Kobe become that fierce, insane, obsessive player and leader on the court? Because it doesn't happen with just basketball. It's a mentality, the Mamba mentality. It's a mindset. You have to be so obsessed in a way that you have to look outside of basketball to keep yourself so focused on basketball, but you're able to block out the noise of everyone else and everything else, which is where the meditation comes in. And we've seen a lot of players shift to this. We've seen LeBron James take moments on the bench and kind of reset your mind.
Yes.
And go within and visualize what you want to happen next. Like, I'm so happy that that's like a thing. Now, I grew up with a hippie mom, so I grew up with the meditation and the yoga and the visualizing everything and manifesting exactly what you want, speaking your dreams into reality.
Why Victor Wembanyama feels so different and why even non-Spurs fans are so drawn to him. At first, I thought, okay, does everyone just hate OKC? No, it's more than that. Is it just because the Spurs have gone through a rough stretch and people just want to root for a team that used to be an underdog? No, it's more than that. Why Wembanyama is just winning over everyone is he feels like a throwback player. You go back to 90s basketball and how physical it was. Not just the handshaking, even things that were called fouls were just, okay, that's just a tough play. Whereas now it's a flagrant 2 and you're tossed out and you're fighting. He's a throwback player who, okay, if you look at the current state of the NBA, where people are frustrated is all these guys grow up playing AAU together.
Yeah.
They're best friends. Mm-hmm. They went to college together. And when they play one another, it's buddy-buddy. Yeah, they want to win, but it's buddy-buddy. Everybody's worried about their brands and all this off-the-court social media stuff. And then enters Wemby into this flop-filled league that started over in Europe and made its way, and he's saying, I'm from Europe, but I want the blood, and I will elbow you in the face, and I want things to be physical. He doesn't want any friends. And I feel there's this nostalgia at his core of, oh, this is the basketball I grew up watching. This is the basketball that my dad and my uncles and my mom all fell in love with. He is a throwback player who does not care how many friends he makes. He wants to win at all costs, and he wants you to know that he does not like you, and I'm going to beat you. Tying it back into Kobe, one of my favorite Kobe stories is him and Pau Gasol are best buds.
Yeah.
Basically family. When Spain gets matched up with Team USA in one of those early games, Kobe tells his team, watch what I do on this first set. Runs right through the chest of Pau Gasol to send a message to his team and to Pau.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not wearing purple and gold. I am here to beat you. Team USA wins, and that first day of training camp, Kobe walks into the locker and sets his gold medal in Pau Gasol's area. Like that is what makes Kobe great.
I love it.
Those stories are what inspired Victor Wembanyama. That's why he feels different, and that's why even if he's not a Laker, he has a massive fan in me.
Okay, so then this is, I guess, the question for a lot of LA fans. Now that you know the backstory and you see what Wemby is doing, is this a cool, like, Kobe legacy story and you're looking up to someone like Kobe, and Rob Pelinka definitely should have helped his agent and given him basically this blueprint of how Kobe became Mamba Mentality and the greatest player that he was? Or are you a little frustrated, like, dude, why are you giving away the Kobe secrets? Why are you doing that? Look what you just created, real life Space Jam. You just created the real life Space Jam alien, and now we can't compete with him.
I get the idea of do not help anyone, let alone someone who is in the same conference as us and is going to be in our way for probably the next 15 years or however long Victor Wembanyama.
He's 22 years old?
He's 22 years
old.
old.
Like, no, this man, if he stays healthy and if his body can, withstand father time, because he's tall.
Yeah.
He's tall, he's long, he's thin.
But I would also say, though, that is the spirit of competition.
Yeah.
There's a couple stories that you don't hear of anymore where guys train together in the offseason. Football is my largest context because that's what I grew up playing, but you hear with basketball and baseball as well, is all these guys train together in the offseason because there's really three places to live. People live in California, people live in Arizona, and I would say the next biggest state is Florida, right? So there's really only four or five.
Like most athletes.
Yeah,
and most athletes are in, like, maybe Texas. You could add in there too, but it gets
Texas
really
is probably
hot.
the fourth, right?
Yeah.
And all these guys train together. There's really only a couple places to train because the best trainers, the word gets out, and you want to train with them.
Yeah.
And it's pretty common that you used to share, hey, when I got you on that interception, it's because I was looking at this. Or, yo, that wide receiver, your go-to guy, he keeps telling when he goes, here, I know when he lines up like this is the route he's running. And, like, that was part of it, and that's part of sports that we're losing because of these AAU and these clubs and the branding, and we could go on for 4 more hours about it, but I love any story that brings back the essence of, I don't even care if I'm making you better because I'm so confident in me and my team that we're going to beat you. So I'll help you out because I actually want you to be the best that you can be.
Yeah.
But I'm even more confident that even when you're at your best, I'm still going to beat you.
So, yeah, it's also like if you're better, it's just going to make the product better, and it's just going to make the league better. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, middays in LA. A big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate you, the fans, tuning in and being a part of this conversation. So get in the chat. We want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We're talking about how Wemby's camp reached out to Rob Pelinka, Lakers GM, who used to be Kobe Bryant's agent, and they wanted the insight and the blueprint of how Kobe became and how he got to that Mamba mentality. What was his training that he did outside of just on the court? And they gave it to him. Like they let him know that Kobe studied everything from sharks to art to improve his game, and Wemby's camp took it and they ran with it. And now we've seen footage of Wemby dribbling up mountains in China for 4.5 hours and taking martial arts to center his gravity, doing silent meditations, everything that he can. And we're seeing it, and it's happening. And do you think that it was, now that you know the backstory, the right move by Rob Pelinka to share all of this insight? Or do you think it was like, why are you sharing our Kobe secrets? You're making everyone better.
That sounded like Shaq, by the way.
I know.
Did I?
Why
Why are you sharing our Kobe secrets? Why are you sharing our Kobe secrets? All right, we're going to get to the fans in the YouTube chat. What are they feeling, Shay?
No.
I love Shaq.
Greg's same here. Shout out to Shaq.
Yeah.
Greg's sauce is, of course, because we're going to have to deal with that for the next decade plus, probably more.
So, of course, what?
Of course we're pissed.
Of course we're pissed.
We're angry.
Okay.
We're not happy at all.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna have to deal with him for the next decade plus, probably longer. Because,
definitely longer.
Because you don't know these fucking. Oh.
Good catch there, Shay. These athletes are playing longer.
And they're just getting to a point where injuries are, yes, it's restricting them, but it's also getting to a point where we're not seeing loose bones is a thing. It's coming back, but the injuries that used to be very
loose
apparent.
Bodies? Is
loose,
that what you're talking about? I'm like,
not
loose
loose
bones.
bones.
Loose bodies?
It's the injuries that we used to see like 10 years, not even 5 years ago. It's not happening at all. So we're going to see this guy for a lot more than a decade.
Yeah, we are. So the fans are pissed, basically, is what you're saying.
I'm also pissed if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, I know. We're almost accidentally dropping bombs there.
No. It's all right.
What else are they saying in the chat?
Yeah, so they also wanted to say, Wemby was always going to be Wemby, but better learn to be a killer like Kobe than a whiner like LeBron, who stacks teams to win at Deadmau5.
Dude, Dead Meow.
I didn't know he lived in Cleveland. Dead Meow. I didn't know he lived in Cleveland and was still a little bitter.
Is that where Dead Meow lives? In Cleveland?
No, I'm just giving them a hard time.
Okay.
But I love that
Ouch.
Dead Meow is always here hanging with us. One thing it is impossible to ignore is the legacy of Kobe Bryant and how it will continue to grow, because he played his last game. Actually, we're probably at the 10-year. Yeah, April 2016 was his last game. So as we sit here, just over 10 years removed, the fact that he is still inspiring players to change what they need to do is exciting for me, right? Like, obviously Kobe Bryant will always be synonymous with the NBA and with the Lakers and accomplish so much, but you hear guys like Jason Tatum, like Kyrie Irving, WNBA players like Caitlin Clark and Sabrina Ionescu, and now Victor Wembanyama, who's 22 years old, still being motivated by a guy who played his last game 10 years ago. It's beautiful, man.
Well, that's what happens when you're one of the all-time greats and you're an icon. And that was the Mamba mentality. And I'm not mad at Rob Pelinka sharing the Kobe insight of what Kobe did to get to that Mamba mentality, because I think if more players did that, it's just going to make the product better. It's going to make the league better. And when that's better, it challenges every team. I'm not a selfish person. Like I don't gatekeep.
Yeah.
Like if something's working, I'm like, here, this is what worked. But you got to go out and you have to execute. So that's the thing, is like he just kind of got like a study guide. They basically gave him a study guide.
Yeah, I like that.
This is what Kobe did. That's what worked for him. I don't think it's necessarily going to be exactly what works for you, but go make it fit you. Go make it, like, everyone has a different size, has a different vibe, has a different, like, this is what's going to get me motivated. And we're seeing that with Wemby. And we saw it, like, what it's already done is he changed what was struggling for years. He made the NBA All-Star game watchable again because he cared and he wanted to win. Why wouldn't we want more players like that in the NBA across the league? Like, yeah, it's tough because we're in the same conference and I don't think Wemby's going anywhere. But you want your competition to be good because it challenges you and makes you better. So it's only going to make the Lakers product better now that they have to try to compete and beat Wemby and OKC and the Spurs in a 7-game playoff series.
And the fact is, Rob Pelinka isn't sharing that information if he didn't respect Victor Wembanyama, right?
Yeah.
If, I don't want to say anyone's name, but if the 7th man on the bench of a team that didn't make the playoffs agent reached out, Rob Pelinka is not giving him insight. He's probably not even answering the call. There is a collective respect across the NBA outside of Chet Holmgren and OKC, because Victor hates them and they hate him, and that's fine. It makes the NBA better. But there is a collective respect around Victor Wembanyama, there's almost this unanimous support of, I want to see how good that guy can be.
It's insane.
I'm going to do everything I can to beat him whenever he's on the court with me. I don't want him to be better than me, but as a competitor, you can remove yourself from your own success and goals and say, what is the ceiling for that guy? And if there's anything I can do to make that guy better, just out of my own sheer curiosity, I'm going to help him, because he's unlike anything we've ever seen. And at 22 years old, he is 70%, if that, of where he will be 10, 15 years from now when we're looking back at all that he's accomplished.
I mean, when you think about it, you guys, Wemby is the triple threat. He has the size, he has the skill, and now we're learning from this article, he has the mentality. And he wanted to adapt that Mamba mentality and has been inspired by Kobe Bryant. Do you know how dangerous that is?
That's scary.
To have a guy with that size and that skill set.
It's so scary.
That has the Kobe mentality.
22 years old.
And he's 22 years old. He's real life Space Jam. Real life Space Jam. It's incredible. It's so much fun to watch. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Laker fans to stomach for a bit here. But don't you want to be challenged?
I'm rooting for him tonight.
All
I know
the
that
great
much.
players and all the great teams want to be challenged. This is only going to push the Lakers to be better. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We are having so much fun here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. You can call us 855-97-LA-FAN. Let us know what you think. Follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Shawn McVey is owning his regrets. We got more on that when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on 97.1 Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in the chat. Shay's already hot. He is hot in the chat today. It's been a good time. You can also call us at 855-97-LA fan. Shay, you might, I think you got to owe us 100 push-ups is what I'm being told.
Yeah, I owe us 100 push-ups.
On
and
air.
If the YouTube wants to really, or if you really want to know who I am, radio people, come check out our YouTube and you can see a little bit more of me.
Just watch the live stream, you guys, and get in that chat. It's a fun time. If you could see Brock's face right now, Shay, can you see Brock's face from there?
I'm getting those 100 push-ups, by the way. You should not have floated that out there unless you're about it.
The 100 push-ups are going to get done. Don't worry.
I like it.
Take your word for it.
We can do it during the segments, too.
There we go.
Okay. Holding you to that.
Don't worry, it's happening.
You guys, we've been having fun today. We've been really breaking down the whole situation. Rams quarterback. We're about to get into past. We've done present and future. We've talked Ohtani and Dave Roberts and whose decision it is for him not to be hitting on days that he's pitching, and whose side are you on, you guys? We're going to keep getting into that. And then most recently, we found out that Wemby's camp reached out to Kobe's camp, which Rob Pelinka, who was his former agent, now the Lakers GM, to kind of get some backstory on what Kobe did to get to that Mamba mentality. And we're seeing it. Wemby took it to heart, man, and he's doing the darn thing. But let's get back to the Rams and Shawn McVey, because he was recently on Bussin' with the Boys, and we got so many good quotes from this. We got a lot of good insight, and we talked a lot about Ty Simpson and that pick in the draft, and he had a really interesting, I guess he had an interesting reaction to it, reaction to his reaction, right? Because we all knew how he felt in the reaction, and he's come out since and really talked about his mentality. Shay, do we have the vampire sound of where Shawn McVey is? Yeah. Because we all saw it. What went viral and what kind of blew up after the draft was we all kind of were shocked that they went with Ty Simpson, but Shawn McVey's reaction to Ty Simpson was it was newsworthy. Let's put it that way. So, and the reason we're talking about it is because we all know Matthew Stafford is the moment. Shawn McVey already had a very interesting quarterback. I guess throughout, when you really look at it this way, now that I'm like talking about it and explaining it, Shawn McVey's quarterback transitions have never been smooth. Okay? Because when he came on the team, it was Jared Goff. And the whole way that went down, the Jared Goff getting traded for Matthew Stafford, the way that went down, I want to play the sound of him talking about Jared Goff, okay? And what I love about this moment and what I love about everything here is accountability. So think about that as you listen to him talking about the situation with the trade and Jared Goff.
I'm super sensitive to what an amateur I was with the Goff situation, trading him. When you say, well, why do you say that? You want to talk about lack of courage, lack of clarity, lack of ability to be able to look somebody in the eye that you've had a lot of really cool experiences with and tell them, hey, not easy to say, but we might explore an opportunity to acquire Matthew Stafford and you'll be a part of a trade there. But instead, it's like, you kind of get frustrated and it was more really about me than it was ever him. Terms of like, I had a lot of things that I needed to be able to work through and I didn't handle that the right way. And I'm not saying that we wouldn't have made the decision, but the handling of it was exactly the antithesis of how I would hope to handle things moving forward. I was frustrated. Did I ever have the courage to really sit him down after that season in 2020 and really tell him, hey, there's a possibility that we'll explore some avenues that might lead to you not being our quarterback moving forward? No. Would I do it differently now? Absolutely. Because I think the biggest thing that I learned that he was able to share, and I appreciate his honesty on all of that, and there is nobody to blame but myself. But it was really like, what did he not like the most about it? He was caught off guard. You know, you're like, where did this come from?
Yeah. Accountability. That's kind of the biggest thing I take away from that soundbite right there is you hear a coach, a leader of a team who realizes, yeah, that was a coward move to not sit someone down that you have helped develop, that you've had these Super Bowl experiences with, not winning, but getting to the big game, which is a feat in itself. But then you have an opportunity to get who we've heard people call him, he's your favorite quarterback's favorite quarterback.
Matthew Stafford.
In Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
And the way that this went down, I mean, I don't know if it's going to heal Goff's wounds because that's something that I think players carry forever. I know from personal experience, I had coaches that said things to me in the past and doubted me in ways that I used that as motivation to get to the next level. And not necessarily as like, I'm doing this to prove to you that I deserve this and you were wrong and I was right. But you carry that. You carry that forever with you.
The relationship between a quarterback and a head coach, regardless of age, is a close one, especially if it is an offensive-minded head coach, which Shawn McVey is. He came up through the ranks as this wonderkin play caller, etc. It's always close. The first meeting typically is somewhere around 7 a.m. The head coach and the quarterback are there at 5:30, and they're talking after practice as well. And that you have to be like this. You don't have to be best buds, but you are working together constantly.
Yeah.
What gets added into this is that Jared Goff was 21 years old when he was drafted. Shawn McVey was 31 years old when he was drafted. So typically, it's the dynamic of a 21-year-old and a 60-year-old head coach. So there's a mentor-mentee relationship.
Yeah.
The relationship when you're only 10 years older than me in your first head coaching job, you're like my brother.
Yeah,
and going back to how they interacted, like they would be seen publicly together, like they were friends. Obviously, Shawn McVey called the shots, and at the end of the day, it's his team. But that is probably why Jared Goff was understandably shocked and not even sad, disappointed in how it went about. It's like, dude, we were boys, and you didn't have the decency to sit down and look me in my eyes and tell me that I'm not getting it done and I may be better served somewhere else. Now, McVey was only 35 years old, and of course in his first head coaching job. So I do give him some credit in admitting, yeah, those are tough conversations to have for any 35-year-old. But where I give him credit is only a few years later being able to reminisce and say, I was wrong, and hopefully Jared Goff can forgive me one day down the road. On the flip side of it, it's important to note both sides won the trade. The Rams got their Super Bowl, and the Lions got a happy quarterback.
Yeah.
Who was younger than Matthew Stafford. The Lions didn't win the Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, but that was the most exciting season the Lions have had
in 32 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like both sides won, and I feel if there's a path to reconciliation, and I'm sure they've crossed paths at some point before, public reconciliation, it's because both sides won. But credit to Shawn McVey for admitting that. But I hope people realize how close any quarterback is with his offensive-minded head coach, and then you add in that friendship because they were both so young.
So it makes you think now, because this is how he handled the first quarterback situation. It did not go well, as we all know. And again, I don't think it was as much of a knock on Jared Goff as it was so excited to get a player like Matthew Stafford.
It was an opportunity that you couldn't pass up.
Exactly. The way it went down in terms of not sitting him down and having a conversation with him, that part I understand. That's really tough. And I think that's what he's trying to understand now. Like, I wasn't doing this to hurt you. I also wasn't mature enough to know how it was going to affect you.
Right.
And mature enough to know that that's not how you handle a situation when you're a leader of a room, like a leader of young men. But he was also a young man.
Yeah.
Like, he was early 30s when this was all going down.
There were
when it all
plenty
started.
guys on that team that were older than him.
These are growing pains.
Yeah.
When you are, I don't want to say green going into a job, because he had obviously great experience and has now reshaped the way that every NFL team looks at when they're hiring a new head coach.
Sure.
Like, it is like, who's the next Shawn McVey?
Exactly.
That's kind of what every team is looking at when they're
for the
trying
past
to hire.
5 years.
Yeah.
They've been asking.
And
that.
like we talked about this, like it's 6 degrees of Shawn McVey separation in terms of the coaching tree throughout the NFL, whether it's head coaches or coordinators. Like Shawn McVey is where players and coaching staff and people come to learn from the best and almost like rehab a career, like we talked about with like a Baker Mayfield coming in to then get their next big contract. So with Jared Goff, it's tough to go from, I think, and like I've been told I'm drafted here, I am the future of this team, to then the way it went down. And I mean, it worked out for everybody. Like Detroit loves Jared Goff, that grit and the way like that whole team rallied around him and the run that they went on together. Obviously did not and have not won a Super Bowl. And I think most of LA would say like we probably won the trade because of what Matthew Stafford did year 1 here with the Rams. And then now we're kind of in that next conversation and transition because yes, Matthew Stafford just won the MVP. He is the reigning MVP. The Rams were a play away from making it to the Super Bowl. They are now the Super Bowl favorites heading into the season. And the Super Bowl's here in LA at SoFi. The last time the Rams won the Super Bowl in 2021, it was here in LA in SoFi, Matthew Stafford's first season. So I think, and now that like I'm talking through this, obviously I personally don't think that Sean McVey was 100% on board with the Ty Simpson pick, and there is truth to that frustration. But I also think there is truth to him saying, you know, I didn't want to be too excited out of respect for Matthew Stafford.
Transparency goes a long way.
Yeah.
And the big regret with him and Goff, it sounds like transparency. Any job you have, whether you are an NFL player making $60 million a year or any other job in the world making 1% of that, you just want people who call the shots to be transparent with you. And football is no different. So to literally have blood, sweat, and tears put on the line, not metaphorically, but literally, you just want someone to sit you down and say, this is not going to be fun to hear, but you need to find new employment, right?
Yeah, it's respect.
Which is exactly what it is. Like trade, being traded unless you request it
real with me.
is being fired. And that's fine because we have a new job for you over there, but it is admitting we feel like we have reached the ceiling with you here. And I just want you to sit down in front of me and tell me that. And it's why it always irks me how often stories now you hear guys finding out they're being traded
on
through
social
Twitter.
Media.
Guys' wives and children finding out because their teacher told them because their teacher was scrolling through social. Sit people down and say, this is what we're thinking. This is where you're headed. We wish you the best. And is it going to be fun information to receive? No. But no matter how much money you make, you deserve that much.
Yeah, and it's a business. So it's very interesting. Sean McVey on his quarterback, past, present, future. The transition between all three has been a conversation. Different conversation, but it's been a conversation. Now we want to hear from you, LA. So if you're watching us on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the chat. Shay, what are the fans saying? How are they feeling about this whole situation?
Yeah, Danny G 35 says, "Wait, guys, be right back. I'm gonna go call my ex." So she
doesn't want you, Danny. She moved on. She's happy.
People are relating. People are relating. Yeah. But no, it seems like it's just people are just talking about Ty Simpson at this point, and it's like the next draft class is better. I don't even see this guy being on the team next year anymore. like legit, people are like saying what they think is gonna happen.
Right.
And like the different scenarios that can play out. Yeah. For instance, Donnie Boy 05 says Rams are gonna go after Archie Manning and trade up Ty Simpson.
So Shay, on that point of next year's draft class will always be better. It is a common thing to rely on, but there are so many unforeseen things between now and next year's draft. And how many NFL draft picks did you think were going to come in and save your franchise and didn't? So I tell to all the Rams fans who are caught up in, yes, on paper, next year's quarterback draft class is supposed to be phenomenal. And this doesn't erase the Ty Simpson question, but you never want to rely on that assumption because a whole lot can go wrong. A lot of players are going to lower their draft stock and raise their draft stock over the course of a season. So rest easy and put that to bed. It's only going to frustrate you the more you think about it.
And you know what? Like, let's be honest. Like, this is a backup plan. Like, Ty Simpson right now is your backup plan. We don't even know if he's the future. He could be. It could be awesome. He could be awesome. But Rams, they could also go out and get a big name that decides not to stay with their franchise. It's a face of a franchise when their contract is up in 2 years. I don't know. Burrow, is he going to stay with the Bengals? Who knows? Anything can happen. You're listening to Brock and Alex, Midday in LA. We got so much more to get to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the conversation, so make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. It is going off. They're having fun. We haven't come to a name yet, but so far the fanny pack is kind of what has been floating around.
It's
for
what
our
50% of the show is excited about, and the other 50% is still on the fence about that name.
I'm not mad at it. Also, like, we didn't come up with this. This came from a fan, you guys.
Which I have to
isn't
respect.
a fan of it either. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it is 50-50 because me, Alex, you and
I'm into it.
are fans of it.
The fanny pack.
The
Let's
fanny
go.
pack.
Let's go.
Don't give them a jingle. Stop
fanny
giving them a jingle.
Andrew's probably cringing so hard right now.
He brought me a fanny pack yesterday, so we better be into it. I also have my fancy fanny, so like I would make fancy fannies for the fanny pack. And if you were not listening to us the last few days, you don't know what that means. It's a fancy fanny pack. That's a fancy fanny, so a leather one. They're nice now, you guys. They're all back here. They're a part of it. And you know what else we're into? My birthday weekend. It is Memorial Day weekend, you guys. I'm so excited. I also like very selfish reason because every year my birthday either falls on or around Memorial Day weekend. But now that I'm kind of sandwiched, my birthday's Wednesday next week, so it's kind of like it's a flyover birthday.
Mm-hmm. Flyover's a good phrase.
It's the middle. It's the middle of the pack. So, and you can really do both weekends. So I'm gonna take and celebrate on both weekends.
Okay.
This year.
Okay.
But everyone else, also like shout out to everyone who took off early because driving to the studio today on a Friday, everyone took off early for holiday weekend or like did not go to work today because it was a breeze and I loved that this morning. But you know what? I also want to know, what are everyone's plans this weekend? Like Memorial Day weekend is definitely like the kickoff of summer. Like that's what it feels like, the kickoff of summer. So we're going to kind of talk about all the different places, right? Shay, do you want to explain this? All the different places that you can go to, you should go to, that are fun to go to, activities, food, all that around LA?
Yeah, guys. So there's a lot to do in LA, and there's a lot of different people in LA. And I think our show has a great mix of people, from Alex, Brock, myself, and our video guy, Nick, who you guys haven't seen yet or heard, but you will, I promise.
Shout out Nick.
Shout out Nick. He's the man. He's the reason we're doing so good and we look so good. But Memorial Day weekend is here, and there is a lot to do. So we're going to do this draft style.
Okay.
Brock's going to have the first pick. You're going to have the second pick.
All right.
Then it's going to go Brock.
Okay.
Then it's going to go you.
Yep.
Then it's going to go me.
All right.
Rapid fire, baby.
Rapid fire.
Of our picks and why we like to
Exactly.
do this.
And where you guys need to go this weekend for Memorial Day
Let's
weekend.
go.
Rapid fire. Let me kick this thing off tonight. Jazz at LACMA, 6 p.m. Free tickets. It doesn't matter if you like jazz. I promise you.
love jazz.
The jazz community is among the best music communities you can be around. There will also be food trucks from Taco Cartel and Pie and Burger. Pie and Burger is a Pasadena staple of a diner. Go to Jazz at LACMA. They're going to be there every Friday for the remainder of the summer. Actually through October, but it starts tonight.
What?
What you got?
And that's right down the street from us.
That's basically across the street.
No, that's on Wilshire, and we're right here. I didn't realize how close we were to LACMA.
What you got?
And I love jazz, you guys. I wake up with jazzy mornings, and then my hot tub, like at night, I do evening jazz. So I'm all in on that. Okay, so my first pick, and if you live in the South Bay, you are very familiar with this. Fiesta Hermosa. So Hermosa Beach puts on an entire festival. They block off the streets on Hermosa Avenue, down Pier Avenue, and you have everything. There's hundreds of artists and vendors. Like, you can get such rad stuff there. They have a beer garden, they have food, they have live music, they have rides for the kids and games. So it's like a full fair festival, and you're right on the beach. So I would say go to Fiesta Hermosa, hit up the beer garden, play some games, support some local vendors, then go to Vista for a spicy marg, then pop down the Strand to the Deck and get a beer or a glass of wine, and you are going to have the perfect South Bay Hermosa Beach experience.
My second pick, we're headed north, and then we're headed east to Arcadia, the smorgasbord Barbecue Invitational and Carnival. I would shorten the name for transparency's sake. But Saturday to Monday, doors open at 11. It goes from 12 to 7. Barbecue, rides, games, music, races, everything, all at Santa Anita Park. And best part, the parking is free. Tickets start for the festival as low as $37. Get in there.
It's called Smorgasbord?
I was trying not to have to say the word again.
Smorgasbord
barbecue.
Oh, I'm going to call you out. I'm a rug rat.
I have been to this
never,
before,
like...
and it is a blast. This is my official stamp of approval. It is so much fun. Any barbecue festival,
I
go there.
love barbecue.
Yes.
You guys, get me a good... Like, we were talking about the Cardiff crack earlier. Get me a good tri-tip. Get me a good brisket. I want ribs. That's what I want. I want someone to make me barbecue baby back ribs. I want my baby back. That's what I want. That's what I need to have for Memorial Weekend. You know what? It's my birthday weekend, and I was wondering what I was going to have for my birthday dinner. We're having ribs.
There you go.
We're having ribs, baby. That's what I want. That's what I'm craving. There's a new place in town, Huddy's House in Hermosa Beach, that has habanero ribs, you guys. And it is, if you like spicy, if you like flavor. All right. I think I know what I'm doing. I think I just talked myself into it. Right? All right, we're going to take a quick break here. Hour 3 when we come back, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We're having so much fun. Make sure you come back.
Middays in LA on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen on 97.1 The Fan. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. If you're listening, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want you to be a part of the conversation. We've been having so much fun today, LA. We've talked a lot of Rams. We've talked some Dodgers. We've talked a little bit of Lakers, but now we're going to dive deeper into the Lakers because we have our first guest, the host of the Lakers Lounge on Odyssey, Anthony Irwin. Thanks for joining the show.
Hey, thanks very much for having me. Congrats on the new launch.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Let's dive right into what the Lakers offseason is going to look like because there's been a lot of conversation. Obviously, we know Luka Doncic is the one piece that will for sure be there next season. But how can you, and can they, do you even want to keep Austin Reeves and LeBron James next season?
Yeah, I would be absolutely shocked if Austin wasn't on the Lakers next year. I would also be pretty thoroughly surprised if LeBron wasn't on the Lakers this next year. First off, with Austin, he has Luka's support. This is a guy who the entire organization loves. He can be brought back at a reasonable enough number and can be he has a small enough cap hold that he can work with him at the tail end of the offseason and get that kind of taken care of. LeBron's a little trickier. I think they're going to have to renounce his rights so that they can open up the cap space that they want to work with. But he has talked a lot already this offseason about, I want to win. I want to be in a place where my family is comfortable. I want to be in a spot where the team is trying to work towards a win. And the Lakers check all those boxes. So I think both Austin and LeBron are back next season.
Anthony, I'm going to take you off the court for a second before we jump right back on it. I haven't watched the final season of The Boys yet, and I'm trying to get inventory on everyone who watches that show. What is your take now that the finale has aired? Do I need to jump into this final season?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a completionist. If I start something, I tend to finish it. So I was happy that I stuck with it. They landed the plane, I would say.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Not the overwhelming endorsements.
No,
but
you don't need to watch it.
I respect your opinion on that.
That's what I got there. You don't need to watch it.
Now, jumping back on the courts, as a rehash, just what was it that made Austin Reeves bring the best out of Luka Doncic? We know that it is a pick-and-roll offense when those two are running the show, but as we plan and get our wish list together over what the Lakers hope to look like next season, let's go back and just realize what is it that made them so special during that month of March?
Yeah, I think they finally got slotted into roles that made the most sense for everybody involved. Luka's the best offensive engine that the Lakers have on their roster. They handed him the keys, and the car ran well. And then LeBron, of those three guys, is the only one athletically equipped to help with the little things, with defense, with rebounding, with hustle plays and stuff like that. And he focused more on that. And I thought the Lakers looked their best all season with that. And then with Austin, his special power, right, going along the boys' lines here, his special power is that he can kind of oscillate. Like he can run your offense if you need him to run your offense. He can be your second option if you need him to be your second option. If LeBron has it going, Austin can be kind of a tertiary option. And so that flexibility allowed for him to be slotted into the right spot. And, as you guys said, the Lakers went 16-2 in March and got themselves that top 4 seed. So I think the blueprint is there for making it work, but I definitely think the surrounding pieces need to get a lot better.
Yeah, so, the Lakers look good for that stretch in March, but it's April and it's May and it's June when it matters. And now you're watching the Spurs and OKC in the Western Conference Final. And as Laker fans, when you watch that, you kind of see and realize this offseason, we need to figure out a way to be able to compete and eventually beat these two teams in a 7-game series. So as you're watching what Wemby and OKC and the back-to-back MVP and SGA are doing on the court, is there a solution, a quick solution, just this offseason in a year, or is this a 2-year plan, 3-year plan that the Lakers can get to that level?
Well, the problem with any kind of longer-term plan is Wemby's going to keep getting better over that time. So, that makes it kind of tricky. Me personally, I think the solution here is to go all in for Giannis. I think I think that, the Lakers find themselves in a market where the Knicks have kind of convinced themselves with their run. Do they really need to completely upheave everything that they have going on there and trade 3 of those guys for Giannis? Can you beat an offer that Miami can put together? Boston, they still had a successful season even with Tatum coming back from injury. Are they going to make an overwhelming offer that the Lakers can't top? So for the Lakers, I think if they offer Milwaukee a whole bunch of financial flexibility, every single pick that isn't tied down, and add Giannis to that group. For one thing, you get LeBron back. He's been asking for a big upgrade for years now. You tell him, there's Giannis. Here's Giannis. There's the work you've been asking for. Boom. Giannis is also like the only guy who's equipped physically to even try to compete with Wemby. So I like that as an option there too. And yeah, I just don't see how Milwaukee has a ton of leverage here. And I think this is one of those rare opportunities where you can get a superstar at a relative discount.
Anthony, as we talk about Giannis and we talk about LeBron and we talk about superstars, you look at San Antonio, you look at Oklahoma City, and what they flash is depth. So if you were to bring in Giannis, what does that mean for guys like Marcus Smart, guys like Rui Hachimura, whose price just went up? Can they somehow be brought into the fold, or is it if we get Giannis, that's kind of all of our spending for the offseason?
It would take up a big chunk of the spending. You would probably say goodbye to Rui. I think Marcus Smart and DeAndre Ayton, they both have player options that they're making a decision on. I think Ayton's going to opt in. I think Marcus is going to opt out. But with both of those guys, and basically when you get a guy like Giannis and when you're the Lakers, how many times over the years have you seen them get a free agent or get a player in at below market value to just be basically play in role player heaven and cash in on whatever season that they have at the end of that season? And I think if you trade for a Giannis, yes, initially it would impact your depth right away. But if you get Giannis and you don't send out any other players, right, I think you might have to send out maybe one contract. But aside from that, you could basically bring back, Jake LaRavia is still under contract. I think Vanderbilt is probably going to be there because he has one of the tougher contracts to move in the sport. If you could kind of bring in Giannis and then say to free agents out there, you can play with Luka, you can play with Giannis, you can play with LeBron, you can play with Austin. We're going to go for a championship this season. Guys who help the Lakers win championships tend to get paid, and I think that's how you boost that depth.
Yeah, but where I get kind of worried is kind of the personalities and so much star power in one room, right? Because we thought the Luka and LeBron James thing, when that trade went down, we're like, oh, here we go. This is going to work. And after a year, it was like, okay, this is not really working. And I think mainly because LeBron thought it was going to be a partnership, and it ended up being, no, this is your replacement. This is Luka's team. And then we saw it working once LeBron went to that third place behind Luka and Reeves. So to bring in another superstar of that caliber, how do you see that personality fitting with Luka and Reeves, and if you bring LeBron back?
Yeah, that's honestly the best rebuttal to the Giannis plan that exists, right? Giannis, when he paired with Dame, the thinking was, holy cow, how are you going to stop that pick and roll? And it turns out the way that you stop that pick and roll was by Giannis stopping the pick and roll by not wanting to set screens. And that kind of stopped what Milwaukee was trying to build. And if I'm the Lakers, and before you pull off that trade, you basically sit Giannis down and you say, look, what do you want to accomplish? Do you want to win another championship? Do you want to just be the guy on a team that fights scratches and claws to make it to the play-in? Or do you want to build something special here in LA with a bunch of guys who also have a bunch to prove here? And I think that's where Rob Pelinka, the former agent, the salesperson, that's where he has to be able to sit Giannis down and really pitch him on the culture that the Lakers are trying to build. Because you look at the cultures in OKC and in San Antonio, there's no question about who's sacrificing what to play what role, will so-and-so accept whatever. That's the team that you're trying to beat. And for the Lakers, if you bring in a superstar and he buys into the culture that you're trying to build, that's how you catch back up to the two teams that are still playing in the playoffs right now.
Anthony, in a world where LeBron James does end up being a Laker before the start of next season, how ugly does this offseason get in the media? We love LeBron, but he is the PR master, and a couple stories have already floated their way out there. Maybe he's associated with them, maybe he's not. But the fact is, he likes to dominate the narrative. Is there a world where things get ugly enough to where Rob Pelinka and new owner Mark Walter just say, you know what, we're moving on? Can he shoot himself in the foot a little bit if he plays the games that he typically likes to play?
Absolutely. I think both sides have kind of stubbed their toe on that front over the years. I think the Lakers, after the Russell Westbrook trade, did everything in their power to pin the blame on that, on Clutch and on LeBron and on Anthony Davis, when in reality, Rob Pelinka is the GM who made the trade call. So I think both parties are kind of guilty of trying to play the PR thing. And in reality, if they would have just expended that energy on making the team better and working together and stuff, the Lakers would have had a more successful run these last few years. So I do think that at this stage of that partnership, that the Lakers have grown a little tired of some of that PR stuff that LeBron will sometimes do in the media. We just saw it recently where that whole game ball story came out and everybody just kind of rolled their eyes at it. The Lakers, they want everybody here to be rowing in the same direction, and that involves everybody being on the same page. And I think if there are one too many kind of leaked stories that are pretty clearly leaning in LeBron's favor, the Lakers might just say, all right, you know what, enough. Let's just build what we're going to build.
Okay, Anthony, before we let you go then, around this whole LeBron narrative, right? Because he came out on his podcast with Steve Nash and shared kind of his offseason timeline, saying, you know, I'm going to go on a vacation with my family after Memorial Day weekend. Then I'm going to see kind of like how everything pans out during free agency. And I want to go to a team that is a legit contender. So hearing that, if you're in the Lakers front office, do you think the Lakers are still thinking about building around the LeBron timeline? Or after hearing that and not knowing if you're going to get a response from him until August, are they just looking ahead and focusing on Luka and then maybe having a safety net plan if he decides that he wants to come back and play for the Lakers?
Yeah, I kind of look at that as kind of like the bulletin board material heading into a playoff series where, you know, somebody will say, gosh, I can't believe that guy said that about that team. Is that going to make that team angry? It's like, what, are they going to try 105%? You know, like the Lakers are trying to build a team. Like they're trying to build a champion. They have Luka Doncic in his prime and entering the peak of his powers. So LeBron saying that I really, really want to play on a contender, the Lakers are going to say, we know. We know you want. We're trying to build one. So I think it's the kind of message that if I'm the Lakers and I see that, I say, good, we're trying to build one here too. And the best way that you accomplish your goals and we accomplish our goals is to work together.
Anthony, we appreciate you so much for coming on the show. You're listening to Anthony Irwin, the host of Lakers Lounge on Odyssey. Great insight. We really appreciate you coming on today.
Thank you, Anthony. It was awesome.
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me. Anytime.
All right. So you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being a part of the conversation, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So that was just Lakers insider Anthony Irwin. And interesting that he went in on the Lakers should go all in on Giannis.
Great perspective by him.
I don't see personality-wise, and like as much as you want to have a superstar and as many superstars as you can get all in one locker room and on the court, it doesn't always work. And it's because the personalities don't mesh. And when you have so many guys that are used to being the number one, as we kind of saw this year with the LeBron and the Luka situation, it took one of the greatest players of our time in LeBron James putting his ego aside and being like, okay, I'll be the number 3. And we heard it in his post-game end of season interview where he said, I have never been the third option in my career, in my life. And he very much emphasized life. This man is used to being the star of the show, and he has been since he's 16 years old, and he deserves to be. So if you are thinking of bringing LeBron James back, I don't see a world where you can have Luka Doncic, Giannis, and LeBron.
No, it's I want to give credit to Anthony Irwin. Follow him at Anthony Irwin LA. He's talking about The Boys TV show. Well, actually, The Boys TV show has ended, so he has to find a new show to talk about. But when he's not talking about that, he has some fantastic insight and clearly used to coach basketball or something. He is phenomenal. But he did bring up a good point. When Giannis was in Milwaukee and Dame Lillard got there, it was such a short window that was kind of riddled with injury, and they didn't accomplish a ton that I kind of put it to the back of my mind. But we have seen Giannis with another superstar, and it didn't work, and it largely did not work because he did not want to run the best offense for the Bucks. With Dame Lillard there, lights-out shooter. Ball doesn't necessarily have to run through him, but he's at his best when he does. And that would ask Giannis to leave the paint, come up and set a screen, roll off of that, and them to run a pick and roll. And he made it very clear, as Anthony Irwin brought up, I don't want to do that. So Giannis coming to LA, being put into Luka and Austin Reeves' offense, that's what you're going to be asked to do.
Yeah.
And yes, hindsight is 2020. For all we know, Giannis is sitting there thinking, man, I should have just went along with what the team wanted. Maybe he learned a ton from it, but I feel it's perfectly fair to sit here and say, I do not believe that Giannis will want to be implemented into someone else's system. He has only ever played now for a decade plus in his own system.
Well, as the number 1.
Right.
As the number 1. And as we're seeing with superstars towards the back end of their careers, LeBron James at like the very end of a Hall of Fame, greatest of all time career conversation, it's not easy. And it takes a special kind of superstar to be able to recognize I have to do what's better for the team opposed to maybe what I want to do. And to LeBron's credit, he did it with so much grace of understanding and seeing the bigger picture. And if this is going to work and if we are going to make a playoff run, I am going to have to be the third option. And he did. And then he got the opportunity, which I think kind of is what kind of shook up this whole offseason situation. Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves go down, and immediately the team looks at LeBron James again and goes, hey,
take that cape out the drawer, my friend.
We need you to jump back to that number 1 spot and carry us through the playoffs right now. No one thinks we can win a game against Houston, and LeBron James came in, and we got a gift, you guys. I mean, as basketball fans, we all got a gift of LeBron James saying, hold my beer, let me show you why I am the king. And he was able to just completely adjust and take over that round 1 playoff series. And I'm grateful for it. I think the sports world should be grateful for it. Are we going to see that again? I don't think so. I don't know, because wherever he ends up, he is going to be a 2 or a 3 option, which is why. And I do think the more we talk about it and the more we dissect it, I do think the Lakers are going to be his landing spot. However, and whenever that happens, we are in the summer of LeBron James. He is going to take as much time as he needs to decide what he is willing to play for, because it's going to come down to a magic number, and it's going to be a fraction of what he made last year. I think he was in like the 50 mils. Of what he made last year. Correct. And I think we are closer to a 30, a 25-30. I like to have your salary cut in half, especially a future Hall of Famer and what he just did this season is tough. It's an ego cut is what it is. But we all know he's not making his money off of his NBA salary. He's making it with his media company, and he's making it in his $100 million worth of endorsements and businesses that he has outside of the NBA every single year. So I think it's going to come down to what that magic number is.
And I feel the best thing that he could do for that legacy, not only the best thing he could do to win a championship, but also the best thing he could do for a legacy, is make sure that number that he's comfortable with is as low as possible. The one thing that a guy who has everything in the world and has championships and has plaques and trophies and medals and all these heroic things, one thing that he could do is, I'm going to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I feel he could ride the wave of this past season, I sacrificed, I pushed myself down the ladder to being the third option. I didn't like it, but I embraced it, and I sacrificed for the sake of this team. If he wants to be adored by LA fans the way that he wants to be adored by LA fans and partly doesn't feel the admiration is where it should be, if he comes back and says, I will play for the least amount of money possible, not even the vet minimum, but the least amount of money that he's comfortable with, to where we can also add some pieces, that is how you get 100% of LA in your corner, my friend. That would go a long way.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Once again, the summer of LeBron James. And I don't know. Get in the chat, you guys, if you're watching the live stream. Do you see the Lakers? Do you even think the Lakers should try to go after Giannis? I don't see it necessarily working, but Andrew Irwin did, and you did too. Anthony Irwin did.
Anthony was on it,
and he really thought it was great. I don't know. I don't know if I can be convinced. We're gonna take a break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, Ohtani looked great, but does he feel great? And has it been his decision that he's not hitting when he's pitching? We got that when we come back.
Start.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. If you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, get in that chat section. We want you to be a part of the conversation. And make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. We want you to be a part of the conversation. Let us know what you think. We've gotten into some passionate conversations today. This last segment, we were diving into kind of the Lakers off season with Lakers insider Anthony Irwin.
He was awesome.
And he was trying to convince us that it was a good move for the Lakers to go hard in the paint on Giannis this offseason. I don't agree with that. I don't see how it's happening. I mean, it could work. I don't know. But like that many superstars, especially if they're keeping Austin Reeves and trying to keep LeBron James, and then you add a Giannis in there, like especially Giannis and LeBron. These are two people that like have been stars of the show.
To his credit, I do like the point of you look across the West, it is the Spurs and Oklahoma City show until the foreseeable future, and Giannis is really the only big man that will be available that can consistently hang with the Wembys and the Chets going forward. But he would be 30,
want to do that?
32 years old, so it's also how long can he hang with those guys going forward? But I do respect and appreciate his insight to that, because I quite honestly had considered it as, hey, we just need a Wemby stopper.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But then you have to look at it from like the Giannis perspective of like, okay, do I want to be in the same conference and try to get through Wemby and the Spurs and OKC to just get to the NBA Finals? Or do I want to be in the East and know that if I go to a team, I can then meet them there, and then I'm facing them in the biggest challenge, which is the Finals. So I don't know. It's really interesting. We want to hear from you guys. Like I said, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. You can also get in the chat if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, and following us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into those DMs. We're going to talk about the Dodgers now, though, and more specifically Shohei Ohtani, you guys, because his last start on Wednesday, we got the full Shohei Ohtani experience, you guys. 5 scoreless innings, and he lowered his ERA to 0.73. But the whole game, what I loved about this outing, it was not his best performance on the mound in a season where he, before the season started, said, my goal is Cy Young. So we knew we were going to get like MVP Ohtani on the mound. Like that was going to be the focus opposed to at the plate. Like it wasn't going to take away from what he's able to do at the plate. He is a two-way player, a unanimous MVP, and the greatest of all time already in the sport. Don't at me, okay? Because we've never seen anybody like him. You can't compare him to anybody. He is creating his own path, his own records. He is breaking his own records in Major League Baseball. And what we saw from him on Wednesday, I think, was a statement, because Wednesday was the first time that he was hitting while he was pitching this month. And there's been a lot of conversation around that. Should he be hitting when he's pitching? Whose decision has it been to rest Ohtani and kind of do the load management that we see in the NBA that we don't often see in Major League Baseball, but we also don't have a player like Shohei Ohtani outside of Ohtani in Major League Baseball. And what he did is he stepped in that batter's box as a leadoff hitter. The very first pitch, you guys, blasted a home run. And then you know what he did after that? Got on the mound and struck out the side. Wasn't pretty, but what he did in that outing, it was only 5 scoreless when he's gone deeper this season, but how he got it done was just grit out there from Ohtani.
What he did was respond to a level of adversity that, quite honestly, in the Shohei Ohtani career, outside of some major surgeries, he responded to some of the greatest adversity that he's faced so far. He's one of a kind, so there's not a lot of speed bumps that have been in his way to an already historic Hall of Fame career. And this slump was as cold of a bat as he's had across his entire career. And getting out of that and then trying to win back the opportunity to pitch and hit on the same day. It was a massive chapter in the Shohei Ohtani story, and it's interesting to hear that it actually wasn't him who decided to go through all this.
Yeah. Before we dive into that, let's play the sound, because yesterday we had ESPN MLB reporter Alden Gonzalez on the show. And Brock and I have kind of been debating throughout the week, should Ohtani be hitting when he's pitching? And it kind of came down to, I want to know whose decision it was. Is this Shohei Ohtani's decision to not hit when he pitches, or is this Dave Roberts' decision? And when we had Alden, he gave us the inside scoop when I asked if it was an Ohtani decision.
This is a Dave Roberts and the Dodgers as a whole decision. It's not a Shohei Ohtani decision. He's gone along with it. He has said the right things. He has said that he understands. He has not said he agrees with it, but he said that he understands why they're doing it. But it's definitely a Dodgers decision.
Yeah, so that was a spicy little inside there, and it makes you look at what Ohtani did in that last outing. Actions speak louder than words. Ohtani will never say, out of respect, because that is his way and that is the Japanese culture way. Mm-hmm. He will never call out Dave Roberts. He would never say that he disagrees with Dave Roberts. And you know what? I respect that, because he has respect for Dave Roberts and his role and his job to manage the team as a whole, on top of also managing Shohei Ohtani, the only two-way player that we have in the game. However, Ohtani's entire career, we've all kind of looked at Ohtani and been like, okay, we've never seen this before. What do you want to do? What can your body do? Tell us what you are able and capable to do today. And that's what he's done from his time he came into the league with the Angels and then his time with the Dodgers. And he has been a unanimous MVP. This man knows what he's doing. He knows his body. So if he thinks he's okay to be hitting on days that he's pitching, put the man on the lineup. And I think this was first pitch, leadoff home run, first time he was hitting this month while he was pitching, was a statement.
After he struck out the side, it was a brutal inning of 21 pitches, but he struck it out. After leading off the game with a home run, he's emotional. He's looking to the sideline, and you know what Dave Roberts is thinking? Now I know how to motivate you. That's what that is what a manager or a head coach walks away with, is now I know how to motivate you. It was Dave Roberts' call, which I'm with you. I was very surprised that it wasn't a Shohei Ohtani decision. This guy is one of a kind. He's the heartbeat of the team. He's the most talented player that baseball has probably ever seen. So you assume if he doesn't want to do something, it doesn't happen.
It's his choice.
But there is one person, and really the only person on planet Earth, that can decide something for Shohei, and that is Dave Roberts, who gets to say, I have World Series rings. I've made crucial decisions that people have rallied against and called for my firing and all these other things. And sometimes they're right, but in the past couple of years, I've been right. And if this is what it takes to motivate you to get out of this slump, then so be it. If I think this is what is best for the team, then so be it. It is a destination, not a journey. Most things in life are about the journey, not the destination. In sports, if you are there to win a championship, if you fall short of that, then you didn't do your job. You can still appreciate the journey, but the destination for the Dodgers is three-peat. The destination for Shohei is to be the best that he can be, and Dave Roberts had to make the call that he thought he needed to make to continue getting the best out of Shohei.
But Shohei is the best. He is a 4-time unanimous MVP. And has 2 rings back-to-back with the Dodgers. This man knows what it takes to be the best and to not only be the best individually, but as a team and help his team, as we saw in the playoffs, the postseason last year, arguably the best single game by an athlete of all time. All time. When he hit 3 home runs and struck out 10. Like, Shohei knows what his body can and cannot take. And if he feels like he is in the right mindset, and honestly, I think sometimes it helps him kind of take his mind off of if something's not going right on the mound to get in that batter's box and to be hitting as well. And it's what makes him so good. It's his superpower. Being able to be the best two-way player and be an MVP caliber at both pitching and at the plate is what makes him a unicorn.
It is, but because we've never seen anything like him, we also don't have a blueprint on how to manage him. Shohei, again,
exactly.
His elbow surgery when he was with the Angels is really the only adversity he's faced because he's
he said two now.
Oh, yeah, 2, sorry.
Yeah.
Coming off of that second one, since becoming a Dodger, rather, he really hasn't faced adversity because he's incredible, and every day he shows up, typically he's the best version of himself. So there not being a blueprint regarding how to handle this unicorn, this freak of nature who can do two things at the best of his ability, better than almost anyone across the entire MLB, means Dave Roberts has to do something unconventional because I'm dealing with an unconventional player. And a lot of times you have to treat these superstar, Superman, superhuman guys, and you have to pull the reins on them because he is Seabiscuit. He is a once-in-a-lifetime, generational, lifetime player, and you are not going to be able to stop. Yeah. Shohei knows one thing. It is success. He has had this mapped out since he was 7 years old. And I have to step in and save you from yourself because you have a one-track mind.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes a third party, a great manager, a great coach, whoever it may be, to step in and say, I know I don't know what it's like to be you every day, but I know how to win baseball games, and I know how to coach great players. And sometimes I have to step in and say, this is what I think is best. And because I'm the manager, I get to make that call.
So I think Alden actually made a really good point yesterday when we were talking to him. And he said the major concern isn't the actual day that he's pitching, it's the day after.
Yes, that was a great point. Yeah.
So he was able to have Ohtani in the lineup because they had an off day yesterday. And now today, they're in Milwaukee facing the Brewers. I see right now Shohei Ohtani is in the lineup.
Oh, it's out. There we go.
It's out. Yeah, you got Shohei Ohtani leading off. So this is a good sign. He got that day of rest. You have Ohtani, then you have Mookie Betts, you have Freddie Freeman, Kyle Tucker, Andy Pages, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, Dalton Rushing is behind the plate, and Hyun Kim. So Dodgers are looking good. Brewers don't have their lineup in yet, but they'll be facing Logan Henderson. You got Justin Roblenski on the mound for the Dodgers. So I think this is a good sign.
I love this. Yeah.
That we have Shohei Ohtani in the lineup today. And maybe this is the blueprint moving forward for Ohtani. Try to line it up where he's pitching the day before you have an off day. And that's how we can get him in the lineup and on the mound at the same time.
It's a smart way to go about it. And one thing that Dave Roberts knows and has realized over these past 6 years or so is it is truly a marathon, not a sprint. It's clear now that Dave Roberts could care less about that 100-win mark.
No, it doesn't matter.
If you go back to the times that they have crossed the 100-win mark in this past decade. 2019, they win 100 games. They lose to the Nationals in the NLDS. 2020, they win the World Series, but it's a shortened season. 2021, they win 100 games. They lose the NLCS to the Braves. 2022, they win 100 games. They lose to the Padres in the NLDS. 2023, they win 100 games, and they get swept by the Diamondbacks in the NLDS. These past 2 years where they've won the World Series, they haven't touched 100 wins. So with a team that is already banged up, with a bullpen that is just picking up guys off the street to come out here, give us 1 or 2 innings, and they're doing a great job of it. I think Dave Roberts is already in sustainability mode. We're not stepping off the gas, but I only care about us making it to the end of September healthy, because history has shown it is not about the regular season. No. All we need to do is enter with health, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I'm hoping Shohei gets in there tonight and just continues this hot streak at the plate, because it's only going to better his case for, hey, you see, I'm okay here. Like, let me hit when I'm pitching. So, yeah, Dodgers first pitch. Let me get this up. Where did it go? Here we go. 4:40 p.m. tonight. Shohei Ohtani back in the lineup, leading off for the Dodgers. So we're excited for that one, the last end of this road trip before they're back next week. We're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, is LeBron James going to be a Laker next season? We got some interesting insight from him on his podcast recently that, might make you think otherwise. We'll be right back. Yeah, what's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us on the live stream on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in that comment section, you guys, at The Fan LA. We want you to be a part of this conversation. We've been having some great debate todays, whether it was the one we just had, should Ohtani be hitting on days that he's pitching?
Ohtani v. Roberts?
Yeah, because apparently it's Dave Roberts who's making the call and not Ohtani. And it's usually Ohtani who's kind of like setting his own schedule and his own plan of when he feels good to do things. That's how it has been throughout his career. Obviously, it's a little different now for the back-to-back champs. You've also talked about the Rams quarterback situation. Past, Goff. Present, Stafford. Future, maybe in Ty Simpson? Who knows? But it's just the whole McVey conversation around it and how he's handled the transition of each quarterback is really funny to me. Mm-hmm. It's entertaining. Mm-hmm. But we've also spent a lot of time on the Lakers. And we're going to go back to the Lakers. And more specifically, the king. LeBron James.
LeBron James.
There it is.
LeBron James. LeBron James.
You guys, I just have to tell you, anytime I say his name, that's what I hear in my head.
That's the voice that's
That's what I hear in my head. Or LeBron, that's all I hear. If
And
I
we
say
just want to honor LeBron James.
We do. We do, and I want to honor him by that's how I hear his name in my head every time I say it. I love it so much. I'm not mad at it. I just want that little kid following me around everywhere. LeBron James.
Constantly.
Yeah, but so LeBron on his podcast, Mind the Game with Steve Nash, kind of gave us a glimpse into what his offseason is going to look like. We talked about it a lot yesterday on the show, but now it's an even bigger conversation, kind of figuring out what the Lakers are going to do this offseason, right? Because he kind of gave us a timeline in this conversation, Shay, where he kind of mapped out not exactly, but almost exactly what his mindset is going to look like month to month.
Just taking my time and saying I haven't even really thought about it too much. Obviously, I understand that I'm a free agent and I can control my own destiny. If being here with this franchise, for the foreseeable future, or if it's going somewhere else. But I haven't even really got to that point. I haven't even taken my family vacation yet, which is going to happen after Memorial Day. That's kind of the thing at the forefront of my mind. But, I think at some point, up until, up in June, late June, as July roll around, free agency starts to, gets going. And, as, July rolling, maybe into August, we start to kind of get a feel of, what my future may look like.
Yeah, that's a late timeline.
It's a delayed schedule, if you will.
It's a delayed schedule. And there's a couple thoughts when you hear, I might not be making my decisions till August. I kind of understand where LeBron is coming from in terms of, he's heading into his 24th season. So he's made it very clear, also talked about it on the podcast, that, he wants to play for a team that's going to be a contender. Right? So what happens before August? Free agency. Yes. So that benefits LeBron James, but it's a little hard for teams that might be trying to build a roster and include LeBron James in it, especially with what kind of money they have available to give LeBron. We already know he's going to be getting a fraction of what he made this year because he was in the 50 mils this season. And unfortunately, he's going to be closer probably to the 30 million mark. Again, we have no idea. It's hard enough. It has to be more than half in my mind. If you are taking a pay cut, it can't be below half of what you just made last year, especially with the way that he not only took a step back for the betterment of the team and was that third role where he was very clear after the season ended. I've never done that in my life, let alone in my playing career. And then to get asked to go back to that number one spot and win the Lakers a playoff series and get them as far as he did, that was because of LeBron James. He elevated the entire team around him and was able to do that. So LeBron James knows his worth.
Mm-hmm.
We all should know his worth. It's just, I don't know what teams are going to have available for LeBron James after going out during free agency and spending the money that they might need to spend. So then you look at the Lakers and you go, do we have to have like a little like stash of money of just in case for LeBron James? And is it smart to kind of keep that there for him? And what is that magic number that he would be willing to wait and see? Let me see how teams get put together. And if I like this updated and revamped roster, I'll come back for this number.
I completely believe that LeBron is going to take longer than normal to decide what he's going to do. There is not a shred of possibility that he waits as late as he's saying he's going to wait. The reason is because while free agency legally starts that first week of July, conversations are taking place now. Conversations have been taking place this entire season.
Dirty rushing. There's what we call it.
Dirty rushing, exactly.
If you were in a...
As you laid out the sorority
or fraternity.
Phrase.
Yeah.
Yes. The fact of the matter is LeBron immediately shrinks the teams that he will find to be suitable for him because he wants to play for a contender. Of course he does. He wants to go out winning a championship or at least competing for one. Well, championship teams don't often want to change what's going on. And championship teams, you look at the 4 teams remaining right now in the NBA. Both teams in the West are super young. Both are equipped to do this for half of a decade further.
OKC and the Spurs.
Yes, and then you look at Cleveland and New York. New York has made tweaks here and there, but by all means, their core of Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns are set. Yes, the city was ready to turn on Towns a second ago, but now that he's balling, those New York fans are back on board.
The Fanatics.
And Cleveland is sitting here saying, we're down 0-2, but we're in the Eastern Conference Finals, and we just got James Harden a couple months ago. So for contending teams, there's not a lot, and there's not a lot of cap space. So no matter where he goes, he's going to have to play for the least amount of money he's played for since 2014, where he was making $20 million. But I feel for LeBron, winning a championship is more important than the money he's going to be making going out. It can't be a disrespectful offer.
No.
But
what's a disrespectful offer?
The vet minimum.
20?
The vet minimum.
What's the vet? What's the vet minimum?
Like $5 million or something like that.
Oh my God, no.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God, no.
Which would be disrespectful.
I think less than half of what he made this year is disrespectful.
It is,
but
that's
what
gets to control the narrative.
$0.9 million is the vet minimum.
He gets to control the narrative. Oh, so what's that,
3.9 million.
3.9
million
is
that's
a vet
beyond
minimum.
disrespectful.
No, absolutely
But LeBron
not.
gets to control the narrative by owning, saying, no, I'm intentionally playing for a little amount of money, and I want to win a championship.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We are in the summer of LeBron James, you guys, but I want to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Also, our early fan partners, Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. And you, the fans, we love that you're here hanging out with us every single day. We will be right back with more on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. If you're listening to us, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. But you guys, you know what time it is? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is hour 4. It is the power hour, which means it's coffee time. And you know what? I've been giving Brock.
You brought props today.
Well, so yesterday, if you were listening to the show first, cheers.
Yes.
We were talking about diner mugs. Kind of all have that same vibe.
Mhm.
It's got that like thick.
Shay called it slim thick, I think.
Yeah, slim fit.
Slim thick.
A
slim thick mug.
slim
Yeah, like it doesn't hold as much as other mugs because you always get that free refill.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a couple. Cafe du Monde. Is it Cafe du Monde? Cafe du Monde.
Dumont.
Yeah, from New
Café du
Orleans. That has the famous, what are they called, beignets?
Yes.
Yeah, coffees and beignets. I got these as a gift for watching a friend's dog for a week. They went to New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. You didn't
For a
specify
whole
that they
week?
went to New Orleans. I thought they went
It was
to like...
Carmen and Dave's dog.
And they just got you a mug?
They got me 2 mugs and coffee. Hey.
I like Carmen.
Hey.
I like Carmen. Sun Devils,
You know
forks
what?
up.
I love dogs. Okay, if I could have 10, I would have 10 dogs.
How many do you have?
2.
Okay.
I have a mini golden and a mini penny. she's a mutt. She comes. She's like, she kind of looks like a black lab, but she is like a Staffy, a Doberman, American Bulldog, Chihuahua.
She's her.
Japanese Mountain Dog. Yeah.
That's what she
She's
is.
a mini penny.
She's one of a kind.
Yeah. She's a bundle of love, and they are so much fun. Like I would have all the dogs and all the animals. I want goats. I want them all. I want cows. Like I'm gonna have a ranch one day. It's gonna be awesome. I don't know where that's gonna happen in LA, but I'm gonna find.
I have
space.
faith that you'll figure
We're
it
gonna find
out.
the space. But you guys, I've been giving Brock some heat every single day that he doesn't drink coffee until 1 o'clock, and I've decided on Fridays. I'm going to join the fun because normally I limit my caffeine where I don't drink a bunch after a certain hour. Complete opposite of Brock. Brock is like 1 o'clock, we kick it into high gear. That is when he starts to drink his coffee. Weirdest thing ever. But you know what?
You know what's
like,
funny, though?
Be you, King.
You
like,
know what's
go
funny?
off. Do you?
When I first was vulnerable enough to reveal the sensitive part about myself
Don't
to
do
you
that
in the
when
world,
I take a sip.
I specifically stated there is a coalition of afternoon coffee drinkers out there, and I was ridiculed and strictly told by you and our friend Cody Decker that is not a thing. And Shay, here we sit. And the amount of coffee drinkers on this show alone has doubled.
It's not afternoon coffee drinkers. It's starting your coffee in the afternoon. There's a difference.
How much coffee have you had today?
Well, I've had
Is
caffeine.
this the first cut? Is this
I've
the first
had
cup?
caffeine.
What about coffee?
I've had like 200 milligrams.
Yeah,
I've had like 200 milligrams of caffeine.
It's funny, you guys.
Woo!
It's funny because on this side of the glass,
yeah,
me and Nick don't drink coffee at all.
What?
Like at all.
I'll get you.
It's crazy
I'll
though,
get
because
you.
me and him are up late and here early, and we hate coffee.
I'll get you.
It makes us tweak.
What do you drink caffeine?
I don't think it's me. I don't think I need caffeine.
You definitely don't drink caffeine. No one gives. Could you imagine?
Self-awareness in 2026.
Shay B. Cray would
Shay.
be like on the next level. Like Shay B.
What's the
Cray
last
being
thing
like
you need?
bouncing off the walls.
Yeah.
But I get it. So Shay, you're still like young, mid-20s.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up caffeine until I was in my 30s.
Same.
I
get
didn't
there.
need it. I didn't like the way it made me feel. I had like natural. Then all of a sudden I fell in love with the taste of coffee, and then it became like an obsession. And then it became an addiction. And then I had to give up coffee for a couple years, and I'm like slowly letting it back. And so when you talked about a coffee addiction, I'm like, oh, Brock, you have no idea. My addiction during COVID was making Irish coffees, blended Irish coffees. So much so that people started sending me coffees and whiskey, and I had it. Whew, like I said, I can make a mean Irish coffee, but I was having way too much.
Would you snap at people if you didn't have like your first coffee?
No. I wake up like happy. Like I don't need it.
Honestly, I
just
can tell.
enjoy it.
Yeah, you're a very happy
like
person.
I also have the ability to like do this wiggle thing, and I can release like endorphins and energy through my body.
You got to write a book about that.
I've always been able to do that. So like I don't need it, but it's an enjoyable.
I mean, in this industry,
yeah,
sometimes we need it.
Well, that's why you see me dancing like before every take is like that's me like releasing like the happy vibes like through my
manually releasing endorphins. I love it. I like that.
Yeah. And if you're listening, you guys, you can see me dancing on YouTube at the Fan LA. I'm jamming every day. My husband was watching the live stream. He goes, do you know that they cut to you a little soon before you come on and you're dancing in every take? I was like, you mean what I do before every live take I've ever done in my entire career? I am dancing. That's just what I do, you guys. So if you get to catch it, you're welcome. I hope the happy vibes kind of, what is it called? They rub off on you.
There you go.
They rub off on you because it's Friday, you guys. It's Memorial Day weekend. It's my birthday weekend. Let's go. The beginning half, the first half of the birthday weekend, because my birthday is sandwiched in the middle this week. It's on a Wednesday next week. So we're celebrating this weekend, and we're going to celebrate the weekend after. Now that we've had some fun talk, and I can already feel that coffee hitting. It's like, yeah, let's go. Let's go back to the Rams, you guys. Matthew Stafford. Official, reached an agreement yesterday. 1 year, $55 million extension worth up to $60 million with incentives. So Stafford now has a 2 years left on his deal, up to $105 million. Like, this is your Super Bowl winning MVP, reigning MVP quarterback. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. We knew Matthew Stafford was going to be back with the Rams, especially during his MVP speech when he stands up there and goes, all right, LA, we're running it back. Like, We knew he was coming back. We know he's the guy. But there was the conversation, because they hadn't done this extension yet, of what the future of the Rams was going to look like, right? Mm-hmm. Stafford is 38 years old. So even with the extension, he is still kind of on that year-to-year window. And we've seen it the last 2 years where the Rams have had to do these contract reconstructions.
Yes.
And however you want to look at it, which he deserves. He's the MVP. Okay, literally the reigning MVP. So whatever you got to do, like, we know he is your guy. We know he is the Rams guy for the next 2 years, right? But what that extension does, I think it keeps Stafford happy, definitely this year. And then we'll see kind of what happens at the end of the season into next year. But the hardest part of an MVP or superstar that's not at the end of his career, but is kind of on the back half or back quarter, back third, however you want to look at it. He's 38 years old. Is the team always needs to start thinking about the future, and they need to look at that 5-year plan. And what the Rams did in the draft this year shocked I think the entire football world, took everybody by surprise by drafting Ty Simpson.
Yes, and understandably it was surprising because the Rams were built, even if there was no NFL draft this season, the Rams were built to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. They are loaded in every position, and any weakness they had was addressed in the offseason, most notably the signing of cornerbacks Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie. So you enter the draft, and you have Les Snead, who historically is a F them picks believer.
Yeah.
And he is always in win now mode. So the draft choice of Ty Simpson was shocking because, one, that is not a win now move. And two, maybe even more importantly, if you are going to draft for the future, explain to us how Ty Simpson is the guy. Rams fans were instinctually upset because they're still waiting on that explanation. Yeah. As someone who watched every game of Ty Simpson last year, watches a lot of college football, you look at a guy who has not played a lot of college football, first and foremost.
Yeah,
has only played 15 games.
That's insane.
15 games of college football being drafted, and you say, okay, well, that's fine because he's going to sit for at least 1 year, maybe even 2, maybe even more. Well, I actually prefer it to be the opposite. If I know a quarterback is going to sit, I want a quarterback who has played a ton of reps, a ton of games, a 2 or 3 year starter, because you're not going to be playing for a while. Sure, Ty Simpson can get all the practice reps, all the scrimmages. Hey, Matthew Stafford may even get hurt at one point, and he has to go in for a series or 2. But we're talking NFL live game reps. Fred Warner is trying to take your head off. You can't mimic that. And I feel we are still sitting here kind of curious as why was Ty Simpson the pick. That does not mean we're not rooting for him to be successful when he does enter the fold and take snaps. But until we see some game footage of why Ty Simpson was the guy, we're understandably going to be curious what Les Snead was thinking.
Yeah, and I think what made this a viral moment was Shawn McVey's reaction on draft night. Because if you watched any of the Rams draft live watch parties where fans were so excited in anticipation for the Rams actually having a high draft pick.
For the first time in how long?
A very long time. Last year, the Rams traded away their first-round draft pick. As you said, Les Snead wears shirts that say F them picks. Like, the Rams are not about necessarily the draft. They are finding their guys, trades, free agency, and then developing guys that they get later in the draft. But their first round pick, that was the win now situation, was Trent McDuffie.
Right.
That was this is our weakest link corner. This is what we need to fill. And we did that. We traded away that first round lower pick to the Chiefs to get him. And that was, when everyone complains, where's the win now scenario, that was the win now. So the next thing was like, okay, well, there's a couple good offensive guys, weapons that we can get for Matthew Stafford that are still available.
Devontae Adams is getting older.
He's getting older.
Nakua's status with the Rams is kind of in the air. Maybe we get a receiver. Yeah.
He's going through some weird off-field stuff that, like, we are now understanding why the Rams didn't give him that extension yet. You were kind of curious. You're like, but he's so good. And you're like, oh, well, they know something we don't know. And now we all know because it's eventually it all comes out. But Sean McVey was on Bussin' with the Boys, and he was talking about his reaction on draft night.
Great night for Ty and his family. Excited, that we have a potential guy, but also respectful and mindful of the fact that I don't want this to be misunderstood. I'm super grateful that Matthew Stafford is our guy. And so I would have been naturally just a little bit more reserved, but then there's other things that you're dealing with. And so if you said, hey, if you had that over again, how would you be? I would have made sure that I wasn't mentally resilient to be able to snap out of some things that I was bothered about that had nothing to do with what the interpretation was. I missed the boat big time. And what I felt bad about is it became a story. Right. And really that, it looked like Les and I weren't connected. And my vibe was off. We always talk about the energy. That was bad energy that night. Bad vibe.
Can't win them all.
I was an energy vampire.
Yeah. You think? And what else could it have been about if it wasn't something about that first pick in Ty Simpson? You literally go from the war room to the podium.
Chris Sims, who is a good friend of Shawn McVey, was kind enough to reveal something I bet Shawn McVey didn't want him to reveal. He said, I talked to Shawn.
Yeah.
And he was upset, and they were having a heated discussion, but it was about something entirely different, as if there was any possible thing that they could have been talking about between drafting Ty Simpson and walking to the podium.
Exactly. Read between the lines. Yeah. You guys, I've been a reporter in this industry across all the leagues, and they're going to tell you what they want you to hear, but you got to read between the lines. And in that situation, we know that there was an argument. They're saying it wasn't about the pick. But what we do know, and what we did see with our own eyes, was Shawn McVey at the podium, clearly upset. What did he call himself? An energy vampire?
An energy vampire.
So he knew.
Bad vibes throughout the whole night.
He knew the vibes were bad. And you know what? He came out at one point and said, I'm just trying to respect Matthew Stafford, who's our guy. I didn't want him to see me to get overexcited because he's still our guy. And Shawn McVey went on to also talk about, because I want to continue this conversation. Okay, Shay, you got something else right now?
I have something else on this real quick before we move forward, because regarding the Matthew Stafford situation and them getting Ty Simpson and why he was so upset, I honestly think it's like, how is this guy going to go in there and tell his team we're win now mode? And you've been mentioning this almost this entire time.
Yeah.
Like, as a coach, and like, again, we kind of mentioned this earlier with Brock, like as an athlete, how do you feel? Like, it's undermining. It's like everyone's saying we're win now, and then we're going out and we're drafting this person, and it's like, as a coach, genuinely, what are you supposed to say? Because there's nothing you can say, and I don't know if Brock, if Alex, you might have an idea, but I used to coach 13-year-old girls playing volleyball, so like, it was very different. I'm not really sure what I would do.
Are you comparing yourself to
I'm just
Shawn
saying,
McVey
I'm
coaching the Rams?
I'm like, I don't know. Like, I was a coach, and I don't even know what I would say. Like, what do you say in this situation?
So it's not what is said or not said. It's now, as a player, my GM and my head coach are on different pages. You want your GM and your head coach to be in lockstep, whether you agree with the moves that they make, whether you don't agree with the moves that they make and the trades they make and the people they extend and how much money, et cetera, et cetera. As long as they're on the same page, you're thinking, okay, the two most important people in this building are on a united front.
Yeah.
Once there is a schism, not that it's going to affect your day-to-day, but you do have to acknowledge that, okay, the future of this team is at a fork in the road because the coach wants to go that way and the GM wants to go that way. And there's nothing Shawn McVey can do, because if he opens up training camp or OTAs are going right now saying, hey, guys, just so you know, me and Les Snead are on the same page, that ain't going to cut it. That's not going to do anything.
Absolutely
That's
not.
only going to make it worse. And he can't come out and say, hey, I know I should have acted better. Me and Les Snead were going through some things, but we're fine now. We don't want to hear that either. So to answer your question, Shay, he just has to ignore it. And now players just have to have this thing floating in the back of their mind knowing, all right, we're at kind of a fork in the road. Maybe it won't affect us this year, but maybe it affects me 2-3 years from now.
So do you think the media he just did was on purpose?
Everything's on purpose, Shay.
Okay.
Everything is
Sweet.
calculated.
Sweet.
Everything is on purpose. This is like head coaches, GMs, chess match. What's not on purpose is your reaction after a big moment. And that's why the press conference,
you have to fake it.
Right after that moment,
you have to fake
it's
it.
hard when you're pissed off to hide your emotions. And that was about as real and raw of an emotional moment that you're ever going to see from a head coach or a GM is right after. So right after you lose a game, right after you win a game, right after you make your draft pick, that's when you're going to get the most authentic reaction, because you don't have time to manufacture how you want to respond and come up with the right response. And there was also this, in this same podcast, Sean McVey talked about the potential options that they could have gotten, and the fact that he is so, just take a listen, because you can tell kind of who he wanted to take.
Was it an easy decision? No, because like, how are we always balancing? And I said this before, like if you told me that we could ensure that if we took a player at 13, let's just say it's a Makai Lemon, a Kenyon Sadiq, players that we really had a lot of appreciation for, or even a defensive player, Bain still on the board at the time. If you told me that drafting that guy would have ensured that we're going to show up at SoFi on February 14th next year and get a chance to play for a world title, I say, sign me up. We're taking that guy. But it doesn't work that way. And so, man, I'm hopeful Matthew plays as long as he can.
That's backpedaling right there. We could have, like, if you told me it's a for sure win if I got those guys, that's definitely who I would have taken. He knew. He knew.
It is very difficult to want to take any media opportunity to kind of rewrite something that you wish you had back. Obviously, he feels poorly. Even if he didn't want to draft Ty Simpson, he feels poorly about the media storm that caused for the following week. And so the next time you get some downtime and he's close with Taylor Lewan or Will Compton and those guys and he wants to sit down with them, obviously he's saying, okay, here's another opportunity to rewrite what happened and put a positive spin on it. And it's just every time you bring it up, you're just you're not allowing us to move on from it.
Yeah.
And you're just divulging more and more information about how we thought you wanted the night to go.
And you know what? Honestly, like, I feel like two things can be true at once, and this is like the perfect example of it. I feel so sad for Ty Simpson that this is the reaction that he gets for probably the most exciting day of his life. Everyone's like, you don't deserve this. Why? You're not the win now scenario. They shouldn't be looking ahead at the future for you. But I also am feeling so like he won the draft night. So in the most positive way, if he can find a way to just focus on that, he is in the best situation possible because he is going to a team where he gets to sit behind and learn from a Super Bowl winning MVP quarterback and kind of like the quarterback whisperer in a head coach in Shawn McVey.
Yes.
So if they can all kind of eventually, once, training camp comes around, preseason comes around, we can kind of like, we got all the emotions out. We're all good. We're going to be in the quarterback room together. We're going to be going through drills together. I'm going to be learning from you. If they can get to that positive point, this is literally the best case scenario for Ty Simpson and where he should end up.
August 15th is the Rams' first preseason game. They are at the Kansas City Chiefs, and that will be the debut of Ty Simpson. There's no shot Matt Stafford's playing in that game.
No.
And that's going to feel like the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That is going to be the moment. And as unfair as it is, nothing is fair in the NFL, especially for a rookie.
No.
And that'll be the debut of not necessarily why you are Matthew Stafford's successor. That comes with time. It's what did Les Need see in you? By the end of the preseason, if Ty Simpson wants to quiet the LA curious, he just has to show in those 3 games, they're at the Chiefs, they're hosting the Saints, and they're at the Chargers throughout the preseason.
Yeah.
It's just going to be, show me the skill set that Les Snead said, I have to draft that guy.
And, like, prove that this wasn't just a homie pick because Les Snead is friends with my father. And he told my father, hey, you should probably not go back to college and enter the draft this year because guess what? I believe you're going to be a first-round pick. Yeah. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot to prove and a lot of people like, well, why you? You know, show me why you.
And
so
he gets the opportunity to prove it.
Exactly. If you have the right mentality, a great athlete can use that as motivation. Prove everyone wrong. I hope, Ty Simpson, that you prove everybody, every doubter, every why would you even think about taking this player wrong. Because if it works out, this is great for the Rams and the future of the Rams. We're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership, and we appreciate you, the fans, watching and listening to us. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. We want you to be a part of the conversation. When we come back, it is almost time for Dodgers baseball. We're going to dive into the pregame. Don't go anywhere.
Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your middays in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. If you're watching the stream live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in that comment section. We want you to be a part of the conversation and our fan base. Apparently, our producer and editor, you guys, they put out a poll on YouTube. We're trying to come up and find a name for all of our fans here at The Fan LA. And the name that has been circling, that we have been talking about the last few days, is the Fanny Pack. I absolutely love that name, you guys. But I also love fanny packs.
50% of this table loves the name. The other 50 still up in the air.
Are we saying just like this current table, or like when we're on crosstalk in the morning and in the afternoon?
Both,
50%.
Actually. When we are in the morning with Derek and Decker, I believe that's a 50 because Cody's
50.
on board, Derek is not.
Yeah.
D-Mac is on board and Bill is not with D-Mac and
Yeah,
Ryder.
so
I think we're 50-50.
I think we're 50-50 down the shows. So, okay, Producer Shay, what is the poll you guys put out on YouTube? What's going on here?
Yeah, guys. So 3 options. And Brock, you might be happy to know that there's a new leader.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Don't make me wait.
With 43% of votes, we have the Phantoms.
Ooh.
Makes me think of Phantom of the Opera.
It's okay. Is it spelled
Initial?
like F-A-N-T-O-M?
Yeah.
No, right?
It
yeah.
is.
It has to.
It
I
is
like
F-A-N-T-O-M. So it's interesting. It's fun. The Fanny Pack's got 25%.
Let's go, Fanny Pack.
And the Fanatics, but I don't know if you can say
can't-
that.
you
So
can't
we're gonna
leave
say
it.
I think
La
legally we're going to have
I
to
don't
pass
think
on
you
that.
We're
can.
gonna say La Fanatics.
Yeah, La Fanatic.
La Fanatics.
We could say
works,
that.
okay.
You guys,
So,
you want to know
La
something
Fanatics.
really funny?
I'm not mad at that top 3.
Got second.
So the kind of running joke in my family is I'm like the Rugrat. I'm probably dating myself. That was like the cartoon we grew up with, the Rugrats.
I was right there with you.
Okay, good. And Doug. And the Rugrats would always pronounce things differently.
Yes.
Let's
There
just
you
say
go.
that. So
As
that
toddlers
was-
often do.
Yeah. So that's kind of been like my nickname in my family growing up. I am the Rugrat. And I just say things. Like, I'm also dyslexic, so it's really funny. Like, things that come out of my mouth sometimes are like, what did you just say? In terms of what did you just see? And with the whole, like you're saying, La Fanatics, you guys, we were driving by. My husband and I were driving. I was like, "Oh, look, La Fitness. We should see like what's going on over there at La Fitness." He's like, "Alex, it's LA Fitness." I'm like, "Okay." So now anytime we drive anything that's LA something, it's La. We just call everything La Fitness.
La
LA
Fitness.
cabs, like La Cabs. Like,
I mean,
just-
it does work either way, but I'm with your husband there.
I know.
That's brutal.
I know. Yeah. Welcome to Life with Curry. It's really fun, you guys. I promise. But we are just hours away, you guys. I think what? So 140, 240, 3 hours away. You guys, yes, I still count on my fingers. If you were coming
3
on.
hours and 6 minutes. Yes. we're
3
good.
hours away from first pitch. We got Justin Roblensky on the mound going up against Logan Henderson. Dodgers are on the road in the Brewers. First pitch, 4:40 p.m. Pacific. But I think the best news today, Shohei Ohtani is in the lineup. Okay? He's leading off because we have been having this conversation throughout the week, especially after his last start on Wednesday when we finally got the full Ohtani experience, the two-way play start that we hadn't seen this entire month. So Ohtani has not been in the lineup on days that he's been pitching. And you know what? his focus this year, he said when he came in this season, he wants to win a Cy Young. So pitching has been his focus, and he has had some struggles, some stretches of struggles at the plate this season. But on Wednesday, he went out and just put up zeros, you guys. 5 scoreless innings, lowered his ERA to 0.73, and led off the game. First pitch home run, which felt like a statement, not just from Shohei Ohtani, but to show Dave Roberts and the rest of the coaching staff, hey guys, on days that I'm pitching, keep me in the lineup.
He made his case. He absolutely made his case. And I feel that Dave Roberts, in his mind, is saying, now I know how to challenge Shohei Ohtani, whose hurdles in life have been 2 elbow surgeries, and other than that, this guy just wins.
What do you mean,
succeeds.
4 unanimous MVPs?
He wins and succeeds. He hits home runs and he throws strikes. And that's why the slump was so jarring, because whoa, this guy's not supposed to actually be human and have a step back. And Dave Roberts, to his credit, felt like he needed to step in and say, okay, Shohei is not able to see something that I'm seeing as the manager, and maybe Shohei needs something that he doesn't want. And as the manager, Dave Roberts stepped in and made that call. And to his credit, they salvaged a Padres series to stay atop of the NL West, and they get some momentum going into a Brewers team that is always scrappy. And after this Brewers series, it's baseball. You never know who's going to show up day to day. But the remainder of May and most of June is pretty smooth until they run into the Padres again. So timing-wise, fantastic to get Shohei on the up and up, and we can get out of here. The next 20 wins, I see another, hey, we're going to win 15 of the next 20, which is essentially how they started the season. Everything is on the up and up as far as the LA Dodgers are considered.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to take away here is that when we had Alden Gonzalez on yesterday, ESPN MLB reporter, we were talking to him kind of about the decision of, who is making the call that Shohei Ohtani is not hitting on days that he's pitching. And I asked, is it Ohtani? And this is what Alden had to say.
This is a Dave Roberts and the Dodgers as a whole decision. It's not a Shohei Ohtani decision. He's gone along with it. He has said the right things. He has said that he understands. He has not said he agrees with it, but he said that he understands why they're doing it. But it's definitely a Dodgers decision.
So that's why I feel the performance that we saw on Wednesday was an action speaks louder than words statement from Ohtani, where it was, okay, so this has not been my decision. Let me show you. Let me lead off this game. First pitch home run, then come back on the mound and strike out the side. This man knew exactly what he was doing. And when we were talking to Alden, he kind of further explained that, the reasoning behind this and not having him and kind of giving him the load management NBA treatment of the rest is because it's the days after that they're concerned about for Shohei Ohtani. So what they're going to do is, what I hope they do is figure out a way when they can have Ohtani pitch the day before that they have an off day. Because what I'm seeing now with this lineup, with Shohei Ohtani leading off today and back in the lineup, is that it worked, of having him be that two-way star on days that he's pitching and he's still in the lineup. You have a day off after, and then now, after a day's rest, he's back in the lineup.
He is, and I also feel what makes it so difficult is if you are Dave Roberts, you're also sitting there saying, my plan worked, because the day that Shohei got out of his slump and was dynamite from the plate yet again was hours after the decision was announced that he was not going to pitch and bat going forward, that, hey, after this game, you're going to have some time off, and you could argue that unloading that extra weight was what maybe unlocked some things for Shohei. I feel what we can lose sight of sometimes is Shohei is unlike anything we've ever seen, and the lack of blueprint there can make managing decisions difficult. But you look at Dave Roberts, who can say, yeah, Shohei has 2 rings. He is a certified great. He will probably go down as the best baseball player ever, but I've managed the team to 4 World Series as well, and I deserve a little bit of cachet. And if anyone on planet Earth can tell Shohei what to do, or at least to do something that he doesn't want to do, I am the only guy that can do that. And if I feel that's what's best for the team, I got 4 rings to show that Shohei needs to listen to me every now and then.
Yeah, no, I have a hard time with that. Only because Shohei Ohtani's entire career in Major League Baseball has been him dictating his load management, what he needs to do. I'm interested to hear, we have crosstalk coming up with D-Mac and Ryder coming up.
Yes.
And D-Mac obviously very embedded with the Dodgers and the inside and everything that's going on there. I want to see what side of this he actually agrees with. But before we get to that, Dodgers lineups are out. So we're gonna run through this right now. You got Justin Roblensky on the mound, 6-1, 2.49 ERA. Like, he has
been awesome.
Really kind of just blossomed with all the injuries that are happening within the Dodgers starting rotation. He has been a bright light of, okay, this is a game that hopefully, like, I don't think we're going to have to worry about, which has been great. So then we have leading off Shohei Ohtani, batting second, Mookie Betts, batting third, Freddie Freeman, at fourth, Kyle Tucker. 5, Andy Pajes. He keeps moving on up. At 6, Max Muncy. 7, Teoscar Hernandez. 8, Dalton Rushing. And rounding out this lineup, Hyun-Sung Kim. So I'm feeling pretty good about where the Dodgers are at right now. And when we talked, it's funny, when we talked to Alden about it yesterday too, you asked him, I think, are you concerned? Like, were fans concerned? Were the Dodgers concerned when they were going through that slump? And he kind of laughed when he responded. He's like, no. Absolutely not. The only thing that the Dodgers are concerned about is playing well come October.
Yes, and I do feel that it does tie back heavily into the bullpen, into pitching. You bring up how awesome Robleski and a lot of pitchers have been. Testament to pitching coach Mark Pryor and his assistant Connor McGinnis, because this team is so injured year after year after year, and they just keep finding arms, pulling them up from Oklahoma, signing them, releasing them, signing it, whatever it takes to find a group of guys that can get us through the next 24 hours with a win. And I bring that up because Robleski, who is starting today, to be sitting here at 6-1, to be a mainstay in this rotation that has names like Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani is fantastic. So outside of Shohei, who's been the story of the season so far, I feel that the pitching staff and the phenomenal bullpen and the fact that any name they throw out there is ready to perform is the second biggest story right now for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think the next big story is Roki Sasaki, who's going to be pitching on Saturday, because he's coming off his best outing of his career against the Padres. So I think what matters most is building off of that. And can we see Roki? He doesn't have to have like an equal outing, but have a solid outing after that. So I'm excited to see what he can do on Saturday on the mound. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, we're bringing in D-Mac and Ryder. Don't go anywhere.
on the always free Odyssey app. Or listen and subscribe at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Green. And I'm getting a little deja vu here because what is happening to D-Mac right now happened to me on Crosstalk this morning. I sat down, you guys. I sat down with no headphones on as Cody was doing the intro, and I was like, I feel like I'm missing something. What is it? And I was like, oh, I don't have any headphones on. And I had to walk off the set, put my headphones on, and come back. So, yeah.
You're not alone,
what's
D-Mac.
happening here? D-Mac?
All right, I cracked. I win. Okay, he wanted to do a bet about like who would stay silent the longest.
Oh, there's no way you could stay silent.
I tried.
You
made
also,
like,
you put
seconds.
on a sweatshirt last minute.
Wow.
And
Also,
like, you had this look on your face of mischievous
so
something.
weird.
I was like, what's going on?
If
like,
you don't
are
want
you about
people-
to unveil something with your sweatshirt?
If you don't want people to bring you into the conversation, have your headphones weren't on.
Wow.
You're sitting
No,
down. Of course I'm
I
gonna
whispered
ask
to
you
Brock, I was like, this is going to be so weird. Watch this. So, yeah.
It wasn't. So I'm
yeah.
obviously going to bring you in because I want to know what the weird thing is.
All right, let's try it again. Let's try it again. Let's do round
it's
two.
over.
Okay?
It's over.
Here's the key. Throw it away. All right.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, right, guys.
Sorry.
That's funny. What were you going to do if we were just looking at you
I
and
was-
you were trying to make it awkward?
I was prepared to
I love
sit
an awkward
inside.
moment.
I don't mind awkwardness.
I
He
love
does.
an awkward moment.
I was like,
because-
I
win.
can sit and like win a staring contest with anybody.
I'm
Make it
okay
awkward.
with difficult situations and moments, and I was ready to just stare at you and make you
Well,
uncomfortable.
D-Mac's already
D-Mac.
sweating.
No,
That's
here's the
why I
thing.
was like, something's going on here.
40
This man
degrees
is
in here.
schwitzing. He's
No, like I
schwitzing.
said-
Well, he put on a sweatshirt last minute too, which was
I
weird.
drive around all morning and I listen to you guys, and I could just
doing laps.
Just doing laps. I was just thinking to myself, if I was in the car and you did that, and like I would look like I was like speechless or something, like I didn't have something to say. So I didn't want to come off as like I didn't have something to say. So yeah, it would have been funny. I bet you if you had gone him first, you would have cracked. I can't prove it, but no.
Well, I'm
Look at
looking
he's
at
talking
you.
right now.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, as the victor.
Yeah.
Here is something I know that you're going to have something to say about. We were talking about Mark Pryor and Connor McGinnis, the heads of the Dodgers pitching staff. The Dodgers bullpen right now, the past 2 games against San Diego, 9 combined scoreless innings, only 3 hits. But what's more impressive is that they're just grabbing dudes and saying, can I get 1 inning, 2 innings out of you? And behind the Shohei Ohtani experience, how awesome has the story of the Dodgers bullpen been?
That's been the biggest story really outside of Shohei in the starting rotation, because not only have they been great, they've also pitched the least amount of innings. They're actually right at the bottom, 157 in the third innings. And as you mentioned, you've got guys emerging that maybe weren't going to be a part of the plans. Guys like Will Klein. He actually leads them in WAR, and that tells you he's been their most valuable reliever. This is all without Edwin Diaz. So last year, it was all about the bullpen as a dumpster fire. They were blowing games. Tanner Scott on his way to blowing 10 saves. So, yeah, it's definitely been a breath of fresh air. The bullpen's been fantastic.
Like, so much so that in the postseason, Dave Roberts was like, get the starters, put them in the bullpen. We cannot count on these guys. We
Exactly.
spent so much money on the relievers. I don't trust them to win a World Series. I'm going to have my starting staff, who's not starting today, get in the bullpen. And Roki Sasaki was our closer, you guys.
He was.
So it's just wild what the Dodgers have been able to do. But I have a
Can
question.
I real quick? Are you guys aware? I just don't know if
What?
you know. Doug actually was rooting against Shohei in order to help Shohei. Have you guys heard this?
It's out of context.
It's not elaborate.
I'm having no more conversations with him in between breaks. So basically, so first of all, I was right in a way. He ended up going 5 innings. The strikeout numbers were down. The fastball command was a little off. What I was saying was that this pursuit of a Cy Young in a league that you have Christopher Sanchez and Jacob Mizorowski and Paul Skeens is still the favorite, and he's at 49 innings, so he's not qualifying for the leaderboards. So if you're chasing a Cy Young the entire year, what I was telling him is, guess what we don't do? Do we go to Cy Young championship parades? Do we go? Do you wear a Shohei Ohtani Cy Young hat?
Exact quote.
Okay.
This is a journalist in me.
This guy's got
Newspaper
handwritten
writer.
notes.
This is a deep fake.
I was just watching him just kind of like go through his notebook.
I hope Shohei gets destroyed. I hope he gives up 10 earned runs, and everybody can get back to reality.
You guys, I can see the notebook. It's not there.
That's
Also,
a deep
this is
fake.
like, I haven't had one of these notebooks.
I'm a notebook guy.
No, I know. My
Oh, yeah.
sideline days, I've saved all of my notebooks, like all of my sideline moments and walk-off interview moments from like Angels and Kings. I see you rocking a Kings jersey today. World Cup, all that. Like it's pretty rad. But I haven't seen someone in studio use a notebook.
I always
in a
like
long
the
time.
composite ones, like the black and gray.
Those are fire. Without the
military pattern
rims.
thing. Yeah,
And it's,
I
yeah.
used the
Those
reporter
were my
notebooks
go-to.
that would go in the back pocket and then just,
I always called those a caddy notebook. I didn't realize reporters had it first. I always thought that
We might have
caddies were
stolen
the
it.
one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're not trustworthy, they tell me.
Okay, we've had like a fun little debate going on here today because we had Alden Gonzalez on the show yesterday, and our conversation had kind of been like, who's making the decision that Shohei's not hitting on days that he's pitching? Is it Shohei Ohtani? Because he's kind of dictated.
We don't agree.
Yeah, so Shohei has been the one that's usually dictated his load management and what he can handle on a day-to-day basis from the moment he came into the league with the Angels, because no one's ever done what he is doing. And before we talked to Alden, I was like, if this is Shohei's idea, like, I'm all for it. But if it's not, then we need to have a conversation. And I asked Alden, and he said, no, this is a Dave Roberts move. This is not an Ohtani move. So then, knowing that, and looking back at his last start on Wednesday, where he leads off with a first pitch home run, and, not his great stuff, not great command, but like a solid all around performance of like, hey, look what I can do. Please, like, keep me in the lineup in these moments.
I don't think there's please. And I'll just add for context, on Sunday, Shohei Ohtani, through his translator, basically politely, gently, graciously called out Dave Roberts and said, no, it wasn't the timeout that sort of fixed my swing. I'm good. I think it's clearly Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
You don't agree, but I don't think you do. Throw his weight around.
From what I've heard, they're definitely in lockstep. But if it were Shohei's choice, that he would be in the lineup. But you have to save the player from himself. But the interesting thing,
they're on the same side over there.
I mean, the interesting thing is this, though. The interesting thing is they need him as a pitcher now more than ever because Blake Snell's out, because Tyler Glasnow's out. You need to maintain a six-man rotation for Roki and Yamamoto and Shohei. But sure, in a perfect world, he's 26, 27 years old again. He's pitching and hitting. Here's the thing. When you were with the Angels and you saw him all those years, that 2022 season was actually his worst offensive season.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't MVP
You guys are
level.
drinking the blue Kool-Aid so hard, which is great, which is fine. But
I want to win championships.
I do too, but I also want a Cy Young Award. Who said it? Was it you guys or was it Derek and Decker? I can't remember. I would give up 20 home runs from Shohei to lock in a Cy Young Award and roll
that was
the
double
dice
D's in the morning,
postseason.
probably.
Yeah.
But
100%.
which one of those jeopardizes a World Series more?
See, you and I are also not in agreement. I don't think it does jeopardize. I think you can find that run production from this lineup, especially when you get to that time of year, because these guys have done it. I know you're a little more skeptical, but I just want the history of it. I want the selfish fandom of, oh my God, in my city, this guy just won a Cy Young Award just after a 50-50 season. That's what
how many pitchers? How many pitchers have won the MVP? I know there's been a pretty big gap. There's like five total
Not
or
many.
something
No,
like
it's
that.
not
So
a pitcher's award.
It's
not a pitcher's award.
But
it has happened though, and
It's
for
happened.
Shohei to do it for the first time in 40 years.
And that's a
I think?
great point by Brock, though, because
Kershaw.
Because
Kershaw got one.
So
You're right,
Kershaw in
you're right.
2014, because Giancarlo Stanton got injured. But so
Lemons?
that's a fantastic point by Brock in that he's still going to win the MVP. Let's not forget, he's still going to probably win the Animates MVP.
It's crazy. It's a lock.
And
It's
I
a
actually did ask Shohei back in spring training about wanting to win a Cy Young, and what he told me was, I want to win it if it means it's going to help the team. So I think if it's an organic Cy Young, not and I think there'll be starts out there where if he's pitching well, you let him go 7 or 8 innings.
He's not going to tell you. I mean, no, he's not going to tell you, actually, I'm selfish and I mean, these things are complicated, right?
They're complicated.
I don't believe people when they tell me things
You guys,
sometimes.
he is the biggest competitor out there. No one wants to win more than Shohei Ohtani, and he has.
But he thinks he
is
can
a
do both. He's convinced he can do all.
both.
And I think the biggest issue, though,
He's a
is
MVP, you
Dave
guys.
Roberts. Dave Roberts, as great as Shohei Ohtani is, all that he has done, Dave Roberts reserves the right to tell Shohei what to do, and I think we're forgetting that.
I don't think
he's the
that's
manager.
No, absolutely
He's
not.
he's a four-time World Series winning
He's a
manager.
future Hall of Fame manager.
You guys,
yeah.
but that has not happened. Ohtani has never needed that. He does not need
So
that.
you guys want the Cy Young so bad, right? So let's say, you do, right?
I
So
want Ohtani to be at his peak.
So let's
That's
say
what I want. And if Ohtani at his peak
Yeah.
is hitting when he's pitching, because as we saw, sometimes it takes you out of your head. If you're on the mound and then after you don't have to rethink everything that's going on there, and then you get to go in the box. So I just think whatever Ohtani wants to do, that's what we need.
I'll
to
be
stick
listening to
with.
see what you guys
Superstar
talking
That's
about.
what it is, you guys. This was fun. You guys, first week in the books. Thank you for listening to Brock and Alex, D-Mac and Riders coming up next.
right now. It's D-Mac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
Yo, what up? Happy Friday. Doug McCain, Bill Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Phone number 855-97LA Fan. Stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, The Fan LA, The Fan LA. We're on all the socials, same spot, The Fan LA. I'm worried Doug won't talk because you just told me I'm not saying anything because I lost the Don't Talk Crosstalk challenge. You lost it quickly.
I couldn't do it. I folded faster than Superman on laundry day. I just couldn't do it because she looked at me, and like I said, I was envisioning being in a car, and I didn't want people to think I was awkward and didn't have something to say. And also, I feared that they would turn off the station, not listen to our show. So I did it for D-Mac and Ryder.
I told Ryan Bershinger, our executive producer, that I was going to win that going away.
We'll never
because
know.
You're nicer than I am. It just comes down to a willingness.
So
for
if they
discomfort.
went to you, you wouldn't have laughed. You would just stone faced.
I might have laughed or smiled, but I would have made aggressive eye contact with you.
Yeah,
it would have been aggressive. Bill Ryder to Doug McCain.
I think I might do a better
contact.
job on Monday when we do it again.
So
Yeah.
how long do you think we have to? How long do we have to wait before they won't know we're doing it? If we did a month, you think they'd pick up on it that quickly?
It would have to be a while.
A little bit
It would have
longer.
to be a while, for
it's
sure.
a 6 months thing.
Yeah.
We have a lot of great stuff to get to today. We're going to get into, I think you and I both think Rob Pelinka subtracts from the sum of all basketball joy, but we're going to get into his resume because it is complicated, and we're going to get into the way that I have complicated D-Mac's personal life, his social circle, by talking about personal stuff on the air. One of your guys is mad at you. He should be mad at me, so I'll try to take the blame for that here on D-Mac and Ryder. Great Rams Stafford deep dive coming up. D-Mac is going to walk us through some of the machinations and the details and the nuances of what now and how to build coming off of Stafford. And we were on the air live yesterday here on 97.1 The Fan LA when the news came down. Coming off that extension he got with the Rams. We'll get into, we're 50 games into the Dodgers season. The best Dodgers person, for my money, that's out there, my partner, the guy to my right, has a. Do you have 50 takeaways from 50 games? That's too many takeaways. That'd be a lot.
It's 500. It's 500.
Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing one per inning per game and just going full Monty on it. But yeah, no, we are definitely ready.
All right, that's coming. We will get into some Wembanyama debate that actually Brock and Alex had that I was listening to and Doug was listening to. We're going to replay some of that and give you our perspective. We have an NFL report we're going to do because it's Friday. It's a holiday weekend. Happy holiday weekend. Our 5 favorite and 5 least favorite. Is that how we're going to frame this?
I'm excited for that.
Current sports figures in this market in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I got you on that list. I got you on that list.
My number one bad guy. And Spurs Thunder tonight. That series 1-1 moves to San Antonio. LeBron James obviously has a decision that he has to make. And we hit this a little bit yesterday, but LeBron was on his podcast with Steve Nash, and in the sort of bevy of news that came out of whenever LeBron talks for a long time was something really pertinent to the Lakers and potentially problematic where, and listen for this, we'll play it again for you here on the show, LeBron talking about how long it could take him to make a decision, he's a free agent this summer, on where he will play basketball next year.
Just taking my time and saying I haven't even really thought about it too much. Obviously, I understand that I'm a free agent and I can control my own destiny. If being here with this with this franchise, for the foreseeable future, or if it's going somewhere else. But I haven't even really got to that point. I haven't even taken my family vacation yet, which is going to happen after Memorial Day. That's kind of the thing at the forefront of my mind, but. I think at some point, up until, up in June, late June, as July roll around, free agency starts to, gets going and, as, July rolling, maybe into August, we start to kind of get a feel of, what my future may look like.
July and August got my DMAC NBA Insider antenna going up. It got some other antennas going up. Ryan Ward at SI wrote a column that basically says, and we're going to talk about this, the Lakers have to give LeBron a deadline. Now, Brian Winters today did come out on ESPN and say that he thinks by, I'll just quote it, quote, I think by the draft, which is 1 month from today, we will know whether LeBron will be a Laker or not, although that's not what LeBron just said. The Lakers have to put their foot down on a timeline here, don't they?
They do. He has to make a decision quicker. That's going to be something that the Lakers are going to need. And if you're LeBron, you just don't have the leverage that you had when you were at your peak, right? When you could tell the league, you're going to wait for me, we're going to do it on my timeline, because the Lakers, they need to renounce those rights to get the cap space if they want to put a better team around him. And the longer he waits, well, the Lakers are going to have their options. Other teams are going to have their options too. So, yeah, he can't treat the grenade like it's a Rubik's Cube, right? He has to make the options. He has to make the decision. We call it the decision 3.0, 4.0, whatever it is. He has to get to that decision at a lot quicker of a timeline this time around.
It's such a great D-Mac and writer here, 97.1 The Fan LA. It's a great point, dude. He doesn't have the leverage that he used to have. And all the reporting suggests that he misunderstands the difference between you're not LeBron of 4 years ago for we are disrespecting you. Because some of the reporting that we've talked about this week that's come from Dave McMenamin, who's an excellent reporter who's covered LeBron for a long time, and Brian Windhurst, is in effect that LeBron feels put upon, he feels put out, he feels mistreated. He stormed out of a game, out of an arena after a win in March. And Brian Windhurst reported earlier this week that LeBron will not take a discount for the Lakers, but would for someone else. Can I make an Aaron Rodgers comp without us, because you and I disagree on this, without getting into sort of where Aaron Rodgers ranks, or we can, but I think that Aaron Rodgers, the juice was worth the squeeze, to your exact point, years ago when he would kind of hem and haw and not be sure. He's not, Aaron Rodgers just isn't worth it anymore. And so I think some of my frustration with Rodgers is, do not hold organizations hostage simply because, in my opinion, he likes the attention. That's what I worry about with LeBron. That he's not going to wait till July or August because he's still on his family vacation, or he's planning his Christmas card list, or whatever silly excuse he comes up with. LeBron, like Aaron Rodgers, it happens, it's fine, holds himself in high regard, that they both should, and they both really like attention. And they both are happy to make other people wait on their timeline. The problem is, you were right about Rodgers the other day in the sense that, we're certainly in agreement here, the Steelers have no other choice, right? They needed Aaron Rodgers to come back. The Lakers would prefer LeBron, but they have a choice and they have the decisions to make. I think you have to give LeBron a hard and fast June 30th, July 1st, July 2nd, maybe a day or two into the free agency deadline, because if LeBron's not coming back, they have to know they have that space, and they have to start utterly rethinking how they build for next year.
Exactly. It comes down to that, too. LeBron's going to have a $58 million free agent cap hold that would cut into the potential cap hold they would have until they re-sign him, and then that kind of leaves him in limbo, in the organization in limbo. So there's that. But if they do have that $50 million or so in cap space, you renounce the rights to everyone except Austin Reeves, then you have the money to go out there and prove the team. So if I'm LeBron and I'm going out there and I'm throwing shade at Rob Pelinka and saying that, oh, the Thunder have so much more talent than we do, the Spurs have so much talent that we do, well, if you're truly serious about continuing your career here, then you need to make a decision sooner than later so they have more time, more options to improve your team. It's as simple as that. If this gets prolonged and the Lakers have that money to give to LeBron, but he's saying to them, okay, unless you strike out on all your options, then you're going to go to me. It's going to dry up. The market's going to dry up, and they're not going to have the best opportunities to put a better team on Luka. Yeah.
I mean, and for people that are listening that don't know, right, you can't follow every sort of calendar of every sports reality out there. Free agency begins basically July 1st. Sometimes it begins, midnight the night before, at 10 p.m. the night before. Not always, but as soon as the biggest free agent goes, or as soon as a couple moves start to get made, it all happens. LeBron James can't wait till August. The Lakers can't wait till August, because if LeBron decides not to be a Laker, they've got to make decisions quickly, and other people will be gone by free agency's over in August. As someone who's had to cover it for the last 10 years, mercifully, it's over in August. And I'll also add, part of the thing here, D-Mac, is let's say that LeBron wants the Lakers and Lakers want LeBron. There's going to be a negotiation. There's going to be a potential disagreement on how much money he should make. And that has to be figured out too. So first LeBron's got to decide, I want to be a Laker. Then they have to have a negotiation about how much he gets paid or not. There's just no world where he can take his time.
Yeah, I mean, if he punted that decision until August, that $58 million cap hold is going to be sitting on their books for the entire duration, so they couldn't conduct that business. If you're LeBron James, you're looking out there, I mean, is he going to be committing himself to a salary that's around $15 million on a non-taxpayer mid-level exception, right? I mean, look at the other teams that are out there. You got Chicago, you got the Bulls, other teams that have around $48 to $50 million in cap space. So there's not a lot of teams that can pay him. So then you kind of get into the conversation of, does he look at other options of other teams that he would rather go to that are better options than the Lakers to finish his career, have the retirement tour, and potentially go for another championship?
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. If you're watching us, if you're streaming us at The Fan LA on YouTube, hit that like button, subscribe, push the little bell so you know when we're around. You can also watch us on X. You can watch us on Twitch. It's all the same handle, The Fan LA, The Fan LA. You can also follow us on all the socials, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Threads at The Fan LA. Here's the other thing about LeBron. And this is going to sound like a put down. It's not a put down. It's just a reality of who he is. LeBron James has showed a real lack of concern for the teams that he has left in the past. And that has been combined with an unpredictability that makes LeBron's time with you amazing, but his exit often very destructive. I mean, this isn't the way back machine, but when he went to be a Cleveland Cavalier, he talked publicly and nonstop about how much he loved Shabazz Napier. Remember that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Loved him. I love him so good. He's such great. Oh, look at what he's doing in college at UConn. The Heat drafted/traded for him on draft day, and then LeBron left. And I covered the Heat at that time. My understanding is that Pat Riley didn't really want Shabazz Napier, but he's like, okay, I'll draft him just to make LeBron happy. When LeBron left Cleveland, and it was worth it, right? They got a championship, but the cover was pretty bare. And there was a pretty serious rebuild that had to happen. And the unpredictability, nobody thought he was going to Miami when he went to Miami, when the decision happened. When he went back to Cleveland, I remember saying that I thought he was going to go to Cleveland, and Donovan McNabb and Andy Roddick made fun of me for 15 minutes in a green room. And when he went to L.A., I was in a park in Brooklyn. I remember being utterly shocked and sending Jeannie Buss a congratulations note. So my point is, we think he's going to be a Laker maybe, or he's going to be a Cav maybe, but LeBron does what LeBron wants and is surprised at every free agency moment, and he's not afraid to burn the places he leaves. I don't know. Maybe July 1's aggressive, but July 5, hard deadline, Lakers to LeBron, with respect, LeBron, let us know by then or we're moving on, I think has to be communicated.
That sounds like a good plan. I mean, that sounds fair. Just
fair date?
I think it's that the long you can't get to the August, or you can't let. I mean, NBA free agency goes by fast, right?
Yeah.
And the Lakers don't have a ton of options, and you're looking at some internal options you want to consider bringing back, guys like Rui Hachimura and Marcus Smart and guys like that. You have to decide on the plan for DeAndre Ayton. Of course, you got the Reeves deal. So they have to be able to handle their business. And if this cloud is hanging over them the entire summer, where it's really that first opportunity to really truly pivot to what the Luka Doncic Lakers are going to look like, well, then I think you have to have communication with LeBron early on and say, hey, this is not going to be a situation where there's this drama and this back and forth, because he really only has three options, right? Re-sign with the Lakers, join another team via sign and trade, or he takes no more than the mid-level exception. So when you kind of lay that out there, I think the Lakers have a ton of leverage. I mean, we're the Lakers. You live here. Your family's here. Your wife has already said, hey, we're not moving all over the place.
We drafted your son.
We drafted your son
Family
out
affair.
of pity. And, yeah, I mean, that's all those things are aligned. I think that it would just be would it be truly a storybook ending to go to Cleveland if you're LeBron? Would that be worth it? Would it be worth going to the Spurs?
I'm not sure. Do you think he cares? It's a good question. Let me posit this to you. I think it's possible that LeBron is so immune or separated from criticism and noise he doesn't want to hear that he is not in touch with what a bad look that would be. I'm worried he's surrounded by so many sycophants and, LeBron, you're the best, that he's not hearing the truth that D-Mac is dropping on 97.1 The Fan LA about how bad a look it would be.
I think so, too. I think that it would potentially be an underwhelming retirement farewell tour.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're back here for a third time. Like I said, I've compared to The Godfather 3, a movie that we just didn't need to see. I don't think we need to see LeBron back in Cleveland. I mean, they're currently in the Eastern Conference Finals. You have Donovan Mitchell. You have James Harden. You have some pieces there, surely. But I look at a Lakers team that was right there towards the end of the season with that nucleus of Luka and Reeves and LeBron. And the truth is, I mean, it's kind of viewed as an impossibility to think that even with everything working out, that you can put together a roster that's going to beat the Spurs or the Thunder. So if he really wanted to win a championship, he would find his way onto the Spurs, right? I think that would be the number one thing. But I think that if he wants to do right by the Lakers, do right by the fans here, I've said it before, like Shohei Ohtani did, deferring 97% of his contract to allow the Dodgers to put more talent around him, that would be the way to, I think, save face and earn some fans here in L.A. is take a discount to stay with the Lakers and retire here.
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. What deadline, if any, should the Lakers put down for LeBron James? You can call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can text us, same phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can drop into the comments over on YouTube or X at the Fan LA, and give us your perspective. Or if you're Mubob, you can say, point out that D-Mac has some fly fits this week and is a fashionista. Yeah, you're fat. You can be.
So I do a thing.
You look good.
Friday jerseys.
I didn't
jerseys
know.
on Friday.
This is the second time, and we've worked together 2 out of 5 days, and you've misled me on the dress code.
Hey, next Friday, I want to see another one of your Barcelona jerseys.
I was going to bring a black Barcelona. Barcelona.
Yeah.
Barcelona. No Drink Rob is probably one of the people that voted in your survey. Please go to Cleveland is his response. I think he's speaking to LeBron, not to you and I. And then several people, hi Doug, exclamation point.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button. Drop some comments down below in the chat. You mentioned Cleveland, though. Definitely want to get some of your NBA expertise because they have to clear a ton of obstacles just to get any kind of wiggle room to get on that first apron to offer LeBron the non-taxpayer MLE. So there's not a lot of directions towards doing that. There's a lot of hoops to get through just to get him back to Cleveland.
I think that James Harden not being a member of the Cavaliers, and it makes the most likely scenario where you get LeBron. Now, there's some reporting out there today about the Lakers almost impossible. No. The Lakers almost certainly unlikely and very hard to pull off attempts to trade for Giannis and keep Austin Reeves. I don't think that's realistic. And there's some reporting about the Cavs trying to bring in Giannis, and Evan Mobley would have to go as part of that trade, and have LeBron come in. That's also a scenario where maybe it gets a little bit easier because if you're bringing in Giannis, you can send contracts out as part of that trade with the Bucks or as part of a three-way trade. And that's another thing that we should keep an eye on. If you're Kobe Altman, who's the GM of the Cavaliers, and if the Knicks continue to dominate, and it's 2-0, the Knicks are up 2-0, the series does go back to Cleveland. I think you and I both think the collapse, the Harden debacle in Game 1 where they're up 22 with 7 minutes and 53 seconds left and found a way to lose that game probably ends the series. If the series ends in 4 or 5, I think that might be a catalyst for the Cavs to make some bold moves. And I will say this about LeBron going back to Cleveland. If Giannis Antetokounmpo becomes a Cavalier, and we don't know where he's going to go, and there's a lot about where he could go, if Giannis is a Cav, I think that becomes very appealing to LeBron.
And they apparently like Evan Mobley. So, I mean, that could be really interesting. That is the piece of it where I think it gets really intriguing from a LeBron standpoint. Because you go to the East where, hey, sure, do you want to make another finals and lose there? Probably not. But I would much rather take a finals appearance in the East than a second-round exit in the West where you're the third option. And
I agree.
You're not really getting the love, too, from your franchise, even your fan base here.
People don't like him. 855-97-LA fan. Let's see if JJ likes him. We got JJ on the line. If you want to get in the conversation on D-Mac and Ryder, 855-97-LA fan. JJ from L.A., listening on the radio, on the FM dial. What's up, brother? You're on D-Mac and Ryder.
D-Mac and Ryder, I really appreciate y'all new move. I think y'all missed it. Based on LeBron, he really doesn't have no deep ties in Los Angeles. He doesn't do no outreach. He don't go to no schools. He don't give back. So I'm like 99% confident, and I got that same feeling when everybody thought he was going somewhere else, and I was at the ESPN wearing the Lakers jerseys like he's coming to L.A. So he's going back home.
JJ, thanks for listening, brother. Thanks for the kind words, and thanks for the insight.
I've heard that. I've heard that from Lakers fans where he's not really front-facing. You don't see him doing a lot around in this community like we've seen a lot of other athletes. Mookie Betts, what he does for his 50-50 Foundation, he's doing stuff all the time.
JJ went at LeBron.
He did. What's up, JJ? And
got personal.
I think that definitely is something, though. It's weird. It almost feels like, is LeBron wearing the Lakers jersey or is the Lakers jersey wearing him sometimes? Like, it doesn't feel like he grew into it. And in the same way as Magic and Kobe and even Powell and Derek Fisher, guys like you think Lakers jersey, you think LeBron James. I don't think it works like that. And guess what? This community remembers things. I think this fan base really didn't get a chance to see a championship parade with LeBron because of the bubble, and that wasn't his fault, right? But I do think it matters. This town really has never had that moment with LeBron James.
Can I give you a take on this? I'm going to compare it to radio. The thing that I love about radio is that you cannot be inauthentic on the radio because it's, in our case, it's 4 hours. Often it's 3. You can't hide on the radio. There are some sports markets where sports stars can hide and where you can be a certain way and you can be phony. That isn't true in L.A. Sports people, I think some of it's because of Kobe and the history. People can tell if you're about this town, if you're about the team, if you're about the right things. I think one of LeBron's biggest problems with being a Laker, to your exact point about that jersey, he never wore it with, I don't know if it's the passion or I'm doing like vibes checks here, but there's something about LeBron that comes off as inauthentic that they look the other way in Miami because that's a part of the Miami vibe. And I like Miami, I live there, but that's a reality. They didn't care in Cleveland because that was their guy. I think in LA, when you're going to be compared to Kobe Bryant, Magic Johnson, who connected with the city in a true way, you better be yourself and authentic. And if you come off as phony, and I think LeBron does, you're just not going to connect with people, and that's the expectation with Laker greats.
And look, he's extremely famous, and he can't just go out in public and shake hands and do all that stuff. But I think what he can do is, from just an LA really centric city that wants their superstars to be involved, we just have not seen him out in the mix. And I think there's a lot of things. I remember when he first signed here, Bill. I remember he tweeted that he was going to be at Blaze Pizza. He owned a Blaze Pizza.
Oh, yeah.
And literally, like, myself and, like, hundreds and hundreds of Lakers fans went there waiting for LeBron to show up. And we were there for, like 5, 6, 7 hours. And then he posted a picture of himself in a donut, like, inflatable thing in his pool. And everyone's, like, disappointed. Like, it's that kind of stuff. Like, he really has never been out there in the community. And it's not – I still think it shouldn't be the biggest factor. But I think that there's a disconnect between this town and LeBron that I don't think we've seen from a superstar in a major market with the town that they've been in really in a long, long time.
LeBron has a complicated Lakers resume, and it will be interesting to see at 5 o'clock tonight when Doug and when we both do our 5 best favorite, 5 least favorite sports figures, if, where, when LeBron James appears on those lists. Speaking of a complicated resume, and if you want to call on LeBron or on this next part of the show, 855-97 LA fan, speaking of a complicated resume, we do not think Rob Pelinka is checks notes, competent at his job or good at his job. But there was an interesting resume comparison that was making the rounds today on social media. Out of fairness, we're going to weigh on the scales Pelinka's resume and try to figure out whether we owe him a little bit of an apology next here on DMAC and Ryder.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy.
D-Mac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan LA. He's Doug McCain. D-Mac _LA. I'm Bill Ryder, sports writer, sports REITER. The Fan LA. If you want to stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. You can also follow us on all the socials at The Fan LA. And you can listen live on the free Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app. By the way, where you're listening, however you're listening, hopefully you're off on Monday. You deserve that. We will be here. We will be live. We'll be local every single show, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So please hang out with us. Throw on the FM dial if you're driving around. Stream us while you're cooking out. Thank you for hanging. So you and I are not huge Rob Pelinka believers. I think that's fair to say.
That's 100%. Yeah.
I would celebrate if he was let go. We don't really know what the Dodgers are going to do. At Sleepers Lakers, an account I've never seen before, but they did a really great job. Like, my bad, Sleepers Lakers. That's a me thing. Good job, algorithm. Put out there that Rob Pelinka might have the most complicated resume in the NBA. I'm going to read you their pros and cons, and then you have some too, right?
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see if we owe him a reevaluation. He did win an NBA championship in 2020. They credit him with helping to land LeBron. I might push back on that a little bit since LeBron actually went to Magic's house.
Definitely. I do not give Rob any credit for that.
I don't even give I'm not mad at Magic, but I don't give him a lot of... I don't really believe that's why LeBron came. I think he was more paying respect to a legend knowing he was going to arrive.
Yeah, I think that's 100%. I think Uri, if we were the GM of the Lakers, could have got LeBron in L.A.
Traded for AD. Again, you get credit. That's more thank you, Rich Paul and Clutch Sports. But you get credit. Pulled off the Luka trade. He 1,000% gets credit. I mean, Rob Pelinka does get credit for the Luka trade.
The relationship, certainly.
With Nico.
Yeah. But also, I think Nico wanted Anthony Davis, and he wanted to make that move, and he's the guy that initiated the coffee and the conversations. He just wanted to get off Luka.
Has anyone ever gotten more for less over a cup of coffee in the history of coffee?
That's one of them. That's definitely
on the list.
Top tier.
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. He did find Austin Reeves undrafted, and they have a very, as we talked about what the Dodgers ownership group and the Dodgers are going to fix, it's a very thin front office operation. And so the Austin Reeves thing is a Rob Pelinka success story. And he did add some useful pieces like Rui and Kennard and Marcus Smart. And those guys did play well this year. Cons, there's a lot of them. The Westbrook trade, Caruso walking, the Zubac trade, the absolute lack of depth, the constant roster churn, no consistent player development pipeline. I don't think we owe an apology. Do you have more? Do you want to add to this?
I would say the Caruso not signed to a 4-year extension when that was the industry standard, and clearly, of course, THT over Caruso. But, I mean, that was a criminal. I mean, just blowing up the entire 2020-2021 roster, essentially, for Russell Westbrook, even though that was LeBron and Anthony Davis.
That's the thing.
Here's the thing. It just showed, even though if there's fans out there, right, I know Rob Pelinka and some of his defenders out there will say, oh, that was LeBron. Oh, that was Anthony Davis. It was Le GM, right? But the truth is, if you're allowing your players to make those moves for you, you're not a strong GM. Guess what? That doesn't happen with Pat Riley in Miami. That doesn't happen in OKC, right? That's not happening in San Antonio. That's not happening in the strong basketball culture franchises in the NBA.
In fact, to your exact point, and this is a long time ago, but this is true. I covered that team. I lived in Miami. LeBron, remember, this is a long time ago. The Heat started 9-8 that first year of the Big Three. And LeBron tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired, as I understand it from sources back in the day. And Riley said, basically, go to hell, you don't run this organization. When LeBron went to Cleveland, David Griffin was the GM. And Griff, who's mad at me now, I don't know why, but probably something I said, Griff did a really good job of what you're talking about. You have to give LeBron what he wants, but you also have to manage LeBron James like he's an owner. And that's the thing about GMs, especially GMs who work for volatile owners. You have to manage up. That's part of the job. You got to manage the owner. You got to manage the boss. If you're the general manager of a professional sports team, the owner's your boss. If you're the GM of an NBA team, until recently, and LeBron was on your team, LeBron is sort of your boss. And you're right. Doesn't matter if it's hard. Doesn't matter if he wants Westbrook. Doesn't matter if Clutch Sports is throwing their weight around. They're always hanging out at crypto. You have to manage that. And I think what Pelinka did is just acquiesce as his strategy.
Exactly. I mean, right place, right time. The relationships were there. And I think, too, this is not saying he's the worst general manager in the history of the world or anything like that. He's certainly done some good things. It's not easy to have that position for the most famous basketball team on the planet. But on the other note, look, yes, 7 different teams have won a championship in the last 7 years, and he's one of those 7 teams. But it just feels now more than ever that with the Dodgers' new ownership and Mark Walter getting in the mix, now it's time for a change. If there was a world where it was still the same old Lakers and they were the mom and pop shop and they were that same restaurant, you're just kind of maybe trying to change the menu and get some new items on it, then maybe you look at the stability of Rob Pelinka and say maybe it makes sense. But the fact that there is new ownership, I just want to see what Andrew Friedman and Farhan Zaidi and Mark Walter, what they can do when they put their fingerprints all over this organization. It's more that than, oh, Rob is the worst. I'm not a big Rob guy, but I just want to see them improve.
D-Mac and Ryder. By the way, Lori, my wife Lori, re-listened to the show last night. She listened to the show while I was trying to go to sleep, and she was cackling out loud. And so I go, okay, I'm going to ask, because I made her put headphones, and I go, I like to hear when I'm funny, so I want her to tell me how funny I am. Yeah. And I go, what's so funny? She goes, oh my God, D-Mac's LeBron puns. It wasn't even me. It hurt my ego. You just dropped another one, LeGM.
Hey, that's what he does. And
it is what he does.
And here's the thing too. There was a point in time where it was worth it, right? Where the juice was worth the squeeze, as you pointed out, 100%. Right? But it's not like that anymore. And this is a Lakers franchise that is on the precipice of a whole new era. And ask yourself this question too, Bill. I mean, would Andrew Friedman, would Farhan Zaidi, would this new ownership group, of course they're not owners, but it's a new vision, right? Would they have hired Rob Pelinka in the first place? I don't think they would, because
absolutely not.
That's not how they do business. It's not, the Lakers was always about, who do you know? You're this guy's niece. You're this person's nephew. You're my this, that. You have the connections, the Rambuses and this. Now it's about, let's get the very best people in the world do their job for the very best franchise in basketball history. That needs to be the lens they look at the hiring process.
I think that's one of the best points I've heard on the Dodgers-ification of the Lakers, and I hadn't thought of it that way. The Dodgers, as you just said, operate with market efficiencies and the best people, and we're going to get an edge in every area. And Jeannie Buss operated as relationships. And this is where I sort of give Rob credit, this example, while also saying he's got to go based on what you just said. It's also true that Jeannie turned to Magic Johnson and Pelinka because she had a very close relationship with Magic. Remember, he was the guy in charge of basketball ops, and Rob was his deputy. And Pelinka, and those of you that don't know, I should have said this, I always assume people know, longtime GM, or longtime agent, and good friend of Kobe Bryant's, right? So there was a long-term relationship there. Credit to Rob that Magic did just randomly quit one day outside of the media room without telling Jeannie Buss, quickly elevating Rob Pelinka to the top decision maker without any notice. But you're right. Rob Pelinka's primary reason for getting the job on the actual resume that got him the job was Jeannie Buss had a comfort zone with him and had a trust. There's nothing wrong with that. She was raised by Dr. Buss to believe that the Lakers were a family and a family organization. And if you became a part of that family, if you were Magic, if you were Kobe, then you took care of those folks and you brought in people into your circle that you could trust. The Dodgers, you're right, are different. How good are you at what you do? It's the difference between sports 20 years ago and sports today.
Totally agree. It's a fantastic point. And I think when you apply that to this current version of the Lakers and just, this is who I know, right? I mean, a lot of times in a lot of industries, you get jobs because of who you know, right? And that's not going to keep you there, but that'll get you there. To keep you there, you have to execute at a high level.
Smart.
Now, I will say about Rob Pelinka is this, and I think this is something I do want to see for this Lakers organization maybe change just a little bit, is I think people do underestimate how hard it is to keep aging stars happy by remaining competitive while you're not mortgaging everything in the future, because teams like the Spurs and Sam Presti with the Thunder, they had the luxury of going to a down-to-the-studs rebuild, building through the draft. The Lakers don't do business like that because they feel like they have to compete for a championship every single year. And I think if you're Rob Pelinka, the only way to sustain that is drafting well. Guess what? Dalton Knecht didn't work out. You wanted to trade him. Jalen Hood-Schifino, he was not a draft pick that worked out. I'll say he was a bust. So they didn't draft well, right?
Bronny James, though, superstar. No, I'm going to be nice to Bronny. I feel bad, actually.
I might talk about Bronny at some point during the show.
Okay.
Not a tease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I know exactly what you're referencing. I love it here on D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. I do feel bad for Bronny. It's not Bronny's fault.
Look, I mean, what is he? He can't call him dad, right? He has to call him Bron or 23.
Do you believe
they
that?
have rules. Yeah, I don't think that he's calling him dad. Yeah.
The fact
Dad, give me the ball.
That's fair. In a game, you can't.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird.
Daddy!
Yeah.
I love you!
I don't
Give
think
me the rock!
I don't think that would work like that. I don't think, but dude, it's got to be awkward. There's no doubt about it. And that's another reason why, if you're this organization and you look at LeBron, you look at Rob Pelinka, you look at Bronny James and things like that, they have done him a lot of favors. And it has been reciprocated.
Yes.
But let me ask you this. I mean, you know the league very well. I mean, we were just in there and you're communicating with high-level sources around the league and things like that.
Yeah, they weren't very helpful. It's a great question, Bill. I will not tell you.
Blocked. But how many GMs, how many organizations do you think it's 70, 80% of the league would have acquiesced on the Bronny pick? And was Rob Pelinka
great question
behind that?
That is a great question. Yeah, it's the ultimate test of LeBron throwing his weight around. So here's the thing. I think that 65% of the league would have acquiesced. And I think that there was in fact, I know there was a way, having talked to some people who scouted him. I was at the Combine when Bronny came out and I watched him do all of his stuff. I talked to him. He's a really impressive young man and just not as good at basketball as you need to be, and talked to a lot of the GMs. He wasn't outside of the Warriors who will take flyers on people, there wasn't any team that would actually thought he was a draftable talent. And the other reason the Warriors were sort of interested, as I understand it, is to try to get LeBron in a situation like the one we faced this summer where maybe he's a free agent. Which is to say, LeBron wanted him drafted because he wanted to sell the idea Bronny belonged. A team almost certainly could have gotten Bronny as an unrestricted free agent, or an undrafted free agent, excuse me, right? And just done it that way. So I think you could have pushed back. I just think LeBron didn't. It's the same reason that Bronny got a guaranteed deal, an amount of money for a second-round pick that's not unprecedented, but extraordinarily rare. It wasn't because the Lakers go, oh, my God, we have this gem in the rough that no one knows about. It's because Bron told them to.
And that's what I think Rob is good at. He's good at letting people tell him what to do, right? And he's a negotiator by nature, and that's, I think, where the friction is. I think LeBron probably would say, draft my son, overpay for this free agent. And he's like, no, I want to negotiate. Look at the deals in the last couple of years. You haven't seen very many big swings. Waiting for this year, you got your superstar Luka Doncic, but there's not a lot around him. But with the Bronny thing, we're going to talk about that one for years. He's like basically become like the Ty Simpson of the NBA.
Wow.
Right? We're talking about, hey, will it ever happen? Was it the right move?
You're
going
to call poor Ty Simpson.
No,
that's the meanest thing anyone's ever said about Ty Simpson.
In the sense that it's a pick that you're not going to talk about for a while because
Ty Simpson can play, though.
Oh, I've got some positive things to say about Ty Simpson today.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I do.
Wow, tease within a tease. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. You can call us or text us. Same phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. The Fan LA is where you stream us on YouTube or Twitch or X. The Fan LA is where you follow us on all socials. And The Fan LA is where we're going to give you the nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Next on D-Mac and Ryder.
The Hoops.
on 97.1 The Fan.
That's a good song. That's a good song. I still get, you know what? I still get kind of goosebumps in this song.
Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already.
Now-
Mom's spaghetti.
Goosebumps times 3 now.
I didn't want to get dumped. I was like,
Do you want to hear something really cheesy about me?
yeah.
I did a TV interview to move to LA. My dream was to live in LA, and I got brought out by a network, Fox Sports 1, that was launching, and did a tryout, and it was the worst tryout in the history of tryouts. I started sweating. All these famous and good-looking people were like Donovan McNabb and Randy Moss, and all these people were there, and I bombed so badly that no one would speak to me afterwards in the green room. And I came back the next day from basically as no one would even look at me in the eye, and I played this song the entire ride from my hotel in Marina Del Rey to the lot, and did well enough that I got hired and moved to LA. I kind of needed something.
Dreams can come true.
Also, they were
happen to
desperate. They
you.
couldn't find anybody. They couldn't find anybody. That was part of the deal, too.
He wrote that on the set of 8 Mile. Incredible stuff.
I know, right? A big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. We appreciate it very much. And speaking of Rooter Hero, it is Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. This was a little. I had to do a little digging today, a little creative today. I wanted to go off the beaten path for my heroes.
That's where I'm at, too. Yeah, I want to show people some love that we might not get into in other topics, dig a little deeper. So, yeah, and people love it.
Do you want to kick us off for the Rooter Hero of the Day?
I love to. I'm going to give it to this guy. I know he's probably listening.
Okay.
Know this guy, Matt McGrath. He is the director of player development for the Dodgers farm system. And the Dodgers, despite being back-to-back World Series champions, despite having a roster with so much high-priced talent where it's designed for you not to have a good farm system, the Dodgers farm system is ranked second in Major League Baseball, and they also have 5 outfielders in MLB's top 100 pipeline. So they do it better than everyone. We talked about this, so he's a big reason why.
That is a great, wherever
it's
you're
a deeper
listening,
pull.
That's a
Deeper
great pull. I was actually reading something today about Kendall George.
Oh, Kendall George,
right?
the man.
The dude that steals 1 billion bases.
That's my guy. He's a big Mike. His favorite player was Mike Trout growing up.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I am obsessed with the Dodgers farm system, and we're gonna build some kind of segment, recurring segment on all these guys that make them the second best farm system in baseball. I love that. Can we just stop? I know we have to nominate other people, but that's a good one. That's the leader of the clubhouse. I'm serious. Wherever you're listening here,
shout out to Matt McGrath,
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. You're gonna vote. Maybe Matt McGrath you should vote for him. My wife wants to nominate somebody. She's such a fan of the show now.
She stood up for my Mamba mentality.
She loves it.
So
Yeah.
I appreciate you always rock with us, Lori.
Getting a little tired of her praising all your puns, though, Lori.
That's why
Lori, I got puns too.
No puns today.
No.
I'm usually pun stoppable.
No, bring them.
But
can you applause
it's
again,
not happening
please?
today. Okay.
Hirsch?
Okay.
This is not a New Yorker, but I like it because people in Los Angeles need this kind of help from their mayor. Mayor Mamdani in New York City, who's done a very good job courting politicians of a different political stripe, went to the head of FIFA. As many of you know, the World Cup is less than a month away, and the tickets are outrageously expensive. And Mamdani got 1,000 tickets for $50 for New Yorkers. So Lori would like to nominate him, and I would like to suggest that some Los Angeles political bigwig do the same thing. Sports writer for $50. Sports, REITER, DMAC_LA, if you get those tickets.
That's a nice pull. I like that one. That's
a good one.
That's tough. That's tough to come back from. I have to try to see if I can top that. I'm going to do, I like to throw in one where it's like multiple people, right?
Yeah.
I'm going all those Angels fans who went to the game and they were chanting, "Sell the team." It got a little more rowdy.
It's good.
And you never know. How does that start? Was it just a couple of dudes that just wanted to take their shirts off to get on the Jumbotron? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it was really, really powerful. And I think the funny thing is that when you're at the game, you're actually still supporting Artie Moreno. And that's what he is. I mean, he's just not a good owner. He wants to make profit. I mean, basically what Angel Stadium is, they treat a ticket like the price to cover you into a bar just so you could buy drinks and buy concessions and things like that.
At a crazy markup.
Yeah, I like the fact that Angels fans, I think that Angels fans might be listening to this show every single day, and we sparked a revolution. Because what are the chances that we go hard on Artie Moreno. I said that he made Mark Schott look like Mark Walter because how bad of an owner he is. And then all of a sudden, there's this uproar of Angels fans trying to make some changes down in Anaheim.
Chances it's not us, 0%. Chances that we are the reason, 100%.
Absolutely. And also, I got a lot of people texting me saying they liked your OC Angels idea.
Oh, they did?
They did.
Okay.
They did.
All right. Can I get a cheers? I'll take it.
There you go.
Birch is like,
He's got ideas.
Oh,
the
no.
OC Angels.
I'm going to go with an obvious one, but I want to put it out there. I'm going to go with Jalen Brunson. I know. He couldn't shoot from the three-point line in that win last night. But the 14 assists, right, the sort of quiet night, but his ability to facilitate, the fact that Jalen Brunson is able in a game one to be the tip of the spear offensively, to hit those shots, to get those buckets, and then in a game two to have the sort of the humility, the winning mentality over ego, to just be a facilitator for other guys and give Josh Hart his shine. I'm such a Jalen Brunson homer, and I'm here for Jalen Brunson as my nominee for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
That's a good poll. And I know you've been loving Jalen Brunson. You blow up in the group chat. You talk about your boy Jalen Brunson. And the guy's a winner. The guy's a winner. In that Knicks team, there's something special happening up in New York. Okay, I'm going next. I'm going UCLA head football coach Bob Chesney, changing the culture in Westwood. I would give nothing. There was nothing I wouldn't do. Nothing. Like, name something, I would do it for UCLA football to win a national championship. And with Deshaun Foster in the last decade plus of irrelevancy, their recruiting's been in the tank. Chesney has the Bruins towards the top in recruiting rankings. He's absolutely already changed the culture. I think he's an absolute superstar in the making in Westwood. I would do anything for a national championship. And Bob Chesney is making things happen in Westwood.
DMAC and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Happy Friday. My last one is another national person. He probably won't make the final list, but I want to give Mike Brown a shout-out because I thought he was going to be a terrible hire for the Knicks. I thought he was going to be a disaster, and he took that Tom Thibodeau's team that was 5th in offense last year and 14th in defense. I mean, Tibbs had a terrible, mediocre defensive team, which is weird. They, entering this playoffs, 3rd in offense and 7th in defense, which are the kind of stats that get you an NBA championship. They are on the verge of a finals appearance. So it's an apology by way of a nomination to and for Mike Brown, the Knicks head coach.
A little apology there. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike Brown has really changed the narrative about him.
One of my favorite people, I can't say who, doesn't like these words, but I'm into him. I was wrong. I'm going to say it again.
What language was that?
I was wrong.
How do you spell that?
I know.
That was a deep fake yesterday. If you for the everyday listeners, you know what I'm talking about. There was a deep fake yesterday.
It's a callback.
Yeah, it was a callback. But look, I respect that. And I think Mike Brown is certainly on his way to kind of getting one of those overdue moments, potentially. I think he's got his work cut out for him if they advance against the Spurs and the Thunder. But still, you got to respect. I love lifers, right? He's an absolute NBA lifer.
Yeah.
And he's so well respected. Hate him as Lakers head coach, but I mean, still, he's done a lot of things for this game, and players really love him.
Anybody? That's a pretty good list. Is there anybody else that we feel like we want to get on there? I feel like we went deep cut today, and we still came up with some names.
I mean, we only got 4 tabs, right? So if we go further than that, we're gonna make someone feel bad because they're not gonna be on the eventual poll potentially. So
sure,
I like who we have. I think Chesney is my guy.
Okay.
Angels. I feel like all 3. No offense, you had a great list, but I feel like all 3 of mine.
Matt McGrath. No offense, but yours are better.
Matt McGrath. I mean, the Dodgers. No, but honestly,
I do like the Mamdani one because my wife said it.
How about a bonus one for Cesar, who suggested the fans should be the. Oh, it's Caesar.
It's Caesar. His name is Caesar.
He called me and he said Cesar. Whatever.
He didn't. I
called him. I picked up. He said, "Hey, this
slipped in your DMs."
I called him. He said, "This is Cesar." But yeah, how about a bonus one for him for saying the fans of the station should be the Fangelinos?
Are you nominating him?
I'm nominating him. I'm throwing Cesar in there for Fangelinos. Last minute poll.
DMAC and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Call us, text us, 855-97-LA Fan, 855-97-LA Fan. He's Doug McCain. I am Bill Ryder, and we are doing a deep dive on this Stafford extension, what it means for the Rams, and what they need to do now to make sure it all works out. Coming up next here on DMAC and Ryder. Boop, boop, D-Mac and Ryder here, 97.1 The Fan LA, 97.1 The Fan LA. I'm a good person. 855-97 LA Fan. Stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X at The Fan LA. Follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Ryder. Matt Stafford got an extension. Matt Stafford is going to make some bank. Matt Stafford is here for a couple more years. Now, I guess the work DMAC begins to try and turn this news from yesterday, which happened while we were live on the air, into the Rams capitalizing on a roster and on an expectation and an opportunity to maybe be the best team in the NFL this year. What does it look like? How do Les Snead and Shawn McVey properly navigate this team now that their quarterback, not just under contract for an extra year, but I would presume is pretty happy and in a pretty good place?
Yeah, so the big thing with yesterday was this was the domino that we were all waiting for in Rams land. You got to get your quarterback paid. You're reigning MVP, the most important position in sports, and he gets a new deal where he gets a raise. And a lot of people have questioned the drafting of Ty Simpson. Well, I think when you saw yesterday's deal get done and the way it's laid out, it kind of adds some clarity as to what the Rams are looking at. So even though we don't know the full exact details of Stafford's deal as far as some of the incentives, he's going to be one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. At the bare minimum, be the 8th at $52+ million. Then it'll go up to $60 million with the incentives. But what happens is it gives the reigning MVP a raise, keeps him under contract in case he does want to play next year. So that's the biggest thing is he's under contract for next season. So if he does want to continue his career, then they can go that route. But if he does win a Super Bowl, decides he wants to retire, you never know what kind of injuries happen during a season. If he wants to retire, it's a good thing for the Rams. They can move off it. If he wants to stay, the 2027 season is already in line. And then, of course, you know my theory. I think he wants to play 4 more years to get paid and ultimately own an NFL team. So I think everything's in play. But what happened yesterday is the contract didn't just give Stafford a raise and keep him under contract because he does want to play. Les Snead said himself back in March that the Rams are taking it year by year with Stafford. And they've done that since 2024 when they've continued to revise that contract every single year. They did it again in 2025. There was all the drama last year. Last year there was drama, right?
So, I mean, Stafford won.
He won, and he also made a decision. And I've been told from multiple sources that there was a lot of scenarios where Matthew Stafford was considering the Raiders, considering the Giants, and that signing with the Raiders last year was a very real possibility, something that was not just a leverage play to go back with the Rams. This was something that he was genuinely considering, and Tom Brady was in his year. The Rams were definitely sitting on the sidelines waiting to see how he was going to react to that. But this year, you don't have that, right? You don't have the threat of him going to the Raiders or another team. But if you're the Rams and you're out there, your signal caller could be in silver and black, and now he's playing his best football of his career with the Rams. And you don't have to worry about it. And kind of move on to this, is you were saying it too, right? If he wins another Super Bowl, what that could do to his legacy, probably put him in top 5 territory, right?
I think so, yeah. And I love the fact that he's on the verge of that now and that he has that opportunity because the NFL moves so quickly. There's so much that goes on. At least I can sometimes lose the forest for the trees a little bit. The Rams were so close to winning the NFC Championship game. They were so close to potentially, probably, maybe, we'll never know, being Super Bowl champions and us having a conversation about Stafford with 2 rings. What an amazing victory for him. To your point about a year ago, Giants being wooed by Tom Brady, the Raiders having a moment where maybe they were going to get Stafford, and you fast forward, he wins he goes back to the team that he felt like maybe wasn't viewing him, respecting him, valuing him properly. He wins the MVP. He and they come very close to beating Seattle in that game, a heartbreaker. And now they're the betting favorite to be Super Bowl champions this year. It's incredible for a guy that spent so much of his career stuck in Detroit, no offense to Lions fans, but unable to capitalize on his talent. And then after winning the Super Bowl, had to have a moment a year ago where he wasn't even sure that team wanted him.
Exactly. And he was in limbo a little bit because he's a quarterback that he wants to win, right? He wants to still compete. He wants to get that gold jacket. But now that he is under contract for a couple more years, I think this opens things up for potential trades, right? The biggest fish would be, could the Rams go crazy if Myles Garrett became available? Well, now Myles Garrett knows Matthew Stafford is here for possibly 2 more years and beyond. Puka Nacua, will they extend him? Well, you could also franchise tag him. You could extend him before next season. And I think that you look at the rest of this roster, it opens it up to where there's a couple of guys here that the Rams are going to have to make decisions on. And this is all linked to the Matthew Stafford contract because now that that's in place, the work is done. It is, what do we do with Kobe Turner, one of their best defensive linemen who they have to pay? What do we do with Byron Young, an edge rusher that they have to pay? What do we do with Steve Avila, a guard? What do we do with Jared Verse potentially? I think there's a world where now that they know Stafford is in place, they know they're going to pay Puka Nacua. I think there's a world where they trade one of those players before the season to upgrade. And I think Byron Young is a player that is very productive. He led the team in sacks, but I don't think they're going to give him a massive payday knowing there's other guys that they have to take care of. And who knows, does Max Crosby become available? Is a receiver another option? I don't think this team is done dealing.
Are you down with D-Mac and Ryder 97-1 the fan LA? Let's say it's an AJ Brown or an AJ Brown level talent, but it's AJ Brown. Are you down with the Rams trading a first-round pick if that's what it costs, or a second-round pick? Maybe it's a second-round pick because the Rams pick will obviously be projected to be very high. If that's what it costs, coming off a first-round pick being burned, spent, used, however you want to interpret it, on Ty Simpson this year. Are you okay with this year no first-round pick, next year either no first or second-round pick if you get an A.J. Brown?
See, I love that you brought that up because everyone's talking about, well, couldn't the Rams have just drafted their successor after this season? Well, one, if you're going to have the season that you think you're going to have, you're not going to have a high pick in the first round. And two, no one mentioned what you just mentioned, which I think is a real possibility, that you trade that first-round pick to get that win-now piece, and you're not thinking as much about the Ty Simpson pick. So that will bring me to Ty Simpson here, because the biggest concern is that Matthew Stafford does return in 2027, and that the Rams will only have a one-year sample size of Ty Simpson as a quarterback to decide on his fifth-year option in the 2029 offseason, right? And that's a good chunk of change. There's a sizable raise in there. And if he struggled in his one season as a starter, would you want to lose him? Well, guess what? There's still a chance that Ty Simpson could become the Rams starter even next season, even after next season. There's also a chance that Stafford puts off retirement, but that's the beauty of this contract, is that all options are on the table, right? Look at the Steelers, right? They just brought back Aaron Rodgers on the deal that he's on. The Rams aren't doing things like that. They're not going year to year where you're just entering free agency. You're actually under contract, but you still have an out. And that's the whole logic behind drafting Simpson, is the Rams don't know what Stafford's plan is for 27, but maybe they do know that there is a chance where, hey, maybe Stafford's already made it clear. If we win a Super Bowl, if I get banged up, I might call it quits. No one knows that.
So
the Rams might know
that. That could be
that.
the backup plan. D-Mac and Ryder 97-1 the fan LA. So, okay, so one of the things that I like to talk about, we talked about, I think, yesterday here on the show, is that real winners and champions and success stories in life, I think, learn from your mistakes. It's easy to say that you've learned. It's easy to, but people who actually do something wrong and learn something from it, it can take successful people to a whole other level. And you like the sort of cutthroat reality of Shawn McVey and the potential of what he can do. And in the context of what you do with a Ty Simpson and what you do in all these decisions, some of this coalesced around figuring out when you make mistakes. When McVey was on Bussin' with the Boys and had this sort of, I don't know if it was an epiphany, but expressed and talked about what he learned from the mistakes, his words, not mine, that he made with the Jared Goff situation back when he had another quarterback that he had to move on from or treat in a way he didn't want to.
I'm super sensitive to what an amateur I was with the Goff situation, trading him. When you say, well, why do you say that? You want to talk about lack of courage, lack of clarity, lack of ability to be able to look somebody in the eye that you've had a lot of really cool experiences with and tell them, hey, not easy to say, but we might explore an opportunity to acquire Matthew Stafford and you'll be a part of a trade there. But instead, it's like, you kind of get frustrated and it was more really about me than it was ever him in terms of like, like I had a lot of things that I needed to be able to work through, and I didn't handle that the right way. And I'm not saying that we wouldn't have made the decision, but the handling of it was exactly the antithesis of how I would hope to handle things moving forward. I was frustrated. Did I ever have the courage to really sit him down after that season in 2020 and really tell him, hey, there's a possibility that we'll explore some avenues that might lead to you not being our quarterback moving forward? No. Would I do it differently now? Absolutely. You know, because I think the biggest thing that I learned that he was able to share, and I appreciate his honesty on all of that, and there is nobody to blame but myself, but it was really like, what did he not like the most about it? He was caught off guard. You know, you're like, where did this come from?
D-Mac, that is great stuff. I love the self-awareness. Do you buy then, or do you think that his retrospective view and the lessons learned of how he handled the Jared Goff thing better equipped Shawn McVey to manage a Ty Simpson problem and or a Matt Stafford problem if and when one or both of those things pop up at some point?
So that's the thing about Sean McVey, right? In front of the media, he's always going to say the right things, be energetic, be positive. But when he knows it's time to move off of someone, he's going to do it. We've seen this so many different times. We saw it most recently with Cooper Kupp, a player that he loved.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford's best friend. They won the Super Bowl. He was a Super Bowl MVP. And the minute his performance started to decline, they're like, we're not going to pay you $29 million. The Jared Goff situation, I think, was really rooted in the fact that he could only go so far with him, right? He's not going to get to the mountaintop with you in Jared Goff. And he realized that, hey, yes, Matthew Stafford's a massive upgrade, and he's the guy who won the Super Bowl with, but I think moving forward, does this mean that if Stafford has an injury or the performance goes down, will they move off of him? He did say himself he's learning from that. He's a different person now. But I will tell you, the second that Stafford isn't good anymore, the second that he's banged up, I think that Sean McVey would move off of him. I mean, that's how cutthroat he is. The Rams internally are very, very cutthroat. Going all the way back to when they traded Eric Dickerson. There's just so many examples in this organization. But as far as Sean McVey, I think he looks at it year to year, and they position themselves in the right way. Think about this. From 2021 to 2025, only 11 quarterbacks have started all 17 games. So Stafford's not a spring chicken. At some point, the good luck runs out. And I would not be surprised to say, hey, Ty Simpson's going to be here sooner than later.
Cutthroat is great, but it's how you manage being cutthroat. And McVay said this. He said he's learned that lesson. A guy that I once worked for in radio told me, and it's stuck with me, it's not what you say to people, it's how you say it. It's not whether you move on from people, it's how perhaps you manage that situation. D-Mac and Ryder here on 97.1 The Fan LA. By the way, we've got the poll up on YouTube, so if you want to go and watch the stream and vote on the Rooter Hero of the Day, Matt McGrath, Mayor Mamdani, Sell the Team Angels fans, and Bob Chesney are the 4 finalists that have made their way. So get on there and vote and push the like button and push the subscription button, the little bell, so that you know when we're doing our thing. You brought up Puka Nacua and just sort of what happens there. Final year of his deal, not making a lot of money. There are allegations in a lawsuit. We have no idea. I have no clue what's real or not real, but of biting and anti-Semitic allegations. Probably was in line for, could be in line for, depending on the Rams' temperature, what, a 4-year, $180 million deal or something in that range, $90, $100 million guaranteed. What do you think as the Rams have to figure out, okay, we put some money into Stafford, and we've locked him in for a little bit. And I imagine Stafford's in a better place because he's not doing year to year, and he feels sort of respected coming off the MVP. And you pointed out D-Mac here on D-Mac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan LA. You got Ty Simpson. If Stafford gets banged up, if he crosses that line with Father Time and McVay's got to be cutthroat, if, as you noted, maybe the potential if there's another Super Bowl win, and Stafford says that's a great way to go away, so you got a backup plan. What do you think the Rams' temperature is on A.J. Brown in addition to or as an insurance policy for the Puka Nacua uncertainty?
I still think they like A.J. Brown. We always say this. Don't listen to what the Rams say. Watch what they do. And what they did was they were in the red zone. They were at the 5-yard line. They were about to punch it in on an A.J. Brown.
Nacua. It's okay.
Works for me. Tomatoes, right?
Did you say tomato?
I do. Tomato. But what they told us is that they don't believe that their wide receiver room is as good as they hoped it would be. And Devontae Adams, they did give him the $6 million, so it'd be hard to move off of. And I do think eventually it's going to come down to the Rams and the Patriots for A.J. Brown. But why did A.J. Brown complain? It was because it was a run-heavy offense in Philly, and he wasn't getting enough touches. We've seen so many times where Shawn McVey can take a disgruntled player, whether it be a Odell Beckham Jr., even a Baker Mayfield who wasn't happy. This is something the Rams do. If anyone can fix him and optimize a player, it is the Rams. Now, going back to what you said about Puka, I think it's really, really interesting because he's set for a massive contract. I mean, him and Jackson Smith and Jigba, two of the best offensive players. He's in that tier with Jamar Chase and Jettas and Justin Jefferson, that crew right there. He's going to get 4 years, $150+ million, somewhere between 154, 156, $90 million guaranteed. And everything I've heard is that it feels like this offseason, with all of the controversy and the allegations and just all the things that he's gone through, that he's just a different player and a different person. And internally, they still have his back, and they still want to keep him long term, and that there's zero doubts in their minds that they feel like they can get Puka to where he needs to be. And look, the bottom line, too, is this is a guy they took in the 5th round, Bill. Not just in the 5th round, it was their 4th pick of the 5th round. And he turned out to be an all-pro level receiver. He's a unique player, and they're going to keep him long term. So there's no doubt about it. He's going to be back, but they do have some leverage now, right? Because if none of that happened this offseason.
Here comes the cutthroat thing again.
Yeah, here's the cutthroat thing. So now if Puka was just going to Bible study and being in bed by 8:30 and all that stuff,
yeah, right,
he could go to the table and slam his fist saying, hey, I'm as good as Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'm as good as Jamar Chase. Give me all the money in the world. And the Rams could say, hey, we might franchise tag you. Hey, we might make you wait to see how you produce this year and then go back to the table and negotiate. So he doesn't have the same negotiating leverage as he did, but he's a great player, and I think they're going to keep him. And just kind of looking at the whole rookie contract, the great thing about that is they can get some of these extensions done and kind of ease that financial pain, knowing that they have a quarterback that's under contract. And you look at the Rams going back to Goff, if Ty Simpson works out, you got like 20 years of good quarterback play. So that's what you want to see. So that'll allow them to get some of these extensions.
You've kind of flipped on Ty Simpson, by the way. D-Mac and Ryder 97 won the fan in LA.
A little. I still think it was not the pick I would have made. I still would not have made that pick because I'm all in, right?
Was it Dan Orlovsky who was on an island by himself on Ty Simpson during the sort of lead up to the draft? I think it was an island nationally on his show.
What I'm doing is explaining from the Rams' point of view what they think the value of Ty Simpson is. I personally don't think that Ty Simpson is going to be a top 10 quarterback in this league, but I also think that there is a world you could put a lot of talent around him to maybe be the Rams' version of Brock Purdy, just a more mobile version. Ugh. But I look at it as, look, if I have a chance to win a Super Bowl and my roster is set, sure.
You would just go load up on the talent.
I am throw the Rolex, the lien on the mortgage, the pink slip, take your wife's earrings, throw them in there. Okay. I'm all the way in all the time. But that's not what the Rams are doing because they want some protection, because they want to be a team like Green Bay or San Francisco where you're not just going down the studs and falling
Kansas
off.
City had a transition that was pretty successful.
They did, and there's examples of this, right? Jordan Love, I mean, your guy Patrick Mahomes, who sat for a year. Phillip Rivers and Drew Brees, there's all kinds of examples
the Niners
of guys.
Back in the day with Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Exactly. Like, that has been the path, but there's more ways to skin a cat, right? I mean, Peyton Manning, 28 interceptions his first year, and then he goes on to have a Hall of Fame career. But, look, if it were me, I would just want to sleep at night knowing, hey, I did every single thing I could to get any player with depth. A Reuben Bain, a Mekhi Lemon, there's you could take an offensive lineman, because I guarantee you that first big injury, that first sign of Devontae Adams struggling, that first sign of, hey, we could use some improved play here, you're going to want that. But the way they can make up for that for me is by swinging a big trade, right? So then I can get the best of both worlds.
D-Mac and Ryder 97 won the fan LA. I just very quickly want to circle back to the A.J. Brown conversation in this context. You brought up how the Patriots and the Rams are the likely destinations and suitors if, in fact, A.J. Brown is moved. And I don't know the answer to this, but it occurred to me, and I think it's interesting, and I want your perspective, D-Mac. Do you think that the Diana Russini, Mike Vrabel mess and the concerns and accusations out there that Diana Russini used her position as an NFL insider to put out narratives that would push an advantage for Mike Vrabel, and there's a lot of examples if you want to sort of get on the internets and look at that. Do you think that gives any hesitation? Do you think the NFL even remotely gets in? Do you think the Patriots get worried that maybe the NFL actually gets more involved at looking into this if they end up trading for A.J. Brown, given the fact Diana Russini was one of the primary reporting insider verified, this voice should be believed people sort of talking about reporting, pushing the narrative that I think is real, that A.J. Brown and his team may not love each other.
That's fascinating. That's interesting because the minute that deal does get made, that entire controversy is going to resurface.
Totally.
And I can tell you this offseason, I did tons and tons and tons of episodes and content off of her rumors about A.J. Brown. So
yeah,
she was helping me out. Shout out to Diana Rossini. It wasn't just
wait, here the day.
It wasn't just Mike Vrabel. It was D-Mac. She was helping out.
Oh,
and,
boy.
And she was definitely helping me with content. So, hey, I mean,
oh my God,
I look at this offseason as, hey, A.J. Brown.
You just got your first snort out of me.
Oh, God. No,
snort number one.
So that if that could help the Rams,
yeah, sure,
in some way, because maybe the Patriots look at this and say, "Hey, let's back off. We don't want that. We don't want that to resurface." Maybe they'll say it'll shift. I don't get what's so funny. I really genuinely
you
don't.
know what you're doing.
No, I don't.
I know how smart you are now, dude. You know what you're doing.
I look. That was not.
Can you play the tape for the next segment? Can we just clip the tape in the break? I just want to hear it again. Please continue.
The Rams roster is not set. The Ty Simpson plan, now you guys understand it. And I think that either it's a preseason trade, a during the season trade, I think that they're going to make an all-in move like the Von Millers, like getting OBJ. They're going to find some way to bolster the roster knowing how close they were to the Super Bowl last year. And if that's A.J. Brown, look, I think that what's the book he read of the Jim Murphy, the self-hope, the inner excellence?
Bro, you blew my mind.
I think Shawn McVey
I got nothing.
is going to help him discover his inner excellence, catching footballs for the soul. So, yeah, A.J. Brown to the Rams could be a possibility still.
A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. He is Doug McCain. I am Bill Ryder. This is T-Mac and Ryder at 97.1 The Fan, L.A. There is some frustration. Everybody gets help in different places, as D-Mac pointed out. And one of those people that got help and information was Victor Wembanyama from somebody in L.A. And it stirred up some controversy and some criticism, including here on 97.1 The Fan L.A. We'll get into who that L.A. figure is and why maybe they should get a pass next on D-Mac and Ryder.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck.
All right, welcome back into the show. Happy Friday. Long weekend. We'll be here Monday, though, hanging out with you on Memorial Day. The whole crew. Derek and Decker, live Monday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brock and Alex, midday in L.A., live Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Doug and I will be chilling from 2 to 6 here on 97.1, The Fan, L.A. Phone number, if you want to call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. Go over to YouTube, any of the streams at The Fan LA. But on YouTube, you can vote for the Rooter Hero of the day. You make me laugh, man. I'm not gonna lie. You make me laugh. I know what you're doing.
That was a quick lunch.
We did. We just ate some food. I was still eating. I never eat during the show, but Friday I cheated.
It's the second time I've ever seen you eat.
All right, so like I do a little. I'm an intermittent faster. I've been doing that for 9 months. I eat once a day.
That's impressive.
Yeah, most days, not today.
Yeah. Well,
today I'm going to get after
you owe it to yourself. It's a holiday weekend.
There was a story that was been out in the last few days as Victor Wembanyama, certainly in Game 1. That series is tied 1-1, and tip-off is later tonight in Game 3 in San Antonio against the Thunder. Spurs-Thunder, Western Conference Finals. There was a story the last couple days, and D-Mac, you and I talked about it a little bit, about Wembanyama and the people near Wembanyama reaching out to Rob Pelinka, not to be a Laker, not to, be traded, just to learn a little bit. Kobe, obviously Rob Pelinka, close with Kobe, his agent, just to learn about Kobe's approach and how to win and how to become successful. And I was driving around today, and I was listening to Brock and Alex do their thing, and something that they were talking about in this context struck a chord with me.
Why would a competitor's GM want to help another superstar, rising star in the league that is your direct competition? And the way my mind goes to this is like, I have to think that Pelinka was coming from a maybe agency mentor place of like, okay, yeah, I was with a young superstar and turned him into an icon. You are representing the next young superstar that's already on his way to being a player and a type of player that we have never seen before, just because of his size and the skill set that goes with Wemby's size. And I have to think he was sharing this out of agent to agent, like we've both worked with insanely talented, driven individuals.
It was a really good and interesting conversation on Brock and Alex Midday in LA, and it's worth listening to, by the way, on the podcast. There's also the YouTube stream that we have, and at the end of the day, the entire day of live shows, all 3 of our shows are on the YouTube stream, so check it out. Really, really great. I have a different perspective, and I want to run this by you. Because I was thinking about this. I actually don't think it was Rob Pelinka going into agent mode. I disagree with, or I see it differently than Alex. I think that the way you honor Kobe Bryant and his memory, and whatever you think of Rob Pelinka, the GM, or Rob Pelinka, the sort of agent, he loved Kobe Bryant, right? That's a real and personal and deep connection. And the thing about Kobe that we learned at his funeral, which I covered, I was at, and we learned in leading up to that, but was the remarkable mentor impact that Kobe had on so many players. And the way that within the NBA and beyond the NBA, Kobe really connected with people that were, by the way, his rivals, Kyrie Irving. They had a mentor relationship. And Kobe learned this from Michael. We found out how close Jordan and Kobe were, that Jordan mentored Kobe, and Kobe passed that along. He mentored Giannis. He mentored Julius Randle and Jordan Clarkson. I mean, you can just, guys he was teammates with. I think, in a sort of way, it's okay for people in LA to almost root for Wemby, because I think Pelinka was thinking, what would Kobe do? All right, this guy's reaching out, and he's a rival, and we got to go through him. And But I bet my guess is Pelinka went, what would Kobe have done? Kobe would have mentored the guy.
I think so too, and I think that it's a tradition, right? You want to move the game forward. You want to pass that torch, and I think you'd have loved and respected a guy like Victor Wembanyama because of the way he plays the game, because he's not there after games chumming it up with the guy that he just beat or lost to or won. There's not this friendship thing with him. He's cutthroat, and I think Kobe would recognize that. I think he would want that, and I think, too, Wemby's a student of the game that's looking to improve every offseason. We've seen that from him. I also think this, if there was no information passed along, Wembanyama, I think, would be the same player, just because I think that he's that great of a player. I think that it's cool to see him do this. And I joked, we talked about this yesterday. I'm like, why didn't Rob Pelinka say, yeah, Kobe would wake up at 11 a.m., eat 20 hot dogs, have donuts, never go to the gym, didn't watch
drank
film,
a lot of beer.
Lots of beer.
Heavy beer.
Didn't work out with Hakeem, never texted Jordan about the fadeaway. None of that stuff. So it would have been cool to see that. But also, too, I think long-term play, there's the what's in it for me. And we know that no organization in the association has big men like the Lakers in their history. So you obviously think that is a pipe dream, but hey, you want to know that any communication with the Lakers organization is a positive one when it's coming from Victor Wembanyama.
And certainly I think that's part of it. I just also think it's okay to criticize Rob Pelinka for being bad at his job and recognize that there are few people on earth who are bigger experts, have deeper expertise on Kobe Bryant than Kobe Bryant's former agent and close friend. And since it turned out that Kobe was a mentor in the extreme, and Kobe did his mentoring the way that I think a lot of wealthy people who give money do it when they do it the right way, which is under the radar. Kobe wasn't out there advertising and having Sports Illustrated write about it all the time. And a lot of the extent of Kobe's connection with athletes, and not just NBA players, really came out when he died. You know, when people pass away is when the people that loved that person come out and say, this is how I felt, this is how they impacted me. And the impact of Kobe Bryant was so widespread and so incredible that I think on this one, the better perspective is not why would Pelinka give away secrets. This is Rob Pelinka honoring Kobe Bryant, how he knows best. When someone like Wembanyama calls and says, tell me about Kobe, Pelinka goes, Kobe would have told him about Kobe. So with Kobe not here, I'm going to do it instead.
Yeah, it's incredibly well said. And every time you talk about Kobe and legacy and the next generation and all that awesome stuff that comes along with it, it's you want players that love the game. You want players that want to make their own mark in the game. And I think that is the way to honor Kobe and make sure that that legacy is everlasting. And you do it that way. And I think Victor Wembanyama shows once again why he's a throwback, right? I don't think there's a lot of players. I mean, we know Jason Tatum and the relationship he had with Kobe.
Yeah, that's
and
another great one.
Kyrie Irving, the relationship that he had with Kobe. I remember Kyrie talking about Kobe teaching him about it's okay to be isolated, right? You don't need to be friends with everyone. And that
I love that, man.
You want to be in your own world. And I was telling you Kobe and the Redeem team and how he would have the headphones on, and they said that Kobe would be either listening to Michael Myers' theme song or he would just be having it on so no one would talk to him, right? No one would mess with him. No, and I think that's that kind of stuff. You want to kind of make players feel comfortable for who they are. And I think it's really special that Rob didn't kind of gatekeep that. You don't want to gatekeep that kind of stuff. And I will guarantee this, too. Like, if it was a player that was like the 12th player on a roster, right, calling about that, they probably wouldn't divulge any secrets, right? I think it really just is a testament to Victor Wembanyama's stature in the league already that people are going to listen when he calls.
And you said it earlier, and I want to put it an underline underneath. Do you ever use a highlighter? I still use a highlighter because I have paper. I want to highlight what you said. Wemby's built like that. I mean, Wemby's got some of that sort of Mamba mentality. He talks smack about all-time greats early in his career. He's not afraid to say he wants to be the best player. He stares guys down. The other day, he had this huge play, and he went over to his own bench and kind of flexed and then looked over at the Thunder. He just... I'm sure he's a nice guy. He doesn't care about being a nice guy when he's playing. To your point, he doesn't need to be friends with everybody. He just wants to dominate fools.
Yeah. I mean, that moment where he posed in front of his bench.
Was so good.
Like, I grew up hating the Spurs. Like, the Spurs were a team that I detested. And I imagine this is the same way I felt when Shohei Ohtani was on the Angels. Like, I don't like the Angels, but if Shohei Ohtani's on, I'm watching, right? And Wemby has that crossover appeal. I don't know if you saw the ratings for the...
Oh, good call, dude.
The ratings are off the charts. This is exactly what Adam Silver needed, was a transcendent superstar. And I think we're in age 2 where it doesn't matter how small the market you're in. If you're a player that has that much magnetic charisma, you're going to watch him. But I will say this too. Hey, Wemby, you want to know how Kobe did things? He played for the Lakers. So that's kind of my dream in all this, is how to get into the Lakers. But the fact that he's in the position that he's in to have that kind of clout so young, they can call Rob Pelinka and can get info on Kobe. All those little things matter. I still think that he has a chance to be the greatest player in the NBA.
To your exact point, it's such a good point. I wish I totally slipped my mind. Great call by D-Mac and Ryder. 97-1, the Fan LA. The most watched Western Conference Finals game won in NBA history was that exact game that you're talking about.
9.2 million people is the viewer number. It peaked at 12 million. And a little shout out, I guess, kind of maybe to Adam Silver. He has been widely criticized for his attempts to push the parity movement. But to your exact point, we've got a superstar in a tiny little market who is pulling in big numbers. And the only sport in America right now that is market agnostic, where the market doesn't matter, is the National Football League. Green Bay, Wisconsin is not a big city, and they dominate, and obviously the NFL is the biggest thing in the world. That's what Silver's trying to do, and it certainly helps when you have Wemby, and Pelinka also maybe helping the NBA, because the more Wemby wins, it would be better in the purple and gold jersey, the more the NBA wins. D-Mac and Ryder, 97-1 The Fan LA, 97-1 The Fan LA. Speaking of basketball, speaking of the playoffs, speaking of what's going on in the world of hoops, we've got the best-named headline in radio, Hardwood Headlines, coming up on D-Mac and Ryder, 97-1 The Fan LA, next.
Attention, were you...
Welcome back into the show. Happy Friday. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Ryder. This is D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, L.A. A lot of ways you can reach out, be part of the show. Thank you so much for listening. We are brand new. We are here to stay. We are the voice for L.A. We're on the FM dial, obviously, 97.1 The Fan, L.A. You can call or text 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Bonus on that, you can talk to Bursch. Be like, what's up? How's it going? Here's what I want to hear on the show. What are you doing tonight? Are you a Star Wars fan? Are you a Star Wars fan? My wife asked me. She said you dropped 2 Star Wars references yesterday.
Fan I am.
That's creepy good. Stream us live on YouTube, Twitch, X, at The Fan LA, and follow us on all socials. Which trilogy was worse? 1 through 3 or 7 through 9?
I think they're both good.
I think they're both garbage.
I think the originals are great. All time great.
Okay.
But I think for me the nostalgia of the first 3,
man,
and you got I go the one that they're both honestly it's kind of one of those things where like did they have to make them? No. Are they kind of a money grab? Yes. Jar Jar Binks is definitely not the highlight of the first one.
Have
but
you seen
also
the
got
theory
Darth
that
Maul.
he was going to be the Sith Lord? Jar Jar Binks was going to be the Sith Lord, and they chickened out. That would have been awesome.
That would have been pretty great.
It's like Planet X or whatever you told me. Go on a similar rabbit hole like I did after you told me about it the other day.
I'll hit that. Let's go to the. He's like the resident Star Wars expert.
Right?
Bursch
is a big Star Wars guy.
Bursch is all about it.
Bursch is going to Grogu and Mandalorian guy tonight.
Yeah, I didn't hear great.
Yeah,
I didn't hear great things about that. But yeah, I mean,
fine.
What do you have against it? They're just bad. You think they're bad movies?
Anakin, You're Breaking My Heart was the moment that broke my heart as a Star Wars fan. Heart. That's when I realized, okay, I've invested. This isn't 4, 5, 6. Do you know what does hold up? Do you know what does live on? Do you know what never disappoints? Do you know what is the opposite of those Star Wars films? Hardwood headlines.
Oh, here we go.
That's where I wish we had a cool
beat
open.
Absolutely
then it
slaps.
This
beat slaps.
For hardwood headlines.
Yes. What's up, guys? Here comes the beat. It's coming.
Turn the beat around, Bursch.
It's coming.
Turn the beat.
You have a voice of an angel, surprisingly.
There it is.
Didn't see it coming. Did you sing in high school?
No, definitely not.
Just checking.
This is Hardwood Headlines, where unfortunately the beat's about to stop because I'm going to play some audio for you guys. So, in Hardwood Headlines, we take a look at what's going on in and around the NBA, on and off the court. And, of course, last night the Knicks took a 2-0 series lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Josh Hart and Karl Anthony Towns celebrated in the press conference afterwards. First brought a huge pizza. Josh Hart went to town on it. He also had some interesting thoughts about analytics. Let's hear what Josh Hart had to say about analytics.
I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game.
Media like that one. Then Cat was like, what are you doing, man? You're corny. Cat kind of went at him a little bit.
He did.
Whoa.
Yeah, that
back in the club.
Let's go. Hey, look, Josh Hart's having a great series. The Knicks are really just having a moment right now. But, hey, let's be honest. Analytics, they matter. They do.
We're aligned on this.
They do. But a lot of players hate him.
They do.
A lot of players hate him, and I understand. But, hey, when you put up the good thing is he's really a player that I think analytics like in a lot of different ways, right? I mean, he can play defense, and that's the thing. Why would you hate on somebody that likes you, right?
So I think that there is this Fox and the Hound thing where journalists, reporters, knee-jerk reaction sometimes because they've been treated badly by some athletes is athletes are jerks, which isn't true. And I think that athletes' knee-jerk reaction sometimes because they've been treated badly by reporters is these guys are nerds. See Blake Griffin on Shams.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of, and I like Josh Hart a little bit around him, but this is just the knee-jerk reporters and number of people that work in my front office are nerds. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And just because you do something instinctively with great excellence doesn't mean that those of us that can't do it can't find a way to sort of evaluate your excellence and try to sort of, and to a degree, understand it in a way where we can try to replicate it through other players and other systems. So I get his response, but it's kind of tired. This is not, we're not Billy Bean trying to prove that to his scouts that this works. So it's 2026.
Certainly. And The funny thing is, I mean, what unlocked them, right? Point Cat, right? Putting him up there.
Right.
And so, I mean, like, that's, you think they just, like, dreamt that or something?
Yeah, it was a dream.
Yeah, I mean, like, you think they just brought out a little board and put out some crayons? No, there's a lot.
Phil Jackson came to them in a ayahuasca.
Cat at the point. Yeah.
Did I tell you this the other day? Oh, yeah, I did. That I got invited on a ayahuasca journey once.
Yeah, you can get into it again, though.
Apparently, it changes your personality.
Tell it to Aaron Rodgers.
I like my personality.
Yeah, that would scare me. It'd give me a lot of anxiety.
Me too.
Let's do it together, though, one of these days.
I'm in. Let's do it right now.
Let's do it on the show. Let's do it live.
Do it on the show.
We'll do it live.
That'll make for great content.
LA Fanawaska.
Guys, is it possible that the Los Angeles Clippers could be involved in a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade? Well, according to Celtics reporter Alex Goldberg, it is possible. The Clippers and the Celtics...
I like that you asked and answered your own question. It was so dramatic. I choked on the water. Did you see that?
That was well done. That was very well executed.
Well, the Clippers and the Hawks have been mentioned as two teams that could potentially be a third team in a deal that would send Giannis to the Celtics, with Jaylen Brown going to that third team. So what do you guys think about Jaylen Brown to the Clippers in a move that would send Giannis to the Celtics?
I mean, I think that's a good landing spot for Giannis. Now, Bill Simmons, I don't know if you even want to weigh in on the credibility scale of Bill Simmons. I think he's great at his job. He said, I think yesterday or today, that he had heard that the Celtics aren't that interested in Giannis. I find that hard to believe. If things are toxic with Jaylen Brown, are you going to get a better return than Giannis Antetokounmpo? You need an equally desperate organization whose superstar is equally problematic, right, to try to get close to value.
Exactly. Yeah, that's interesting because Giannis is another guy. He's almost becoming LeBron light with the way that he makes headlines in the offseason and the way that he's in the trades and all this kind of stuff. But he's someone that, hey, he gets coaches fired, I think, too, behind the scenes. And he gets his brothers on the team and things like that. So
great call, dude.
We'll see. As far as Bill Simmons, though, I have a Bill Simmons story real quick.
Okay.
I had my book. I was Uber driving at the time. I was an Uber driver for like 2 days. And I couldn't handle it. The people were like, stop talking to me, right? I would try to talk to everyone.
I could see that.
And I was somewhere, and I went outside. I saw Bill Simmons, and I had his book, The Book of Basketball, in my car. And I went up to him, and I was like, hey, Bill, I'm a big fan of your book, and then I've read it like a million times. Can you sign it? And he was like, sure, I'll sign it, but I can only do it with a green pen. So actually, he pulled out a green Sharpie.
This is not real.
This is real. I'll bring you the book tomorrow.
That's cool.
And he signed Bill Simmons, Go Celtics, in a green. He's like, yeah, I think I'm taking Tate of Bill Simmons. Yeah, here in the pod.
You should reach out and try to get him on the show using that story as an in.
I could. Who knows? But yeah. So his credibility, I think that he knows.
He walks around with a green pen in case Doug McCain sees him and needs his signature.
He had a green pen on him. The people that he was with, it was really interesting. It was one of those fat ones too.
No, he brought a real one.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, I'm a Laker fan, but I was like, I'll take it, sure. I'll bring in the book maybe one of these days.
That's a great story.
It's good times,
What
man.
a crazy story.
The pyramid of his pyramid's very.
It's a great book.
Yeah.
Guys, we're officially in social media watch season. As part of the NBA offseason.
Official.
You guys may have seen this the other day. An Instagram account called Raw Footage Records posted a reel featuring a graphic of LeBron in a Cavs jersey, which I'm sure was very hard to find, and the words "Come home" written in bold. LeBron liked the post. Ooh, what do you think?
Don't like that. So they're playing the like.
I see that. You didn't like that. You want the dislike. You want the dislike button. I say, yeah. Look, this is very LeBron. This is someone who's trying to stir the pot a little bit.
Yep.
And hey, when he did come back to Cleveland the first time, he did claim he would finish his career in Cleveland. So remember he said I'm going to finish my career in Cleveland, right? He said it the first time, and then he goes to Lakers. Is that a deeper cut? Looking too deep into that? Who knows? But
it's definitely another small shot across the bow of the Lakers.
Yeah.
I think the question is twofold. Does he want to come back, obviously? And I also think it's, to what degree is he trying to negotiate now, if he wants to come back?
And he did that. And he went to 4 straight finals in 4 years. So his time in Cleveland should be done. I mean, return to the land like that and winning a championship would be great. I just don't see it happening. But, hey, take the salary off our books, please.
You don't think it could I think it could happen.
You do?
I find him so unpredictable, nothing would surprise me. I mean, if he was the Sacramento King, that would surprise me. But very little would surprise me. If he goes to the Warriors, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing I've ever seen.
That's a tough one for me. I just think that team, it's intriguing, right? Because you got Butler coming back and Steph Curry, and they've been interested in adding him for years. I just think that team is just past its time to compete. I just don't think they would win.
Do you know what does win? DMAC, Dodgers talk, and we happen to be at the 50-game mark for your Los Angeles Dodgers. And the one and only Douglas McCain. Are you Douglas on your birth certificate?
Yeah.
Douglas McCain almost screwed that up. He's going to give you some takeaways from the first 50 games of this Dodger season so far next year on DMAC and Ryder.
Talk Lakers, argue. real writer. Real sports talk. Real LA. Right now. It's D-Mac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, you're hilarious, dude. Welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. 855-97 LA Fan. A big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Reuter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And wherever you are listening, whether it's on the FM dial at 97.1, if you're streaming us on YouTube or X, on at The Fan LA on Twitch, thank you for spending time with us. Thank you for hanging out. First week here for this brand new Sports Talk Network for you, the fan, in Los Angeles, in Southern California. Derek and Decker every morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brock and Alex, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And me, Bill Ryder, and Doug McCain, who making me laugh, dude, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Every time you talk, every time there's a break, I write down something for a later show, which I'm doing right now.
We got tons of content all summer long, baby.
It's amazing the things that have happened to you in your life. So Dodgers we're at the 50-game mark. It's gone pretty well, particularly of late. They have a similar record, it feels like, to the same record they've had several of the last few years. And I know, D-Mac, you've got some takeaways and some things we need to know about this early stretch, this 50-game stretch for the Dodgers.
Yeah, we're officially 50 games into the season, 1/3 of the way through. And yes, the Dodgers are doing Dodgers things once again. Their record at 31-19, that matches their record at this point through 50 games last season. So that's a good omen. They're at 31-19, just like last year. The standings in the National League West, entering tonight, they're a game and a half up on the Padres. And then you look at the entire league, they have the third best record in baseball, 3.5 games back from the Rays. You got the Braves above them. So they're right where they need to be. First takeaway, though, and I really want to start this one for you specifically, is entering the year, the big storyline was, could Shohei Ohtani compete for a Cy Young? Could Shohei Ohtani put pressure on the powers that be, Dave Roberts and Andrew Friedman, saying, I can win a Cy Young. Let me go out there and prove it. It was one of my goals when I was a kid. He wrote it down on a piece of paper that one of his baseball goals was to win a Cy Young. And to your credit, Bill, you've stood by this. You've stood on business. And so far, if the season ended today, I think from a narrative standpoint, he'd be right there. A .73 ERA. That's the lowest for any pitcher with a minimum of 49 innings. So the reason why there's a takeaway is because now the Dodgers are going to continue all gas, no brakes, with Shohei Ohtani, that Chinese food getting to me.
That's why I don't eat during the show. Yeah. It gets me every time. It gets me. You're emotional over Shohei. By the way, you're emotional. No, I'll say it. You're a good man because you don't think this is good for the Dodgers, and you've made a very compelling case over the course of the first 5 days on D-Mac and Ryder, and yet you were willing to bring this up in a positive light because you're a good partner, and then you got verklempt and emotional about how kind you were being. It wasn't the Chinese food. It was you. You're right. I do love it, and you've made. I mean, you're correct that there are a couple obstacles. There's maybe 3 obstacles or 4. There's other guys that are really good who could win the Cy Young Award even if Shohei has an incredible season. That's obstacle number 1. He does have to qualify with 162 innings pitched, and he's not quite on track, but he's close, right? Obstacle number 3 is he could also stop performing at a high enough level as a pitcher, regardless of what everyone else does. And the 4th thing, and I know it's your concern, is that it could have an impact on him offensively, and that could put the Dodgers in a difficult position to have to make a choice between the Dodgers' best interest, which you are rooting for, and Shohei's best interest, which I am selfishly rooting for because I want to see history. But it's cool that that's a takeaway because he's been awesome so far.
He's been incredible, and he's done what Shohei Ohtani always does is he breaks your brain, right? No one's supposed to do this. This is someone playing 2 sports. He's a pitcher and a hitter. But I did want to ask you this, though, because you wanted to win the Cy Young, right?
I do.
You also want to see him hit, right?
I do.
Like a unicorn. I do, too, right? Here's the thing, though. If they're going to give up anything, what I've been told is it's going to be on the offensive side. And that Shohei Ohtani sat down with the organization. He made it very clear he wants to make every single one of his starts, every turn throughout the rotation. The obstacle is that the Dodgers run a 6-man rotation, so every time he does pitch, he has to go 6 or 7 innings to be able to qualify to go deeper into games.
Right.
Last start, he goes 5 innings, so the innings are down, so that puts more pressure on his following starts to kind of get back up there. But here's the thing. This is what I want to ask you, is if you want the Cy Young so bad, Do you think that he might have gone 7 innings if he didn't hit that home run the other night?
So I'll see your excellent question and raise you another one because I actually wanted to ask you this off the air, which I probably shouldn't do. Andrew Bershinger's probably, or Ryan Bershinger's probably like, what do you, why don't you know my name and why aren't you talking about this stuff on the radio show? T-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. You choked on the Chinese food. I choked on Bersh's name. So you know, you're winning. Do you think if we get to the end of the year or endish and he's not a lock, but he's in contention, he could win the Cy Young Award. Do you think there's a world where he could force his way and they would allow him to pitch on 5 days rest? And or let's say it's the second to last game of the year and he's not due for a start. It's been 4 or 5 days. He's 2 innings to 3 innings short. Would they just throw him out there for 3 innings? They probably would.
If they're close to it and he's right there with Christopher Sanchez and Paul Skeens, we'll see if Jacob Mizorowski is in the mix. If we're in September, or even before that in August, and he's right there in WAR and strikeouts and ERA, and it's close, they're going to give him opportunities to stay in games later. And also, if there is a reason to maybe push up a start, that could be a possibility. The only issue is that you got other guys in the rotation they have right now that you're probably not going to rest necessarily. Of course, it's a long time away, so they have a lot of decisions to be made. But he's pitching so well.
So good, dude.
Like, he's so elite in every single category, all the advanced stuff, all the surface level stuff, that you got to give the guy a chance, as you say. But the reason why I bring this all up is like this: we're in a position now where at the beginning of the season, it felt like it was a luxury for Shohei to be the pitcher, to be that ace, right? Oh, cool. You got the Ohtani rule. You got all those aces. You got more aces than a deck of cards in your rotation. But now, with 2 guys already out, Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell, they need him to pitch. So
that's right. You're right. It's a good call.
If you're going to give him some days off the plate, I would have no issue with that. But hey, the first big takeaway, if you wanted the Shohei Cy Young season, you're getting that so far. So it's going to be a Shohei Cy Young summer. Everyone buckle up. It's going to be fun. I'm here for it, too. I just wanted it to happen organically. And if we're going to take something away, take the bat away. Don't take the glove away. Because guess what? You can pitch around Shohei Ohtani was at the plate. When you're in the box, you can't hide from him, right?
Sign me up. I'm here for all of it.
Next big takeaway, the bullpen. We talked about it a lot today. 29 straight innings without giving up a run. That's the longest streak for a Dodgers pen since 1998, and they're doing it without their $69 million closer in Edwin Diaz, and they're doing it in large part due to the fact that they're not giving up the home run ball, they're executing pitches, they're great with 2 strikes, and also the redemption tour for Tanner Scott is on. I'll tell you a story. When I was at FanFest, and Tanner Scott, he made $72 million. And Bill, I had fans that would DM me, and they would legitimately ask me, they would say, hey, D-Mac, is Tanner Scott a double agent sent from the Padres to go inside the Dodgers and ruin them from within? I had fans asking me that.
Do you think they were serious?
Dead serious. Dodgers fans, we are crazy people, just like you. That's why you fit in with this fan base, Bill.
Finally found a place for my insanity.
Exactly, right? And what have we seen this year? We've seen Tanner Scott get back to being the guy that he was for the first 2 years when the Dodgers were considering him, right? When he was with the Marlins, with the Padres, and he's been one of the best relievers in the sport, and everything's back. And the difference with Tanner Scott is last year you would see he would get to 2 strikes, he wouldn't get to that 3rd strike. And I remember asking Scott about this, and he said, well, he said some explicitives describing his stuff, which I can't say on radio, which I'm learning, right? And also,
come on, Andrew Steven, Mark Bursch, be on your toes.
And also, he said, too, that one of the counterintuitive things about being with the Dodgers early was he was throwing too many strikes, that he was living in the zone, because one of the criticisms with Tanner Scott was that he would walk too many batters and he wouldn't be in the zone. But last year, he was trying to be in the zone and he was getting pounded, especially with 2 strikes. Now he's confident that he can get that chase, and he's seen that again. The walk rate is still down to where it was, but he's been excellent. A 1.37 ERA this season. I remember at FanFest when all the players, they interview, and it's kind of like media day for baseball.
I love FanFest.
It's great. It's like this Dodger Fest now. You got to pay to get in. Good stuff. Gotta
pay for the
bills.
Got to pay for the roster somehow, man.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Doesn't pay for itself. That $430 million roster ain't gonna pay for itself, right? And it was quiet. Tanner Scott comes out, and there's this kid. I mean, he was probably like 12 or 13 years old, and he's like, Tanner, we don't want you. Tanner, we hate you.
Man.
Tanner, go back to San Diego. And I'm looking at Tanner Sky. What's your pitch mix going to look like this year? And he's kind of looking past me, right? And I just felt so bad for the guy. I felt so bad for the guy just because the fan base really didn't wrap their arms around him, and he's just getting great redemption. The ERA last year, 4.74, down to 1.37. You've had other guys contribute, like Kyle Hurt has emerged. Will Klein has the most WAR of any Dodgers reliever, which tells you he's been their best reliever, essentially. He's getting some high-leverage spots. But I think the big theme for the relievers as a whole is we're almost seeing a new era of Dodgers relievers, with Brusdar Graterol being injured, maybe heading for surgery. The guy that is kind of in that spot, Edgardo Henriquez, is kind of what we thought Brusdar Graterol was going to be, a high-velocity reliever, so he's been fantastic. So you haven't gotten those blown saves. The bullpen has been great, and the biggest thing you need to know about the bullpen, too, is they have only pitched 157 1/3 innings. That's the least amount in Major League Baseball. So unlike the Padres, who've been throwing a lot of pitches out of their pen, they're going to have a lot left in the tank, hopefully, for the remainder of the year. Now, next big takeaway.
Can I just real quick, D-Mac Writer, 97.1 The Fan LA. I have a question for you on that bullpen. So the Tanner Scott redemption tour, the bullpen redemption tour, second in WHIP for bullpens, fifth in bullpen ERA, third in batting average against bullpens. Who gets the credit for this? Isn't it a pitching coach? Is it Andrew Friedman's plan pays off a little bit later than we thought? Like, where do you sort of point the nice job, you're the reason this bullpen is where it is?
Collectively, it's a lot of, there's an execution plan that they follow. And look, overall, too, I will say, you're seeing the lowest batting average in baseball that we've seen. Offense is down across the sport. They've tried to fix it, but these guys are executing pitches with live arms. I think the youth, the infusion of youth, like Guy said, guys like Kyle Hurt, who is kind of the best way I can put it to you. A guy like Kyle Hurt, right? He's a Dodgers reliever. On a lot of teams around baseball, he's their fourth or fifth starter, right? Just kind of think about that, right? So they got a lot of depth and a lot of guys that are just fighting to get in there. So there's a lot of healthy competition. So who gets the credit? It's the scouting and it's the development. It's McGrath, right? Who we talked about.
Who could be the Rooter Hero of the day.
Who could be the Rooter Hero of the day.
Over at the Fan LA.
But I'll tell you the real hero, though. The real hero
Talk to me.
of that, and the real reason for that, is the starting pitchers have gone deep into games, going at least 6 innings, whether it be a Justin Robleski, whether it be a Shohei Ohtani, a Yoshinobu Yamamoto, an Emmett Sheehan. You look at the way this rotation, even Tyler Glass now, right? It feels like every single Dodgers starter has gone out there and gone at least 6 or 7 innings for most of this year, so you're not taxing that bullpen. Last year it wasn't the case. The bullpen was carrying a lot of innings and had to eat that, so that's a big reason why. Okay, next big takeaway is the Dodgers offense still hasn't gone close to being at an A level. Like, I would say we're getting a B-, C+ from the Dodgers offense. And if you look at a lot of the offensive categories, it feels like, wow, you look at OPS and home runs and runners in scoring position success. There's a lot of that, but we know that for the Dodgers, when they're right, it's when Mookie Betts is hitting consistently. Freddie Freeman, the top of the lineup. Shohei Ohtani just got it going. What you want to see from them really in this next little wave of 50 games is, can Kyle Tucker live up to that $60 million contract? Because right now, I will say, for as much positivity, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the Dodgers offense as a team, because Tucker was expected to perform at a better level so far. It's still early in the season, but right now, Kyle Tucker hitting .251. He's having a down year. Teoscar Hernandez recently got it together, a 115 weighted runs created plus, so he's 15% above league average, has 6 home runs. He's performed better. But outside of Max Muncy, think about this. Think about this, Bill. You talk about this offense, right? Up there in a lot of categories. But the majority of the hitters in their lineup are having down years. Shohei Ohtani down year, Teoscar Hernandez down year, Kyle Tucker down year, Freddie Freeman down year, Will Smith down year, Mookie Betts down year. So it's a weird thing to think about, because you look at the overall stats and you think, well, wait a second. Who are the guys having good above average years for themselves? It's really just 2 guys, in Max Muncy and Andy Pages.
And I guess Ohtani's been good. He's been fine. He's been better lately.
He has, and he's only going to get better. He's the best hitter in June, really, in the history of this sport. But the funny thing is, considering all that, they lead the league in OPS at 766. If you look at runs scored per game, they have 257 total through 50. That's third in the sport. Home runs, they're still hitting at a high clip.
If you had to guess, what you gave them a B- so far, 50 games in?
The offense, I give them the B-, yeah.
If you had to guess the offense's grade 50 games from now, what do you think it'll be when we do this for the next 50 or 50 later?
They'll get up to an A because Shohei Ohtani is going to explode in June. He does this every single year. But the concern I do have is, I always say this. I mean, if you want the dub, you've got to slug, right? The Dodgers are 6-11 this year when they don't hit a home run, right? They are a team that relies on leaving the yard to win a game. And at some point, it becomes unsustainable. So that's one thing. So you look at the offense as a whole, guys having down years, guys kind of getting up there in age. Is that a factor we'll kind of monitor throughout this season? But for the most part, they've gotten it done on the backs of great elite starting pitching and a really, really great bullpen and some timely hitting. Okay, next big takeaway is there's a lot of money on the injured list. There's a lot of money
That's a good one.
On the IL. Blake Snell, $182 million man. Hopefully those bodies tightened up. I mean, if they're loose bodies, they become tight bodies. How's it kind of work? But no, I was talking to someone from the team today. What they said was, you don't look at how many there were, because he had 3 loose bodies, and they used the nano needle that's supposed to save them a month of recovery time, so we should see Blake Snell back sooner than later, but it's where they were. Kind of, if it's further along the elbow, it's something that kind of pushes the recovery time to longer, but he's on the IL. Tyler Glasnow, $136.5 million man. He's on the IL. Tommy Edman, who's supposed to be their super utility player, he signed a 5-year, $74 million extension a couple years ago. He's been a below-average bat his entire career with the Dodgers. Postseason, he was great in the 2024 NLCS, but he hasn't really gotten it done consistently in the regular season. So there's been a lot of high-priced players. Edwin Diaz, $69 million, right? So there's a lot of money on the injured list right now, and it's a credit to their depth. Without the depth, they wouldn't be where they are.
The more that you walk us through this here on DMAC and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan LA, Doug McCain, Bill Ryder, the more 31-19 feels pretty great.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I've been trying to push here, is that if I told you that 70% of their lineup was having below average seasons by their standards, and if I told you that you were missing 2 out of their 4 aces for a long stretch, and your high-priced closer in Edwin Diaz, you'd be like, oh, wow, we're in third place? Right? Cool, we'll take that.
Right.
But the fact is they have the 3rd best record in baseball, so the Dodgers just do things differently, right? They have that ability to find guys to produce in certain stretches. So that's certainly a takeaway. 4th big takeaway is, we've talked about him all week. We'll give him his flowers once again. But Andy Pages, and I've said it on this show numerous times, this kind of pokes a hole in the Dodgers are ruining baseball because they're just buying up all the big-name players narrative. This is a guy they got for $300,000 after he illegally defected from Cuba. $300,000. This is a guy that Artie Moreno, because he was impatient in the Mookie Betts deal.
Yeah, this is amazing.
It was supposed to be Andy Pages, Jock Peterson. You had a Luis Rengifo going back to the Dodgers, and Artie Moreno said, no, I'm impatient. I don't want this deal. And guess what? Andy Pages has gone on to be one of the best complete players in baseball. And the takeaway here is that
what's crazy is that statement you just said is absolutely true and not even remotely debatable, and it's Andy Pages.
Yeah, certainly. It's crazy. I mean, the fact that Andy Pages has been arguably the best player, and of course Shohei doesn't count. He's always going to be the best.
Shohei side, yeah.
He's in his own. He's in the VIP club with the velvet ropes, like we always talk about. But outside of that, I mean, he's been their best player, full stop. Like, he's been that good, and more importantly too, is it gives them a shot of youth when they need it the most. So Andy Pages has been huge. He's going to be here for a long time. And I think the last takeaway we'll get into on this one is that this team at this point, they're hangover proof. They really are. Like, you talk about World Series hangovers and that bleeding into the next season. And I've said it before, this doesn't feel like it's 50 games into one season. It feels like we're in the 3rd straight season with all these deep postseason runs. And despite all this, give Dave Roberts a lot of credit, give the coaching and Andrew Friedman a lot of credit. They've still put this team in a position where you didn't fall too far behind in division. No, you're actually leading your division. There's no World Series hangover with the Dodgers.
That is such good stuff here on DMAC and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, LA, 50 games in to this Dodgers season, and you just got a lot of reasons to keep listening to this show and DMAC and all the Dodgers talk we're going to do here on this program and the entirety of 97.1 The Fan, LA. I love to see when something that I say or someone else says that should happen starts to become the talking point. You've been saying something, DMAC, on the airwaves this week, behind the scenes in the weeks leading up to the launch of 97.1 The Fan, about the Dodgers and a pretty big name out there and why they should go get him. And lo and behold, all of a sudden, all of these baseball writers and all these narratives and all this social media is starting to reciprocate and echo what you've been saying, how DMAC called a potential big name Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers could go after. We'll tell you who it is, and we'll give DMAC some more of his flowers. You should tune in because he's telling you stuff in advance. We'll do it again. We'll break it down next year. DMAC and Ryder. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Phone number here if you want to give us a call, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. You can stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, at The Fan LA, The Fan LA. So I'm up this morning early. You get up early too. You're an early riser like I am.
I get up pretty early.
I don't want to. I'm not a morning person. It's more life is forcing me to.
For me, it's the first time I get up, I can't go back to sleep.
What is that, like 4 a.m. territory?
Not anymore. Not since I'm doing the show. I get pretty tired. So, I mean, I did sleep in till 7:30 and 8 a couple days this week.
That's not bad.
But 6-ish.
Yeah,
6-ish.
That's where I'm at.
Because I'm at late watching Dodger games, going to the game, and things like that.
You're at all the games.
Yeah. Are you a nap guy?
I used to be well, I had 4 years where I worked from 4:30 in the morning till 10 a.m., and then I worked from 4 p.m. to midnight. So I would sleep in shifts.
So that's I can't nap. Period. Like
I learned to.
You're gonna have to teach me. Yeah.
Okay, you have to get really tired and be miserable, and then just fall asleep at 1 because it's all you. Okay, so I'm up this morning. I'm up early, and I'm scrolling through social media, and I'm researching for the show, getting ready for D-Mac and Ryder on 97.1 The Fan LA, day 5 of this station, and I keep seeing stories and speculation about a certain big-time pitcher who the Dodgers should go get, and even some reporting on this. And do you know what I thought? I thought, that's my guy. My guy D-Mac is the person who put that out there. So without further ado, you take it from here because you're the guy. And I'm not taking any shots at Robert Murray or anybody. Great stuff from Robert Murray. But you started this. You were the first to say this that I heard.
Look, I mean, the Dodgers certainly had communication with the Tigers during the winter meetings. It was reported by a local reporter here that there was conversations. But I think when you look at Tarek Skubal, let's kind of lay this out here. The first couple of things. So Buster Olney put something out where he mentioned the Dodgers and Tarek Skubal and if he's going to be a big name. We saw that. But leading up to the trade deadline, I think one of the big conversations with the Dodgers is going to be this. You've got a lot of prospects.
So much talent.
You've got a lot of pieces. And the reason why Tarek Skubal makes a lot of sense for the first big reason is elite starting pitching wins. And for so many years we saw a Dodgers team, you had Clayton Kershaw, then you had Hyun-Jin Ryu, then you had Walker Buehler, you had Julio Urias, you had Max Scherzer, you had Walker Buehler. They had some really, really good quality starters, but then they doubled them, right? Now you have, instead of 2 aces in a rotation, you have 4 aces in a rotation. And it would most likely require an injury to a Blake Snell or a Tyler Glasnow or Yamamoto or, God forbid, a Shohei Ohtani because you just need 4 starters in a rotation in the postseason. But the idea that every single one of their starters are going to remain healthy after how heavily they were taxed not only in the regular season but in the postseason. You had Yamamoto going on back-to-back starts in Game 6 and Game 7. You had Blake Snell who's continued to deal with injuries. Shoulder inflammation led to him starting his season a lot. It took a while to get him back and ready, and then he had the loose body thing. And then Tyler Glasnow with the back, and it feels like he's dealing with everything. I think when it's all said and done, I'm not predicting an injury to a Dodgers starting pitcher, right? But what I am saying is, one, the Dodgers have had communication with the Tigers, and they've done deals with them in the past. Jack Flaherty came here in 2024, helped them win a World Series as a pitcher. So there is an understanding between baseball and basketball and other sports are really different. I mean, it takes a while for baseball scouts to really do the groundwork on prospects for another team, right? It's not like, oh, we saw your college tape and this and that. No, they go to games, they watch them extensively. So I know at this point Detroit already knows which prospects they would want.
There's a lot of scouting they have to do. There's a lot of good Dodgers prospects.
And they have a surplus of outfielders, right? From Josue DePaula to Zaire Hope to James Tibbs to Mike Sirota. And then also, you have a lot of arms that are younger arms that at some point you might want to move, whether it be an Emmett Sheehan, Gavin Stone's coming back, River Ryan, who you know how high I am. If River Ryan were to be included in a deal for Tarek Skubal, that's something that I would even consider. Because here's what we know, is that without elite starting pitching, right? Think about this. The Dodgers did something that a lot of people thought they weren't going to be able to do, and that is go on the road in Toronto and take games 6 and 7 against the best team in the American League. To double down on that, the best team ever offensively in the postseason. That's how good the Blue Jays were. They're in the conversation for the best offensive team. It required absolutely elite. Yeah, certainly.
You got to win.
It required the very best pitchers on the planet. If the Dodgers had their pitching from years ago, they wouldn't have won. But it was the $314 million man in Yamamoto, right? It was Blake Snell. It was top dollar pitching. Tarek Skubal, if he's a Dodger, he's arguably right away their best pitcher. That's how good he is.
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA. To your point, by the way, most of the sort of ranking services would say the Dodgers have 7 top 100 prospects and 4 of them are in the top 50. Do you care how aggressive they are? I mean, at this point, are you just go get them?
So you have enough depth to be able to go out there and get someone like a Skubal, because here's the thing. It's not like he's under team control for multiple years. The fact that he's coming back off an injury, Detroit is a team that is not going to contend, so most likely they're going to be sellers. So even though you're going to have to give some top prospects, whether that be a Zaire Hope, an Emil Morales, even a River Ryan, and Jackson Ferris, some of their top prospects, not all of them, but maybe 2 of them, and then another prospect down the list, you're doing that to protect yourself. Because let's say the postseason begins and one of your starters starts to wear down, there's nowhere to go. So I still think that after the trade deadline, somehow, some way, I believe that Tarek Skubal will be a Dodger because they don't need to go out and get a reliever. They don't need to go out and get a position player. If there is a position group that is really hard to get the top tier, it's starting pitching. Think about that. There's like 5 true aces on the planet, right? They don't grow on trees. And when you get an A-level ace starter like Tarek Skubal, who's also a left-handed pitcher, a lot of righties in the Dodgers starting rotation, a guy that is going to hopefully be somewhat rested because they haven't been making those deep postseason runs. He's been out for most of this year. And mind you, he's going for a contract, right? He is a Scott Boras guy. I talked to Scott Boras multiple times this past off season, and the last conversation I had with him down at the winter meetings, I asked him about Tarek Skubal, and what I asked him about Skubal was, how much do you think he would want to pitch in a big market? And he told me that Tarek Skubal loves the bright lights and that he thrives in big markets. Detroit, not a big market. LA, a big market. So the point I'm trying to make here is I think the Dodgers would welcome the idea of giving up prospects for a rental, knowing it could lead to them showing how great it is to be a Dodger and sign him to a long-term deal.
Look, we don't love it. D-Mac, let me just circle back here. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Dodgers have pretty good odds to land him if Skubal gets moved. The Mets have better odds. The Red Sox have better odds. If there's a bidding war, if those organizations, and we've seen, and we'll see what the Mets numbers do because they've got to play better baseball, but panic in that organization, would you be willing to, quote-unquote, overspend if you're the Dodgers if one of these teams, one of these other teams who currently have a better, likelihood, according to Vegas, just get crazy with it? Go A.J. Preller out there. Just like, here, take everything.
So I always go back to this quote that Andrew Friedman dropped a few years ago when it comes to free agent spending, when it comes to going after players in the trade market. It is, if you're always rational about every free agent, you'll finish third on every free agent. And that applies to trades too, right?
That's a great line.
If you're rational about it and you say, okay, I just want a dollar for dollar amount, you're never going to win. And I always say this, if you want to make a trade for a top level player, you got to be ready to spend the hotel minibar prices, right? The hotel minibar price. I know you.
No, I have, yeah.
You open, I know you.
No, I do.
You're like, Bill, Lori's like, Bill, $100 on Snickers.
It's bad. No, it's more like a bottle of red wine at 2 in the morning.
And red wine, I know you
half
you dropped
a bottle
that.
For $50, yeah.
You're not going to get the day after Halloween candy prices, right? So I think the Dodgers realize this too, that there's a lot of uncertainty with the CBA. And could we miss some time? And then you look at the roster too.
Right.
This is a roster.
Will our advantage go away after the season?
The window's closing.
Yeah.
It's not opening. It's not getting wider. It's going down because you've got aging superstars, Freddie, Mookie, and a pitching staff that's pitched a lot.
I got some good news for you, D-Mac, here on D-Mac and Ryder.
Hit me.
Lineups are out. Dodgers in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Another good series, another good challenge. Justin Robleski takes the bump for us. Logan Henderson for Milwaukee. I'll just throw the names at you, and you'll know which one is the one that you're excited about. In this order, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Tucker, Pages, Muncy, Hernandez, Rushing, and my guy, Mr. Kim. Dalton Rushing gets an opportunity, a little bite at the apple.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for Dalton Rushing against a really good Brewers team. They know how to play baseball at a competitive level against the big market teams.
What a great small market.
They are. And their manager, Pat
them.
Murphy's always trying to play the underdog card. But that lineup right there is interesting in that, hey, you're in a series against the Brewers, a big series, and you got Dalton Rushing behind the dish. I look at Hesson Kim as an interesting.
I love Hesson Kim.
I
don't know why.
I mean, I know why, because he's a cool dude. He's a great player.
He's a grinder.
Man. He is. I showed him a picture of Clayton Kershaw as a kid once, and he said that looked like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone, and it was pretty spot on. So
wow.
he's a big Home Alone fan.
And
is my point.
He's got a good sense of humor.
He does. And the thing about Hesson Kim is, next Monday you're going to get Kike Hernandez back, so he's going to be coming off the IL.
Some difficult decisions coming down the pipe.
Exactly. And then soon after that, Tommy Edman's going to come back. So when both of those guys return, the two options are going to be Kim's probably going to get optioned. But here's the thing. This is why.
Not okay.
You're not cool with it. So you want to see Kim instead of Kike?
I don't want to have to deal with reality. I don't want to have to deal with reality.
That was actually one of my things I was going to say, too. Is I think Kike Hernandez is more popular in Los Angeles than LeBron James. I know that's a wild take, but I think that
I don't know if it's a wrong take.
Yeah, I think there's something
might
there.
be the right take.
Yeah. And by the way, I was going to point something out. I think it was during the practice show, or maybe the earliest week. You told me to read the lineup, and you went to me. I didn't read it right away, and you haven't let me read the lineup since. Is it
well,
me? I'm pretty.
You keep telling me that you don't want to drive, and so I'm like, okay, I can make it work.
It's
I can
okay.
step up.
It's okay.
Do you want to do the lineup?
No, never. I will never.
I didn't know.
Under any circumstances.
Did I just LeBron this thing?
No, I will never.
Did I just Artie Moreno this thing or AJ Preller this thing?
I will never.
We've got our favorite and least favorite 5 LA sports figures coming up. Did I just jump into the wrong list?
No.
Oh
no,
man,
I love it. I love it. And
am I out of the lineup?
No, you're batting leadoff, man. You're batting leadoff, most important position. Yeah. But so the point I'm trying to make about Kim though is he has got to make the most of his remaining starts and playing time because inevitably there'll be another injury. Also in September later, you're going to call up another player, right? In the postseason last year, never forget, it was Hesson Kim that scored that game-winning run against the Phillies in Game 4, and it was Hesson Kim who was on the field when Mookie had the unassisted double play to end it. So he wants to be a part of this roster. I'll give you another move. Hopefully Miguel Rojas is okay, and he's going to be on the show next week, by the way. Shout out to Miguel Rojas.
Can I just real quick add to your point about the third of how crowded this is?
Yeah.
Alex Freeland is dominating AAA right now.
And that's
he's dominating.
And he's going to dominate in Detroit, too. When he goes there for scuba, right? No,
I like it. Yeah.
But my point is, and here's the thing. It kind of going back to that. I mean, look at Miguel Vargas. Look at Michael Busch. I mean, these players, and Andy Pa has a great example. Dalton Rushing,
who's hitting fifth again.
Exactly.
No. Your doppelganger is not in the lineup.
Yeah, Smitty's not in the lineup today. And Teoscar Hernandez, I don't know what he has to do to go up in the lineup, but he's batting
Teo's
7.
been pitching well though since you made this point, not me. Since Roberts kind of poked the bear a little bit.
He has, and give him credit. I think that's one of the great things about Dave Roberts is he knows which buttons to push with different players. For Shohei, he says, "Hey, you do
whatever
I say.
you want."
Yeah, you're not batting today, but
yeah, Dave Roberts says, "Yes, sir."
No, hey,
I understand.
Dave Roberts.
Yes, I can close the door on my way out.
Yeah, okay. Anything I get you? All right, but.
No, I know it says Dave Roberts, but that is definitely your parking spot. I'll walk.
They have some great prank wars, by the way.
Do they?
Do you see what? So in the offseason, Shohei put a bunch of those, those balls that you find at like those pits at like play things for kids. He filled Shohei filled his car with that. So that's
Phil
good.
Dave's?
Yeah. And he opened the thing.
I'm sure Dave loved it.
Yeah, I'm sure they did, especially at 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was.
That was from Andy Paez. I don't know if Andy would be hitting fifth.
Yeah.
he might be tearing up AAA. I don't know.
Exactly. But I mean, hey, to go back to the Scooble thing on one last run there, you at some point you hold on to these guys for too long. And you just brought up Alex Freeland, right? Where's the path for Alex Freeland to get playing time? And at some point, it's like when you bring a prospect up. One thing I was told from someone from Baseball America a couple years ago was just at some point when a prospect makes their debut, it's tough for them to get their value higher Because if you're on a team like the Dodgers, there's not a lot of opportunities for playing time when you got the Mookies and the Muncies and all this talent.
It's a great point, dude. It's a great point.
And it's also the mystery box factor too, right? When a prospect debuts at the big league level, it's like you're driving a car off the lot. The value just goes down because of that. So someone like Alex Freeland, who is having success at the minor league level, you pair him with the top prospect and maybe a pitcher, and all of a sudden you're the Tigers and you say, okay, we don't want to be the Angels with Shohei Ohtani and get nothing for him. We want to trade Tarek Skubal for quality talent because that's the best you're going to get. So I'm calling right now. I've said all season. I don't know how that's going to get it done. In Friedman, we trust. Tarek Skubal, I'm still confident, will somehow, some way end up on the Dodgers.
Dodgers game just about to get underway, the one that we're talking about. We will, of course, keep you updated on that here on 97.1 The Fan LA. If you want to call us, talk some Dodgers, 855-97 LA Fan. You can also text us at that number, 855-975-2326. Stream us live at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA. We will do the NFL report and some of the news for the Chargers, some of the news for the Rams, and some other things from around the league next here on D-Mac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain and Bill Ryder, D-Mac and Ryder. Shohei Ohtani drew a walk, stole second, and then the Brewers challenged, and I guess he was out. I didn't see it. Did either of you see it first? Obviously they must have barely got him. He looked safe to me.
I saw on the replay they kind of got him on the back of his upper arm when the tag came down.
Hey, D-Mac, what's up with the Angels lineup? Just kidding. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. 855-97 LA Fan. What's up, man?
What's up, man? Hey, I don't like how Shohei. Wait, so he got picked off, or what was the deal?
He was trying to steal second. It looked like he got in there.
Okay.
Yeah, Brewers challenge.
Why is he trying to steal, man?
Steal
I don't want to get injured.
Because he can do everything.
Okay.
You know, I
am kind of like his mom. Huh? I'm a helicopter parent.
I'm not a Dodgers insider like you, but I do have a source who told me. I heard, right, just between us, me, you, and everybody listening to 97.1 The Fan LA, I heard Shohei's favorite media member, who he considers the number one Dodgers person in the country, doesn't think he can do these things, and so he's trying to prove it to one Dodgers person who got a radio show recently.
That's an interesting theory. Yeah.
It's not reporting. It's total theory. It's total theory.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
That's not a real report.
Yeah.
Unlike this NFL report.
Oh, that was smooth, baby. There it is.
That's right. This is the NFL report, where we take a look at things going on across the league, focusing in, especially today, on the Rams, Raiders, and the Chargers, which is where we begin. Hey, guys, Keenan Allen is still a free agent. And for as long as he's a free agent, it's possible that he comes back to play for the Chargers. Why not? Because actually, Chargers GM Joe Hort he was on Up and Adams, and he was asked about Keenan Allen, and he said, quote, "I've had some communications with Keenan's representation, and we talk. Right now, the guys that we have here, we're letting them grow and develop. Nothing but love for Keenan. And that door is not closed."
D-Mac, are you Keenan on him?
That's a good one. He is someone who
first selected.
It was 81 passes for 777 yards, 4 touchdowns, played a career high 17 games. Here's the issue though. You need someone a lot better than Keenan Allen. I think running him back, I think they need a bigger upgrade. But he is a veteran. He does have experience. The Chargers like him. The door's still open.
Leadoff single for the Brewers, by the way.
There you go. Oh, I'm watching. Yours ahead of me.
Robo. You're over there, man? Your mic's not on, pal.
It's okay. Slight technical difficulty.
Friday show.
Friday show. I threw off Sam. I had on the rundown that I was going to do this topic first. So now, Sam, it's okay. You can leave it on the screen because now I'm going to talk about Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson spoke with Sports Illustrated a couple days ago, and he was asked about those who criticized the Rams' selection of him. He said, quote, "I really didn't care, to be honest with you. Everybody can have an opinion, but it's my job to take care of my business. So the Rams took me with the 13th overall pick. So now it's my job to be the best player I can be, the best Ty I can be, and go out there and prove them right. I don't really listen to all that. My job is to make sure to do whatever my team needs me to do to win, and that's what I'm going to do."
D-Mac, is it time for you to come around on him?
Sounds like that's a good one, too. I think it's time for him to stop being like an AI character, start getting honest. And look, I think for Simpson, he's certainly in a great spot. He was the big winner of the quarterbacks in the draft, and he's saying all the right things. You got to love it. He's towing the company line.
First things, I'm saying all the right things. I got 2 cheers in a row.
You got 2 cheers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it. Okay.
How's that Angels lineup?
That's I'm going to pull it up. They're playing today. The Halo, the Mike Trout batting last. Wow. I think his thing's not still.
No, I was just letting you take in that Angels lineup.
He's letting it breathe.
Can I really do the Angels lineup with it? That would mean a lot to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Of course you can.
While you pull that up, I'll talk to you about Clint Kubiak, who spoke about Fernando Mendoza at OTAs so far. He said, quote,
2-run home run for the Brewers. So it's not a...
That's a 3-run home run, actually.
It's now,
it's
a 3-run homer.
That's a 3-run homer.
So it's Justin Onobo.
Boo! Whoa!
Wow, getting the
thought that
boo.
was a good one.
Yeah, you didn't know that I had that on the board, too.
Didn't know that you had that in your heart.
Wow.
Hey, listen, Clint Kubiak, when asked about Fernando Mendoza so far at OTAs, he said, quote, "He has not disappointed. He's working his tail off. It's very important to him that he asks a lot of great questions when he gets on the field. He's no BS. He's all ball."
That sounds like that's what you want to hear from a guy that's coming to change the culture. I think he's going to be big for the Raiders. I mean, he's going to be huge for Fernando Mendoza one way or the other. That's kind of the trend of this league. You got to get your coordinator, you got to get your quarterback. What are your thoughts on Kubiak?
Kubiak I like. Mendoza, radio, you're supposed to have an opinion, and I guess I do radio because I have an opinion on everything. I am so uncertain. I am so agnostic on that quarterback. I'm just not sure about him.
The good thing about Clint Kubiak is he does a lot of things, right? It's passing, offense,
Yeah,
it's
great
running back.
offense. Yeah.
He's a yak of all trades.
Yeah, the right guy for that guy.
He's a yak of all trades. Kubiak of all trades.
Oh, that's a reluctant cheer. I see it
That's
on
a
your
good
face.
one. Oh, stop your yakking on Kubiak. Okay, I'm trying to get back at. I'm down like 3-1 here in the series.
You'll make it up with the Angels lineup.
Wow.
That's all. That's the end of our report.
Hey.
That's it. There's it's a Friday.
Right.
So.
You want to read the Angels report?
Let's see what we got. All
Time
right.
for the Angels report.
Tim Salmon. Oh. So it's 3-0. Robo.
No, the Angels
misses off the plate. The Angel. Oh, they've disbanded. There is no. Let's see.
But the OC Angels are gone.
The Angel. Oh, here we go. The Angels lineup is out. Shortstop, Zach Neto. Center fielder, Mike Trout batting second. First base, Nolan Shanaway. Whoa, is that we're here back? Okay, this is like I feel like it's hurting my ears, but
It's 4 hits in a row.
DH, Jorge Soler, bringing some Soler power to the lineup. Joe Adele, hello.
Solar power.
Joe Adele, right? Hello, Joe Adele. Okay.
Did you just make an Adele joke with?
Yes.
I love it's bad, but I like the effort.
Jeez. See, Wade Meckler.
You're on fire in a bad way.
Oswald Peraza, then Logan O'Hoppe batting 8th, and then third base Donna Walton at third. That is
it
the
just makes me sick.
that is the Angels lineup. I could have made up 4 of those names, and I don't think anyone would have called in and known.
Oh boy,
hello.
What's going on here? The Brewers just get another hit or a walk? They're just Robo's in big trouble.
Yeah.
Things are not going well. What is going well is this show because I get to hang out with Doug McCain and you get to hang out with Doug McCain and Bill Ryder. That's me. Dean, are you talk about yourself in the third person? I'm not.
Not really.
People do that. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Bill Ryder doesn't do that. D-Mac and Ryder, 97-1 the Fan LA. Thank you. I kind of laugh from Burge. I like Burge a lot. Oh, yeah, 4-2. And we keep the magic going with our 5 favorite and least favorite current Southern California sports figures next on D-Mac and Ryder.
Talk Lakers, argue.
All right, what up, LA? Welcome into the final hour of the last show, the first week of 97.1 The Fan, LA. D-Mac and Ryder, Doug McCain, Bill Ryder with you. Remember, you can listen on the FM dial. We're the only sports talk radio station on the FM dial of 97.1. You can listen live on the free Odyssey app or the iHeart Radio app. And you can stream us. The Fan LA is where you want to go, on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. We're going to get to a little NBA talk in about 30 minutes. We're going to reveal the Rooter Hero of the day in about 45 minutes. But right now, D-Mac, you and I are going to reveal our favorite and least favorite 5, our rankings of good and bad, loved and not so loved sports figures in Los Angeles. And you will kick us off with the good guys on your list, because it's time for segment of the year.
New segment alert.
Number 1.
Nope.
Number 5.
Yeah. So number 5 on my list of most liked athletes. I'm starting with number 5.
Okay.
I'm going Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the World Series MVP, what he did for this city going on no days rest. What he did in Game 7 is stuff of legend. It was one of the best performances we've ever seen. Also, shout out to Yada Sensei, his guru that helped him pitch in that game. So I'm going Yamamoto, number 5.
I don't have Yamamoto on my list. I love this. I love the love you're giving.
Okay. I was hoping to see how many we could not have the same.
Yeah.
So Yamamoto, number 5. Dodgers ace.
Number 4.
Number 4, I'm sticking with the Dodgers and going with Freddie Freeman.
Okay.
The only player to have 2 walk-offs in a World Series. Multiple walk-off home runs. He was the World Series MVP in 2024. He helped the Dodgers win another one in 2025. I think he represents everything that's great about a baseball player. He's someone that moved back here. His dad and his family get to see all of his games. And my hope is that Freddie's had so much success with the Dodgers that he goes into Cooperstown with that interlocking LA Dodgers hat on his plaque. So give me Freddie, number 4. He gave me one of my greatest moments ever, the walk-off home run in 2024, the walk-off grand slam against the Yankees. First time ever.
D-Mac, that's a great one, too. I also don't have him. This exercise, to me, is highlighting how many likable, great people you can root for, athletes there are in Los Angeles. And if you're listening and you want to give us your top 5 list, 855-97-LA-FAN. You can just text it if you want to do that, 855-97-LA-FAN. Call in with your top 5 list, or you can go on all the socials at the Fan LA and just drop it in the comments and we can read it in a little bit.
Number 3.
Number 3, I've got Luka Doncic.
Also don't have Luka Doncic. Wow.
Luka made me re-fall in love with the Lakers all over again. And
really?
Of course, I've always been a Lakers fan. I'm from here. I was raised here. I feel like I've watched every Laker game ever. Really, it feels like it. But what I love about Luka, and the reason why I say it kind of made me re-fall in love with the Lakers, is even though he didn't start his career here, I think he's young enough to where we get to see his absolute prime. With LeBron, we didn't see his absolute prime, right? He was with the Cavs, the Heat, the Cavs, then the Lakers. I think Luka can win his first championship as a Laker, can win his first MVP as a Laker. Also, he's been great to the fan base here. The fans love him, decided to watch him. And I think this, I've said this, if Kobe could pick kind of one player to kind of take the torch to this organization, I think he would have strongly considered Luka Doncic with the way he plays the game.
I love that as well.
Number 2.
Number 2, I've got a guy that just got a big bag, and that is John Matthew Stafford. So Matthew Stafford, the quarterback of the Rams. Let me just fill you in about my NFL fandom history. Like I said, I'm from here. I was raised here, so I did not have an NFL team in Los Angeles. I'm basically getting to get past some childhood trauma with the Rams. I'm living out my childhood dreams in my 30s because I get to have an NFL team, and I got to experience my NFL team win a Super Bowl, and it was largely because of Matthew Stafford. So that's why I got him at number 2.
Wow. So I think I know where we're going here. And the big reveal.
Number 1.
Number 1, you know who it is. A guy that I think will define LA sports athletes forever. He's not just the GOAT of LA sports. I think he goes down to the GOAT of his sport. Of course, I'm talking about Superman in baseball cleats, and that is the one, Mr. Shohei Ohtani. He's number one. I don't need to elaborate. You know why. His number 17 Dodgers jersey to LA is going to be what Chicago 23 was to the Bulls and to that city. Just synonymous, iconic, the greatest to ever do it in real time. We are witnessing history with Shohei.
That is a great list. I love that list. Mine is completely, markedly different. And so I will quickly reveal. You're not going to like all these, I think. I think there's one you may not like.
I'll be the judge of that.
I know.
Number 5.
Austin Reeves. Now, let me just explain. You look so angry. Let me just explain. My son Henry, who's now 13, 2 years ago, having a rough stretch, went to a Lakers game. He's pretty fearless. He had just talked his way to meeting Messi. He was going to go up. He was going to walk onto the floor and talk to LeBron. I was an NBA insider at the time, and I said, dude, you cannot go talk to LeBron. He doesn't listen. I love you, Henry, if you're listening. He does whatever he wants to do. I had to go to the bathroom very badly. Like, you cannot, under any circumstances, leave this seat. We have pretty good seats. You cannot leave this seat. I physically ran to the restroom and ran back, and when I came back, this is what was occurring. If you're watching the stream, you can see it. Austin Reeves and my son, and Austin had his hand around, or his arm around him, and was like talking to him, and was, I think, gave him an autograph, introduced him to his family. It was absolutely incredible. And so I understand why you wouldn't have Austin Reeves on your list, but he was so kind to my son that I became a fan of Austin Reeves as a human being. And then we sat down in our seats, like third or fourth row. We had a connection at the time. It's gone. And there were 3 or 4 strangers. They're like, Henry, hey, and high-fiving him. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Henry met the people near us. They were Austin Reeves' family. So thank you, Austin Reeves, for being so kind to my kid.
Look, that trumps all, man. If they're nice to your family, if they're nice to your kids, Austin Reeves seems like a great guy. I don't have anything to feel bad about for him. I think he's a great dude. I think that, hey, he's a great story. So, hey, I have no issue with that pick. I don't know why you think I would.
You did the minute you heard it in time, but you got the explanation.
Yeah, the explanation I understand. Look,
you
Austin
balled
Reeves,
your fist.
He's going to be back.
First, he balled his fist, right? There was fist balling.
Yeah, there was visible tension.
But then you heard the story, and you said, your eyes.
I call him
said it,
Austin the Asset Reeves, right? He's an asset for me to sign and trade at some point. Austin the Asset Reeves.
I love it.
Number 4.
Andrew Friedman for me here, and I know that like this is sort of a big picture, and he's already accomplished things, but it's easy sometimes, like with Shohei, to take for granted greatness and to take for granted excellence. And when you get, this happened with Kobe, this is happening maybe with the Dodgers, it happened with Jordan in Chicago, it happened with Messi at Barcelona. When you get to a certain level of utter historical greatness and domination, it's easy to just be like, oh, this is the natural order of things. What the Dodgers are doing and what they've built is not the natural order of things. And there's a lot of people who get credit, but Friedman created this thing, put this thing together, put together the process and processes that sort of have led to this reality. And so for me, on a list of active sports figures, Friedman is so high.
Hey, he's not only made our childhood dreams come true, I think, Ryan Bursch, because he's given us World Series titles, and I think that he's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. He's very humble. I want to see a bobblehead, a statue. He deserves all the flowers. The man's a genius.
1,000%.
Number 3.
So this one's a little more heartstrings meets sports. It's kind of Austin Reeves combined with Andrew Friedman. I haven't met this guy. It's Mike Trout for me. And I just, the joy that he gave me as just a baseball fan, and in the case of the Angels, as a neutral fan, is immense. And I've taken Henry, my son, we haven't met Mike Trout, but to a lot of Angels games back in the day to see Trout and to see Shohei. And some of this is my sympathy for him that he will never probably have the success as a player in terms of postseason. Guys don't want a playoff game, let alone a chance at a World Series. It's such a bummer. But I think his greatness and his character and his loyalty, even if it's misplaced to the Angels, for me, puts him on the list. We have a lot of baseball players in these lists.
Yeah, that's. I'll reserve my comment for that one.
All right.
Because
you don't reserve that. This is radio.
There's a tie. Well, because I don't want to tip off a pick I might have coming up.
Okay.
But that's an interesting pick.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick.
Okay.
I respect the pick. Interesting pick, though.
I like where we're going. I think I know what's happening.
Number 2.
I have Mark Walter on here, and I almost put him number 1
because of what he's already done, but also because of what he's going to do for the Lakers. And I think that your own Weitzman conversation we had yesterday, which was a really great conversation. If you missed it, it's worth going back to the pod. This is the guy, great reporter, writer, who broke the story on some of the details of how Friedman and Zaidi are involving themselves with the Lakers, but they're doing that at the direction of their boss, the actual owner of both these teams, Mark Walter. And so for what he's done for the Dodgers and for what I think he's going to do for the Lakers and the hope I feel for Lakers fans, he's on my list at number 2.
Nice pull. Nice pull. I have no issue with that. He's been incredible for this city.
Yeah, man.
Number 1.
Mark Walter would be number 1, but we have the same number 1. I mean, it's Shohei Ohtani. There's nothing. I mean, if we expanded this list to the entire country, Shohei Ohtani would still be number 1.
The universe, the history of this planet, it would be Shohei Ohtani.
Alternate universes.
The Milky Way.
So now we're going to the bottom 5. Now we're going to the negativity. I'm really interested to see how you do this.
I'm ready. Just give me the go.
The heat you're bringing on our bottom 5 sports figures in LA here on DMAC and Ryder 97.1 The Fan LA.
Number 5.
Number 5. I hate to do this. Mike Trout.
Wow!
I got Mike Trout. The Angels are 6-24 over the last 30 games.
Is that bad?
Mike Trout, that's not good numbers. Mike Trout has played in every single one of those games. And it's nothing personal, but I hate the fact that Mike Trout hasn't walked up to the front office, pounded on the door, and said, get me the heck out of here.
You want to be Mike out.
I want to see Mike out. There you go. Bang, that deserves one.
You made me raise my pun game.
And I want to see him use that Mike clout.
Oh!
Right? And say, there you go. I'm back, baby.
That was a strong Mike shout.
Mike drop. Okay. All right. It would be so awesome to see that. We talk about how great Shohei Ohtani is. Mike Trout was just as great with the bat, okay?
Right.
And we only got to see him in 3 postseason games in his career. It's absolutely criminal. He is just being wasted and rotting in Anaheim. And I just hate that. I don't hate him as a person, but I hate that.
Sounds like
I hate his loyalty. I hate that personal trait. He's that loyal to a franchise. Yes, I know he's the guy that signed that contract, but to at least not say that he wants out, it makes me really upset. So he's number 5.
It's a great point, but why do you hate Mike Trout so much?
I hate the loyalty.
No, just kidding.
Give me the Philly. Give me the Chicago. Anywhere but Anaheim.
Does he remove himself from the list permanently, immediately, if he asks for and gets a trade to one of those spots?
Certainly. Okay. It would go a long way. He's got to get out of that escape room in Anaheim and get to a contender. We want to see him in the postseason. His Hall of Fame acceptance speech is going to be so awkward. Think about how weird that's going to be. It's so bad. Even Ken Griffey Jr. had those moments in Seattle where they were good. He just never had those moments. It's a travesty.
Number 4.
Number 4. I've got a guy, Dalton Knecht.
Wow.
Deeper cut.
It's a wow.
And the reason why I hate Dalton Knecht is because he didn't understand that the NBA is a business, and that when he was included in that trade for Mark Williams and the trade went awry, that he didn't just get back to work and he was sulking, and you saw those shots of him looking disinterested. He looked Dalton disconnected with the organization. Okay, his earphones might not work.
No, he heard you.
Oh, he did? Okay.
He was being, yeah. You shouldn't have asked for it.
Okay. So, look, I mean, he lost.
More like Dalton, what the heck?
Okay, come on now. He looked like he lost his ability to shoot. And it looked like he lost his confidence. And for a guy that's 6'6" with a 6'10" wingspan, he was supposed to be a 3-level scorer. You were supposed to get size, athleticism. He was supposed to be a polished shooter. And then it just all went away after that trade. So I don't like guys who don't respond to adversity and just sulk. So Dalton Knecht.
It's a good one.
Number 4.
I would never have seen it coming. It's a really good one.
Number 3.
Number 3, I'm going with Justin Herbert. The reason why, it's, you see the meme, right? Oh, look at me. I'm a 6'6" QB on a $262 million contract. I'm rich, handsome, I live in LA, and I'm dating Madison Beer. Screw you, Justin Herbert. Life's not fair. That's why I hate him, because he just got everything that you could ever want except a good offensive line and a lot of playoff success. But jealousy is a weak emotion, but Justin Herbert definitely is at number 3.
That's extraordinarily hilarious. If it makes you feel better, I'm sure he's never won a playoff game. So he's,
well,
he's
Madison Beer's boyfriend. Do you think he'll change the name to Beer?
What's that?
Number 2, I've got Bronny James.
Wow.
And the reason why I'm saying Bronny James is another guy that got something that he didn't deserve.
Justin Herbert doesn't deserve his girlfriend?
No, I'm not saying that.
I thought
that wasn't a link there.
That's what I heard.
I mean, how does a guy that
Justin doesn't deserve her?
There you go. Bronny James goes 5-2-2 in college. And it's not the fact that he got drafted in the second round, even though it kind of is. It's the fact that he got a 4-year, fully guaranteed $7.9 million contract because his last name was James and his dad was LeBron. And I think it really is one of those things where whenever you take power, whenever you take an opportunity you didn't earn, somebody else was robbed of what they did earn. And I think that Bronny James should not have been selected, should not have gotten that $7.9 million deal. I hate the Nepo baby angle of it. And
Me too.
I'm also jealous too. Wish my dad was an NBA player that got me drafted in the second round and got me a $7.9 million guaranteed contract.
Bronny McCain, alternate universe.
There we go.
Number 1.
Number 1, I'm going Kawhi Leonard. We got absolutely nothing from Kawhi. 2023 a first-round exit, 2024 a first-round exit, 2025 a first-round exit, 2026 no playoffs. He hasn't done anything for the Clippers. He's done more for Aspiration Inc. than he's done for the Clippers. We didn't even get the laugh. We didn't even get the ha 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 ha. We got nothing from Kawhi, and I think he's being a little shady about the tree thing, okay? Apparently money does grow on trees for Kawhi Leonard. So he's number 1. I'm going Kawhi. He stiffed the Lakers for the Clippers, and it's led to nothing.
There's the real thing, and I love it. By the way, Dodgers are down 4-0 in the top of the second inning with 2 outs, and Max Muncy having just struck out. They are now down 4-0 after 1.5 innings. Okay, so I guess I'm up. Different list than you again.
Excited.
Number 5.
Cliff Kingsbury. Do I even have to explain why? Wow. Failing upwards. Hope to be proven wrong. Won't be. It was all Jaden Daniels.
Number 4.
I'm going to win the deepest deep cut, and if either of you know who this person is, I'll be incredibly impressed. Those who know. Ricky Pooch.
Do not know Ricky Pooch.
Do you know who that is, Bursch?
I do not know.
He is the star player, I believe currently injured, of the LA Galaxy. A super talented former Barcelona player, Barcelona, who was such a diva, wouldn't work hard, partied all the time. He got exiled to MLS. No offense MLS, but he could have been a starter for Barcelona. And he's just a lot. And I can't stand him. And he's in this market, and so I get to say it. But he's a really good player for the Galaxy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Number 3.
You're not your big LA Galaxy guys? Me either. What number?
Number 3.
I'm surprised he didn't make your list. I have Rob Pelinka here. And he's not as high as he could be because of sort of the resume conversation we had earlier on DMAC and Ryder on 97.1, the Fan LA. He did win a championship. He did get Luka. There's just, you know how some people have a face and you see that face and you don't like them? He has that face for me. When I see him, I'm just like, I don't want to talk to this person.
Yeah, the leather jacket with no undershirt and the zipper that goes from the bottom to the top, and it's kind of pushed up. I don't know.
Right,
I don't know.
You ain't Bursch. I don't need that taco.
You ain't Bursch. You ain't getting away with that.
You ain't Bursch.
That's reserved for Big
Pelinka?
Bird.
Rob Pelinka? What do you think of?
Oh, here we go.
Number 2.
I've got Kawhi here, so we can. I mean, we're very closely aligned on Kawhi Leonard for all the reasons you walked us through. I'll just add, when he got traded to the Clippers, he had the opportunity to be the first and only 3-time Finals MVP for 3 different teams in the history of the sport. he's become a broken player in terms of reliability. And LeBron James is the one who came to LA and got that distinction. But he was on a trajectory, and this stuff's hard to do, but when he came to the Clippers, there was legitimate talk about can he be a top 5, top 8, top 10 player, and he's not even close. What a squandered opportunity for the Clippers and for him.
Number 1.
The Artie Moreno is just like, right, like it's too easy, it's obvious. But since I have Trout at 3, right, like there's a, so we are. Can I say the name that was I almost put on both lists?
Honorable mentions. Let's hear it.
I almost put this guy on both lists. You want to guess who? There's one person who I had written on both lists and took off.
Give me a clue.
You do not love his son.
Ooh, that's a weird clue.
Is it? Can you boo him for not
I
knowing
don't
it?
love his son?
You know what I'm talking about. LeBron James.
Oh, okay.
What happened there?
I thought
you okay?
I
Did you have to read a lineup as a palate cleanser? What's going on?
I thought you were going to tell me the sport or something.
No,
like,
I thought that was a giveaway.
Like the college she went to.
On the one hand, I do think LeBron, he's still in the market technically for now, and he did win a championship. And not only that, he did come to the Lakers in the doldrums. That was an important thing. He's the reason AD came. He's the reason they won a championship. He did become the all-time leading scorer in a Lakers jersey, and that means that's history. On the other hand, all the other stuff we know about. So it's just, I was really conflicted on him, so I left him off. Both.
It's really interesting because every time LeBron gets brought up, you're always the first to say, I like LeBron.
I do. I mean, it's complicated.
You met LeBron.
I know LeBron.
You know LeBron.
I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Here's what I'll say. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if I hadn't covered LeBron. And I had been a political reporter early in my career and was pretty aggressive with Bill Clinton when he was president of the United States. So when I went and covered sports and started covering LeBron, I was, how old was I? Whatever, I'm 28 or something. I was very aggressive. And the fact that I wrote things every day for a year and then showed up and smiled in his face that were true, but in retrospect, wow. I can't believe I said those things and showed up and like, hey, LeBron, I'm Bill Rutter. How are you today? And he was still a pro and he was still respectful. And he eventually gave me access interviews. That's why his response a year ago was so shocking, because I have written some pretty awful things about him before and still been okay. But all which is to say, I don't like the way he treats people and me at times, but I also recognize over 15 years, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't covered LeBron, and there were moments where he was very gracious in the face of severe criticism.
That's fair. It's complicated. Like any relationship is complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like your top 5. I like your top 5. I think we hit everyone that kind of needed to get hit, right? I think Kawhi Leonard was the one.
It's a good list. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, 97.1 The Fan LA. We're going to talk a little Thunder Spurs, and we'll update you on this Dodgers game. It ain't going well, and we'll give you the scoop next year on D-Mac and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. He is Doug McKay, and I'm Bill Ryder. This is D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, L.A. Things are going great for the Dodgers. Not really. They are down 5-0. They're going about as well as my ability to do technology. I was 30 seconds behind on the stream I was watching, Burge. I apologize. My B. 855-97-LA Fan, 855-97-LA Fan. We are your home for sports in LA and Southern California, but you can listen anywhere in the country on the free Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app, including, if you're so inclined, in Ohio, where KL Sports Take is actually streaming us on YouTube at the Fan LA. KL Sports Take, what is up, buddy? You're on D-Mac and Ryder.
What's going on, Bill?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. You guys are killing it, man. I haven't listened to anything today, but I'm playing back your shows from Monday. I listened to you 7 hours today, so you guys are killing it. It's really a good show.
Dude, that is Kale, that is so nice of you to say, man. I've been saying this. I'm having fun. I mean, this is like hanging out with D-Mac every day, talking sports, chopping it up is a pretty nice way to pass the time.
It's a great time to pass the time, unless I'm getting booed for puns that were actually good that I'm not getting credit for.
No, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, yeah, but I will say.
What's the score?
It's 5. The Dodgers are still looking for their first hit.
No, I'm talking me against you in the cheering.
Oh, for the cheering. It's
similar.
Probably 5-4.
It's not that close.
It's pretty close.
It's not. Birch, what's the score? But probably 8-3.
I hate to say, I don't want to feel like I'm playing favorites here, but I think it's pretty lopsided in Bill's favor.
It happens.
I'll rewatch the show. I mean, the judges. It's the judge's problem.
Here's what's all right. So what we're learning is I'm funnier, but you're better at baseball because I'm winning 8-3, but you keep calling stuff that comes true, including, and I hate that you're right on this, and so do Dodgers fans. You called, I think on the live show, but maybe on one of the practice shows, that Robo was sort of due for a regression to the mean. Good call. We're seeing a regression to the mean against the Brewers. And KL Sports Take, thanks for the call, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the call. And yeah, Robo trying to give them innings at least. I mean, Robleski is 2 2/3 innings, giving up 5 runs on 8 hits, 65 pitches, just 45 for strikes. I mean, really somewhat efficient, just 1 strikeout. But yeah, this is the thing. I mean, when you put the ball in play, at some point you are going to see where it's going to turn out where there's issues with the BABIP gods, as they call them, right? Batting average on balls in play. And the fact that there's been 8 balls in play, 8 hits to 0 for the Dodgers right now, that's the issue. And really, Robleski's gotten by this year on attacking the zone and taking advantage of good defense today. It's really hurting him. And let's see, he's giving a home run to Contreras. That was a 3-run bomb earlier. Then Frelick, he hit a sac fly to make it 4-0. And later, a Vaughn double made it 5-0. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just going to go out there and probably eat innings, and hopefully this Dodgers offense can get them back into it.
I apologize. I don't think I'm funnier than you. I know I'm not. I feel like that was mean.
Oh.
This is a good moment for me, though. 8-3 is like a rare victory.
No, I mean.
Like I hurt your feelings.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I am.
I didn't even remember that. I think the quality of my bits throughout, it's not just based on puns and one-liners. They're kind of developed, fully fleshed out. And
okay, shot of return. I like it.
More structured things. I think the Diana Rossini,
deeper, smarter.
The
Rossini one was. We're gonna play that back. But I forgot to grab it.
But no,
that was crazy.
It's all love.
You were definitely suggesting it was all love.
No, honestly, look, this is a tough game for the Dodgers because this is a rematch. Here's the funny thing, though. I mean, this is a Brewers team that dominated them last year in the regular season. What happened in the postseason, right? The Dodgers swept them, but they get up for the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to have to see how much they're going to be able to get from some of these Robleski types that, let's just be honest, he's outperformed his numbers, right? I mean, that's just kind of how it works. Fielding independent pitching is a stat that really kind of is an indicator about what their ERA should look like based on things they control, right? Giving up home runs and things like that. And Justin Robleski this year, his has been a little out of whack. I would say it's probably been one of the more out of whack disparities between his ERA and his FIP. Just to give you an example, on the year, a 3.19 ERA now, but heading into this start, he was a 2.13 ERA and the FIP was at 3.38. So now it's starting to balance out. He hasn't struck out a lot of guys this year, but something tells me the Dodgers offense gets back into this one.
You have confidence.
I have sources.
Plenty of
They're
time.
getting back into this one.
It is the bottom of the third inning. Dodgers are down 5-0. Bottom of the. What's up?
Some Dodger news that's actually broken here in the last hour, guys. Chris Taylor has officially retired, apparently. He has officially retired from Major League Baseball. He was in the Angels minor league system, and according to a passing comment made by Angels minor league officials, Chris Taylor has officially retired from baseball today.
He was my Kim originally. I love this guy, and I'm in a pretty deep fantasy baseball league, and every year I would make a point to draft him, and because back when there was so much value. I'm in a league where every at bat matters. I love Chris Taylor. He lives, I believe, in the South Bay.
He does, yeah. He's big in charity. He's got to deal with Skechers and has his charity every year at the beach where he calls the cold plunge. I'll cover that a couple times where you basically go there super early and you jump into this cold water. His teammates always show up for it. But yeah, he's one of the great stories. I mean, we've mentioned guys like Justin Turner and Max Muncy, some of these reclamation projects that have turned out to be golden for Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers over the last couple of years. Chris Taylor is someone that they traded for Zach Lee.
Yep.
And Zach Lee was a former top pitching prospect. And at the time, he hadn't really done anything. I mean, he was a complete unknown, and the Dodgers completely reworked his swing. They added the leg kick. They added the launch angle. If you remember, in the 2017 World Series, Game 1, he hit a home run off of Dallas Keuchel to start off that World Series. And he had so many moments. The 2018 NLCS, the incredible catch. And his shining moment as a Dodger was the 2021 wild card game against the Cardinals where he had the walk-off home run off Reyes, and I dubbed it Ock Taylor. Give me the boo.
Sorry, real quick, just a 10-0 run for the Spurs to start that game against the Thunder. It's 10-0 San Antonio. Now, the Thunder have not scored, but Shea Gilgeous-Alexander has drawn a fake foul already. So that's he's on track.
Added to the master cut of the fake fouls, of the flopping, but
put it on the anyway. Chris Taylor.
No, I mean it's a big deal. It really is. I mean, he's one of the most. He's really in that bucket of the Kike Hernandez is just some beloved role players, and he signed a 4-year, $60 million contract a couple years ago. I mean, an all-star game with this team.
He was a great player for the Dodgers.
He was, and I used to call him. Here's my nickname for him because he used to play so many different positions. He used to play center field, left field, right field, shortstop, third base, second base.
I mean, he was a fantasy baseball cheat code for that exact reason.
I used to call him the Chris Army Knife because he could do. Come on, give me the boo, please.
That was
the Chris Army Knife is fire. Come on, CT3. We used to have a saying that Chris Taylor has never done anything wrong his entire life, right? That's what the fans would say about Chris Taylor. Unfortunately, though, like everyone that has kind of aged in the sport, you just lose your ability to hit with consistency. And I remember a couple weeks ago, there was a game where him and Mookie were actually in the same minor league game. Believe it or not. Imagine you go to a minor league game and it's Mookie and Chris Taylor on the same field at the same time. So good news for him is, I will say this, he's someone that probably thought he might not ever make anything in baseball, and he ended up getting a big contract, winning a World Series, and I know him and his wife Mary are going to go and have a great life post baseball.
You dropped them. Okay. I like it. No, you kind of leaned into me like here it comes. I know his wife is too, Ryder. Here it comes. You gave me the look. You gave me the hard stare. You ready for the real facts, Ryder? That's what you brought, dude. T-Mac and Ryder. 97-1 the Fan LA. The Spurs are up 10-0 over the Thunder in Game 3. The Dodgers are down 5-0 to the Brewers, and D-Mac is up 1-0 over all of us who didn't know Chris Taylor's wife's name. We will tell you who the Rooter hero of the day is next on D-Mac and Ryder. 97-1 the Fan LA.
Hey, it's Mike here. This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows is on.
Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan, LA. In just a moment, we are going to get you the final results on the Rooter Hero of the day, which is very exciting. And we were just talking about Chris Taylor and his decision to retire. And Doug, you were saying you know better than you know Chris Taylor. I just know him as my favorite fantasy baseball player for 4 or 5 seasons. Great guy and beloved here in LA, beloved by the Dodgers. Great career.
Great career. I mean, all things considered, this is a guy who went to Virginia. He's a Cavalier, played college baseball there. Great athlete. And the cool thing about Chris Taylor is when you look at this 13 straight years of postseason appearances by the Dodgers and everything they built, he's really a big part of that first chapter of it, right? He was a part of the Jock Petersons, the Cody Bellingers, the Corey Seagers.
I loved Corey Seager too, dude.
Oh, yeah. Corey Seager was incredible. And I think the thing that people loved about Chris Taylor was he was someone that just went out there and knew his role and played it so well. And that's also, you talk about Andrew Friedman, right? So Andrew Friedman has kind of set the blueprint on the player they look for as far as positional versatility. When you look at a guy like a Tommy Edman, when you look at a guy like Haesung Kim, that really traces back to Chris Taylor, a guy that can play multiple positions at a high level. And here's what I want to see. I know they did this with Matt Kemp a couple years ago. Can he please sign a one-day contract and retire as a Dodger? Love it. Can we please have that for Chris Taylor?
And that way his wife, Mary, could come and participate in that as well?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do it for the foundation. Make it happen. CT3. And, go back. It's fitting, too, because they're playing the Brewers, right? Go back and look at his catch against the Brewers in the NLCS. It completely saved that series. And there's just so many moments that he had for this team. Look, here's the thing. Let's go.
No, your thing. Yeah.
Oh, I would say that, look, one of my favorite, if you can't win the World Series, right?
Yep.
What's the next best thing? I think in 2021, it was beating the San Francisco Giants for the first time where they faced off in the postseason. The Dodgers might have not having that. They could have basically missed that opportunity if it weren't for Chris Taylor hitting that walk-off home run. And that's what led to a series. They beat the Giants. They ended up losing to the Braves in the NLCS. But CT3 had his moment there, and he got a big bat. In fact, in that Braves series, he had a 3-homer game, right? He had tons of really, really awesome moments. And he's someone that I think is going to remain in the game in some capacity. Hope to see it, man.
D-Mac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan, L.A. Bad news, Dodgers fans. The Brewers are up 5-0 here in the top of the fourth. I guess good news. Shohei Ohtani is on base for the second time in the game, and the Spurs have a nice little lead on the Thunder. And it's now time to figure out which of our 4 nominees took the permanent lead in the Rooter Hero of the Day. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. Survey says nominees were Bob Chesney, Matt McGrath, who I was kind of pulling for, right? What a great, I thought, pull by you, the guy that's one of the people behind the Dodgers' remarkable farm system.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was really good. Mr. Mamdani, the mayor of New York, for getting from FIFA, who are, some would say greedy, $1,050 tickets. My wife nominated him. And then, of course, the Sell the Team Angels fans who showed up and made their voices heard. And they are the dominant winners of the Rooter Hero of the Day with 68% of the vote.
Sell the team.
Donnie came in second.
Sell the team.
Matt McGrath only got 10%. No appreciation.
It's a deeper cut, but
it was a deep cut.
Just being on the ballot, being in the poll.
Being in the mix.
And he got our props. And I think that, look, you want to win, but I think just being on there, it's just recognizing. I still think Bob Chesney, what he's doing for UCLA is big too, but those fans in Anaheim, all the pain, all the suffering, taking off their shirts and trying to protest like that. Now they lost Chris Taylor too, so no Chris Taylor.
Can we nominate Chris Taylor on Monday? Bursch, is that right? There's not a statute of limitations on the Rooter Hero of the Day?
Not at all.
A way too early Chris Taylor nomination. I like it.
We're just letting you know. We're going to be here Monday. We're going to be working. Derek and Decker will be live 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brock and Alex will be live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. D-Mac and Ryder. I have so many jokes. I'm trying just not to throw in your direction because I feel like I've hit you with too many. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1.
There's no such thing as too many jokes.
2 p.m. to 6 p.m. By the way, James Coe is going to be live after we're done here, you'll be live and local for another 3 hours tonight with James Coe, who was here last night. I thought he did a great job. I was listening on the drive home.
Fantastic job.
Crushed it.
And we got to hear Birch's voice throughout, too. And that's definitely a very additive part.
Birch, are you producing tonight? Are you sticking around?
Shay will be producing.
That's right. You're going to Grogu in The Mandalorian.
That's right.
And you're really excited about it.
Mildly.
If that movie's bad, can you admit it, or you just take in the Star Wars joy either way?
I've turned into very much the Star Wars is like pizza. It's all good, whatever. I'm going to enjoy it regardless.
I love everything about that.
It's doing pretty solid.
What do you want to do in terms of next Friday rankings? Because we're going to do every Friday. We did people we like, people we don't like in LA sports. Should we do people at the office?
That would be a good one.
So I actually did that once on the national network. Didn't go over great. Well, went over great with some of the people.
I can't think. There'd be no one on my bottom 5 though. At least, yeah, it's too early.
No, everybody ties for first.
Everyone's tied for first.
Birch is
Sunshine and Rainbows.
Number 1.
Number one.
By the way, for James Coe, who's coming up, for everybody on Monday, remember you can stream all these shows live, including us at The Fan LA, on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. You can follow on all socials. Hope you will at The Fan LA, DMAC_LA, Sports Writer, Sports REITER. So have you had dinner with Chris Taylor and Mary Taylor?
Have I had dinner with them? No.
Yes.
I've gotten a chance to interview Chris Taylor a couple of times throughout the years. I've been to their functions, and they're very philanthropic people. Mary Taylor, I believe her dad was like a famous dentist from Hawaii or something.
A famous
like that.
dentist?
Yeah, I've done the deep dive.
I'm
a deep diver.
I have a nice dentist. I'm nothing against you.
Max Muncy just popped out. The base is loaded. So
I don't like dentists.
No, you don't?
Well, I just don't like going to the dentist. Do you?
No, I mean, I brush my teeth once a week.
Okay.
I'm pretty solid occasionally once a
You've
year.
Got strong sort of genetic teeth, familial. You don't need that toothpaste.